Chapter 1: The strongest takeout system in all realms. Luo City, Xin's restaurant. Boss, isn't my food ready yet? It's been half an hour. Wu Feng urged anxiously. What's the rush? Can't you see I'm busy? The restaurant owner, a bald, fat man, said arrogantly. Wu Feng frowned. I've been waiting this long, it should be ready by now, right? If it's late, I'll get a complaint. TCH. The restaurant owner sneered, looking at Wu Feng with disdain. What do I care if you get a complaint? I'm always this slow today. Wait if you can, don't wait if you can. Stop whining. You. Wu Feng clenched his fist in anger and took a step forward. What? You're not happy with that? The shop owner sneered. A lowly delivery guy like you thinks you can get away with this? If you're so capable, go cook for yourself. The kitchen's right behind us, who's stopping you? This was infuriating. Wu Feng's eyes were practically spitting fire. He grew up in an orphanage, becoming independent at 18, raising his younger sister, Wu Rui, who had been his only family since the orphanage. Life was tough. Wu Rui wasn't related to him by blood, but Wu Feng never hesitated to spend all his hard-earned money on his sister, because she was his only family. Moreover, the little girl was smart, clever, and adorable. Knowing how hard Wu Feng worked to earn money, she studied very hard and successfully gained admission to Luokang University. What Wu Feng needed to do now was deliver as many orders as possible each day to raise enough tuition fees for Wu Rui before the semester started. Therefore, even though the shop owner was verbally abusive, he could only clench his fists and endure it. If he were to get a complaint, he would lose several hundred yuan. Wu Feng gritted his teeth. I'll do it, I'll do it. After saying that, Wu Feng headed straight for the kitchen. Ha! The shop owner was a little stunned by this. Everyone says delivery guys are omnipotent, fixing air conditioners, unclogging drains, playing games for others, buying medicine. There's nothing they can't do. Could it be that he'd stumbled upon someone who can cook? He quickly followed. Duan. The strongest delivery system in all realms has been successfully activated. Loading. Suddenly, a voice rang in Wu Feng's mind. A system? Holy crap. I've hit the jackpot. As a model young man of the new era, Wu Feng also enjoys surfing the internet, staying up late, and admiring beautiful women. Naturally, he's well versed in the globally popular system novels. What? You want to be the protagonist of a novel without a system? Dream on? Now that he'd actually awakened a system cheat ability like a novel protagonist, Wu Feng was so excited he almost fainted. But this system seems a bit strange. Everyone else makes a ding sound, but this one just goes doing. What's going on? Have I been watching too many shampoo commercials? Also, why is it a food delivery system? Am I destined to never escape this yellow robe? Wu Feng thought to himself. Duan. System loaded. Host can use this system to deliver food across countless worlds, including the historical, film, novel, and anime worlds. Holy crap. That's amazing? Wu Feng was stunned. System, what benefits will I get? And how do I accept orders? This was what Wu Feng cared about most. Whenever someone in the myriad realms has a strong thought, an order will be generated in the system. As long as the host completes the delivery task on time and receives a 5-star review, they will receive a corresponding gift pack. A gift pack? Wu Feng's eyes lit up. Gift packs are divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and obsidian levels, corresponding to 1 to 5-star reviews respectively. Each level of gift pack contains different contents, including cultivation techniques, items, territory, and even beautiful women. Wow, there are even beautiful women? In addition, whenever the host receives a 5-star review, the system will give corresponding lottery points. These points can be used to participate in the lottery within this system. Super generous prizes await the host, so the host must perform well. Isn't that obvious? Of course, he must perform well. To reach the pinnacle of life, he depends entirely on this system. Diao Chan massages her legs, Yu Ji rubs her back, and they chat about life with Black Widow. Things that used to exist only in fantasies are now possible with this ultimate delivery system across all realms. That's no problem at all. Just thinking about it made Wu Feng's mouth water. You have a new multiverse delivery order. Please check it. So fast? Wu Feng was overjoyed and quickly opened the system. In the world of the myth, Yi Xiaochuan has contracted the plague and is longing for a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Please deliver it as soon as possible. 10 minutes remaining. Wow. I never expected my first order to be from the Myth TV series. The TV series The Myth was incredibly popular back in the day, and Wu Feng had naturally watched it too. It not only boasted a cast of superb actors, but even the supporting cast delivered top-notch performances. It was a completely different story from some of today's so-called big-budget productions. It was a show worth watching 2 or even 3 times. The system has automatically generated your takeout order, god-level scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's in the warehouse. Wu Feng opened the system's warehouse and couldn't help but secretly admire how user-friendly the system was. But, system, what if I'm late delivering this takeout in real life? Wu Feng was a little worried. He hadn't seen any of the system's rewards yet, and he wasn't sure if there was any cash involved. He was currently short on money. Please rest assured, host. There will be a time difference between you and reality after you enter this other world. 1 day in the other world is only 1 second in reality. Wow, that's powerful, Wu Feng exclaimed again. Alright, let's get ready to go. Okay, the system will teleport you in 10 seconds. Countdown 10, 9. Wu Feng's expression shifted, and he turned back. The shop owner immediately sneered, "Where are you going? Didn't you say you'd do it yourself? Hurry up." Wu Feng smiled coldly, "What's the rush? Can't I go to the bathroom first?" "Humph, I think you're trying to run away." Wu Feng quickly ran into the bathroom, and just as he stepped inside, the countdown ended. With a whoosh, after a spatial fluctuation, he vanished from the spot. Where did he go? Looking at the empty bathroom, the shop owner felt a chill run down his spine. Wu Feng had now entered the world of myth. The small courtyard enclosed by a fence, the dilapidated thatched hut. This familiar scene was exactly where Yi Xiaochuan and Lu Su had been recuperating. According to the plot, he wondered if he would be able to meet Kui Zaiwan and Gao Yao with his signature perm, the ruthless man who had led trends for over 1,000 years. Wu Feng felt a surge of excitement and quickly walked towards the thatched hut. Chapter 2 Big Gift Pack. Yi Xiaochuan, your takeout is here. Instantly, all 4 people inside the thatched hut turned to look. Wu Feng also froze at the doorway. He had assumed only Lu Su and Yi Xiaochuan were inside. Unexpectedly, Gao Yao and Kui Wenzi were both there. Yi Xiaochuan and Gao Yao stared wide-eyed at him. The person before them was clearly a modern person. "Brother, how did you get here?" Yi Xiaochuan asked in shock. Wu Feng chuckled, tugging at his yellow vest. "I am Wu Feng, a multi-dimensional deliveryman. Traveling through multiple worlds is naturally no problem for me." Yi Xiaochuan and Gao Yao exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. Traveling through multiple worlds? Doesn't that mean we also have a chance to return to the modern world? At this moment, Wu Feng handed over the takeout. "Please sign for it." Yi Xiaochuan took the box with both hands, opened it, paused slightly, then laughed. The others in the room also gathered around. "Tomato and egg stir-fry." Gao Yao exclaimed in shock, then immediately picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. "This tastes amazing. Young master, is this tomato and egg stir-fry?" Lu Su asked with a smile. "Yes, this is what I told you about." "Then I must try it." Lu Su had just finished speaking when suddenly she swayed and fell straight to the side. Su. Yi Xiaochuan reacted quickly and caught her. "Dr. Kui, what happened? How could Su be like this?" Seeing this, Kui Wenzi quickly came over to take Lu Su's pulse, then shook his head and sighed. "Xiaochuan, I have to tell you something. Su is like this because she's also infected with the plague." "What? How could this be?" Yi Xiaochuan was shocked. "It's all because of taking care of you. Actually, I already suspected it and repeatedly told Su to be careful, but this plague, Sigh." Yi Xiaochuan looked up at Kui Wenzi. "Dr. Kui, then please treat Su quickly. Didn't you cure my illness?" "Of course I want to treat her, but the problem is, I'm out of medicine," Kui Wenzi said helplessly. "I only have 1 dose of the medicine to treat this plague, which I spent half a year preparing. When I discovered that Su had also been infected, I offered to treat her first, but she resolutely refused, even threatening to kill herself, and left the medicine for you." Hearing this, Yi Xiaochuan's eyes welled up with tears. Su, how could you be so foolish? Wake up. I promise you, as soon as you wake up, I'll marry you properly and bring you into my family." Seeing this, Wu Feng was deeply moved. In the original TV series, Lu Su tragically died. This simple, foolish girl, simply because Yi Xiaochuan said "I like you," resolutely gave her most precious life. Although her death helped Yi Xiaochuan mature quickly, this ending was unacceptable to the audience. In modern times, if you watch this TV series and turn on the comments, you'll be surprised to find countless discussions about this plot. People wanting to send the screenwriter knives, wanting to have a life-changing talk with the screenwriter. They're everywhere. There's even a saying that the TV series The Myth truly ended after Lu Su's death. Wu Feng knew this all stemmed from the audience's deep affection for Lu Su. This kind of pure and kind woman was simply the perfect embodiment of what more could a husband ask for than a wife like her? When I first saw this scene, my eyes were filled with tears. Looking at Lu Su lying in Yi Xiaoquan's arms, Wu Feng sighed inwardly. "System, is there a way to cure Lu Su? Host, please feed Lu Su divine tomato scrambled eggs as soon as possible. This illness can be cured." Wu Feng's eyes widened instantly. No wonder it's called divine tomato scrambled eggs, it actually has this effect? Without further ado, he picked up the tomato scrambled eggs from the table and walked over. Xiao Chuan, quickly let Su Su eat a bite of this, and her illness will be cured. Yi Xiaoquan's expression was filled with sorrow. Brother, don't joke around. I'm not joking, this isn't ordinary tomato scrambled eggs. Wu Feng insisted. Kui Wenzi approached at this moment. Young man, I've studied medicine for half my life and know that some foods can be used as medicinal cuisine, but this dish of yours clearly doesn't fall into that category. Wu Feng smiled faintly. Whether it works or not, we'll find out by trying. Yi Xiaochuan pursed his lips, finally making up his mind. He took the takeout and carefully fed Lu Su a bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Just that one bite. Just swallowed. Less than a second later, Lu Su suddenly opened her eyes. Young master, what happened to me? Su Su, you're really awake. Yi Xiaochuan jumped up excitedly. Gao Yao also excitedly gave Wu Feng a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome. Kui Wenzi, however, was completely dumbfounded. He had been exposed to medicine since childhood, practicing medicine for half his life, treating countless patients, but he had never had such a bizarre experience. A single stir-fried dish had miraculously cured a dying person? He rushed over in disbelief to take Lu Su's pulse. A miracle. This truly is a miracle. Miss Su's body has been completely free of toxins. Wu Feng smiled faintly to the side. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Mission complete. The time tunnel back to reality will open in 10 seconds. 10. Wu Feng glanced deeply at everyone. Everyone, I have to go. Dude, don't rush. At least tell us how to get back. Gao Yao quickly interjected. Wu Feng waved with a smile. Don't forget to give me a 5-star review. A strange phenomenon suddenly occurred inside the room. Behind Wu Feng, a deep, dark spatial rift completely captivated everyone's attention. This is. Yi Xiaochuan and Gao Yao's eyes widened simultaneously. Wu Feng turned around and stepped inside. Whoosh! He vanished instantly. Wait for me. Gao Yao rushed forward, but the spatial rift also vanished in an instant. Bang! He stood up, clutching his head, grimacing. Kui Wenzi's hands trembled. A god. Truly a god. Lu Su's pretty face changed slightly. Young master. This person, he's really a god? Congratulations, host, for completing the takeout task. Reward, Bronze Gift Pack X3. Hearing the notification in his mind, Wu Feng was practically ecstatic. He actually received 3 bronze gift packs. What could be inside? Wu Feng immediately clicked to open them without hesitation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining top-tier culinary skills from Gao Yao. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Divine Physician from Kui Wenzi. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Ancient Martial Arts Swordsmanship from Yi Xiaochuan. Chapter 3, Sending Away Beggars. Wow! I'm rich. Top-tier culinary skills loaded. Divine healing skills loaded. Ancient martial arts swordsmanship loaded. As the system notification sounded, a flood of information rushed into Wu Feng's mind. The 3 skills from the bronze gift pack instantly became Wu Feng's personal abilities. This is awesome. Wu Feng was so happy he almost jumped for joy. You have to understand, Gao Yao was a top-tier chef. His culinary skills were superb. Even in the Qin dynasty, when ingredients were scarce, he could still thrive on his cooking skills. Yi Xiaoquan's swordsmanship was inherited from Xiangliang, a figure even Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Chu, couldn't defeat. As for Kui Wenzi's medical skills, Wu Feng was overjoyed. He never imagined he could actually obtain Kui Wenzi's inheritance. This is a godlike figure who can even concoct elixirs of immortality. At this moment, the information about the divine healing technique in Wu Feng's mind was also immense. This included treatments for tens of thousands of diseases and methods for refining thousands of rare elixirs. Even more shockingly, the elixir of immortality was listed. With these skills, Wu Feng was ecstatic in this bustling city. However, this wasn't the end. The system notification sounded again. Received a 5-star review from Yi Xiaochuan, gaining 5 lottery points. The host can go to the lottery interface to draw a prize. Draw. Wu Feng clicked the lottery draw without hesitation. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, displaying only question marks until the results appeared. Wu Feng had no idea what the rewards were. A moment later, the roulette wheel stopped. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the famous sword Yuanhong. What? Wu Feng stared at the sword lying quietly in the system's inventory, completely stunned. Yuanhong. Isn't this the famous divine sword from Qin's moon? Wu Feng excitedly stretched out his palm. Sword, come. Whoosh. The famous sword, Yuanhong, appeared directly in his palm. A peculiar feeling rose within him. It was as if Yuanhong had also met its master, and the two had formed a close connection. System. I love you to death. Xing restaurant. The bald owner sat on the kitchen threshold, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face full of worry. How could a perfectly healthy person just disappear like that? What on earth happened? He couldn't understand why Wu Feng had suddenly vanished. Just then, cough cough. The restaurant owner suddenly turned around, his expression freezing, the cigarette in his mouth falling out of his mouth in fright. You! Wu Feng smiled faintly, surprised to see me? The shop owner rolled his eyes, glaring at Wu Feng with obvious displeasure. I thought you'd run away. Wu Feng chuckled, I just went to the restroom. Now, I'm going to start cooking. With that, Wu Feng picked up the ingredients from the table and began to cook. The shop owner sneered, picked up his cigarette but from the floor, put it back in his mouth, leaned against the door, and looked utterly disdainful. All right. I'll see how you do it, acting all high and mighty. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth gaped open in shock again. Wu Feng grabbed a piece of pork rib with his left hand and tossed it into the air. A flurry of blades flashed. The entire kitchen was ablaze with silver light. Thud 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 thud. In just a few seconds, a whole piece of pork rib was sliced into pieces in mid-air. Even more astonishing was that each piece of rib landed perfectly uniform in size on the cutting board, with both bone and meat a dream come true for perfectionists. This knife skill, holy crap. This is the god of cookery. The restaurant owner was completely mesmerized by Wu Feng's elegant and swift movements. The entire kitchen was now surrounded by restaurant staff. They were all watching Wu Feng's solo performance in utter shock. My god! I've studied cooking for 5 years, and I thought my knife skills were top-notch. Right now, I wish I could cut myself. Look at this young man's movements. Every time he handles the seasonings, his hand doesn't tremble at all. He's completely confident. Only someone who has mastered the entire cooking process to the core can have such confidence. It smells so good. Is this really just braised pork ribs? The exclamations around him elicited only a faint smile from Wu Feng. Cooking was something he already knew. But cooking like this was a first for him. It was also the first time Wu Feng had truly experienced how top-notch culinary skills could be so aesthetically pleasing. This wasn't just cooking, it was creating a work of art. Only the finest of the finest can be called art. In a short while, a fragrant plate of braised pork ribs rice was ready. Wu Feng looked up and around. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. Wu Feng, a smile playing on his lips, packed up the food and walked calmly outside. The shop owner, who had been completely petrified, finally reacted. He hurriedly chased after him. Brother! Wait a minute. Wu Feng, straddling his electric scooter, turned around. Brother, with this skill, why are you delivering food? How about becoming the chef at my shop? Wu Feng smiled slightly. Boss, I'm just a lowly deliveryman, how could I be your head chef? The shop owner was immediately embarrassed, and chuckled awkwardly. Brother, don't mind me, I was just being cheeky. I deserve a beating. As he spoke, the shop owner slapped himself twice. I'll give you 10,000 a month. I have to hurry, I'm going to be late. 20,000, no. 30,000. Brother, think it over again, brother. Wu Feng started his electric scooter, ignoring the shop owner's frantic pursuit, not even bothering to turn his head. With my current skills, 30,000 a month? Are you trying to feed a beggar? 10 minutes later. Luo City, Xinglan Medical Clinic. Upon entering, the air was filled with the smell of Chinese medicine. Wu Feng quickened his pace, heading towards the VIP ward on the second floor. Arriving, Wu Feng knocked on the door. Hello, your takeout has arrived. The door opened, and Wu Feng was taken aback. A woman opened the door. She had a well-proportioned figure, long flowing hair, and a face that could easily be rated 9.5 out of 10. However, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes, as if she had encountered some difficulty. The woman nodded slightly to Wu Feng, took the takeout, and then turned around. Grandpa, your braised pork rib rice is here. Get up and have some. Only then did Wu Feng notice an elderly man lying in the bed in the ward. The old man's face was sallow, and his expression was listless. He was clearly suffering from some illness. Hearing the woman's voice, the old man opened his eyes, pressed his hand to his abdomen, and sat up shakily. After taking the braised pork rib rice, he sniffed it, and a relieved smile immediately appeared on his face. Xianer, to be able to eat such delicious pork rib rice again, Grandpa is truly content. Hearing the old man's words, the woman suddenly lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Grandpa, once Zhou Jian finds someone and comes back, you will definitely get better, you definitely will. The old man shook his head, smiled faintly, and prepared to pick up his chopsticks. Just then, Wu Feng, who hadn't left, spoke up. Wait a minute. Chapter 4 Miracle. In the ward, the two looked over in surprise. The woman frowned slightly. Oh, I'll remember to give you a good review. That's not what I meant. Wu Feng hesitated for a moment, then slowly said. If I'm not mistaken, the old man is currently experiencing an acute illness caused by a long-term disordered digestive system. In this situation, even if he really likes pork rib rice, we can't let him, unless we want to worsen his condition. The woman and the old man exchanged a glance, and the old man smiled faintly at them. Young man, thank you for reminding me, but it's not important anymore. Before I go, I can at least eat something I like, right? Before you go? Wu Feng looked at the old man in surprise, then understood. So the old man thought he was going to die. Grandpa, this isn't a terminal illness, why are you saying such discouraging things? Upon hearing this, the woman's expression instantly turned serious. She had gone to great lengths to treat the old man's illness. She had already visited all the major hospitals in Luo City. Even renowned experts have been consulted, but unfortunately, with almost no success. If it were an ordinary family, the medical fees alone would probably bankrupt them. But unexpectedly, this intractable disease that many experts shook their heads at was diagnosed at a glance by a food deliveryman. Excuse me, delivery guy, can you tell my grandfather's symptoms? The woman asked hesitantly. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow and casually smiled. Oh, I like reading, and the old man's condition corresponds to an article I read, so. The woman's expression changed, and she quickly asked, young man, what article are you reading? Does it contain any treatment methods? Wu Feng was speechless. He hadn't read any article at all. Young man, if you know a treatment method, please tell me. I'm willing to offer you 100,000 as a reward. Wu Feng was stunned for a moment, looking at the woman in surprise. 100,000? This woman is truly wealthy. What Wu Feng didn't know was that the woman had spent far more than 100,000 on the old man's illness. Probably even 1,000,000. 100,000 was nothing to her. How about it? If you think it's too little, I can add more. The woman continued to raise her stakes. She was completely relying on intuition. This trip to Xinglan Medical Clinic was all thanks to a recommendation from a man named Zhou Jian. But this Zhou Jian claimed he could find the current clinic director to personally treat the old man, yet half a day had passed without a reply. Seeing the elderly woman was nearing her breaking point, the woman was naturally both annoyed and anxious. If it weren't for the need to treat the old woman, she wouldn't want to have anything to do with Zhou Jian whatsoever. Because Zhou Jian wasn't just anyone, but someone who had been pursuing her relentlessly, and she had always refused him. However, this delivery guy, although his profession had nothing to do with medicine, had spoken casually yet confidently, clearly indicating he knew what he was doing. If the delivery guy could really cure the old woman's illness, it would be a huge help to her. Phew! Wu Feng let out a long breath. It's not about the money. I understand the treatment method, but I can't explain it. The woman was first stunned, then overjoyed. You can cure it? Wu Feng nodded seriously. At this moment, the old man who had been observing their conversation spoke up. Forget it, Xianer, let's not bother anymore. Grandpa, Xianer said anxiously, your illness really can't be delayed any longer. Zhou Jian has been gone for so long and hasn't returned yet, who knows what he's up to. Now, this delivery guy. Speaking of which, the woman turned to Wu Feng again, extending her palm. Haven't you asked yet? Wu Feng quickly extended his hand as well, feeling a smooth, jade-like texture. My name is Wu Feng. Tang Xian. Tang Xian? Wu Feng was immediately filled with surprise. No wonder this woman had such an extraordinary air about her. Wasn't she the CEO of the famous advertising company Fantasy Fashion in Luo City? She was one of Luo City's top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. Tang Xian smiled slightly, her aloof expression vanishing instantly, revealing a beauty that could topple kingdoms. She continued to persuade the old man. Wu Feng said he could treat your illness, let's try. The sooner he's cured, the sooner I'll have peace of mind. The old man was swayed by Tang Xian's words, but still looked at Wu Feng with suspicion. Young man, my illness is something even many experts can't cure. You're so young, if you really had such skills, you probably wouldn't be delivering food, would you? Grandpa. Tang Xian quickly interjected, genuinely afraid that Wu Feng would be provoked and give up, which would be a real shame. However, Wu Feng only smiled faintly at the old man's words. Grandpa, for me, delivering food is my career. As for treating people, it's just a side job. Oh. The old man's expression immediately became incredibly interesting. This was the first time he'd heard someone say that a profession of treating illnesses was inferior to delivering food. Tang Xian, at this moment, couldn't help but chuckle. This Wu Feng was really talking nonsense with a straight face. Wu Feng moved closer. Please lie down, let me take a look. The old man still had doubts, but out of respect for Tang Xian's words, he could only lie down with a grim face. Wu Feng reached out and pressed a few times on the old man's abdomen through his clothes. Just as I suspected, exactly the same ailment recorded in the Divine Healer's Manual. Wu Feng's heart stirred, and he spoke again. Old man, you suffered a lot when you were young, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Tang Xian and the old man's expressions changed instantly. He could even tell that? Wu Feng continued with a smile, your ailment is because the suffering you endured when you were young damaged your stomach and intestines. Although conditions improved later, allowing for some compensation, as you've aged, you've completely lost control. The old man began to believe Wu Feng. Wu Feng, with a faint smile, began to gently massage the old man's abdomen. The technique he used was precisely the massage finger technique recorded in the Divine Healer's manual. A moment later, the old man's previously sallow complexion miraculously began to glow. Wu Feng, meanwhile, was also covered in sweat. After all, it was his first time using this method, and it had taken considerable effort. All right, I've cleared your damaged meridians and energy channels. I'll also prescribe a remedy for you. Follow it strictly after you get home, and your body will be fully recovered in less than 3 months. The old man was inwardly overwhelmed with emotion. Wu Feng's brief massage had made him feel significantly more comfortable. This had never happened before. It was practically a miracle. He sat up in shock. Young man, I'm so sorry about before. I never expected you to have such amazing skills. Wu Feng smiled faintly, waved his hand, then asked Tang Xian for paper and pen, quickly wrote down a prescription, and handed it to her. Tang Xian took the prescription, her expression slightly excited. Wu Feng, give me your bank account number, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Wu Feng smiled lightly, turned, and walked towards the door. Forget about the money, I didn't go to much trouble. Just remember to make sure the old man takes his medicine on time. Also, remember to give me a 5-star review for the takeout. Chapter 5. You're late. Bang! The ward door was pushed open forcefully, and a man rushed in, his face full of anxiety. Behind him followed a doctor in a white coat. Xianer, I've brought Dr. Shui. How is he? Is the old man all right? Wu Feng, who was about to leave, had a sudden thought. Could this be Zhou Jian? Indeed. Tang Xian's face turned cold upon seeing the man. Zhou Jian, why did you take so long? He's no longer needed. What? A fleeting glint of wild joy flashed in Zhou Jian's eyes, quickly replaced by utter shock and deep regret. Xianer, it's all my fault. I delayed things, causing the old man to not make it. Xianer, please accept my condolences. Ahem. The old man behind Tang Xian sat up, his face darkening. Zhou Jian, I'm not dead yet. Ah. Zhou Jian's expression instantly became incredibly complex. He looked at the old man, then at Tang Xian. Xianer, what's going on? You're too late. This Mr. Wu Feng has already cured Grandpa. Zhou Jian then noticed that there was another person in the room. He looked over in surprise, and his brows furrowed immediately upon seeing Wu Feng's attire. A deliveryman? Wu Feng shrugged. Yeah, I was just delivering food, so I took a look at the old man while I was at it. Humph. Heh. Zhou Jian's face showed a hint of disdain, and he gave a cold laugh. A lowly deliveryman can cure people? If that's the case, then everyone running around is a miracle doctor. After saying that, he stepped aside, revealing the white coat behind him to Tang Xian. Xianer, let Dr. Shui take a look. Last month, Dr. Shui saved a family of 3 with just 1 silver needle. His medical skills are unparalleled, beyond question, and he's nowhere near as good as some charlatan. Hearing Zhou Jian's words, Wu Feng laughed heartily. Tang Xian's pretty face turned cold, and she said indifferently, no need. I think Mr. Wu is alright, and Grandpa agrees, right, Grandpa? The old man smiled and nodded. Mr. Wu just gave me a massage, and I feel much better now. Zhou Jian panicked. He's better just like that. What about my plans? If this hadn't happened, he and Dr. Shui would have arrived a little later. Or, the old man might have succumbed to his illness and passed away. This would have removed a stumbling block in his pursuit of Tang Xian. After all, the old man doted on Tang Xian the most. Without him, his pursuit of Tang Xian would be much less troublesome. Or perhaps, if Dr. Shui could truly cure the old man's illness, then Zhou Jian would become the Tang family's savior, and he'd surely win Tang Xian's heart. This was a deal he couldn't possibly lose. But now, a deliveryman had ruined everything. What kind of mess is this? Zhou Jian glared fiercely, then quickly gave Dr. Shui a meaningful look. Dr. Shui smiled gently and went straight to the old man. Grandpa, let me examine you. As he spoke, he grabbed the old man's wrist and began to take his pulse. After a moment, Dr. Shui put the old man down and turned to glare at Wu Feng. Young man, I don't know what method you used to make the old man feel better, but by doing this, you're pushing him into a fire pit. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room paled. Tang Xian looked over in surprise. What do you mean? The divine Dr. Shui smiled faintly, surveyed everyone, and began to speak calmly. The old man's illness, to put it bluntly, is caused by long-term food stagnation leading to yin deficiency, and blood heat. His yang energy is rising, hence his excellent appetite. However, because of the severe deficiency of yin energy, he suffers from insomnia and extreme internal heat, resulting in a fever that seriously endangers his life. Tang Xian and the old man were slightly taken aback. What the divine Dr. Shui said was similar to what Wu Feng had said earlier, both referring to the old man's poor digestive function. Wu Feng also squinted at this moment. This divine Dr. Shui does have some skill, doesn't he? The next instant, Dr. Shui abruptly changed his tone, pointing at Wu Feng. And you You actually used massage to stimulate the old man, causing his yang energy to surge. This will give him the illusion that he's much better. But this is nothing but a temporary, fleeting illusion. You're simply playing with people's lives." The ward fell silent. Tang Xian and the old man were both utterly astonished. Wu Feng was clearly just a food delivery man. He shouldn't have any reason to harm them, right? Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Wu Feng's lips. "Dr. Xue, after all this explanation, you still don't understand my treatment method. Please take a look at this prescription first." Wu Feng gently walked to Tang Xian and picked up the prescription he had previously written. "I don't need to explain the effects of these various herbs, do I?" Dr. Xue took the prescription with some suspicion and began to read it. Buplurum chinense 30g, prepared licorice root 5g, these herbs are all for clearing internal heat. Continuing on, Kodanosize pilosula 10g, peony bark 6g, these are herbs for balancing yin and yang and nourishing the body. Hiss! Dr. Xue gasped, instantly understanding. Wu Feng wasn't acting recklessly, he was incredibly thorough. First, massage to boost the old man's yang energy, energizing him, a form of psychological therapy. Then, he used heat-clearing herbs to suppress the heat directly. Finally, he regulated the body's yin-yang balance. From psychological to physiological, everything was considered meticulously. This was clearly the work of a master of traditional Chinese medicine. It's hard to imagine. This perfect treatment method came from the hands of a food delivery person. Dr. Xue's expression shifted rapidly, he was no longer calm. Zhou Jian was even more anxious. "Stop your damn whining. You said you cured the old man, so let's go to a big hospital for a checkup. We'll know the results then." Wu Feng shrugged and looked at Tang Xian. "That's fine too. I personally suggest you take the old man to another place for a follow-up examination." Dr. Xue immediately panicked. Zhou Jian, what kind of idea is this? If I really have someone take him to the hospital for a checkup, I'll lose face big time." He quickly made an excuse for himself, saying, "Fine, since you clearly don't trust me, why bother coming here? In that case, go somewhere else." Having said that, he gave Wu Feng a deep look, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Zhou Jian was stunned. What was going on? "Dr. Xue, don't go. Wait for me." Over here, Wu Feng looked at Tang Xian and the old man, smiling faintly. "Remember to take your medicine on time. If you're really worried, it's good to go to the hospital for a checkup, just to be safe." After saying that, he also left. In the room, Tang Xian watched Wu Feng's departing figure, carefully folded the prescription, and put it in her pocket. Chapter 6 Big Brother, Don't Kill Me. After leaving the hospital, Wu Feng ran a few more orders. He glanced at the time, it was already 6 in the afternoon. He hurried home. Home was really just a rented apartment. Located in an older, somewhat rundown area in the east of the city, it was cheap, a 2-bedroom apartment costing only 800 yuan a month. He parked, went upstairs, and opened the door. Rui? Wu Feng called out, but received no response. He smiled helplessly and went straight to the kitchen to busy himself. Wu Rui was currently on vacation. If she wasn't home, she was tutoring other people's children. Other girls who got into prestigious universities would have their parents pay for their holidays, traveling and enjoying themselves with friends. But Wu Rui would do her best to take on part-time jobs to supplement the family income. Thinking of this always warmed Wu Feng's heart. At 7 o'clock sharp, Wu Feng had prepared a table full of simple home-style dishes, but today there was an extra stewed carp. Whoosh! The door opened. "Wow! It smells so good." A girl with a neat ponytail rushed to the table. "Little glutton, wash your hands first." Wu Rui chuckled, ran into the bathroom, and quickly returned. "There's even fish. I love fish the most." Wu Feng looked at Wu Rui with doting eyes. "Try it." Wu Rui happily picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The next moment, her eyes widened. She incredulously picked up another piece of fish. For the next 2 minutes, Wu Rui was completely amazed. She tasted every single dish on the table. A feeling of immense happiness radiated from Wu Rui's face. "Brother, the food is so delicious today." Wu Feng was also overjoyed. "Is it delicious? Don't worry, I'll cook this good food for you every day from now on." "Brother, you're amazing. How did your cooking skills get so good all of a sudden? I think we could open a small restaurant, I guarantee it would be a huge success." Wu Rui said, her cheeks bulging with rice. Wu Feng chuckled and wiped the rice grains from the corner of Wu Rui's mouth. "Open a restaurant? No, my goal is the stars." After finishing her meal, Wu Rui immediately started cleaning up the dirty laundry. Wu Feng watched his little sister pick up his dirty socks and hand wash them in the basin, and a wave of emotion welled up inside him again. He got up and went to the door. Rui, I'm going out now, I'll be back later." "Okay, brother, be careful at night." "Okay, I know." The working hours for a food delivery job are never fixed. Busy during the day, busy at night. After all, there are many other hard-working people in the city who will work until late at night. The city lights were already twinkling. Wu Feng rode his electric bike through the streets and alleys, quickly completing several orders. While waiting for orders, Wu Feng leaned against his bike and opened a bottle of mineral water to quench his thirst. Suddenly, his phone notified him of another order. 1 serving of spicy chicken rice, delivered to the second-hand market. Note: make sure delivery is made by Wu Feng himself, otherwise I won't sign for the order. Wu Feng frowned slightly upon seeing this. The flea market. I don't remember having any regular customers there. Rubbing his face, dispelling his doubts, Wu Feng hopped on the tram. 20 minutes later, Wu Feng appeared on the outskirts of the flea market. This flea market was bustling with people during the day, buying and selling goods in a constant stream. But at night, it became noticeably deserted. Following the order address, Wu Feng quickly found the shop called Li Leata's Flea Market. Standing outside the shop, Wu Feng peered through the window. There were many people inside. "Hello, the delivery is here," Wu Feng called out. A stool moved inside, then the door opened, and a lean man with triangular eyes looked in. "Bring it in. What are you standing there for?" Wu Feng frowned and went inside. He had barely stepped into the house when someone slammed the door shut behind him. Inside, 7 or 8 thugs, looking rather shady, were staring at him with ill intent. "Hello, delivery," Wu Feng said to the burly man with a scarred face in the middle. "Humph. You're Wu Feng, right?" The scarred man spoke coldly. Wu Feng smiled faintly. "Yes, you specifically asked me to deliver, right? So here I am." "Very good." The scarred man slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. "Brothers, hold him down." Instantly, 2 men standing behind Wu Feng lunged at him. Wu Feng's eyes sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, the delivery order flew into the air. Then, he whirled around. Bang! Bang! 2 punches. He struck first, hitting the 2 thugs squarely in the face. Ouch! Ah! The 2 men instantly collapsed to the ground. Now, Wu Feng possessed ancient martial arts swordsmanship, and his physical reflexes were naturally far superior to before. Swordsmanship wasn't just about using a sword. To wield a sword well, one must be incredibly agile. Having inherited the essence of ancient martial arts swordsmanship, Wu Feng could handle these thugs even without a sword. Having dealt with the 2 who attacked first, Wu Feng didn't hold back. He accelerated, turning the tables and lunging at the others. Bang! Bang! Boom! In an instant, tables and chairs overturned, creating chaos. The thugs were all on the ground. Wu Feng stopped, reaching out to catch the falling takeout. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Scarface, clutching a broken beer bottle, was practically terrified and didn't dare make a move. "This is like a movie. This is ridiculous." Wu Feng looked over with a cold smile. "Who ordered you to do this?" Scarface swallowed hard, suddenly snapping out of his daze, and quickly slung the beer bottle behind his back. "And nothing. We mistook you for someone else." "Mistook you for someone else?" Wu Feng chuckled coldly, pulling disposable chopsticks from the takeout box. "Who are you trying to fool?" Wu Feng suddenly shouted, the chopsticks flashing like lightning, slicing through Scarface's face. The next second, Scarface's eyes widened again, staring in shock as his belt was cleanly severed and his pants fell down. "If you don't behave, I'll split your chopsticks in 2. Thump! Scarface's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Big brother, please don't kill me. We were all ordered by Zhou Jian. We were just paid. Please, have mercy on us, just let us go." "Him." Wu Feng frowned. Then, he chuckled and glanced at Scarface, placing the takeout he was carrying on the table. "Why didn't you say this sooner? Do you have to exercise first to have an appetite? Here's your takeout, remember to give me a 5-star review." Chapter 7 Wang Do You. The next day. Phew. Wu Feng stretched, checked the time, 9:15. After washing up, Wu Feng looked at the note left on the table, ate the breakfast Wu Rui had left for him, and smiled faintly. The girl was still worried about him coming home early last night. Last night, after teaching Scarface and his gang a lesson, Wu Feng was worried about Wu Rui's safety, so he left work early. He hadn't explicitly told Wu Rui about it, but with her intelligence, she must have figured something out. "That Zhou Jian, he made me worry all night, what a piece of trash." Wu Feng pursed his lips, quickly finished his steamed bun, picked up his phone, and prepared to start his new day's work. "You have a negative review. Please handle it promptly. What's going on?" Wu Feng had just opened the food delivery app when he saw this notification, and was a little confused. After reading it carefully, Wu Feng almost couldn't help but rush back to old Li's secondhand shop. This negative review was that scarred face guy from last night. "Those bastards. They're such scoundrels." Wu Feng was furious. 1 negative review, and 500 yuan was gone by the end of the month. Right now, he desperately needed the money. Wu Rui was about to start school. Wu Feng held his phone, pondering how to explain this to the company. Suddenly, a voice rang in his mind. You have a new interdimensional delivery order. Please check. Interdimensional delivery. Wu Feng instantly perked up. In the world of Hello Mr. Billionaire, Wang Duyu is frantically trying to figure out how to spend 10 billion yuan in a month to inherit his fortune. Please deliver this chilled mung bean soup as soon as possible. Holy crap! Wu Feng froze on the spot. The world he was going to this time was actually Wang Duyu's world. This guy's a ruthless spendthrift. Wu Feng laughed until his stomach hurt when he saw him in the movie. Now, he could actually see this legendary figure in person. Excitement! The next second, a spatial fluctuation surged, and Wu Feng vanished from his spot. Zihong City. Wu Feng stood at the entrance of this hotel that only existed in movies, gazing at the retro European-style architecture, his heart filled with awe. This was the place he had just teleported to. Being here meant that Wang Duyu's storyline had only progressed to the point where he had just become rich and, with a group of soccer players, had booked this entire hotel. Wu Feng took out a chilled mung bean soup and started to walk inside. Hello sir, this is a members-only place. May I ask if you? At the entrance, a waiter stopped Wu Feng. Wu Feng waved the food in his hand. I'm delivering takeout. Mr. Wang ordered it. The waiter was immediately stunned. Wasn't that nouveau riche CEO Wang who just checked in throwing a party? He's even ordering takeout. What doesn't the hotel have? The minds of the rich are truly incomprehensible. The waiter let him through, and Wu Feng entered the hotel. The interior decor was exactly like in the movies. No, even more shocking than watching a movie, since Wu Feng was actually here now. A burst of noise erupted from inside the hotel. Wu Feng saw the group of guys playing soccer, eating and drinking like crazy, and that goofy coach, live streaming himself devouring a whole pig with just 3 people. Then, Wu Feng saw Wang Duyu sitting alone to the side, his face full of worry. Mr. Wang, your takeout. Wu Feng walked over and said with a smile. Wang Duyu, who was looking troubled, paused for a moment. My takeout? Never mind, just put it here. Wu Feng chuckled and put the takeout down. Judging from Wang Duyu's absent-minded look, he must be worrying about money. Wu Feng chuckled and spoke softly. Tisk tisk, holding a party of this scale at a hotel of this caliber, Mr. Wang is certainly willing to spend money. But it's not all that special. Back when I had lunch with the stock market guru Lafayette, it cost tens of millions. Wang Duyu was immediately drawn in. He stared at Wu Feng with wide, surprised eyes. What did you say? Wu Feng smiled inwardly. He'd taken the bait. He knew very well that the task given by the system was definitely not as simple as delivering takeout. Besides, if he could make Wang Duyu happy, a 5-star review would be a piece of cake. For the lottery points, oops. For better customer service, Wu Feng had every responsibility to help Wang Duyu. Hee, anyone can brag, I've seen this movie countless times. Wu Feng thought with a grin, then looked at Wang Duyu. Oh, I mean, why don't you invite the stock market guru Lafayette, or some socialites to dinner? Wouldn't that be more prestigious? Wang Duyu suddenly stood up, his gaze towards Wu Feng completely changed. Brother, you're amazing. He excitedly punched Wu Feng on the shoulder, then beckoned, and his personal assistant, Xia Zhu, who had been standing to the side, came over. Blind pig, contact the stock market guru Lafayette for me. Tell him I want to invite him to lunch, the price is up to him, the more expensive the better. Xia Zhu, her face full of displeasure, retorted, Wang Duyu. I'm warning you again, my name isn't Blind Pig, it's Xia Zhu. Also, I have an obligation to remind you, at this rate, you'll lose $1 billion in less than 6 months. With that, Xia Zhu stormed off. That woman, quite pretty, just a bad temper, but I like her, hee. Wang Duyu watched Xia Zhu's retreating figure, grinning slyly. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and picked up a bottle of 82 Lafite. Brother, I knew the moment I saw you, you were once a king. Wu Feng smiled faintly. He knew exactly what Wang Duyu wanted to talk about, so he simply offered it to him himself. Exactly. I used to have hundreds of billions in assets, but it was really unpleasant. What's the point of getting up every day from a 100 square meter bed, being waited on by over 200 servants, eating, drinking, and having fun? Later, I got desperate and just spent all my money, going back to my old job delivering takeout. Actually, I feel much more energetic. Wang Duyu's eyes started sparkling as he listened to Wu Feng's boasting. He grabbed Wu Feng's hand, his eyes pleading. To be honest, I also want to experience what it's like to be poor. I currently have $1 billion, and I'm thinking of spending it all in a month, but I really have no idea. Do you have any ideas? Wu Feng stroked his newly sprouted stubble and smiled faintly. Simple. Wang Duyu's spirits immediately lifted, and he couldn't wait to have a rooster brought to draw blood so he could kowtow to Wu Feng and become sworn brothers. Brother, meeting you is truly like meeting a benefactor. As long as you can help me spend this 10 billion, I'll give you a large sum of money. Shaw, you don't like money, right? Then what do you want? Just tell me, and I'll give it to you. Wu Feng chuckled. It's nothing difficult. I'll help you, and you just need to give me a 5-star review. No problem. 10 stars are fine too. Chapter 8 300 billion. Let's not talk about anything else, just tell me about how I used to woo girls. It was the talk of the town. In the hotel, Wang Duyu looked at Wu Feng with shining eyes, his face filled with devout admiration. Girls, you know, they just love vanity and romance. You should buy up all the advertising space in the city and replace it all with pictures of girls. Then hire dozens of jet planes for acrobatic flights, with pink exhaust flames, specially made to form a heart shape. If that's not enough, buy all the fireworks in the city and give her a night as romantic as day. Wang Duyu listened intently, quickly taking notes, more attentive than a child listening to a lecture. Gradually, the group of people eating and drinking around also gathered around, listening to Wu Feng's boasting with shocked expressions. Even Xia Zhu joined in with curiosity. When investing, only pick the ones nobody else invests in, the ones nobody else believes in, invest in them all. Wang Duyu's eyes lit up. Brother, do you have any good projects? Introduce me to one. Wu Feng smiled faintly, speaking seriously. Of course I do, I'm just worried you don't have enough money. Wang Duyu's face flushed with excitement. Brother, that's a really big project. Tell me, I have to invest. Wu Feng smiled mysteriously. There's a solar landing space program online, would you dare invest? What the hell? Everyone around was instantly dumbfounded. Is this crazy? Is he kidding me? Xia Zhu, standing to the side, looked at Wu Feng with utter shock. From the moment Wu Feng started telling Wang Duyu about his spending methods, she had been wondering. Anyone could tell he was bragging, so why was Wang Duyu listening with such interest? At this moment, seeing Wu Feng haphazardly advising Wang Duyu on investing, she couldn't hold back any longer. Sir, could you please have a limit to your jokes? How could my client invest in such a childish project? Landing on the sun? The sun is so hot, how could anyone possibly go up there? Before she finished speaking, Wang Duyu suddenly stood up. Xia Zhu, don't talk nonsense. I think the project Brother Wu mentioned is feasible. Wang Duyu, you. Xia Zhu was furious. She truly couldn't understand, even a nouveau riche wouldn't flaunt their wealth like this. No, this wasn't just flaunting, this was downright idiotic. This is clearly an impossible project. The sun is so hot, how could it be possible? Xia Zhu was at a loss for words. But Wang Duyu looked arrogant, as if he had already seen through everything. It's too hot during the day, we can go at night. It's decided then. Brother Wu, others may laugh at my madness, but I laugh at their ignorance. Come on, let's find a quiet place to continue our conversation. Xia Zhu, remember to get me the project to land on the sun, invest whatever money you want. We're not short of cash. With that, Wang Duyu put his arm around Wu Feng and walked away. Pa, such a show-off. He thinks he's someone now that he has money. The goofy soccer coach spat at Wang Duyu's retreating figure. Then, his expression suddenly changed, and he chased after Wang Duyu, rushing out. Wait a minute, I have a big project too. In an instant, the group of soccer players looked at each other, then rushed out one after another. I have a project too. Me too. Only Xia Zhu remained, bewildered, stomping her foot angrily. What a bunch of oddballs, I'm speechless. An hour later, Wu Feng was hoarse from talking, having recounted all his outlandish ways of spending money. Of course, he also mentioned the weight loss insurance plan. By the end, Wang Duyu looked at Wu Feng as if he had seen a god. He gave Wu Feng a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Brother Wu, you're truly a genius. With these plans of yours, not to mention 10 billion, even 100 billion wouldn't be enough. Wu Feng smiled faintly, and then a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the mission. The time tunnel back to reality will open in 10 seconds. 10. Wu Feng stood up, walked to the side, and waved to Wang Duyu. Remember, be sure to give me a 5-star review. Wang Duyu smiled and nodded. Brother, you're leaving already? I haven't had enough of chatting yet. Talking with you is just too, oh my god. Holy crap, did a god really come to help me? Meanwhile, Wu Feng had already returned to his rented apartment. The system notification arrived immediately. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and receiving a silver gift pack X2. A silver gift pack. Wu Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. The last bronze gift pack yielded such outrageous skills. What would the silver gift pack hold? Activate. Congratulations, host, for helping Wang Duyu complete the weight loss insurance project. You are rewarded with 5 attribute points, which you can freely allocate. Your current attribute points are as follows. Strength 10, Agility 25, Stamina 30, Spirit 20, Charm 10, Luck 50. This is just like allocating attribute points in an online game. Wu Feng was overjoyed. The system listed a high luck attribute. If I max out my luck, won't I get the best items every time? Wu Feng didn't hesitate to add 5 points to luck, instantly raising his luck attribute to 55. Continue. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Wang Duyu's 30 billion. Holy crap. A surge of elation instantly enveloped Wu Feng. He's rich. Host, 30 billion has been deposited into your Swiss bank account. The system has automatically issued you a Global Supreme Black card. Wu Feng stared at the new black bank card in the system's inventory, so excited he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. So much money all at once, how am I supposed to spend it? Wu Feng had a headache. Just then, another system notification came. Received a 5-star review from Wang Duyu, gaining 5 lottery points. Host can go to the lottery interface to participate in the lottery. It arrived so quickly? Wu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he understood. The system had said that the time difference between the other world and reality was 1 day in the other world, 1 second in reality. He had been back in reality for a while now. Wang Duyu must have already spent the billion and successfully inherited the fortune. Wu Feng opened the lottery interface, where a spinning wheel appeared. Excellent. System, start the lottery. He was currently experiencing a stroke of good luck. What would he get? After a spin, the wheel stopped. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-level investment. Ha! Wu Feng looked at the system notification, somewhat confused. Then, a fluctuation appeared in his mind, and a message appeared. God-level investment, special skill, upgradable. This skill allows the host to profit from any investment project. Currently at level 1, the profit margin is 200% of the investment amount. Wow! Wu Feng was practically floating on air. This skill was simply too exciting. Profitable from any investment. That meant that even if Wu Feng bought a stock that was about to crash, he would still get a return. He didn't have to worry about losing money at all. This skill is so damn awesome. I was just wondering how to spend my 30 billion. System, oh system, I absolutely love you. Chapter 9, A Billionaire. Several minutes passed before Wu Feng calmed his excitement. With these 30 billion, plus his numerous extraordinary abilities, Wu Feng could easily quit his job, invest, and start his own company. But he didn't think that way. He was determined to become the strongest deliveryman in all realms. Glancing at the time, it was time to go to the company. The previous negative reviews had to be thoroughly resolved. Wu Feng would not allow any negative reviews to damage his reputation as the strongest deliveryman in all realms. Riding his electric scooter, Wu Feng quickly arrived at the company entrance. Tuan Mi Delivery. The company wasn't large, only holding a 15% market share in Luokang's delivery industry. On the way, he greeted a few familiar colleagues with smiles, then went straight to his boss, Manager Chen's, office door. Knock knock knock. Come in. Wu Feng pushed open the door and went in, looking at Manager Chen behind his desk. Manager Chen, whose full name is Chen Xin, is a sycophantic and domineering man, especially harsh on lower-level delivery workers. Wu Feng had argued with him twice, so Chen Xin was particularly wary of him. One reason Wu Feng wanted to resolve the negative review issue quickly was to prevent Chen Xin from making things difficult for him. It's Wu Feng. Manager Chen's face darkened when he saw Wu Feng. Perfect timing. You received a negative review yesterday. Pay the fine, 500 yuan. Wu Feng frowned. He hadn't even said anything yet, and he was already being asked to pay a fine? Manager Chen, I was just about to explain to you what happened yesterday. Before Wu Feng could finish speaking, Manager Chen waved his hand to interrupt him, coldly saying, "Stop with the nonsense. The negative review is a fact, the customer is king. You made a mistake, you have to admit it. 500 yuan. Cash." Wu Feng immediately understood. This Manager Chen is clearly trying to rip him off. Normally, even with a bad review, the 500 yuan should be deducted from his end-of-month salary. But now, Manager Chen is demanding cash. Seeing Wu Feng standing there motionless, Manager Chen slammed his hand on the table. What are you waiting for? Pay up. If you don't pay, get out of here. Don't get in my way. I still have work to do. Damn it. Wu Feng was completely enraged. If they don't want him to work here, they should just say so. They're threatening him with money, thinking he can't come up with 500 yuan. Besides, Wu Feng absolutely refused to pay. Manager Chen, I don't have any cash on me. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Manager Chen gave a cold laugh. You poor bastard. If you can't come up with 500 yuan, then you're fired. Get out. With that, Manager Chen waved Wu Feng away impatiently. I don't have cash, but I have a card. Wu Feng said with a faint smile, pulling out his Supreme Black card and handing it over. Manager Chen's eyes widened instantly, and he took it in disbelief. He had certainly heard of this black card. It was labeled a Swiss Bank Supreme Black card. But wasn't this card supposed to require at least 8 million yuan, and only in US dollars, to open an account? Manager Chen then burst out laughing. Wu Feng, are you kidding me? Who are you trying to fool with a fake card? Wu Feng shrugged and smiled faintly. Can't you tell if the card is fake or not? Manager Chen paused, then examined the black card in his hand more closely. The feel, the material, if it's fake, it's incredibly realistic. He scoffed coldly. Even if the card is real, do you even deserve to own it? Tell me, did you find it or steal it? Heh, Wu Feng chuckled. Indeed, never try to wake someone who's already talking nonsense. Manager Chen, why don't you just swipe it and see if it's mine? I remember you have a card reader in your office. Manager Chen looked coldly at Wu Feng and waved the black card. Fine, Wu Feng, you wait, I'll swipe it now. And let me tell you, if this card isn't yours, not only will you be fired immediately, but I'll also call the police and have you arrested. Humph. With that, Manager Chen sneered as he picked up the black card and placed it on the card reader. After setting the deduction amount to 500, Manager Chen looked up and asked, "Password?" Wu Feng shrugged and chuckled. My black card doesn't require a password for daily spending under 100,000. Having a password for such a small amount is too much trouble. Manager Chen's mouth twisted in anger. What the hell are you pretending for? 100,000 a day and you call that small change? I'll expose you right now. Manager Chen angrily pressed the confirmation button. Deduction successful. Card balance, 299,999,995,000. Print receipt? Manager Chen was stunned. Completely stunned. His mouth gaped open wide enough to fit 10 eggs. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He slapped himself hard across the face. The burning sensation on his face told him, this isn't a dream. This is reality. The reality is that Wu Feng, the deliveryman he so utterly looked down upon, is actually a billionaire. And he's so young. This is simply impossible. Manager Chen stared at Wu Feng with a look of utter disbelief. No, this can't be. Wu Feng smiled faintly. Think the card isn't mine? Then print the receipt, it will show the username. Manager Chen instinctively pressed the print button. He desperately wanted to expose Wu Feng. He couldn't accept this reality. However, when the receipt came out, reality slapped him hard once again. The username displayed on the receipt was indeed Wu Feng. Manager Chen instantly went limp, collapsing back in his chair. He felt all his strength drain away. His soul had left him. Wu Feng walked over with a faint smile and put away the black card. Manager Chen, the fine's paid, I'm off to work. Manager Chen suddenly realized what was happening and jumped up from his seat. He strode over to Wu Feng, bowed, and extended his hand, his face full of obsequiousness. Brother Wu, I was just joking with you earlier. Please forgive me. Wu Feng's lips twitched slightly. He didn't shake hands, but instead patted Manager Chen on the shoulder speechlessly. Manager Chen, you're really something else. Manager Chen's face immediately lit up with a grin. Brother Wu, your praise is an honor. Be nicer to us delivery drivers from now on. Don't go looking for trouble all the time. Manager Chen bowed and scraped, repeatedly saying, understood, understood. Don't worry, Brother Wu, I promise it won't happen again. Wu Feng nodded and was about to leave. Brother Wu, wait a minute. Manager Chen called after Wu Feng, his face full of doubt and caution. Brother Wu, with your wealth, why bother with errands and delivery? I mean, how about I give you a less demanding office job? Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile, his tone nonchalant. I just want to be a low-key deliveryman. Don't tell anyone about this. Yes, I understand, Brother Wu. Watching Wu Feng's departing figure, Manager Chen wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. He suddenly felt that this figure was so tall, so imposing, and unfathomable. What are your thoughts on Chapter 10? Leaving the company, Wu Feng felt incredibly relaxed. The feeling of having money was simply amazing. However, Wu Feng also deeply understood. Being low-key is the most impressive way to show off. He composed himself, hopped on his electric scooter, and resumed his glorious food delivery career. A few hours later, Wu Feng was about to take a break. Ring ring. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Mr. Wu Feng? It was a woman's voice, somewhat familiar, but with an inquiring tone. Yes, this is. Who is this? Mr. Wu. This is Tang Xian. The other party immediately brightened up. Mr. Wu, my grandfather would like to express his sincere gratitude for what happened last time, but he has difficulty moving around. Could you please come to my house? Wu Feng smiled faintly, thought for a moment, and said, sure, I was just thinking of checking on my grandfather's recovery. Send me the location, and I'll be there in a bit. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. An hour later, Shanshui, one of the most upscale residential areas in Luokang City, where apartments cost 60,000 to 70,000 yuan per square meter. Those who can afford to live in Shanshui woman are definitely not ordinary families. President Tang, I've arrived. Okay, Mr. Wu, please wait a moment, I'll come to pick you up right away. Hanging up the phone, Wu Feng walked towards the door. What are you doing? Stop! A cold voice rang out. A man in a security guard uniform, with a plastic baton at his waist, walked over warily. I'm looking for someone. Wu Feng smiled faintly. The security guard sized Wu Feng up and down, a look of disdain in his eyes. He pointed to the sign on the door of the security booth behind him. Didn't you see the sign on the wall? Delivery drivers are not allowed. Wu Feng looked up and his brows furrowed slightly. Because of his job, he was naturally wearing a yellow uniform, and the guard obviously assumed he was there to deliver food. You misunderstood me. I'm not here to deliver food. I'm looking for Tang Xian. We have an appointment. Wu Feng explained with a smile. Tang Xian? The security guard paused slightly. The name sounded familiar. Suddenly, the guard remembered. Wasn't that the CEO of Huanke Fashion, one of Luokang's top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs, a well-known figure in the neighborhood? The guard glanced at Wu Feng again, his disdain deepening. Humph, he snorted coldly. You're just a lowly delivery guy, trying to find someone like General Manager Tang. Does he even know you? Don't make trouble for yourself here, get out of here. I've already called, he'll be here in a bit. Wu Feng quickly added. What the hell do you think I believe? Let's go, let's go. The security guards started preparing to kick them out. A BMW pulled up at the entrance just then. A man leaned out of the car window, and upon seeing Wu Feng standing at the door, his expression froze. Wu Feng. The driver was Zhou Jian. There was another person in the car, Dr. Shui. Last time at the Xinglan Medical Clinic, Wu Feng's appearance had ruined Zhou Jian's plans. Afterwards, he investigated Wu Feng's background and sought revenge on Scarface. But later, Scarface didn't reply at all, and when he called his cell phone, the number was disconnected. This left Zhou Jian somewhat puzzled, but he didn't take it too seriously. He assumed Wu Feng had already been taught a lesson. But now, Wu Feng was completely unharmed. That damned scarred face. He took my money and didn't do anything. Humph. Zhou Jian snorted coldly, opened the car door, and got out. What's going on? The security guard at the gate, seeing it was Zhou Jian, immediately put on a smiling face. This wasn't Zhou Jian's first time here, and the guard knew that Zhou Jian was pursuing Tang Xian. Young Master Zhou, you've come at the right time. This delivery guy is shamelessly insisting on coming in, saying that President Tang arranged it with him. Zhou Jian frowned immediately. Tang Xian arranged it? That damned Wu Feng. He's a real troublemaker. Because of what happened last time, Zhou Jian understood that his plan to use underhanded tactics with Dr. Shui to harm old Master Tang was doomed to fail. This time, he brought Dr. Shui with him, intending to genuinely treat the old man. He firmly believed that with Dr. Shui's skills, and with a few kind words, he could definitely regain the old man's trust. But unexpectedly, he ran into Wu Feng here again. Zhou Jian sneered, not even glancing at Wu Feng. You made an appointment with Tang Xian? Ridiculous. These days, anyone can claim to be human. Just kick this kind of person out, why waste words with him? Upon hearing Zhou Jian's words, the security guard immediately drew his plastic baton and pointed it at Wu Feng. Did you hear that? Get out of here. Or I won't be polite. Wu Feng smiled coldly, looking at Zhou Jian. Pretending to be quite convincing, Scarface didn't go back to you, did he? Zhou Jian was instantly shocked. What did this mean? Could it be that Scarface failed in his mission, and told Wu Feng everything? That's impossible. Zhou Jian hesitated, feigning composure. What did you say? I don't understand. Security, why aren't you kicking this guy out? What are you doing? The security guard's expression tightened. Zhou Jian's family had considerable influence, although he didn't live in Shanshui woman, his words carried weight. Immediately, the security guard walked towards Wu Feng, ready to take action. What are you doing? Another voice came from the entrance of the complex. Hearing this voice, Zhou Jian froze, then strode over. Xianer, it's nothing, just a delivery guy who insisted on barging in. Tang Xian didn't even glance at him, going straight to Wu Feng. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry. Tang Xian then looked at the security guard. This Mr. Wu is a distinguished guest I invited. Who gave you the audacity to treat Mr. Wu like this? Tang Xian's tone was stern, clearly indicating she was determined to get to the bottom of this. The security guard was completely dumbfounded. Tang Xian was very familiar with the property management and developers of Shanshui woman. She could decide his fate with a single word. Ah, Mr. Tang, I didn't know you were my esteemed guest. I thought it was just a delivery person, and... The security guard spoke, his eyes glancing at Zhou Jian, his meaning clear. He hoped Zhou Jian would speak on his behalf. At this moment, Zhou Jian's face was also ashen. When Tang Xian came out just now, she didn't even give him a second glance. Instead, they went straight to Wu Feng. "You filthy idiot. It's all because of you, Xianer. You wait, I'll definitely find a chance to get rid of you." Zhou Jian thought viciously, coughing twice. "Xianer, forget it. I specially brought Dr. Shui today, seeing the old man is more important." Tang Xian glanced at Zhou Jian. She knew perfectly well that Zhou Jian was behind this. Tang Xian then looked at Wu Feng. "Mr. Wu, what do you think?" Chapter 11A Contest? In an instant, the decision-making power shifted back to Wu Feng. Zhou Jian, standing to the side, was furious, practically exploding with rage. He, the eldest son of the prestigious Zhou family, a well-known rich second generation in Luo City, had never suffered such humiliation. Moreover, he'd lost twice to the same person. Even more crucially, this person was just a food deliveryman. Wu Feng smiled faintly, glancing at Zhou Jian. "President Tang, the old man's sake is more important. I won't stoop to the level of such a petty person." Tang Xian's lips curled into a meaningful smile, and she nodded. "That's right, let's go then." With that, she led the way, guiding Wu Feng inside. The security guard, barely escaping death, wiped away his cold sweat, glanced at the departing two, then turned his gaze to Zhou Jian, and was immediately startled. Zhou Jian's face was now even more ashen, as if he'd been poisoned. "Young Master Zhou? Get lost." Zhou Jian coldly uttered a single word, then, accompanied by Dr. Shui, followed angrily. The security guard stood frozen in place, only recovering after a long while. "Damn it! Wasn't it you who encouraged me? Now you're taking your anger out on me after getting humiliated. Look at you!" Along the way, Zhou Jian tried to strike up a conversation with Tang Xian several times, but she ignored him with a cold face. This fueled Zhou Jian's resentment, and his gaze towards Wu Feng practically spit fire. Soon, they arrived at Tang Xian's house. It was a detached two-story villa, with many flowers and plants in the yard, and even a swimming pool. Upon entering the house, Wu Feng secretly glanced at the interior decoration. "Mr. Wu, is the house decorated quite nicely?" Tang Xian noticed Wu Feng's gaze and asked with a smile. Wu Feng nodded. "It's not bad. Ms. Tang, could you give me the renovation team's phone number later? I'll contact them another day." Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, then gently covered her mouth and smiled. She didn't hire any renovation team for this house. The entire renovation was designed by herself, and the construction team was one of the top in the country. However, since Wu Feng had said so, she naturally wouldn't explain anything, and simply nodded. "Okay, no problem." Zhou Jian, standing to the side, sneered coldly, his face showing disdain. "Tch. What a big shot. Does a stinky delivery guy's house deserve this kind of renovation?" "Ahem." A soft cough suddenly came from the stairwell. Tang Xian's expression changed, and she quickly went over. "Grandpa, I was just about to take Mr. Wu upstairs, why did you come down?" The old man leaned on his cane, his complexion noticeably better, but he was still quite weak, walking with a slight tremor. He smiled happily upon seeing Wu Feng. "Mr. Wu, it's truly due to my poor health that I've taken the liberty of inviting you to my home. Please forgive me." Wu Feng waved his hand and smiled. "Grandpa, please don't say that. It's my honor to be invited to your home." "Haha, Mr. Wu, you're too kind." The old man smiled, noticing Zhou Jian and Dr. Shui behind him, and nodded slightly as a greeting. After everyone sat down, the old man smiled at Wu Feng. "Mr. Wu, did you truly learn all your medical skills by reading books on your own?" Wu Feng smiled and nodded. "Yes, I enjoy reading. The more I read, the more I remember." "Very good. Young people, reading extensively and traveling widely is the right path." The old man nodded in approval. On the other side, Dr. Shui coldly snorted. "You learned this from books? That's laughable. Since when can a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner be trained so easily?" Wu Feng frowned slightly, then turned and smiled. "Dr. Shui, I never said I was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." "You'd like to say that. Do you dare? Do you have the ability?" Dr. Shui sneered. "Self-taught, my foot. Where's your medical license? You don't have one, do you?" Wu Feng grew impatient and replied calmly, "As long as I can cure the old man's illness, what does it have to do with whether I have a medical license or not? You make it sound so easy." Dr. Shui looked at him with a cold smile. "You were lucky enough to cure the old man's illness this time, but what about next time? With your amateurish methods, if something goes wrong, it'll ruin the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. Someone like you should be arrested by the police, to prevent you from harming others in the future." The tension instantly escalated. "Ahem." The old man coughed lightly twice, looking at Dr. Shui. "I, Tang Yuan, have lived to this age. I still have the ability to judge people. I'm quite at ease entrusting my illness to Xiao Wu. So, Dr. Shui, please don't say anything more." Dr. Shui was immediately somewhat embarrassed. "Old master." Zhou Jian, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward and said, "Grandpa Tang, Dr. Shui is only concerned for your safety. Someone like Wu Feng, a half-baked quack doctor, is really unreliable. Wu Feng was furious. Zhou Jian and Dr. Shui were clearly targeting him. He couldn't keep coming to see old Master Tang all the time. If he didn't shut them up, these two might do something else behind his back. Dr. Shui, in the end, you still don't believe in my medical skills. Dr. Shui's face darkened. That's right. I don't believe you. I even suspect your motives for approaching old Master Tang. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present subtly changed. Wu Feng smiled faintly. Since that's the case, why don't you draw up a line, and we'll have a contest? Dr. Shui's face lit up with joy, and he jumped to his feet. All right. He was just pondering how to teach Wu Feng a lesson when the other party actually spoke up. After a moment's thought, Dr. Shui looked at Wu Feng and sneered, since you've brought it up, I won't waste time with you. Tomorrow, my Xinglan Medical Clinic will be holding a large-scale free clinic. We can then have a competition, so don't miss it. A free clinic? Wu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. At this moment, Tang Xian, who had been silent all along, changed her expression slightly and was about to step forward. A hand gently tugged at her sleeve. Tang Xian looked down, frowning in confusion. Grandpa. Tang Yuan gently shook his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Wu Feng, at this moment, had already nodded in agreement. He proposed the competition. Where it was held was completely irrelevant. All right. Tomorrow then. Dr. Shui, what if you lose? Dr. Shui immediately burst into laughter. I'll lose? Ha ha. If I lose, I'll apologize to you publicly and admit your superior medical skills. How about that? Wu Feng smiled faintly and nodded. Okay. And what if you lose? Dr. Shui immediately countered. Before Wu Feng could speak, Zhou Jian impatiently interjected. Wu Feng, if you lose, you'd better get lost. And you're never allowed to impersonate a traditional Chinese medicine doctor again, do you dare? Wu Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Okay. Chapter 12 Free Clinic. Seeing Wu Feng nod in agreement, Dr. Shui's face revealed a smug smile. He had no desire to stay for dinner and bowed to take his leave. Zhou Jian, using the excuse of seeing Dr. Shui off, also left. 2 hours later, Tang Xian escorted Wu Feng to the entrance of the residential area, watching him get on his electric scooter, her expression hesitant and unspeakable. Wu Feng, on the other hand, looked relaxed and indifferent. He didn't take the competition to heart at all. If his medical skills, capable of producing even an elixir of immortality, couldn't surpass those of Dr. Shui and his gang, then it shouldn't be called divine medicine, it would be more like quack medicine. What he was more anxious about now was that, although the meal was quite lavish, it had taken far too long, and he had taken at least several fewer orders than usual. Mr. Tang, I'll be going now. If anything happens to the old man, just call me. Okay, all right. Tang Xian snapped out of her reverie, watching Wu Feng leave, and muttered softly, betting on medical skills, you really need to be careful. Turning back home, Tang Xian went straight upstairs to find Tang Yuan. Grandpa, why did you suddenly interrupt me? The free clinic at Xinglan Medical Clinic had all the participating TCM doctors who were friends of Dr. Shui. Sending Wu Feng alone, wasn't that? Tang Yuan looked up, a sly smile playing on his lips, interrupting Tang Xian. Xianer, why are you so worried about Xiao Wu? Tang Xian's face froze instantly, and she quickly explained, I just felt that since Wu Feng treated you, we should remind him. Tang Yuan smiled faintly, his gaze deep, and said, remember when I asked you to investigate Xiao Wu's background? Tang Xian nodded. She had been working on this ever since leaving Xinglan Medical Clinic. In fact, even if the old man hadn't given the order, she would have investigated on her own. After all, it was indeed strange that a deliveryman could cure the old man's illness so easily. The results show that Xiao Wu grew up in an orphanage. Xianer, don't you find that strange? A young man who makes a living delivering food also has to take care of a younger sister. He shouldn't have had much time to study. As for his claim that he learned medical skills from books, that's unbelievable. I now think he might have some expert guiding him. Tang Xian instantly understood. So Grandpa, you want to see how he performs tomorrow? You guessed right. Tang Yuan nodded with a smile. If he really wins the bet, that's enough to prove he has a master behind him, and we should definitely befriend him. Tang Xian frowned slightly. She subconsciously felt that doing this was a bit inappropriate, but it was the old man's decision, and she couldn't object immediately. She could only secretly hope that Wu Feng would be all right. What Tang Yuan didn't know was that Wu Feng did indeed have a powerful backer, but this backer came from the Qin dynasty, over 2,000 years ago. Meanwhile, after leaving the Shanshui Huamen Gate, Wu Feng resumed his food delivery business. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Feng returned to his rented apartment on time, humming a little tune as he began preparing dinner for Wu Rui. When Wu Rui returned home, she immediately took a sniff as she entered. It smells so good. Wu Feng poked his head out from the kitchen. You're back? Wash your hands, let's eat. At the dinner table, Wu Rui ate her food with her cheeks bulging, praising Wu Feng's cooking skills highly. Wu Feng looked at Wu Rui and chuckled. Rui, school's about to start, want to go somewhere fun? I'll pay for it. No, I still have a few tutoring jobs waiting for me, I'm not going out. Wu Feng smiled mysteriously. Don't bother with the tutoring, we don't need those few $100, I've got money. Wu Rui put down her chopsticks, immediately becoming wary. Brother, you haven't done anything bad, have you? Puffed. Wu Feng nearly choked on his tea, tapping Wu Rui on the forehead. What are you thinking? I got a raise. Wu Rui sighed. That's good, you scared me to death. Brother, how much did you get? A lot, you can't imagine. 1,000? Guess again. 2,000? No, don't guess anymore. Anyway, you won't have to work so hard anymore, I'm capable of taking care of you. Wu Feng smiled, ending the conversation. As for his $30 billion fortune, Wu Feng thought he'd take it slow. If he told Wu Rui directly, this girl might immediately drag him to the police station. The next day, as soon as the alarm rang, Wu Feng jumped out of bed and rushed into the bathroom. A few minutes later, dressed in a yellow robe and wearing a safety helmet, Wu Feng glanced at himself in the mirror. Awesome! After going downstairs, he hopped on his electric scooter. He didn't go to the company. Even if he didn't go, Manager Chen wouldn't dare do anything. He had something important to do today. Zinglin Medical Clinic, let's go! Meanwhile, at Zinglin Medical Clinic, a large banner hung at the entrance, the 5th Zinglin Medical Clinic free clinic. It was already past 9 o'clock, and a long queue had already formed at the entrance. Inside the clinic, Dr. Xue and several other attending TCM doctors were sitting together drinking tea. Old Xue, I must say, your free clinic is really booming, getting better every year, one of the TCM doctors said with a smile. Dr. Xue smiled slightly. His free clinic, nominally free, only waived the expert fees and consultation fees. The cost of the medicine would still be charged. Moreover, thanks to the prescription specially written by several experts, a condition that might have been cured in 3 courses of treatment now requires 6. Naturally, the profits will double again. I'll have to rely heavily on everyone's support. Don't worry, I'll definitely distribute the remaining balance to everyone at the end of the month. Haha, that's right. We've been cooperating for so many years, what's there to worry about? The group laughed heartily. But Dr. Xue changed the subject. Everyone, regarding what I discussed with you yesterday, I'll need your help today. The TCM doctor who had spoken earlier waved his hand dismissively, saying, Old Xue, you're putting too much importance on that kid. Yes, Dr. Xue, it's good that kid doesn't dare to come today. If he really did, he'd be asking for trouble. Dr. Xue smiled, quite satisfied with the situation. After rushing back to the clinic yesterday, he spoke with the experts present. Naturally, everyone was furious that someone had provoked their group. At the same time, they were filled with deep disdain. As the saying goes, every profession is like a mountain to climb. How dare a lowly food delivery guy provoke them? Wasn't that just courting death? Just then, Zhou Jian walked in with a broad smile. Dr. Xue. Everyone, I've arrived. Chapter 13 Big Star. Those present stood up to greet Zhou Jian, who then smiled mysteriously at them. I have good news for you all. I've contacted some media friends, and today's free clinic will be broadcast live. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. This meant Zhou Jian was giving their free clinic free publicity. Although their free clinic was already very popular, media coverage would be the icing on the cake. It might even double their income. Dr. Xue, however, was even more excited. Compared to income, he was more concerned that today's live broadcast would thoroughly infamous Wu Feng, who dared to provoke them. Thinking this, Dr. Xue looked at Zhou Jian, both of them wearing smug expressions. At this moment, the line outside the clinic had grown to over 200 people. On one side of the crowd, Tang Xian, wearing large-framed sunglasses, had arrived early. She had come specifically to see Wu Feng. However, seeing that Dr. Xue and the others had already come out and the free clinic was about to begin, Wu Feng still hadn't appeared. Tang Xian was conflicted. She hoped Wu Feng would appear and defeat Dr. Xue, but at the same time, she worried that if he arrived, he would be targeted by everyone. Dr. Xue glanced at the time, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Let's begin. That kid probably won't dare to come. Haha, I knew this would happen. Never mind him, let's begin. Everyone took their seats, and the patients waiting in line immediately began to push forward. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose from the back of the crowd. Make way! Make way! As the crowd moved, a person riding an electric scooter, wearing a yellow uniform, appeared. Wu Feng! Humph! You actually came! Dr. Xue looked at Wu Feng and sneered. The crowd around him also looked at him with cold smiles. Wu Feng finally squeezed to the front of the crowd, grinning. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. It was a bit of traffic, you idiot, you're riding an electric scooter. Dr. Shui sneered, too lazy to waste words with Wu Feng. In his eyes, getting things started as soon as possible and making Wu Feng utterly humiliated was the real priority. Wu Feng, stop talking nonsense, how about it? Dare to come up and compete with me. Wu Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, immediately noticing Tang Xian at the back, and he smiled faintly. Sure, you tell me how you want to compete. Humph. Seeing Wu Feng's nonchalant attitude, Dr. Shui became even angrier. He suppressed his anger and sneered. How else can we compete? There are so many patients in front of us. Let's choose one together, prescribe a treatment, and then have all the experts here judge it. How about that? Okay. Wu Feng smiled faintly and nodded in acceptance. Dr. Shui's lips curled into a sinister smile, and he immediately began searching for a suitable patient. Just then, a commotion arose again from the back of the crowd. Immediately afterward, a woman in a long black trench coat, with a stunning figure and appearance, walked through the crowd towards them. Behind her followed a man dressed as an agent. Wow! She's Li Miao, the host of the Starry Night program? My god, why is she here too? She's even prettier in person than on TV. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized the woman. At this moment, Li Miao had already reached Wu Feng and the others. Wu Feng was also somewhat stunned. Li Miao was a wildly popular host. Her popularity wasn't limited to Luo City. Her Starry Night program had very high ratings nationwide. More importantly, Li Miao, as the host of such a popular program, publicly claimed to be only 25 years old. The sudden appearance of such a young, beautiful, and talented woman was like the explosive arrival of a top-tier celebrity. Dr. Shui was equally stunned. He paused, then turned to look at Zhou Jian. Young Master Zhou, why did you invite her here too? Zhou Jian, whose eyes were shining, was taken aback by Dr. Shui's question. No, the media friends I invited are all over there. I didn't invite her. You didn't invite her? Now, not only Dr. Shui, but all the surrounding experts were stunned. At this moment, Li Miao's agent stepped forward. Which one of you is Dr. Shui? Dr. Shui immediately greeted him with a smile. That's me. And you all are? The agent gestured for Dr. Shui to come closer and whispered a few words in his ear. Dr. Shui's expression turned strange, then he smiled faintly. I see. It's all right. After I examine the patient, I'll know everything. With that, Dr. Shui gestured for Li Miao to sit down in front of him, and he immediately began to take Li Miao's pulse. Seeing this, everyone around, including Wu Feng, understood that Li Miao had also come for a medical consultation. Instantly, those around them had even greater faith in Dr. Shui and his Xinglan medical clinic. After all, having such a big star come was, in a sense, free advertising. Wu Feng, however, focused all his attention on Li Miao. From his perspective, Li Miao's face, beneath her light makeup, was undeniably exquisite, but her expression carried a hint of worry. This was completely different from Tang Xian. Tang Xian possessed a haughty, aloof CEO-like demeanor. Ordinary people probably wouldn't even dare to speak to her. Li Miao, on the other hand, perhaps because the host was naturally quite talkative, seemed much more approachable. After a moment, Dr. Shui withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping over Li Miao's neck for a few moments before he chuckled softly. How is she? The agent quickly asked. Dr. Shui smiled slightly. It's not a big problem. I'll prescribe some medicine, and it'll be resolved in less than 3 days. Upon hearing Dr. Shui's words, the manager and Li Miao's expressions changed simultaneously. Li Miao looked anxiously at the manager, opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The agent quickly gestured for Li Miao to calm down, then leaned closer to Dr. Shui again. Dr. Shui, 3 days won't do. Li Miao has an important hosting event tomorrow. If she can't attend, it will be a huge loss. Dr. Shui frowned immediately, somewhat displeased. 3 days is already the best outcome I could hope for. To be frank, if it weren't for my exceptional medical skills, and if you tried to treat someone else, it would probably take at least a week. Li Miao was so anxious she almost cried. The event she was attending tomorrow was crucial to her securing her position as a top-tier host in the country. If she couldn't attend, the loss would be far more than just money. It was her future. Her agent was also anxious, shaking his head repeatedly. Dr. Shui, please think of a way, no matter what. We've been to several hospitals. We'll pay any price as long as you can cure her quickly. Chapter 14, 10 minutes is enough. This isn't about money. Treatment takes time. Sigh, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Dr. Shui waved his hand, then insisted, let me put it this way, even if I increase the dosage, it will take at least 2 days. Any faster, and I can't guarantee there won't be any problems. Hearing Dr. Shui's words, the manager and Li Miao's faces darkened. Just then, a voice came from the side. How about I take a look? It was Wu Feng. He had heard everything Dr. Shui and the other person had said. Even though Wu Feng hadn't treated Li Miao yet, he could guess what was going on. You. Seeing Wu Feng interrupt, Dr. Shui immediately exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Stop interfering. Even I can't do anything about this. Who do you think you are? And this is? The manager looked at Wu Feng with suspicion. Dr. Shui waved his hand dismissively. Ignore him, he's just a delivery guy. What are you pretending for? Wu Feng smiled faintly. If I'm not mistaken, this lady has lost her voice, right? At this, Li Miao and her agent looked over in surprise. Dr. Shui's expression changed slightly, and he snapped, Wu Feng, I'm warning you, you're just a half-baked doctor without a license. Don't try to fool people with your tricks. Believe me, I'll call the police right now. Other TCM experts nearby immediately stepped forward. That's right. We brought you here for a free clinic, and you actually think you're a TCM doctor. Do you even have the qualifications? Go cool off somewhere else. Dr. Shui has already examined you, what else can you possibly do? A group of people pointed and whispered about Wu Feng, but he remained completely unconcerned, simply smiling faintly at Li Miao and her agent. If it's just a loss of voice, it's not that difficult to treat. I'm confident I can cure it in a day. What? Hearing Wu Feng's words, both the agent and Li Miao were overjoyed. Cure it in a day. Based on a 24-hour cycle, that means Li Miao will regain her voice by this time tomorrow. Her important event is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Although this will delay her by more than an hour, it's entirely manageable by adjusting her appearance order. This is better than not being able to attend the event at all. Immediately, the agent looked at Wu Feng eagerly. Are you serious? Wu Feng chuckled. I'll only know the specifics after I've examined the patient. The agent realized what he meant and, ignoring the ashen faces of Dr. Shui and the other TCM experts, immediately beckoned to Wu Feng. Young man, please take a look quickly. As long as you can cure it, I'll pay any price. Wu Feng walked over cheerfully. At this moment, Dr. Shui was burning with anger. He lowered his voice and said coldly, Wu Feng, have you thought this through? Are you sure you want to treat him? Wu Feng replied calmly, what? Are you scared? Humph. Dr. Shui snorted coldly, then I'll see how you perform. If you can't cure him, then you can just wait to die. Wu Feng smiled faintly, completely unconcerned, and sat down to take Li Miao's pulse. Dr. Shui took 2 steps back and leaned closer to Zhou Jian. Young Master Zhou, where are your media friends? Zhou Jian sneered and pointed around. Don't worry, Dr. Shui, they're already filming. Dr. Shui nodded. This kid is arrogant. We must film the whole thing. Let's see how he tries to cover it up later. Zhou Jian was also smug. He's delivered himself to our doorstep. This time, I'll make sure the media coverage is extensive, making him completely infamous. Humph. Meanwhile, Wu Feng continued taking Li Miao's pulse, his expression remaining calm and composed. Tang Xian, however, was extremely anxious. She clearly saw Dr. Shui and Zhou Jian whispering to each other. Connecting this to the media secretly filming around them, Tang Xian could easily imagine the heavy losses Wu Feng would suffer if he failed to achieve his desired effect. What's going on? Do you really think you're a miracle doctor? Can you stop pushing yourself so hard? After a moment, under everyone's gaze, Wu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Then, he withdrew his hand and stood up. Sigh, it seems what I said before was indeed a miscalculation. Upon hearing this, the manager and Li Miao both froze. The miracle doctor Shui burst into laughter. Wu Feng, you know you're wrong? Let me tell you, Li Miao's condition is caused by anxiety and anger, leading to liver fire and resulting in loss of voice. Even with strong medicine, this kind of condition requires at least 2 days to treat. You just dared to say it would only take 1 day. You think you're a miracle doctor. Wu Feng, someone like you is simply a disgrace to the world of traditional Chinese medicine. No, you're not even a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. You're a complete fraud. I will definitely pursue this matter to the end. The miracle doctor Shui was agitated, looking smug, his tone aggressive. Zhou Jian and the other traditional Chinese medicine experts standing to the side were also beaming with smugness, their expressions filled with disdain as if they wished Wu Feng would disappear from their sight immediately. Wu Feng, however, simply smiled coldly. He shrugged, his expression relaxed and indifferent. Dr. Shui, are you finished? Then I'll begin. Ahem. Wu Feng cleared his throat. I was truly wrong. I thought Li Miao's condition would require a day of treatment, but after examining him just now, I realized it wouldn't need a whole day at all. 10 minutes would be enough. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, completely unable to believe their ears. It took Dr. Shui a while to recover his senses. He burst into laughter. Wu Feng, are you out of your mind? 10 minutes? Come on, treat me right now, I'll time you. If you can cure me in 10 minutes, I'll kneel down right now and call you a miracle doctor. The other TCM experts present also looked at Wu Feng with comical expressions, pointing and whispering. This guy must be an idiot. I've never seen anyone so stupid. 10 minutes isn't even enough time to brew a dose of medicine. I've never seen such a shameless person. In the crowd, Tang Xian shared the same expression as everyone else, then her anxiety intensified. 10 minutes. Wu Feng, are you kidding me? Wu Feng turned to Li Miao and her agent, smiling, I can treat the illness now, but let me assure you, the process might be a little painful. The agent's initially delighted face showed a hint of hesitation. Won't there be any danger? Li Miao, however, though unable to speak, nodded emphatically. Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Don't worry, it's not surgery, there's no danger. Having said that, he turned to Dr. Xue and directly ordered, bring me a set of silver needles. Chapter 15 Treating Money Like Dust. Silver needles? Upon hearing Wu Feng's request, Dr. Xue's expression changed slightly. The other traditional Chinese medicine experts were also taken aback. They had assumed Wu Feng was going to prescribe medicine, but they hadn't expected him to directly request silver needles. The Xinglan Medical Clinic naturally possessed silver needles, but the crucial point was that using silver needles to treat patients in traditional Chinese medicine was not something ordinary practitioners dared to do. This required the practitioner to have a very detailed understanding of the patient's condition and a thorough knowledge of the body's meridians. This method of acupuncture treatment required decades of accumulated experience. It was something one wouldn't dare to use casually. A single mistake could cure the patient's illness, but leave them with far greater sequelae. Even paralysis was not out of the question. What are you waiting for? If you dawdle for 10 minutes, of course I won't be able to cure you. Seeing Dr. Xue's stunned expression, Wu Feng spoke up impatiently. Dr. Xue's expression froze. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to order someone to fetch the needles. Wu Feng took the needle pouch and smiled faintly. Dr. Xue, you didn't use any tricks with these silver needles, did you? Humph. Dr. Xue sneered, stop talking nonsense. Look carefully, to prevent you from reneging on your payment if you can't cure the patient, I had someone fetch brand new, unopened silver needles. Wu Feng glanced down. The set of silver needles was indeed brand new. He smiled. That was for the best, it saved him from any tricks. Then Wu Feng looked at Li Miao. Beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Li Miao's expression froze. Treating the patient is one thing, why ask this? Just as her thoughts reached this point, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her finger and gasped softly. She saw Wu Feng had already inserted a silver needle into the tip of her middle finger. Li Miao immediately snapped out of her daze. Wu Feng had suddenly struck up a conversation with her to ease her anxiety. Afterward, Li Miao indeed felt less afraid. Wu Feng, however, was still quite nervous. Among the divine healers, his acupuncture treatment methods were unique. But this was his first time personally performing it, and he had to double-check every acupoint. Even so, after Wu Feng inserted the needles into all the necessary acupoints, only 5 minutes had passed. Phew! Wu Feng let out a long breath. The rest was much easier. He turned to look at Dr. Xue and saw that the other was indeed timing him on his phone. He immediately let out a cold laugh. Dr. Xue, you'd better be prepared. You'd better have someone lay a soft mat on the ground. Don't let your old bones catch a cold. Dr. Xue was furious. You only have 4 minutes left. Wu Feng smiled faintly and began to remove the silver needles from Li Miao's body in order. It took 5 minutes to insert them, but only 3 minutes to remove them. After finishing, Wu Feng clapped his hands and looked at Li Miao. Beautiful lady, you haven't answered me yet, do you have a boyfriend? Li Miao's face flushed slightly, and she subconsciously said, I can't answer that question. At this point, Li Miao's voice suddenly stopped. Then, a look of surprise flashed across her face, and she jumped up. I can speak. I'm all right. Her agent was also overwhelmed with excitement, thanking Wu Feng profusely. Wow, it's really healed. My God, this is amazing. It probably didn't even take 10 minutes. I'm checking the time, only 9 minutes and 38 seconds. A chorus of exclamations arose from the crowd. Looking at Dr. Xue, he was completely dumbfounded. Even Zhou Jian and the other experts looked astonished. Wu Feng smiled faintly at Dr. Xue. Dr. Xue, you're not just making things up, are you? Dr. Xue was pale and unable to speak. Wu Feng chuckled coldly and patted Dr. Xue on the shoulder. Old man, there are always people more capable than you. I may just be a deliveryman, but that's because I wouldn't stoop to competing with you for business. Otherwise, I guarantee your Xinglan Medical Clinic wouldn't last a day. Think about it carefully. With that, Wu Feng smiled coldly, turned, and squeezed his way out of the crowd. He still had deliveries to make. He couldn't afford to waste too much time. The patients in line were now looking at Wu Feng with even more respect than they were showing Dr. Xue. If Wu Feng hadn't been quick, hopping on his electric scooter and leaving, they probably would have been surrounded. Over there, Wu Feng rode out onto a street, noticed the situation in his rearview mirror, smiled faintly, and parked his scooter on the side of the road. A black minivan pulled up, and out got Li Miao and her agent, of course. Sir, thank you so much just now. You didn't even say how much you wanted. Wu Feng smiled faintly, looking at Li Miao, and said, "Forget about money, I don't care about money." The agent was a little confused. How could he not care about money? A deliveryman now has the mentality of a billionaire? Li Miao, however, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and walked up to Wu Feng. "I think it's wrong to talk to you about money. How about we become friends?" Wu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. "That's a good suggestion." The two added each other on WeChat on the roadside. Finally, Li Miao smiled and waved her phone. "Wu Feng, remember to keep in touch." Wu Feng waved back, giving a very casual okay sign. Watching Li Miao get into her car and drive away, Wu Feng turned his head to look at another car parked not far behind him and smiled. After Tang Xian approached, Wu Feng leaned on the armrest and smiled faintly. "Miss Tang, you're not here to add me on WeChat too, are you?" Tang Xian raised an eyebrow, glancing in the direction Li Miao's car had driven away, and smiled thoughtfully. "Not bad, you don't charge for adding me on WeChat? You really treat money like dirt." Wu Feng's lips curled up, and he smiled. "I don't have such high ideals, otherwise why would I be delivering food? But treating Li Miao's illness isn't a big deal, and charging money would make me seem too mercenary." Tang Xian's expression shifted slightly, and she smiled, praising, "You could consider this an investment, connections are always more worthwhile than cash." Wu Feng chuckled. "Speaking of investments, I was just about to ask you for some advice. Do you think stock trading is a quick way to make money?" Tang Xian looked over with slight surprise. "Stock trading?" She shook her head and smiled. "I suggest you stay away from the stock market. Aside from the fact that it requires a lot of professional knowledge and experience, the domestic stock market is currently in a bear market. Normal people are trying to get out quickly enough, you don't need to jump in right now." Tang Xian was telling the truth. She naturally paid attention to this area and knew things that ordinary people wouldn't, hence her advice to Wu Feng. But Wu Feng frowned slightly. "Really? I was planning to invest several billion." Tang Xian paused for a moment, then chuckled. "If you're really going to get into the stock market, come to my company sometime. I'll have some professionals introduce you to it." Wu Feng chuckled. "Okay, it's settled then. I'll contact you again another day." With that, Wu Feng said goodbye to Tang Xian, hopped on his electric scooter, and rode off with a flourish. Watching Wu Feng's retreating figure, Tang Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "Wu Feng, you're really quite interesting." Chapter 16 The Swift Swordsman. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it'll never get stuck in traffic. Wu Feng hummed a tune, weaving through the city streets, fulfilling the sacred mission of the universe's #1 food deliveryman. "You have a new multiverse food delivery order, please check." Screech. Wu Feng suddenly braked, attracting the attention of several pretty girls on the roadside. "Please deliver the food to Yasuo, the Unforgiven, in the League of Legends world as soon as possible." Yasuo, the Unforgiven? Wu Feng was instantly stunned. This time, he was being told he had to enter a game world. Wu Feng sped up and disappeared into a side alley. Passing the pretty girls, Wu Feng casually smoothed his hair, causing a flurry of excited glances, before vanishing into the alley. The scene shifted, and Wu Feng found himself on the continent of Ionia. It was a village. The sky was overcast, and no one was working in the surrounding fields. The entire village seemed desolate at this moment. Wu Feng, riding his electric scooter, hadn't gone far when he saw a familiar figure on a slightly raised hillside. Yasuo. The Unforgiven was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his longsword held upright before him. His stubble beard, his melancholy expression, even his usually resolute gaze seemed somewhat vacant. He didn't even notice Wu Feng approaching. "Hey, your takeout's here." Wu Feng's voice startled Yasuo, who quickly turned his head. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. "Who are you? I've never seen you in my hometown before." Wu Feng's lips twitched slightly. He finally understood this village was Yasuo's hometown. He chuckled and retrieved the takeout from his system inventory. "I'm delivering your takeout." "Takeout?" Yasuo paused, then waved his hand. "I'm not in the mood for small talk right now. Let me have some peace and quiet." Wu Feng shrugged, placed the takeout next to Yasuo, and looked up at the village below the hillside. From his angle, he could see the council hall in the center of the village. A crowd of villagers were gathered at the entrance to the council hall, peering inside. "No wonder I haven't seen anyone farming. They've all gone to the meeting." Wu Feng muttered casually, then suddenly, something dawned on him. Yasuo was in his hometown, and everyone else in the village was gathered in the council hall. Could it be? Thinking this, Wu Feng suddenly looked at Yasuo. "Hey, are you worried about Riven?" Yasuo, who was deep in thought, was shocked. "Who are you? How did you know?" Wu Feng's lips twitched again. He had guessed right. The scene before him was Riven being judged in Yasuo's hometown. Wu Feng immediately became anxious. According to the plot, Riven was determined to die and directly confessed to killing Elder Soma. But Yasuo, this kid, was actually squatting on the hillside worrying. "Worry, my foot." Never mind how I know, I'll just ask you one question. Do you think Riven is the murderer of your master? Yasuo was silent. After a long while, he replied painfully, but my master did indeed die from the wind manipulation technique. In this world, besides my master and myself, only Riven knows the art of wind manipulation. Who else could it be but her? Yasuo's expression was pained, he clutched his hair. It was clear he didn't want to believe it. Sigh, those involved are often blinded by their own perspective, Wu Feng sighed inwardly. But thankfully, with him, the prophet who knew the whole story, all of this was no longer a problem. Yasuo, have you ever considered the possibility that your master might have killed himself? What? Yasuo instantly sprang to his feet, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. You're talking nonsense. That's impossible. You can't insult my master. Wu Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead, saying helplessly, let me finish. After that battle, Riven realized the cruelty of war, and she wanted to start a new life. Therefore, she sought out Elder Soma. All she did was ask Elder Soma to help her destroy the runeblade, and your master agreed. However, the magic on the runeblade was too powerful. Your master used all his strength to destroy it, but in doing so, he was pierced by a barrage of flying broken swords and lost his life. Yasuo was completely stunned. He stared at Wu Feng with wide, incredulous eyes. What you said, is it all true? Wu Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. Of course. It's more real than your sword. Yasuo's expression turned pained again. So, in the end, it's all because of me? If I hadn't deserted my post, all of this could have been avoided. You don't need to blame yourself too much. What's done is done. The important thing is now. Wu Feng advised. Mission complete. The portal back to reality will open in 10 seconds. The system's voice sounded. Wu Feng anxiously glanced at the village's council hall and urged. Don't just stand there. Go find Riven. You'll understand everything if you ask her yourself. Yasuo suddenly sat up straight. Yes, I have to go right now. Riven is definitely being tried right now. I can't let her suffer for my sake. He nodded to Wu Feng. Hero, thank you for reminding me. Hero, you. At this moment, Wu Feng had already walked into the portal and was waving goodbye to Yasuo. Remember to give me a 5-star review. Then, he vanished. Yasuo was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the empty hillside before him, utterly astonished. A god. No wonder he knows everything. Thank you so much. Yasuo clasped his hands in a deep fist salute in the direction Wu Feng had left, then turned and ran swiftly towards the village. Wu Feng had returned to reality, appearing in a small alley. Congratulations, host, for completing a takeout order and receiving a silver gift pack X1. Open. Wu Feng clicked open without hesitation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining LOL Yasuo god level skills. A special sensation washed over him, and Wu Feng instantly felt that he could absolutely crush everyone with Yasuo. This confidence was incredibly strong. Damn, delivering takeout and I've become a gaming master? This is unbelievable. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-star review from Yasuo. You've been rewarded with 5 lottery points. Haha, looks like that silly Yasuo is a done deal. Wu Feng smiled happily and immediately started drawing lots. The roulette wheel spun, and Wu Feng's heart pounded. What reward will I get this time? The pointer stopped. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Summoner Spell Barrier X1. Summoner Spell Barrier? Wu Feng was instantly overjoyed. In the game, this skill could completely negate one enemy attack, a life-saving miracle. He eagerly opened his inventory to check. Chapter 17, I'm bowing down in admiration. Barrier utilizes powerful magical energy to create a protective layer around oneself, completely negating one instance of any damage. Currently, 1 use is available. What the heck? Upon seeing the rest, Wu Feng was stunned. What does 1 use mean? Does this mean I can only use the skill once? Host, this is a consumable skill. Uses can be accumulated each time the host acquires it again. Looking at the system's reply, Wu Feng understood. I see. Then I really have to use this skill carefully, it's like having an extra life. Just then, Wu Feng's phone vibrated. You have a new food delivery order. Please check. Wu Feng glanced at his phone, a smile playing on his lips. Well, business is here. Time to deliver. 10 minutes later, Wu Feng rode his electric scooter to the entrance of Hurricane Internet Cafe. As soon as he pushed open the door, a lively atmosphere washed over him. Cue him. Back up now. Hearing these shouts, and glancing at the large League of Legends poster on the wall, Wu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. This feeling, it was so familiar. He remembered when he first moved out of the orphanage, he'd also been addicted to games for a while. Back then, he'd spend every day in internet cafes playing together, battling it out. It was only later, with the pressures of life, that the gaming became less intense. Pulling his thoughts away, Wu Feng walked inside. At machine number 110, a fat man with greasy hair was staring intently at the screen. His screen showed him playing Yasuo, the Unforgiven. He, watch me take on two. The fat man grinned lewdly, maneuvering his character straight at the enemy champion. The next moment, he was ruthlessly pressed to the ground and roughly rubbed against. Howl. The fat man let out a frustrated roar, helplessly pounding his keyboard. Puff. Wu Feng, standing behind the fat man, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mainly because the fat man's performance was exactly like his own back in the day, a complete shill. Who is it? Hearing the laughter behind him, the fat man was annoyed. He turned around and looked coldly at Wu Feng. Oh, I'm here to deliver takeout. Wu Feng smiled, revealing his identity, and then handed over the takeout. Humph, I didn't know you were a takeout delivery guy. The fat man pointed at Wu Feng's yellow robe uniform, looking disdainful. I'm asking you what you're laughing at. Is it that funny? Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, brushed aside the fat man's hand, and then smiled calmly. It's nothing special that I played badly. What Yasuo player hasn't been called a troll Yasuo? I was like that back in the day, so don't take it too seriously. Yo. The fat guy looked over with amusement. Look at you. You've got quite the nerve. You're just a delivery guy, aren't you? You're bringing up the old days? I was the Daniel Wu of Los Angeles back in the day. Wu Feng almost choked on his laughter, barely suppressing a chuckle as he glanced at the fat guy. That greasy hair, that face full of pimples, those swollen eyes that were clearly from lack of sleep. Wu Feng reached out and firmly grasped the fat guy's hand. Brother, you've suffered these past years. The fat man blinked, taking a moment to react. He abruptly shook off Wu Feng's hand and yelled, Are you looking for trouble? You're just a delivery guy, what are you pretending for? At this moment, several of the fat man's friends gathered around, all turning to look at Wu Feng. You're just a delivery guy, and you dare to laugh at us for not playing well. That's right, if you're really good, go play in a tournament and earn prize money. What are you bragging about here? Aren't you afraid of your boasting going wrong? Wu Feng gently shook his head and smiled faintly, I never brag. After saying that, he sat down directly in the fat man's seat. LOL Yasuo god level skill loading. The next moment, Wu Feng gripped the mouse, and his entire demeanor instantly changed. What are you doing? The fat man asked in surprise at this sight. Wu Feng didn't answer, and directly controlled Yasuo to rush out of the base. Do you know why you can't play Yasuo well? Wu Feng said to himself, because you don't understand him. But I'm different. I have something in common with Yasuo, we're both constantly on the move. The fat man watched Wu Feng control his character heading straight for the mid lane, a sneer on his lips. Stop pretending. Can a game be compared to real life? I don't believe you can become a gaming pro just by delivering takeout. If you win today, I'll call you daddy. Wait, what? Before the fat man could finish speaking, Wu Feng's Yasuo had already encountered two enemy heroes in the mid lane. A head-on clash. Wu Feng's fingers flew so fast it was impossible to see how he executed the moves. All that could be seen on the screen was a fluid, seamless combo from his Yasuo. One kill. Holy crap. What just happened? What the heck? Did they let him win? The surrounding onlookers were completely stunned. None of them had clearly seen what had just happened. Then, Wu Feng's Yasuo, with only half his health remaining, once again charged into the enemy's second hero. Another dazzling display of skill, and within seconds, the system notification sounded again. Double kill. At this moment, everyone watching was stunned, because this time, they finally saw it clearly. EQ flash? Holy crap. Isn't that the signature move of the champion team from the last World Championship? Impossible. He must be seeing things. He's just a delivery guy, how could he know that move? The commotion had completely attracted everyone in the internet cafe. Even the internet cafe owner was drawn over. Because there were so many onlookers, many in the back couldn't see, so the internet cafe owner made a personal decision to project Wu Feng's computer screen onto the large screen set up in the internet cafe. Now, hundreds of eyes were truly watching. The fat man's expression was becoming increasingly priceless. His mouth was agape, practically wide enough to fit 3 eggs. He never expected that this guy he had previously looked down on was actually a true master. Pentakill. Godlike. 10 minutes later, the game was forced to end. The opposing 5 players simply couldn't continue. Just one Yasuo was enough to force them to cower in their base, unable to escape. The entire internet cafe was utterly silent. Wu Feng smiled, rose from his chair, glanced around, and casually remarked, If I hadn't run so much today and couldn't go barefoot, I could have beaten them with my bare feet. With that, Wu Feng smiled faintly and strode confidently outside. Holy crap. A god. I'm in awe. Brother, wait for me, help me climb the ranks. Chapter 18 Now you believe me, right? Stepping out of the internet cafe, Wu Feng hopped on his electric scooter and sped away. Unbeknownst to him, the match he had just showcased had been uploaded to the official League of Legends website and would be hailed as a godlike play by LOL players for a long time to come. Even some professional players considered it a must-watch classic, meticulously studying its techniques. At that moment, Wu Feng was riding his scooter when suddenly a large group of people blocked his path. What's going on? Wu Feng stopped his scooter and followed the crowd's gaze, immediately freezing in shock. In front of him was a tall building, and on the top floor, a middle-aged man was standing on the edge of the rooftop. Holy crap! Is he going to jump? Wu Feng was stunned. Sigh, I heard he spent all his savings on stocks and lost everything. He couldn't take the blow. I know this guy, his name is Wang Sun. He owns his own company. He's a nice person, always smiling when we meet. Even a good person can't save a life. I heard he not only mortgaged his company but also borrowed a lot from friends. He used to be a millionaire, but now he's in debt. Hearing the whispers from the crowd, Wu Feng frowned. The stock market is risky, invest with caution. Even he, a complete novice, had heard this saying. He'd only ever heard of people jumping off buildings after losing money in the stock market, but now it was actually happening. Wife, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll repay you in my next life as your slave. Wang Sun suddenly roared from the rooftop, then crouched down on the edge. Instantly, the crowd below gasped in shock. Hey, hurry up, you upstairs. We're waiting to see. A discordant voice rang out from the crowd. Wu Feng immediately flared up, glaring coldly at the sarcastic man who had shouted, "Can't you speak like a human being? Is that how you advise someone?" The sarcastic man glanced at Wu Feng. "You're just a delivery guy, what are you pretending for? Mind your own business." The sarcastic man's words immediately sparked public outrage. The delivery guy is right. How can you be like this? If you were upstairs and I shouted at you like that from downstairs, how would you feel? Exactly, that's so rude. Delivery guy, ignore him, there are plenty of these kinds of scoundrels. I've already called the police, I'm sure the officers will be here soon. The sarcastic man immediately shrank back, not daring to utter a sound. Wu Feng glanced at Wang Sun, who was teetering on the edge of the building and could fall at any moment, and in a panic, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, upstairs, wait for me." With that, Wu Feng squeezed through the crowd and ran upstairs as fast as he could. The crowd was shocked. What's he going to do? That mean talkative person must have provoked the delivery guy. By this time, Wu Feng had already run upstairs. To his dismay, the elevator was broken. Luckily, his physique was much stronger than before, otherwise, climbing more than 20 floors in one go would have taken half his life. Upon reaching the top floor, Wu Feng caught his breath. "Hey, Wang Sun." Wang Sun, who was teetering on the edge, turned around in surprise and saw it was a delivery guy. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Wu Feng chuckled. "I'm here to help you." "Help me?" "Yeah." Wu Feng smiled and slowly walked towards Wang Sun. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll jump." Wu Feng stopped and shrugged. "Brother, you're being too cautious. I already said I'm here to help you. Did you go bankrupt from the stock market?" At the mention of this, Wang Sun's face contorted in pain. "A whole 10 billion, all gone. The company's gone too. What's the point of me living?" Wu Feng's lips twitched. 10 billion was no small sum. "Brother, don't panic. Tell me, which stock did you buy?" Wang Sun, pulling at his hair, cried out in anguish, "Dongjang Technology. This stock hit the daily limit for several days in a row. Several friends and experts analyzed it and said it could double again. I mortgaged my company and borrowed a lot to buy it, and look what happened. The day after I bought it, it hit the daily limit down. It's already dropped from 22 yuan per share to 5 yuan per share." Wu Feng memorized the name and immediately activated his God-level investment to check. "Host, your God-level investment is currently at level 1. If you subscribe to this stock, based on the price increase before the limit down, it could eventually rise to 66 yuan per share." Hearing the system's analysis, Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile. God-level investment level 1, a 200% return, truly amazing. "Brother Wang, how can you be so sure it's a failure? What if the stock bounces back?" Wang Sun said with a sorrowful expression, "Impossible. Dongjang Technology has been hitting its daily limit down for days. Now, not only me, but most people's funds are trapped, we can't even sell. I invested 1 billion, if it falls any further, I won't even have 10 million left. Don't try to persuade me, just let me die." Saying this, Wang Sun immediately started to jump. "Wait." Wu Feng quickly stopped him. "Brother, believe me, this stock will come back to life, please don't do anything rash." Wang Sun shook his head, resolutely refusing to believe it. "It's impossible, brother, I know you mean well, but it's really no use. You go, I'm about to leave this world." "You don't believe me? Fine, then I'll make you believe," Wu Feng said resolutely. Then, he took out his phone and found Tang Xian's number. Wu Feng genuinely knew nothing about buying stocks, but luckily Tang Xian could help. The call connected. Hey, Ms. Tang, are you free right now? Buy me 1 billion yuan worth of Jiangdong Technology stock. Send me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Tang Xian was stunned on the other end of the line. 1 billion yuan? Where did you get so much money? Never mind that, just give me your account number and buy it for me. With that, Wu Feng hung up. After receiving the text message, Wu Feng immediately transferred 1 billion yuan from his black card account. A short while later, Tang Xian called again. Wu Feng, are you crazy? Jiangdong Technology stock has been hitting its daily limit down for days. Are you trying to throw money away now? Wu Feng smiled slightly. Trust me, just do as I say. But, alright, buy it first, I'll explain later. After doing all this, Wu Feng looked at Wang Sun. Brother, how about it? Do you believe me now? Wang Sun was even more speechless now, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Brother, I know you mean well, but you don't need to try to persuade me like this. You're a food delivery guy, buying 1 billion yuan worth of stocks in one go. How is that possible? Besides, ring. Before Wang Sun could finish speaking, Wu Feng's phone received a text message. The text message was a notification that his subscription to Jiangdong Technology stock had been successful. Wu Feng handed over the phone. Brother, if you don't believe me, look for yourself. You should be able to recognize this text message, right? Wang Sun took the phone in astonishment, glanced at it, and then his eyes widened in shock. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. Brother, you actually bought 1 billion yuan worth of stock? Chapter 19 Birth of the Demon Child. Of course, I have no reason to lie to you, Wu Feng said sincerely. And don't worry, this stock will definitely go up. So don't do anything rash. Wang Sun was speechless. His heart was churning like a raging storm. Brother, you're not a delivery guy, are you? You must be some rich kid. Wu Feng chuckled. Whoever I am, just listen to me. Now go downstairs and wait for news. With that, Wu Feng took the phone, smiled mysteriously, and left first. Wang Sun stood there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Beep beep beep. An alarm blared, and several police officers rushed upstairs. Downstairs, firefighters quickly set up protective air cushions. A neat woman in plain clothes with a ponytail led the way, going straight to the roof. Sir, please don't do anything rash. I'm Chen Qian, a negotiation expert from the Luokeng Police Department. Please listen to me. The woman immediately identified herself, while simultaneously staring intently at Wang Sun, as if afraid he might react drastically. Wang Sun, however, scratched his head sheepishly. Officer Chen, I don't want to jump anymore. I'm really sorry to trouble you. What? Chen Qian was stunned. Could you help me up? My legs are weak. Wang Sun spoke again. Chen Qian snapped out of her daze, and with the help of the officers, helped Wang Sun down, then gave him a slightly reproachful reprimand. I have to say, really, what's wrong with you? Money can be earned back, right? Wang Sun, being helped up, was sweating profusely and quickly forced a smile. Yes, you're right. I'll never dare to disturb public order again. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to that delivery guy. If it weren't for him. Delivery guy? Chen Qian paused, suddenly remembering that when they arrived, they did see a young man in a yellow uniform riding away on a bicycle. She only caught a glimpse of his profile and hadn't paid any attention. Mr. Wang, you need to come back with us now to give a statement. Okay, I'll cooperate. Meanwhile, Wu Feng rode away on his bicycle, and not long after, he received another call from Tang Xian. Where are you? Tang Xian's tone was anxious. She was genuinely worried for Wu Feng. Investing 10 billion in a stock that was guaranteed to fail, unbelievable. Wu Feng chuckled. I'm on East Street, there's a coffee shop here. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Wu Feng parked his car on the side of the road and went into the coffee shop. 10 minutes later, Wu Feng was frowning as he drank his coffee when a beautiful figure appeared across the street. Wu Feng, what are you thinking? Tang Xian sat down and went straight to the point. Wu Feng chuckled. What do you want to drink? Order for yourself. Tang Xian rolled her eyes helplessly. I'm not in the mood for anything. Where did you get so much money? And you're crazy for buying Jiangdong Technology. Do you know how my friend tried to dissuade me when I asked him to buy it for me? Wu Feng smiled. What did he say? Asking me if I have a fever. Listen to that. My friend's been in the stock market for 6 or 7 years. He has an absolute eye for stocks. You're playing with fire, you know that. Wu Feng remained calm after Tang Xian's outburst. Tang Xian, do you even know where all that money came from? Tang Xian was stunned. If she knew, she wouldn't be asking. My money all came from stock trading. Wu Feng told a small lie. After all, if he said the money was a gift from Wang Duyu, Tang Xian would definitely send him to a mental hospital. What? You trade stocks? Wu Feng took a sip of his drink and smiled faintly. Yes, I'm incredibly lucky. Although I usually just gamble randomly, I never expected to make money every time. Tang Xian was utterly astonished. You can make $1 billion just by blindly investing. And this time? You're investing blindly again? Wu Feng nodded, saying seriously, yeah. Based on my years of experience with blind investing, I'm sure I'll make money this time too. I reckon Dongjiang technology will eventually reach 66 yuan per share. You. Tang Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Wu Feng's words sounded like utter nonsense to her. Wu Feng, do you know? Although I don't know which stocks you invested in before, the fact that you made money proves you're really lucky. But this time, your good luck has really run out. You'll lose everything. Wu Feng chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Tang Xian was speechless. She was increasingly unable to understand Wu Feng, but she didn't want to see him lose so much. Wu Feng, how about I ask a friend to help you see if they can salvage things? Tang Xian tentatively suggested. Wu Feng shook his head immediately. No need, the results aren't out yet, let's talk about it later. You, ugh, I'm speechless. Wu Feng, how do you even think about problems? Half an hour later, they left the coffee shop. Tang Xian was full of questions and frustration. She truly couldn't understand how anyone could complain about having too much money. Wu Feng, on the other hand, remained calm, completely unconcerned. After they parted ways, Wu Feng continued on his electric scooter. Just then, a system notification popped up. N.E. Jia. Please deliver the takeout to N.E. Jia immediately. My God. Wu Feng was stunned. This time, he was going to the world of N.E. Jia. Wu Feng was extremely familiar with this world. He had taken Xiao Rui to see the movie once when it was released. Later, the two watched it again on their phones. Each time, Wu Feng remained silent for a long time afterward, while Xiao Rui nestled in his arms, silently shedding tears. For this brother and sister who had never experienced parental love, their favorite characters were Li Jing and his wife from the movie. And Neza. His line, to hell with fate. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Whether I'm a demon or an immortal, I decide for myself. Deeply moved Wu Feng. Unfair fate forced him to work as a food deliveryman, but he persevered and is now the strongest food deliveryman in all realms. The thought of soon arriving in the world of Neza filled Wu Feng with excitement. He hopped on his bike and sped off towards a nearby corner. Whoosh! Reappearing, Wu Feng found himself in a dense forest. Ha! Weren't I looking for Neza? How did I get teleported here? Just as Wu Feng was wondering, he heard a series of loud bangs beside him. Immediately afterward, a towering tree crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust. A furious Neza, fists clenched, appeared in Wu Feng's sight. Chapter 20. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Wu Feng and Neza locked eyes, both momentarily stunned. Who are you? Neza. Hearing Wu Feng call him by his name, Neza rolled his eyes. Did they send you to find me? I'm not going back with you. Wu Feng grinned. This little guy must have had another tiff with his parents. He leaned closer to Neza, scrutinizing his smoky eye makeup and bun hairstyle, finding him increasingly adorable. Neza, I didn't come from your parents. I'm delivering takeout to you. Neza turned his head in surprise. Delivering takeout to me? What's takeout? Wu Feng chuckled as he retrieved the takeout from the storeroom. He was only now realizing what it was. Braised lion's head meatballs? Neza's expression froze upon seeing the takeout. This was his favorite dish, Madame Yin's specialty. He twitched his nose slightly, stubbornly insisting. Humph, don't try to fool me. You lied and said I was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, but I'm actually a demon orb. Making me cultivate with my master in the mountain and river map was just a way to let me die, to give those idiots in Shen Tang Pass an explanation. I know everything, get out. With that, he angrily shoved the takeout food out of Wu Feng's hand. Hearing Neza's words, Wu Feng was stunned. He turned and looked around, suddenly understanding. It was Neza's birthday banquet, the most crucial climax of the entire series. And the reason he stormed out in anger was because of eunuch Shen Gongbeo, who had instigated him behind the scenes and told him everything. Now Neza had misunderstood Li Jing and his wife's good intentions and was stubbornly refusing to go back. Thinking of this, Wu Feng quickly exclaimed, "Where are your wind fire wheels?" Neza glanced at Wu Feng suspiciously. What? Wu Feng, too lazy to explain, noticed the wind fire wheels lying not far away. He quickly strode over and picked them up. Hey, can't you turn into a flying pig? Hurry up and turn. Hurry up and tell Neza the truth. Neza asked, how do you know it can turn into a flying pig? And what truth should I tell you? As soon as he finished speaking, the wind fire wheels in Wu Feng's hand indeed broke free, reverting to the form of Tei Genren's mount. Wu Feng casually picked a blade of grass and poked it up the flying pig's nostril. Achoo! Suddenly, a cloud of mist rose between the two, and within the mist, an image appeared. Before the heavenly gate, Li Jing knelt for a long time. Tai, a day in heaven is a year on earth. Much time has passed since we arrived at Chen Tang Pass. Let's go back soon and see if we can do anything more for the child. Gatekeeper Fairy, hey, why are you leaving so soon? Spend more time chatting with me. Tai, I don't have time for you right now. Gatekeeper Fairy, Sigh, the heavenly tribulation curse can't be broken, but there are other methods. Li Jing stopped in his tracks. Gatekeeper Fairy, we can use the method of transferring flowers and grafting trees. Tai quickly stopped him. What does he know? He's just a cloud. He's all talk. The Gatekeeper Fairy quickly shut Tai up. These two are called life-swapping talismans. Find a blood relative who is willing to sacrifice themselves for the person cursed. During the heavenly tribulation, place one on the cursed person and the other on the blood relative, and the heavenly lightning will shift to the blood relative. Li Jing accepted the life exchange talisman, his expression solemn, and suddenly knelt down. Tai rushed over. What are you doing? Li Jing, I've decided to exchange my life for Neza's. Please keep this a secret, immortal master, and don't let madam know. Tai, alas. You can save Neza temporarily, but not forever. The demon orb will wreak havoc on the world in the future, and the heavenly venerable won't let him go after he emerges from seclusion. Li Jing, I will use the remaining 2 years to guide Neza onto the righteous path, so that he can be recognized by the world. Tai, no, you can't. Li Jing's attitude was resolute. If Immortal Master doesn't agree, I will stand with Neza through life and death during the heavenly tribulation. Tai helplessly, how can this be? The Gatekeeper Fairy interjected, who is Neza to you? Li Jing raised his head, his attitude resolute. He is my son. The image faded, and Neza's eyes were already red. Wu Feng, standing to the side, was also deeply moved. The hearts of parents are truly selfless. For Neza, Li Jing was even willing to sacrifice himself. Neza, now you understand your parents' good intentions, right? Neza clenched his fists and stood up. He lowered his head, his shoulders slightly twitching. I know what to do. Then, Neza suddenly looked up. Thank you. With that, the flying pig transformed into a kinkan ring and landed at Neza's feet. The next instant, a streak of flame tore through the sky, heading straight for Chen Tang Pass. Damn it! Wait for me! Wu Feng's lips twitched. He quickly boarded the tram, accelerated to its maximum speed, and rushed over Chen Tang Pass. At this moment, the entire area was shrouded in a massive iceberg. The constantly falling ice blocks destroyed many houses, and all the villagers were scattering in all directions. If this continued, when the massive iceberg fell, the entire Chen Tang Pass would be buried deep underground. Shen Gongbeo, aren't you afraid of the heavenly venerable's punishment for doing this? Tai, wielding his whisk, struggled against Shen Gongbeo. Punishment? Humph. I'm 100 times stronger than you. The golden immortal position should have been mine. Shen Gongbeo unleashed his full power, forcing Tai to retreat repeatedly. On the other side, Li Jing and his wife were also fighting Ao Bing with all their might. Unfortunately, Ao Bing was the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, and clad in the myriad dragon armor, his strength far surpassing that of Li Jing and his wife. After a few moves, Li Jing and his wife were frozen solid. A hint of ferocity flashed between Ao Bing's handsome brows. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, I'm sorry. He leaped high into the air, his twin hammers slamming down. Stop! A beam of fire shot out, instantly blocking Ao Bing's attack. Bang! A huge shockwave spread outwards, filling the arena with dust. As the smoke cleared, Li Jing and his wife emerged from the ice. Seeing who it was, they cried out excitedly. Jar! Neza turned around, his eyes filled with determination. He ripped off the life-saving talisman from his body and shattered it. Father, mother, I'll fight my own fate. Jar! Neza! On the other side, Ao Bing saw Neza, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Neza! Don't make a futile struggle, this is your fate. With that, he leaped into the air, transforming into a long dragon, and flew straight up to the top of the iceberg. Heave-ho! With Ao Bing's exertion, the entire iceberg crashed down at incredible speed. Neza silently chanted an incantation, quickly breaking the seal of the universe ring. Flames erupted, engulfing Neza, and his form rapidly grew. Neza! No! Madame Yin, witnessing this, rushed forward in grief to stop him. The universe ring appeared, freezing Li Jing and Madame Yin in place. The next instant, Neza's entire body was engulfed in flames. He transformed into a streak of light, crashing head-on into the descending iceberg. To hell with fate. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Whether I'm a demon or an immortal, I decide for myself. Boom! Chapter 21 Heavenly Tribulation Curse. An overwhelming force slammed into the base of the iceberg. Instantly, countless iceberg fragments rained down, melting into water droplets under the intense heat of the flames. Hey! At this moment, Neza was giving it his all. Call him a demon, say he'll wreak havoc on humanity, it doesn't matter. He was proving it with his actions. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. He wanted to bury Chen Tang Pass. Absolutely not. Screech. Wu Feng, riding his electric scooter, finally arrived. He slammed on the brakes, rushing to Li Jing and his wife. Holy crap. This scene. Li Jing and his wife had no energy left to pay attention to a stranger, all their eyes were fixed on Neza. Neza. At this moment, Wu Feng also noticed that Neza, at the base of the iceberg, was unleashing a torrent of power from his entire body, clearly having given it his all. However, although the iceberg's descent had slowed somewhat, it was still steadily sinking. Neza could only grit his teeth and struggle to hold on. Wu Feng glanced at Li Jing and his wife. Gray hairs were already visible at their temples. The other residents of Chen Tang Pass watched all this with tense expressions. Children were crying incessantly, held tightly in the arms of their parents. In the movie, Neza ultimately melted the iceberg, but it seems that's not the case now. What will happen to the entire Chen Tang Pass if something happens to Neza? What about my 5-star review? Wu Feng gritted his teeth. System, is there any way? Host, given the current critical situation and the client's imminent danger, a powerful boost gift box X1 is hereby gifted. A powerful boost gift box? Wu Feng was overjoyed, it should have been given out sooner. He eagerly opened his inventory and immediately selected to open it. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Great Sage's power, temporarily granting you the divine abilities of the Great Sage equaling heaven. The Great Sage equaling heaven. Holy crap. Wu Feng's face lit up with instant joy. Loading the Great Sage's power. Whoosh. The next instant, Li Jing and his wife, who had been gazing up at the sky, both turned their heads. Even Shen Gongbeo and Tai, who were locked in a fierce battle nearby, turned their heads at the same time. This is such terrifying strength. Definitely above the golden immortal level. Such powerful demonic energy. Even the strongest dragon I've ever seen isn't even a tenth as powerful. Li Jing and the other three were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that such a terrifying figure had appeared beside them. Wu Feng, however, smiled faintly. Gentlemen, I'll be right back. With that, his figure vanished in a flash. Such speed. Before Li Jing and the others could even marvel, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Roar! What are you? How dare you ambush this dragon? It was Wu Feng. In the blink of an eye, he was atop Ao Bing's head on the upper layer of the iceberg, and then slammed his fist down. This punch instantly disoriented Ao Bing, drastically reducing the pressure on the iceberg. Taking advantage of this moment, Neza below unleashed another burst of power, effortlessly carving a large hole in the iceberg. Damn it! Damn it! Ao Bing's eyes were bloodshot. He swung his massive dragon claw, aiming directly at Wu Feng. He knew perfectly well that the most threatening enemy before him was Wu Feng, but Wu Feng merely smiled faintly, completely unfazed by Ao Bing's attack. Hey, your iceberg is about to break, are you sure you're not going to do anything? I'll deal with you first. Take this. The dragon claw, carrying immense power, tore through space, hurtling straight for Wu Feng's face. Didn't you eat? Wu Feng casually extended a finger, directly touching the center of the dragon claw. A sound like a sharp knife piercing silk rang out, and then Ao Bing cried out in pain. He retracted the dragon claw, only to discover in astonishment that a hole had been torn in the center. This is impossible. At this moment, Ao Bing was utterly shocked. You must know, he possesses the myriad dragon armor. That myriad dragon armor completely covers his body, invisible from the outside, but no matter which part is attacked, the armor instantly gathers defense. Even Neza's fire-tipped spear couldn't pierce it. Yet, it was broken by a single, effortless finger from the opponent? You! Who are you? Wu Feng looked at Ao Bing's utterly shocked expression and found it amusing. Now, he possessed the power of the Great Sage. Sun Wukong, the Great Sage, was a troublemaker who kept even the dragon kings of the four seas in turmoil. A mere dragon like you was no match for him. However, as amused as he was, his purpose wasn't to kill the little dragon. I'm just a deliveryman. Ao Bing stared at Wu Feng suspiciously, his mind racing through all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. But, to his astonishment, he realized there wasn't a single powerful being called a deliveryman. At this moment, Neza completely shattered the iceberg, standing proudly atop his wind fire wheels, wielding his fire-tipped spear. Ao Bing, why did you do this? Ao Bing's face darkened. With just Neza, who hadn't fully broken the seal of the universe ring, he could still put up a fight. But now, with a powerful figure he didn't even recognize, he had lost all will to fight. Neza, I didn't want this either, but our fates were already predetermined. Bullshit, Wu Feng said solemnly. In this world, no one's fate is predetermined at birth. Instantly, both Neza and Ao Bing looked over in surprise. Neza was puzzled. Why did this person say the same thing as his father? He, of course, didn't know that Wu Feng had stolen Li Jing's lines. Ao Bing, on the other hand, was even more speechless. You make it sound so easy. Someone of your stature, a being of such great power, must have long transcended the three realms and is no longer bound by the five elements. Of course, you have the right to speak like this, but if I were to be careless, my entire clan would suffer. How can these be the same? Wu Feng looked at the two and continued. You two, one a demon orb, the other a spirit pearl, are born of the same root. Why are you so eager to harm each other? Neza and Ao Bing exchanged a glance and both lowered their heads slightly. They were each other's only friend, and knowing each other's identities only strengthened their bond. After Wu Feng's words, Ao Bing lost all will to fight. Just then, a discordant voice came from the ground. Disciple, don't listen to his nonsense. If the demon orb isn't destroyed, even you won't have peace. Besides, now the entire Chen Tang Pass knows you're a dragon. If you don't want to implicate your entire clan, hurry up and follow your master. Asterisk pft. Asterisk. Shen Gongbeo didn't even finish his sentence. Because the moment he opened his mouth, Wu Feng charged forward. Wu Feng punched Shen Gongbeo squarely in the face, sending the leopard flying. Great power. Don't kill my master. Ao Bing quickly spoke up. Wu Feng stepped on Shen Gongbeo, a smirk playing on his lips. I wanted to beat you up while we were watching the movie, and I almost forgot if you hadn't said anything. Shen Gongbeo lay on the ground, looking utterly aggrieved. What the hell did I do to you? We've never even met before. Crack. Just then, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and a deafening thunderclap resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. The Heavenly Tribulation Curse. Chapter 22 Miracle. Ha ha ha. Seeing the Heavenly Tribulation Curse arrive, Shen Gongbeo's face was filled with smugness. You think you're so powerful? Let's see how you protect Neza now. Enough with your nonsense. Wu Feng stomped his foot, stomping Shen Gongbeo into the ground. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, thunderclouds had fully gathered in the sky, lightning flashing, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Immortal Master, you must think of something. Neza is only 3 years old. Madame Yan urgently pleaded with Tai Genren for help, and even Li Jing looked dejected. He had been prepared to die in Neza's place, but Neza had destroyed the life-saving talisman, and now, he was truly powerless. Don't worry, with me here, the client won't get hurt. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, Wu Feng's calm words drifted over. What? Tai Genren hurriedly said, Immortal, don't joke around. This is a heavenly tribulation curse set by the heavenly venerable, it's utterly inescapable. Wu Feng's performance earlier was indeed impressive, but Tai didn't believe he could withstand the heavenly tribulation curse. Then just watch. Wu Feng said with a smile, then leaped towards Neza. In the sky, Neza's face was filled with determination. He had made his decision, even if it meant death, he would fight with all his might. Neza, you and Ao Bing go down and take care of our parents. Leave this to me. Neza and Ao Bing were immediately filled with shock. Brother, this heavenly tribulation curse is Neza's responsibility, let me handle it. Handle it, my foot. Wu Feng couldn't help but curse. Can you withstand this thing? In the original story, Neza and Ao Bing teamed up, and even after losing hundreds of years of cultivation to Tai Genren, they only managed to keep their souls from dissipating. Neza alone would be blasted to smithereens. But no buts. Wu Feng said firmly, just do as I say. You can't get hurt, or where will I get my reward? Neza didn't quite understand Wu Feng's words, but he couldn't refuse, so he could only reluctantly descend from the cloud. Just as Neza landed, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down from the thunderclouds. Crack! Ha! Wu Feng shouted, and slammed his fist into the lightning. This punch was powerful enough to swallow mountains and rivers. With the full power of the great sage unleashed, a small lightning tribulation was nothing to him. Bang! Boom! The lightning that had been chasing Neza was blasted into energy fragments by a single punch, dissipating into the heavens and earth. On the ground, Neza and the others were utterly shocked. What the heck? One punch. Tai Genren stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Neza, when did you meet this immortal? Li Jing and his wife were overjoyed and quickly asked. I only met him recently. He said he was a food deliveryman, Neza muttered softly. Ao Bing stepped forward, his face serious. This food delivery master must be a great god from the ancient primordial era. His strength is simply terrifying. Instantly, the expressions on their faces as they looked at Wu Feng became filled with utter admiration. Shen Gongbeo, who had just crawled out from underground, was nearly scared out of his wits by the scene before him. To shatter a heavenly tribulation curse with a single punch regardless of his true identity, he was far beyond the comprehension of someone of his level. He had barely peeked out when he immediately and without hesitation burrowed back underground, using earth is a technique in Chinese fantasy novels, to escape in a panic. In the sky, Wu Feng remained silent, focused solely on dealing with the lightning tribulation. He easily broke through the first bolt of lightning, but the following bolts were increasingly fierce. In the blink of an eye, another bolt of lightning struck, and Wu Feng punched it with all his might. Boom! Bang! The lightning dissipated, and Wu Feng crashed directly to the ground. Ugh, it hurts. Wu Feng struggled to his feet, rubbing his fist. Damn! I'm definitely the first deliveryman in history to withstand a heavenly tribulation. This experience is absolutely unprecedented and will never be repeated. At this moment, bursts of lightning surged again from the lightning array in the sky. This time, however, the lightning bolts didn't fall immediately. Instead, they converged in one place, forming a circular ball of lightning. Not good. The power of this final heavenly tribulation lightning is stronger than all the previous ones combined. Great God, you must be careful. From afar, Tai Genren shouted with all his might. Hearing this, Wu Feng's lips twitched violently. Stronger than all the previous ones combined? I almost couldn't withstand that last lightning bolt. What do I do now? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly opened his system inventory. At that moment, the lightning ball in the sky crashed down. I'll risk it all. Wu Feng immediately activated his League of Legends barrier skill. Barrier uses powerful magical energy to create a protective layer around oneself, completely negating one instance of any damage. Boom! With a deafening roar, the lightning ball slammed directly into Wu Feng. Just before contact, a golden light shield blocked it. In that instant, the blinding light caused everyone present to instinctively close their eyes. The massive, seemingly world-destroying lightning ball shattered into countless energy fluctuations upon contact with the golden light shield, dissipating into the world. Damn! That was thrilling. Luckily I had this life-saving move, otherwise I'd be a piece of trash. Mission complete. The portal back to reality will open in 10 seconds. Hearing the system's voice, Wu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to Neza. Don't forget to give me a 5-star review. With that, he started running towards the electric scooter. He couldn't forget his livelihood. Meanwhile, Neza and the others were already utterly shocked. The seemingly insurmountable heavenly tribulation curse had been so easily neutralized by their opponent. This was simply a miracle. Immortal Master, let's have a meal together. Li Jing hurriedly called out. Neza also rushed forward, trying to stop Wu Feng, but the next moment, Wu Feng vanished with a whoosh. Standing there, Neza and the others were once again speechless with shock. Truly worthy of being a powerful being from the primordial era. This kind of escape technique is the first time I've ever seen it. Back in reality, Wu Feng eagerly opened his system inventory. Inside, there lay 3 gleaming silver gift packs. Haha, this is awesome. 3 of them, and all silver. System, activate them. As Wu Feng's voice faded, system notifications rang out in quick succession. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Neza's fire control technique. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Ao Bing's water control technique. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Tai Genren's transformation technique. Holy crap, immortal arts? Wu Feng stared wide-eyed at his 3 newly acquired abilities, confirming several times that these weren't time-limited ones. My goodness, could it be that one can cultivate immortality these days? Wu Feng was practically fainting with happiness. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-star review from Neza, gaining 5 lottery points. Wu Feng's eyes lit up. Here it comes. What will he get this time? Chapter 23 Fire. The lottery wheel's pointer slowly came to a stop, and Wu Feng held his breath. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the map of mountains and rivers. Hiss, holy crap. Wu Feng gasped, quickly opening his system inventory to check. Map of Mountains and Rivers, a magical artifact of the primordial heavenly venerable, containing a universe within and imbued with supreme spiritual energy. The first line of description almost stopped Wu Feng's heart in his tracks. Note, this artifact is a knockoff. Please experience its effects for yourself. The next sentence completely stunned Wu Feng. Damn, what kind of thing is a knockoff? Is this thing good or bad? Wu Feng glanced around. This secluded corner was deserted. He simply activated the map of mountains and rivers with a thought. Whoosh! The next second, he entered the world of the map of mountains and rivers. Wu Feng, who was initially somewhat annoyed, was now utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Before him lay an entire world. He hovered in the air, gazing at the sun, moon, stars, mountains, seas, and continents. His heart pounded with excitement. Most astonishingly, Wu Feng clearly felt he possessed absolute control over this world. With a wave of his hand, a tornado arose on the sea beneath his feet, and surging waves crashed against his face. With another wave, the sea returned to calm. Awesome! Even though it's a knockoff of the map of mountains and rivers, this feeling of having the whole world in my hands is fucking awesome. Wu Feng played around with it for a while, then his brow furrowed slightly. This world seems lifeless. Such a vast expanse of land, yet even plants are scarce. I might as well plant some flowers here. With this thought, Wu Feng left the map of mountains and rivers. Wu Feng hopped on his electric scooter and sped home. If he remembered correctly, there were several potted plants on his balcony. He'd get them first. He arrived home quickly, but Wu Rui wasn't back yet. Wu Feng went to the balcony and looked at the plants. They're all doing quite well. Looks like Rui has been watering and caring for them a lot. Wu Feng picked through them, finally choosing a cactus. You're the one. You're very resilient. Even if you don't adapt well, you won't die immediately. With a thought, the cactus detached from its pot and floated into the landscape painting. Wu Feng looked at this single patch of green in the vast continent and grinned. Don't worry, I'll plant more when I have time. You won't be all alone. Suddenly, Wu Feng frowned. He went back to the balcony and sniffed. A pungent, burnt smell wafted in. What the hell? That heartless bastard is burning garbage again. Wu Feng pushed open the balcony window and looked out. What he saw made his face turn pale. About 3 or 4 buildings in front of his old-fashioned building, a plume of black smoke was shooting into the sky. Damn! This isn't burning garbage, it's a fire. Wu Feng quickly closed the window and rushed downstairs. Once he got downstairs, Wu Feng saw that quite a few people were already looking in the direction of the black smoke. Some were even carrying buckets of water, running frantically in that direction. It really is a fire. Wu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed over as well. 2 minutes later, he arrived at the scene of the fire. Wu Feng's brows furrowed immediately. As he expected, the fire was indeed in a very old building. The building was only 6 stories high, and thick smoke was billowing upwards from the second floor. Many people were watching, but even with buckets of water, they couldn't reach the flames. My God, look! There's someone upstairs. Wu Feng looked over and saw a woman at a window on the 6th floor, one hand covering the mouth and nose of a young woman, the other desperately trying to pry open the security bars on the outside. What was supposed to be a security measure had become a deadly one. The thick smoke billowed upwards, and after a short while, the woman couldn't take it anymore and retreated. This won't do. Wu Feng was extremely anxious. He didn't see anyone peeking out from other floors, so they were either already evacuated or no one was home. As for the mother and daughter on the 6th floor, it was obvious they discovered it too late. They couldn't even get out of the building now. Wu Feng anxiously glanced around, his heart sinking again. This building was located in the heart of this old residential area. And this old residential area was very similar to many urban villages. The surrounding area was filled with haphazardly strung power lines, and the distance between buildings strictly violated building regulations. Even a small car could barely pass, let alone a fire truck. Furthermore, with many people gathered on the surrounding streets to watch, Wu Feng was certain that even if the firefighters arrived in time, it would likely delay their firefighting efforts. Save my child. At this moment, the woman on the 6th floor poked her head out again, tears streaming down her face, crying out in anguish. Damn it! I can't care less. Wu Feng gritted his teeth, snatched a bucket from someone next to him, and poured the half-full bucket of water over himself. Then, Wu Feng took a deep breath and rushed straight towards the building entrance. Are you crazy? Young man, don't be a hero. We've already called the fire department. Why are you, a deliveryman, risking your life like this? People around saw Wu Feng and tried to dissuade him, but Wu Feng just rushed in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as he entered the stairwell, Wu Feng's brows furrowed tightly. The entire building reeked of burning plastic. This was most likely due to an electrical fire caused by improper use of electrical appliances. When Wu Feng reached the 2nd floor, he couldn't proceed. The entire 2nd floor stairwell was shrouded in black smoke. He couldn't see anything. Not to mention the flames shooting out of the room. The scorching heat made Wu Feng feel like he was in an oven. Damn it! What do I do? Wu Feng's mind raced, then suddenly, his eyes lit up. Fire control. Quick, quick! Wu Feng's acquired ability was already fully loaded, and he immediately used it. Buzz! A strange sensation instantly spread from Wu Feng's mind throughout his body. Then, Wu Feng was surprised to find that everything around him had become incredibly comfortable. It was like being completely exhausted and then soaking in a hot bath. The feeling almost made Wu Feng groan with comfort. Bang! Wu Feng kicked open a door on the 2nd floor, glanced around, and rushed towards another room. Fortunately, the rooms in this building were all simple, single rooms. That meant that Wu Feng could immediately see if anyone was inside after kicking open the door. Quickly, Wu Feng reached the 6th floor. And at this moment, he was carrying 2 people who had already been knocked unconscious by the black smoke on his shoulders. He aimed at the door and kicked it open. Bang! Inside the room, the mother and daughter huddled by the window turned their heads in shock, completely stunned. Chapter 24. Come out here for a second. What are you standing there for? If you can walk, come over here right now. Wu Feng shouted urgently, seeing the mother and daughter standing there dumbfounded. Okay. The mother, holding her daughter, hurried over. Get 2 more towels wet, quick, Wu Feng ordered again. The mother and daughter quickly did as instructed, all the while nervously watching Wu Feng. It's understandable why they were upset. Wu Feng's appearance was truly terrifying. His once bright yellow uniform was now blackened by smoke, even his face was a blackened mess. Only his bright eyes remained. It was his first time using his fire control technique. Although the flames couldn't harm him, they had left him somewhat disheveled. Wu Feng carried the 2 women, and then led the mother and daughter. Just as they reached the bottom of the 6th floor stairwell, the daughter in the mother's arms suddenly collapsed and fainted. Xiao Qian, what's wrong? Wake up! The mother cried out anxiously, but before she could finish, she herself nearly choked and began coughing violently. Wu Feng was filled with anxiety. At this rate, he definitely wouldn't be able to save these 4 people. The situation on the 6th floor was slightly better than below, but only slightly. You know, during a fire, 8 out of 10 victims die from suffocation or being burned after being knocked unconscious by toxic gases. That's why they used wet towels to cover their mouths and noses. Now, the stairwell was filled with toxic gases. Wu Feng was fine, but the others wouldn't. I don't believe it. Wu Feng gritted his teeth and gently lowered the 2 people on his shoulders. You wait here, I'm going down. With that, Wu Feng leaped into the smoke. The mother struggled to cover her mouth and nose, watching Wu Feng disappear, her mind nearly blank. She strained to speak. Young man, if you can run, go ahead, don't worry about us. She didn't know if Wu Feng heard her, she couldn't think of anything else at that moment. Xiao Qian, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted you take the entrance exam for Luo City University, we wouldn't be here, we wouldn't have, cough cough. Meanwhile, Wu Feng had reached the 3rd floor. The fire had now spread to the 3rd floor. He looked at the raging flames before him, his heart filled with anxiety, but he forced himself to remain calm. Now, I can only try my water manipulation technique. Wu Feng calmed himself and activated his water manipulation technique. The next instant, Wu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, looking around in astonishment. After activating the water manipulation technique, Wu Feng was shocked to realize that the water molecules in every household throughout the entire building had come to life. The water in the bucket, the hot water in the kettle, even the lingering dampness on the dish rack. It all seemed to come alive. Wu Feng's heart stirred, and he tried desperately to control it. Gradually, centered on Wu Feng, all the water molecules upstairs gathered together. This feeling. Wu Feng shook his head vigorously. After gathering the water molecules, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. This wasn't just physical, but also mental. It seems this immortal technique is truly different from other abilities, demanding extremely high physical strength from me. Wu Feng understood, but this wasn't the time to dwell on it. He quickly focused his attention again, controlling the water molecules to distribute in all directions. If anyone were present at this moment, they would be utterly dumbfounded. A thick layer of mist floated around Wu Feng's body. This mist, guided by its direction, moved step by step, extinguishing the drifting black smoke and flames wherever it reached. This was even more breathtaking than a fantasy drama. A few minutes later, Wu Feng finally controlled all the water molecules, extinguishing the fire on the 2nd floor. He opened his eyes and looked around. A faint smell of burning still lingered, but it was much better. Wu Feng shook his head, his legs weak, and hurriedly ran upstairs. Outside the building, dozens of firefighters carrying ladders and a large number of manual fire extinguishers rushed over. Their faces were filled with anxiety. The fire trucks, unsurprisingly, were blocked outside and couldn't get in at all. Even they had struggled to get in. The lead firefighter quickly gave a brief assignment and then led the way to rush in. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something and looked up at the building in front of him. Not only him, but everyone present fell silent, looking at the building in confusion. It was a very strange feeling. Dozens of firefighters and hundreds of onlookers surrounded the building, but not a sound was uttered. After a long silence, someone exclaimed, "The fire is out." It seems so. How is that possible? This scene was truly shocking. It hadn't rained, and there was no way the building would have had the firefighting equipment to extinguish such a large fire. How was the fire put out? Just as everyone was bewildered and unsure what to do, several figures staggered out of the stairwell. "Quick! Help them up, take them to the hospital." The firefighters reacted swiftly, immediately understanding the situation and rushing over. Wu Feng was already nearing his limit. He watched as the firefighters took the other 4 people and carried them out, then grinned. "Young man, you." Wu Feng waved to the 2 firefighters who came to help him, indicating he could walk. "Don't worry about me, you guys go in and check. I was in a bit of a rush, I might have missed something." Upon hearing this, the firefighters immediately rushed into the building. Wu Feng licked his dry lips and, taking advantage of the chaos, quietly slipped away. Half an hour later, Wu Feng dried his wet hair, then picked up his water glass and drank another cup of water. Brother! Wu Rui was back too. The little girl burst through the door, immediately shouting, "Brother, have you heard? There was a fire in our residential area today." Wu Feng grinned, feigning surprise. "Huh? How come I didn't know?" "Oh, I'm not lying to you. It's true," Wu Rui said earnestly. "It's all over the place now. Lots of people are saying a delivery guy saved everyone in the building. And now, even the TV station is here. And the firefighters are all looking for that delivery guy." Wu Feng's lips twitched upon hearing this. "Oh, is that so? Then that delivery guy is truly a hero, haha." As he spoke, Wu Feng nonchalantly went into the bathroom to start drying his hair. "Why does brother seem completely unconcerned?" Wu Rui muttered, then suddenly her gaze fell upon Wu Feng's yellow uniform reflected in the laundry tub, and her brows furrowed. "Brother, come out for a second." Chapter 25 Unbelievable Luck. "What's wrong?" Wu Feng poked his head out. "What happened to your clothes?" Wu Rui asked, frowning. Wu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! He'd only soaked the clothes after coming back, he hadn't had a chance to wash them. Brother, did you go coal mining? Your clothes are so dirty." Wu Rui muttered, then squatted down and started scrubbing the clothes. Wu Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily, Wu Rui didn't suspect anything. If she knew he was the delivery guy who saved the person, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The next day, Wu Feng got up and saw his work clothes neatly folded. A smile appeared on his lips. He quickly tidied himself up and went out. When he arrived at the company, Wu Feng was surprised to find several media personnel with cameras surrounding and interviewing one of the company's managers. "Has your company found the delivery driver who rescued people from the fire yesterday? If you have, please let us know. The entire city of Luo is waiting to see this hero." The manager's face was beaming. He had only learned about the incident today. Apparently, the delivery driver was recognized as a member of their Tuanmiai company yesterday, and the media had already swarmed around him early this morning. "Dear media friends, we will do our best to find this hero. If it's true, our company will definitely reward him." Wu Feng walked by, secretly smiling. With his smoke-covered appearance yesterday, how could they possibly recognize him? Afterward, he went into the company to report for duty and then set off on his electric scooter. The morning passed quickly, and it was almost noon. Ring ring, the phone rang. Wu Feng parked his scooter by the roadside and took out his phone. "What's wrong, Sigh or Yui?" "Brother, I went to the hospital today." "Ah." Wu Feng immediately panicked. "Sigh or Yui, where are you? Are you feeling unwell? Tell me, I'll come find you right now." "Brother," Wu Rui chuckled. "It wasn't me. It was my best friend, Feng Xiaoqian." Feng Xiaoqian? Wu Feng had heard Wu Rui mention that name before. He seemed to recall that she and Wu Rui went to the same university, and even the same department. The two girls usually seemed to like studying together. I remember now. How is your friend?" Wu Feng asked. "She's getting in 4 drip, but she's fine now." After saying that, Wu Rui paused, then said mysteriously, "Brother, do you know? The place where the fire happened yesterday was actually Ziokin's house. Luckily, that delivery guy showed up, otherwise I would have lost such a good friend." On the other end of the phone, Wu Feng's lips twitched. "Yesterday, when I rescued her, the woman did call out a name like Xiao Qian. I just never expected that I would end up saving my sister's friend. It's good that you're alright. Zai or Yui, go see your friend and see if you bought anything. If you need money, I'll bring it to you now," Wu Feng said. He genuinely hoped that Zai or Yui could make some true friends. One should treat friends with sincerity. "It's okay, brother. I have money on me, but what is it?" Wu Rui hesitated for a moment, then said, "Brother, Xiao Qian is fine. She can be discharged in the next couple of days. It's just that her place is no longer safe to live in. I just heard from Auntie that it's hard to find a new place, so I was wondering if you know of any affordable options." Wu Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Zai or Yui, leave this to me. I'll call you when I have news." "Really?" Wu Rui smiled happily. "Brother, you're so great. I'll give you Ziokin's contact information right now. You can contact her when you find her." "Hee, how about this, Zai or Yui?" Wu Feng chuckled. "I'll tell you when I find a place, and you can tell her. I'm at work, so I probably won't have time." "Okay," Wu Rui happily agreed. After hanging up, Wu Feng thought for a moment and dialed Tang Xian's number. The other party answered the phone quickly. Before Wu Feng could even speak, Tang Xian interjected, "I was just about to call you. Where are you?" Wu Feng grinned. "Where else could I be? On my way to deliver takeout." Tang Xian chuckled and teased, "Wow, my little tycoon. You're worth billions and still so hardworking. Tell me a place, let's meet up." Wu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Okay, let's go to that coffee shop again." A dozen minutes later, Tang Xian arrived. Just like last time, she was in a rush. But this time, after sitting down, Tang Xian didn't speak immediately, staring intently at Wu Feng. Wu Feng felt a little embarrassed by her gaze and touched his chin. "Is there a flower on my face?" "Heh, even if you really had a flower growing on your face, I wouldn't be surprised." "Wu Feng, I've discovered you're really something else." Tang Xian teased. Wu Feng chuckled. "Let me guess, did the stocks I bought really go up?" Tang Xian took a deep breath and looked at him seriously. "Wu Feng, are you serious? You really just picked stocks randomly?" "Yeah." Wu Feng smiled faintly. "I don't even have a computer at home, and besides, I don't have time to research this." Tang Xian was utterly speechless. On the way here, she even considered pressing Wu Feng for answers, but ultimately decided against it. She had investigated Wu Feng's background. To be honest, Wu Feng probably didn't even remember anything from his childhood to adulthood, including his time in the orphanage. But Tang Xian knew. Precisely because she knew him so well, Tang Xian felt even more strongly about Wu Feng's hidden abilities. He was clearly just an ordinary deliveryman, so why did he do things that were so astonishing? Saving Tang Yuan and outmaneuvering Dr. Shui were beside the point. But now, a stock that even her professional team had given up on had miraculously revived, rising by 70% in a single day. Such a bizarre situation had never occurred in the stock market over the past 7 or 8 years. Tang Xian clearly understood the unusual nature behind this event. For a stock on the verge of collapse to revive like this, either there was an incredibly powerful team manipulating things behind the scenes, or Wu Feng simply had incredible luck. "Wu Feng, if you really just guessed, then I have to admit your luck is truly incredible." Tang Xian looked at Wu Feng with a helpless smile. "Calling you a chosen one wouldn't be an exaggeration. The stock you bought has seen an astonishing increase in just 1 day, and according to my team's estimates, it will continue to rise for the next 2 days. By then, your initial investment of 1 billion will at least double or triple, becoming 2 or 3 billion. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, secretly smiling to himself. Tang Xian's team was indeed quite capable, even calculating the final increase. However, Wu Feng already knew this result from the beginning, but, naturally, he wouldn't say it. Chapter 26 The Marvel Universe. "Really? That's wonderful, Ms. Tang. I'll have to treat you to a good meal then." Wu Feng was overjoyed, practically jumping for joy. Seeing Wu Feng's expression, Tang Xian's last bit of doubt disappeared. Looks like he really just guessed. This guy's luck. I'm impressed. "Okay, I won't hold back then." Tang Xian replied with a smile, then took a sip of water, as if remembering something, and said, "By the way, did you call me about something?" Wu Feng smiled. "Yes, I did. A friend of my sister's is looking for a cheap apartment, preferably close to Luocheng University. Ms. Tang, could you help me inquire?" "That's it." Tang Xian chuckled. This was a piece of cake for her. She immediately picked up the phone, made 2 calls, and finalized the details. 600 a month, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, only a 10-minute walk from Luocheng University, how about it? Wu Feng secretly exclaimed, "Damn, that's efficiency." Most importantly, this apartment, with its excellent conditions and proximity to Luocheng University, was practically free at 600 a month. Honestly, if Wu Feng weren't so shameless, he would have definitely asked for another one. "All right. Then I'll thank President Tang on her behalf." Tang Xian gave Wu Feng a disapproving look. She no longer considered him a regular deliveryman. A deliveryman with billions in assets was truly rare. "All right, no need for thanks. I've sent the address to your phone, you can move in any time." The two chatted for a while longer, then Tang Xian had some business at her company and left. After Tang Xian left, Wu Feng happily paid the bill and went out. He first took out his phone and told Wu Rui about the apartment. "Xiao Rui, the apartment is definitely in great condition. Tell your friends not to worry. A friend of mine recommended it, they can move in without worry." Wu Rui was overjoyed, so fast. "Great, I'll go tell Xiao Qian right away." Hanging up the phone, Wu Feng smiled slightly. He rubbed his stomach and decided to find a place for lunch. Niu Ji beef noodles. Wu Feng was a regular customer. He not only ate there often but also frequently took delivery orders. Even the owner knew his preferences. "Xiao Wu, no cilantro, right?" Wu Feng smiled and nodded. "Add a braised egg too." "Okay, just a moment." While waiting for his food, Wu Feng's gaze inadvertently swept over a potted evergreen in the corner of the restaurant, and a thought suddenly struck him. "I wonder how the cactus in the mountain and river map is doing." He suddenly had a thought, and outwardly appeared to be daydreaming. In reality, his entire consciousness had entered the mountain and river map. The next moment, Wu Feng arrived at the place where the cactus was planted. Then, he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. In all his life, even on TV, he'd never seen a cactus the size of a small mountain. Wu Feng's lips twitched violently as he stared blankly at the seemingly sentient plant before him. How long has it been? In less than 24 hours, a cactus the size of a palm had grown into a mountain of cacti. That's incredible. Wu Feng circled the cactus, his fingers trembling as he touched a thorn as thick as a finger. Holy crap! It's real, not an illusion. Even more amazing, the moment Wu Feng's fingers touched the cactus, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. A cactus brimming with spiritual energy, its sap has miraculous effects on stopping bleeding and healing wounds. Holy crap! Wu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Instantly, everyone in the entire restaurant turned to look. Wu Feng smiled sheepishly, then buried his head, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Holy crap! Just one night, and an ordinary cactus turned into this. What would it be like if I brought the entire flower market here? Thinking about it, Wu Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together, eager to try it out right now. 20 minutes later, Wu Feng left the noodle shop and sped off on his bike towards the flower market. But he hadn't gone far when the system notification arrived. An urgent delivery needs to be delivered to Spider-Man. Portal will open in 10 seconds. Screech! Wu Feng slammed on the brakes. This time, it was Spider-Man. Wu Feng knew this character all too well. He'd seen every version. In fact, he was Wu Feng's favorite character in the entire Marvel series. Wu Feng even remembered the scene in Avengers where Spider-Man was destroyed by Thanos. After watching it, Wu Feng was furious and kept fantasizing that Spider-Man would be resurrected. Now he was actually going to face Spider-Man himself, and he had no idea which part of the story he would be transported to. Excitedly, Wu Feng turned around. He was on a main road, and finding a hiding spot wasn't easy. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards a flower bed on the side of the street. Hey! You delivery guy, slow down. You, be careful. An auntie cleaning the street saw Wu Feng heading straight for the flower bed and nervously ran over, but then froze in place. Gone? That's terrifying. Riding an electric scooter, and he's gone? Meanwhile, Wu Feng's surroundings flashed, and he found himself in another world. As soon as he was transported, Wu Feng was completely stunned. It was nighttime. Vehicles were moving around him, and the city streetlights were flashing. What's going on here? Where's Spider-Man? Is he fighting criminals? Wu Feng grinned, looking around, but couldn't find Spider-Man. Just then, robbery! Bang! A piercing scream tore through the night, followed by a deafening crash. Wu Feng jumped, then saw a figure rushing towards him from the other end of the street. It was a dark figure, vaguely holding a weapon. This scene was all too familiar to Wu Feng, who knew the Spider-Man movies so well. Isn't this the time when Spider-Man's uncle Ben Parker was killed? At this time, Spider-Man himself should be nearby. He saw the robber, but didn't intervene. This led to Spider-Man's devastating loss when he discovered that the person robbed and murdered was his uncle, Ben Parker. This incident, while rapidly maturing Spider-Man and giving him a profound understanding of the meaning of "with great power comes great responsibility," also left him with a permanent regret. No matter how much he grows in the future, this regret will never be erased. These thoughts flashed through Wu Feng's mind, and he immediately began searching his surroundings. Sure enough, on the other side of the street, in the direction the robber had fled, Wu Feng spotted Spider-Man. Chapter 27 Nanosuit. Damn it! I have to hurry, or the criminal will get away. Wu Feng strode towards Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Wu Feng called out. Since he teleported here, the system had granted him the ability to communicate, so although he was speaking Chinese, Spider-Man understood him perfectly. How do you know me? Spider-Man stared blankly at Wu Feng, who was wearing a yellow suit, bewildered. Hey, forget about that. Did you see that robber? Spider-Man replied nonchalantly, saw him, but it's none of my business. What do you mean it's none of your business? Do you know who got robbed? It was your uncle Ben Parker. Spider-Man's eyes widened in disbelief. He shook his head and took 2 steps back. No way. Stop dawdling. Wu Feng waved his hand, his tone resolute. If you don't want any regrets, catch that criminal right now. I'm going to save your uncle. With that, Wu Feng turned and rushed towards the scene. Over here, Spider-Man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and quickly ran into the dark alley. Upon arriving at the scene, Wu Feng immediately saw Ben Parker lying on the ground. Many people were watching, but no one dared to approach. Wu Feng rushed over, looked him over carefully, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. According to the movie plot, by the time Spider-Man learned his uncle was the victim, it was already too late. But now, Wu Feng had directly told Spider-Man the result and arrived first, so Ben Parker wasn't dead yet. As long as he wasn't completely dead, that's nothing to worry about. Wu Feng's mind raced, and he immediately retrieved some cactus juice from the mountain and river map. This stuff is incredibly effective at stopping bleeding, it should be fine. Wu Feng carefully dripped the juice onto Ben Parker's wound. The next instant, the wound, which had been bleeding profusely, miraculously stopped bleeding. Awesome! Wu Feng was secretly thrilled. Just then, Spider-Man returned. He was carrying the criminal, whose head was swollen like a pig's, and rushed over when he saw his uncle. Uncle! Spider-Man's eyes instantly turned red. Wu Feng patted Spider-Man on the shoulder. Don't worry, I've stopped the bleeding for your uncle. The key now is to remove the bullet as soon as possible. Spider-Man looked up at Wu Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. At the same time, Spider-Man was also worried. Then let's take Uncle to the hospital now. Wu Feng glanced at the old man on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly. The old man was elderly, and although the bleeding had stopped, he had lost a lot of blood and was very weak. That won't do. What if he dies before getting to the hospital? Spider-Man will still have regrets. Wu Feng thought for a moment, then a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He quickly took out Spider-Man's takeout and handed it to him. Spider-Man, this is your takeout. Quickly see what's inside. Spider-Man was a little anxious, no buts, just look. Spider-Man quickly took it and opened it. In an instant, Wu Feng froze. Spider-Man also looked bewildered, holding a blue-bottled drink from his bag. Bro, what's this? Wu Feng was both speechless and amused. System, oh system, you've really got some wild ideas. What Spider-Man was holding was none other than, it was a bottle of pulse. Get your pulse back anytime, anywhere. Wu Feng knew exactly what that advertising slogan meant. Don't just stand there, quickly give this to your uncle, then you can safely take him to the hospital. He'll be fine. Spider-Man blinked, then without hesitation twisted open the cap and fed Ben Parker a sip. And then, Ben Parker, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around and actually struggled to his feet. This was an old man who had just been robbed. Wu Feng's lips twitched. Just then, the system notification arrived. Spider-Man, no need to thank me, just remember to give me a 5-star review. With that, Wu Feng waved and took a few steps back. Whoosh! The next moment, he vanished from the spot. Spider-Man, supporting his uncle, stared blankly as Wu Feng suddenly disappeared. Judging from his clothes, this savior should be a food delivery guy from China. I'll remember him. I'll definitely repay him properly when I have the chance. Meanwhile, Wu Feng had returned to the real world. He glanced around and then quickly stepped out of the flower bed. This scene immediately stunned the cleaning lady sitting beside him, who had been sitting in a daze. Young man, you. A ghost. Wu Feng's lips twitched. Am I really that scary? Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving a silver gift pack X3. Wu Feng's face lit up. Activate. Congratulations, host, for obtaining spider sense. Congratulations, host, for obtaining spider strength. Congratulations, host, for obtaining spider adhesion. 3 consecutive notifications left Wu Feng stunned. Spider-Man's 3 most important abilities. He suddenly possessed them all. He quickly opened them to check. Spider sense, like a spider, it gathers information through air vibrations, sensing everything around it and keeping the host away from danger. Spider strength, the proportionally amplified strength of a spider, easily lifting heavy objects like cars, steel bars, and concrete, up to 15 to 20 tons. Spider adhesion, hands and feet can adhere to any solid surface using a principle similar to static electricity. After reading this, Wu Feng was overjoyed and dizzy. Suddenly, he thought of something else. Wait a minute. System, did you forget to give me my most important ability, the ability to shoot webs? Wu Feng had always dreamed of flying around delivering packages like Spider-Man. Just then, the system notification arrived as promised. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-star review from Spider-Man. You have gained 5 lottery points. Here it comes. Wu Feng clicked the roulette wheel without hesitation. Watching the pointer stop, Wu Feng's heart leaped into his throat. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Iron Man Nanosuit X1. What the heck? Wu Feng stared at the new suit in his inventory, his mind completely blank. Iron Man Nanosuit, the latest nanosuit meticulously crafted by Iron Man, soft and form-fitting. Wearing it grants you all of Iron Man's abilities for 1 hour, with a 1-day cooldown. Wow! This is too incredible. Wu Feng was completely enveloped in immense happiness, feeling like he was about to float away. Let me know if you like Chapter 28. This is truly a treasure. Wu Feng couldn't help but grin as he looked at the brand new suit in the warehouse. I'll try it on. With a thought, Wu Feng automatically donned the nanotech suit. Instantly, Wu Feng transformed, becoming a veritable Iron Man. Hide appearance. Hearing the system prompt, Wu Feng nodded without hesitation. Hide. The next moment, Wu Feng reverted to his previous appearance. Wu Feng was excited again. This nanotech suit is simple and brutal. Once hidden, outsiders can't see it at all, but he can clearly sense it. Moreover, controlling the suit only requires a thought. He can instantly activate its effects, granting him Iron Man's abilities. More importantly, even without activating the skill, the suit's inherent defensive capabilities mean that ordinary weapons can no longer harm Wu Feng. Ha ha ha, awesome. Wu Feng's gleeful expression attracted a crowd of onlookers. Completely unconcerned, he hopped on his electric scooter and sped away. He was still thinking about the world of the map of mountains and rivers. 20 minutes later, Wu Feng arrived at Luo City's largest flower market. What flower is most famous in Luo City? Peony, of course. Although the Peony Festival was over, the flower market still boasted many newly cultivated seasonal flowers, vying for attention. Wu Feng was straightforward and decisive, thoroughly exploring the peony section, potted plant section, cut flower section, and rare plant section. In each section, he bought only a few plants at most, and after paying, he immediately put them into the map of mountains and rivers. Thus, after browsing through these sections, although Wu Feng had bought hundreds of different kinds of flowers and plants, his hands were empty. Just having flowers and plants isn't enough, we need something else. Wu Feng clicked his tongue, then turned and headed to the nearby fish and bird market. Goldfish, big-eyed finches, golden-crowned cranes, blue-eyed mynas. Wu Feng bought dozens of different kinds in one go. In nearly 2 hours, Wu Feng had already spent 20 or 30,000 yuan. But he didn't care, after all, he was now a billionaire. After finishing all that, Wu Feng checked the time and realized it was almost time to go home and cook, so he went to the vegetable market. Boss, how much are your sweet potatoes? These are cheap. 1 yuan a pound. After buying his vegetables, Wu Feng spotted a sweet potato stall and bought another 10 yuan's worth, throwing them all into the mountain and river map. On his bike ride home, Wu Feng internally examined the mountain and river map and couldn't help but sigh again. Sigh, after spending hours shopping, I've only filled a tiny space, barely the size of my palm. This map of mountains and rivers is truly enormous. Wu Feng secretly resolved to find a suitable opportunity to further expand the map. This thing is now a veritable treasure trove, and it belongs solely to Wu Feng. There's no reason not to invest significant effort in its development. When he got home, Wu Rui wasn't back yet, so Wu Feng went to the kitchen to start cooking. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 o'clock. Wu Rui would be back soon. Just as Wu Feng was thinking this, the door opened. Phew, brother. I'm exhausted today. Wu Rui entered and immediately collapsed onto the sofa. Looking at Wu Rui's languid appearance, Wu Feng chuckled. Oh, what did you do to get so tired? I helped Xiao Qian move. You moved this afternoon? Wu Feng blinked and asked. At the mention of this, Wu Rui perked up. Brother, I haven't even asked you yet, where did you find this place? It's amazing. You know, I told Xiao Qian it was only 600 a month, but she wouldn't believe me and insisted I call you to confirm. Wu Feng chuckled, just tell her to stay. A boss I know introduced it to me, there won't be any problems. Okay. Wu Rui nodded, then stood up. Brother, I'm going to wash my hands, then let's eat. Okay, go ahead, after dinner I'll take you out. Wu Rui was stunned for a moment, then jumped up happily. Brother, you're not working tonight? That's great. Where are we going? She hadn't gone shopping with Wu Feng in a long time, he was always so busy. Wu Feng smiled mysteriously. You'll find out after dinner. The two ate their meal chatting and laughing, and after cleaning up, Wu Feng took Wu Rui out. Night had fallen, and the daytime heat had subsided. A cool breeze brushed against her neck, making her feel refreshed. Brother, where are we going? Wu Feng looked ahead, a smile on his face. Xiao Rui, how long has it been since you bought new clothes? Wu Rui thought for a moment. Not long, didn't I buy a dress last year? I'm not growing anymore, it'll last for years. Wu Feng smiled helplessly. You're starting school soon, you'll be a college student then, how can you keep wearing outdated clothes? Today, I'll take you to buy a couple of nice outfits. Ha! Wu Rui was immediately surprised. Brother, let's not. You work so hard to earn money, besides, my clothes are still wearable. No way. You have to listen to me today. Wu Feng insisted. Then, he smiled again. Don't worry, Xiao Rui, I received a company reward for my outstanding performance, a big bonus. After much persuasion, he finally led Wu Rui to their destination, Hintai Building. As the most famous shopping mall in Luokang City, it's open until midnight. Here, if you have money, you can buy anything: food, clothing, daily necessities. And everything is top brand. Wu Feng, pulling Wu Rui along, went straight to the women's clothing section on the 3rd floor. It was Wu Feng's first time here, but carrying billions on his shoulders, he stood tall and confident, appearing completely at ease. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was a regular. Wu Rui, however, was clearly a little uncomfortable. She clung tightly to Wu Feng. Brother, this isn't a place for us, is it? Wu Feng chuckled, gently flicking Wu Rui's nose. What nonsense are you talking about? Who says we can't come here? Look around, and tell me if you like anything. Wu Rui chuckled and followed Wu Feng into a high-end women's clothing store called Lolita. As soon as they entered, a salesperson greeted them. "Sir, how may I help you?" Wu Feng casually waved his hand. "We're just browsing." "Okay, please let me know if you need anything." Wu Rui's eyes lit up. The clothes inside were simply too beautiful. However, when she casually picked up a price tag, her expression instantly changed. Chapter 29. This outfit is pretty ordinary. Brother, this dress costs over 20,000 yuan. Wu Rui exclaimed in surprise, quickly letting go of Wu Feng's hand and grabbing him instead. Wu Feng smiled faintly. This hentai building was almost entirely filled with specialty brands. Domestic and international brands were all there. Those who could afford to buy clothes here were generally not ordinary office workers. Wu Feng brought Wu Rui here because he felt she should wear clothes like this. If it weren't for the fact that he was worth billions and couldn't casually reveal it, Wu Feng would have even taken Wu Rui to an even more expensive place. "Xiao Rui, it's okay, my recent bonus is enough to buy it for you. If you like it, just ask." Wu Rui hesitated, her gaze lingering on the dress for a moment before she firmly shook her head. "Brother, I don't like this style. Let's go somewhere else." With that, she pulled Wu Feng to leave. Wu Feng smiled helplessly. Wu Rui's eyes didn't miss a thing. What girl doesn't love to look good? He was just about to give her some advice when a sarcastic voice came from nearby. "Oh dear, honey, what kind of place did you bring me to? Even delivery guys can come in and pick out clothes. This is so low class, I don't want it." The speaker was a heavily made-up woman who gave Wu Feng and his companion a cold, disregarding their presence, and pouted as she spoke. Beside her was a middle-aged man with a large belly. Upon hearing the woman's coquettish tone, he immediately pulled her into his arms. "What are you comparing yourself to them for? There's no comparison at all. Any one piece of clothing you're wearing is worth more than all of their entire outfits." The woman still looked disgruntled. "No way. If my friends knew, they'd laugh at me for being so low class." The middle-aged man smiled helplessly, then glanced coldly at Wu Feng. Wu Feng was naturally looking at him too. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "What are you looking at? If you can't afford it, get lost. One piece of clothing here is worth several months' salary for you. What are you trying to show off for? You're just ruining my darling's mood." The woman also pouted and snorted, looking at Wu Feng and his companion with disdain. "Exactly, don't you know your place? Wearing such expensive clothes, can you even pull it off?" Wu Feng chuckled coldly to himself. Judging from their appearance, the age difference between them was probably enough for them to be father and daughter, yet they kept calling each other husband. In the past, Wu Feng wouldn't have bothered with such people, but now, not only were they being sarcastic, but they even dared to drag Wu Rui into it. This was simply intolerable. A smile played on Wu Feng's lips as he stopped and called out to a waiter. "Waiter, do you have any better clothes? I think these are all pretty ordinary." "Brother." Hearing Wu Feng's words, Wu Rui quickly grabbed him. "There's no need to argue with them, let's go." Wu Feng smiled slightly and gently patted Wu Rui's hand. "Little Rui, I know what I'm doing, don't worry." At this moment, the middle-aged man turned his head, his eyebrows raised, his disdain even more pronounced. "Humph, little brat, I advise you not to get worked up with me. A little bit of what I have in my pocket is worth more than you've worked hard for years." Wu Feng sneered, narrowing his eyes as he looked at him. "Is that so?" "Not necessarily." The middle-aged man's expression immediately changed, pointing at Wu Feng. "Get lost. You're asking for it, aren't you? Fine, I'll see how long you can keep up this act." With that, the middle-aged man yelled at the waiter, "Which is the most expensive dress in your store?" The waiter was somewhat bewildered. These two customers were really going at it. However, he had no choice but to quickly walk to the dress displayed in the middle. "This light blue gown inlaid with gemstones is the best one in our store." Before the waiter could finish, the middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "I'll take it." The waiter was immediately overjoyed. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy this dress?" "Of course. I'm not kidding. I'm not like some people who are clearly poor but still like to show off." "Excellent. Sir, you have excellent taste," the waiter said happily. This dress was designed by the famous designer Sigh from the United States. There are only about 100 of these in all of China. Its price is 2 million. "What?" The middle-aged man turned pale, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of dead flies, and looked over in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? 2 million for this? Why don't you just rob me?" The waiter smiled helplessly. "Sir, you're joking. This dress really is priced like this." The middle-aged man quickly pulled back the heavily made-up woman who was admiring the dress. "Honey, stop looking. We're not buying this." "Oh, honey, didn't you just agree to buy it? Going back now will make you a laughingstock." The woman clung to the middle-aged man's arm, pleading. "Who dares laugh at me?" The middle-aged man's face turned unnatural. He. Wu Feng chuckled. "You son of a bitch. The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head. What are you laughing at? I don't want to buy it, but what about you? Can you even afford it? Just then, waiter, please wrap this dress up for me, I want it. A man's voice came from the side. Instantly, everyone present turned to look. Wu Feng frowned slightly, it's him. The middle-aged man, however, was instantly overjoyed. He quickly shook off his female companion's hand and rushed over. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Oh dear, look at this mess. I didn't have my card on me. Thank you so much, I'll pay you back later. He stopped abruptly. His outstretched hand froze in mid-air. Because at that moment, the man who had said he wanted to buy the clothes acted as if he hadn't seen him at all, walking right past him and straight to Wu Feng. Young man, I've finally found you. With that, the man tightly grasped Wu Feng's hand, his face filled with excitement. This scene completely stunned the middle-aged man. How does Mr. Wang know this delivery guy? And this guy is called Young Buddy. Wasn't Mr. Wang the one who bought those clothes for me? Wu Feng chuckled softly. Brother Wang, what are you doing here? The man before him was none other than. It was Wang Sun, the one who had previously contemplated suicide after losing money in the stock market. Wang Sun, his face beaming with excitement, replied with a smile, I was just out shopping with my wife and daughter when I unexpectedly ran into you, brother. This is wonderful. Enough said, we absolutely have to find a place to have a couple of drinks later. Chapter 30 The Things I Dislike the Most. No drinking, brother Wang, my car's still downstairs. Wu Feng waved his hand and refused with a smile. Wang Sun's face hardened, no drinking is fine too, but you absolutely have to give me a chance today, I really want to thank you properly. Wu Feng couldn't refuse, so he could only agree with a smile. At this moment, the middle-aged man from before cautiously approached. Mr. Wang? Wang Sun narrowed his eyes and turned his head. Lu Qian, you're really something. Lu Qian immediately shrank back. Mr. Wang, I. Wu Feng smiled faintly, so you two know each other, brother Wang. Wang Sun nodded, explaining with a smile, brother, this Lu Qian is a manager in my company, oh no, I should say a former manager. Wang Sun's words nearly scared Lu Qian out of his wits. He stared at Wang Sun in horror. Mr. Wang? What do you mean? Wang Sun coldly snorted, what do I mean? Humph. Lu Qian, from now on, you're no longer a member of my company. Come to the finance department tomorrow to settle your salary. Ah, Lu Qian was completely dumbfounded. Just because of a food delivery guy, he was fired? Just who is this delivery guy? At this moment, the woman with Lu Qian, sensing the situation was turning sour, forced a smile. I have something to do, I'll leave first. Before Lu Qian could react, she hurriedly ran out. Puffed. Suddenly, he lost both his job and his woman. Lu Qian was so angry he almost spat out blood. Meanwhile, the waiter had already packed up the clothes. Wang Sun handed over a card and told the waiter to swipe it. He then took the clothes and smiled, handing them to Wu Rui. Brother, is this your girlfriend? Wu Rui blushed, her heart pounding with nervousness. She didn't dare reach out to take it, that was 2 million. Wu Feng shook his head with a helpless smile. No, it's my sister. Oh. Wang Sun looked slightly embarrassed, but reacted quickly. No wonder she has such an outstanding air about her, just like you, little brother. Consider this dress a gift for my sister. Wu Rui gently shook her head. I can't accept it. Wu Feng smiled gently. Xiao Rui, take it, it's alright. Wang Sun also quickly smiled. Yes, little sister, just take it. My relationship with your brother is quite special, please don't be shy. After much persuasion, Wu Rui finally accepted the dress. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Wang Sun with suspicion, then on Wu Feng, secretly pondering. Brother, when did you meet someone so rich? I had no idea. Brother Wu, shall we find a place to have a good chat? Wu Feng smiled faintly. Sure, my car's downstairs, let's meet at the entrance. No problem. 5 minutes later, Wu Feng, riding his electric scooter, finally waited at the main entrance for a Mercedes with a license plate bearing the number 7. As for the driver, Wang Sun, he didn't recognize Wu Feng for a long time. It wasn't until Wu Feng called out that Wang Sun turned around in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. The brother? You came in this car? Wu Feng smiled and nodded. What's wrong? Nothing. Wang Sun's expression instantly returned to normal, and his gaze towards Wu Feng was filled with even more admiration. Brother, you really do things differently from ordinary people. I admire you. Wu Feng chuckled and gestured with his chin. Since you're treating me to dinner, I'll pick the place, how about it? Sure. Whatever you say. And so, a sleek Mercedes-Benz sped along behind the electric scooter at a speed that would crush an ant on the roadside, arriving at a roadside food stall in the East District. Brother, is this the place? Wu Feng parked his car and replied with a smile, I come here often. The portions are generous, and the grilled skewers are amazing. Wang Sun's admiration for Wu Feng was now even greater. In his view, someone who could casually produce 1 billion yuan, even if he were very low-key, wouldn't be eating at roadside food stalls all the time. Furthermore, Wu Feng always presented himself as a deliveryman, which couldn't help but shock Wang Sun. This is so low-key. The group chose a table and sat down. Wu Feng skillfully ordered food, while Wang Sun's wife chatted naturally with Wu Ruyi. Their daughter, a few years younger than Wu Ruyi, occasionally cracked jokes, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. After more than an hour, they were almost finished eating. With a glance from Wang Sun, his wife and daughter returned to the car first. Wang Sun then mysteriously took a document from his pocket and handed it to them on the table. Wu Feng, holding a skewer of grilled meat, chuckled as he ate. "What's this?" Wang Sun smiled sheepishly. "Brother, this is a share transfer agreement." "Oh." Wu Feng paused, but didn't look at the document. Wang Sun continued, "Brother, of course, I know you might not appreciate these, but it's a token of my appreciation, and I hope you'll accept it." Wu Feng smiled faintly and pushed the document back. "Brother, I can't accept this." Wang Sun was stunned. "Brother, if it were for money, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. Besides, brother, if you want to express your feelings, this outfit is enough. As for money, that's the last thing I like." In an instant, Wang Sun was completely shocked. From the very beginning, Wu Feng directly offered 10 billion to save someone, and now, he casually refused shares. This is something no ordinary person could do. Even if it were him, with billions in assets now, he probably wouldn't be able to refuse. This level of understanding has long surpassed that of the wealthy. The Wu Feng before him is probably a reclusive super-rich man. "Brother, I truly admire you. I, Wang Sun, am not an ungrateful person. If you ever need any help, just ask. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, if I even frown, I'll be struck by lightning and go bankrupt instantly." Wu Feng smiled. "All right, I'll remember that." The two exchanged a knowing smile. Afterwards, Wu Feng rode his bicycle home with Wu Ruyi. As soon as they entered the house, Wu Ruyi asked with a thoughtful look, "Brother, how did you meet Boss Wang?" Wu Feng smiled and briefly recounted how he met Wang Sun. As for the stock purchase, that was naturally omitted. He only mentioned how he used his eloquence to persuade Wang Sun to come down from the rooftop. Upon hearing this, Wu Ruyi suddenly understood, then looked at Wu Feng with eyes full of admiration. "Brother, you're amazing." Wu Feng laughed heartily, affectionately ruffling Wu Rui's hair. "All right, hurry up and wash up and go to bed. You have to register at school tomorrow." Chapter 31. Sending my sister to report. The next morning, Wu Feng got up early to prepare breakfast. Today was the day he was taking Wu Rui to school for registration. Half an hour later, the two left. Wu Rui didn't wear the new dress she'd bought yesterday. She thought it was too expensive. It felt like she was wearing a mountain of cash. Wu Feng didn't insist. After all, he'd been frugal for over a decade. He'd take it slow. Los Angeles University was located in the university town on the eastern outskirts of Los Angeles. Today was the first day of school for all the universities, so by the time Wu Feng arrived on his bike, the surrounding roads were already packed with all sorts of vehicles. Beep beep. The drivers stuck in traffic honked their horns in frustration, but couldn't move an inch. This is where the advantage of an electric scooter really shines. Wu Feng rode his electric scooter, weaving through the traffic without any obstruction. "Wow, I should have ridden my electric scooter too." Many drivers, seeing this scene, were filled with envy and jealousy. Wu Feng simply smiled faintly at this. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Luokang University. The magnificent gate bore the university's motto: confidence, sincerity, courage, and compassion. Wu Feng watched as many students greeted the new students at the gate, especially some male students who were eagerly helping the pretty female students with their luggage and giving directions. He smiled, chuckled. Just then, a voice rang out from the side. "Hey, are you here to register too?" Wu Feng turned around and saw a tall, thin man smiling at Wu Rui. "Which department are you in? Let me help you with your luggage." As he spoke, the tall, thin man reached out to take the luggage from Wu Rui's hands. Hey, where are you putting your hands?" Wu Feng, with his sharp eyes, immediately blocked the tall, thin man's movement. A second later, and the tall, thin man's hand would have touched Wu Rui's. The tall, thin guy narrowed his eyes and sneered, "You delivery guy, mind your own business. Go cool off somewhere else." Wu Feng laughed angrily. "What did you say?" "Damn it. Brother Jin told you to get lost. Are you deaf?" Immediately, two more guys with the tall, thin guy surrounded him. Wu Feng laughed. Is this welcoming a new student or stealing a wife? This kind of guy needs to be taught a lesson, so he won't keep getting handsy. Wu Feng directly took Wu Rui's suitcase and put one hand on it. "You want to help carry the suitcase? Okay, here you go." "Humph, you're quite sensible." Brother Jin laughed smugly, reaching out to pull the suitcase off the ground. With that pull, Brother Jin almost twisted his back. The suitcase, however, didn't budge. Holy crap! Jin Ge froze. He saw Wu Feng casually resting one hand on the box, but surely the box wouldn't budge? Refusing to believe it, he used both hands. Ugh, I don't believe it. Jin Ge's face turned red. You too, come help. What are you standing there for? The two classmates rushed over, and in an instant, all three of them were crouching low, desperately trying to pull the box. Jin Ge, this box is too heavy. Yeah, it's like we've encountered a ghost. Jin Ge and the other two were covered in sweat, panting heavily, and straightened up, staring at Wu Feng in disbelief. At this moment, Wu Feng chuckled, can't even lift a box, and you're trying to strike up a conversation? As he spoke, Wu Feng easily lifted the box with one hand and weighed it in his hand. This scene made Jin Ge and his two companions' eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. They'd kicked a hornet's nest. Fine, fine. You stinking delivery guys, we'll see. Humph. With that, Jin Ge slunk away with his men. Wu Rui covered her mouth and giggled, brother, how did you do that? Even I could lift that box? Wu Feng chuckled, they're just too weak. His spider-like strength was more than enough to handle even 20 tons, a single finger on it wouldn't budge an inch. Meanwhile, Wu Feng didn't take Jin Ge seriously, but he was secretly worried. Wu Rui had only dressed up slightly today, but in a student group, she'd be considered an absolute beauty. It's no wonder some young men would drool over her. Looks like I'll have to make time to go back to school more often. Just then, Wu Feng's phone rang. Hello, is this Wu Feng? The voice sounded familiar, but Wu Feng couldn't quite place it. Yes, and who is this? It's Li Miao. Li Miao? Wu Feng suddenly remembered. Isn't that the big star he cured at the last free clinic? Hello, hello. What's up? Mr. Wu, thanks to your help last time, I was able to participate in the event. Are you free today? Wu Feng nodded, just tell me what's up. Nothing much, I just wanted to see if I could invite you out for a meal so I could express my gratitude. Oh, that's fine. Name a place, I'll come find you. Great. An hour later, Tianyuan Hotel, please. After hanging up, Wu Feng was thinking about how to start the conversation. Wu Rui chuckled softly, brother, did a beautiful girl ask you out? Wu Feng chuckled, what beautiful girl? Just an acquaintance. Wu Rui's eyes curved into crescents, brother, then hurry up and go, don't be late. Are you sure you can manage alone? Wu Feng asked worriedly. Wu Rui waved her hand with a smile, it's alright, brother. I arranged to meet Xiao Qian at the entrance, she'll be here soon. Fang Xiao Qian? Wu Feng was slightly taken aback. He had saved Fang Xiao Qian from the fire last time, and he didn't know if she remembered what he looked like. If she recognized him, it would be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, Wu Feng nodded, okay, then you'd better be careful. Don't talk to anyone who tries to talk to you. Wu Feng gave a few more instructions, then rode away on his electric scooter. Less than 5 minutes after Wu Feng left, a figure came from behind and covered Wu Rui's eyes. Guess who I am? Wu Rui immediately burst out laughing, Xiao Qian, stop it. I recognized your voice. It was Fang Xiao Qian. Wu Rui turned around and saw Fang Xiao Qian carrying a suitcase, with her mother following beside her. Hello, Auntie. Oh, hello, Xiao Yui. Fang Xiao Qian looked around. Xiao Yui, where's your brother? Didn't he say he was coming to drop you off? Wu Rui smiled. He came, but a friend was looking for him, so he left first. Ha! Fang Xiao Qian shook her head, somewhat disappointed. I was thinking of thanking your brother in person. Xiao Yui, to be honest, is your brother really just a deliveryman? I feel like he's busier than his boss. Wu Rui chuckled, teasing, that just means my brother's popular. Like you, aren't you also eager to see him? Hey, Xiao Yui, you dare tease me? Take this. Fang Xiao Qian burst into two unladylike laughs, then rushed over and tickled Wu Rui. The two pretty girls laughed hysterically, immediately attracting the attention of many male students. Alright, Xiao Qian, stop fooling around. Let's hurry up and go register. Fang Xiaoqin's mother reluctantly stepped in to stop them, then led the two girls into the school. Chapter 32. Another one. Wu Feng, riding his electric scooter, quickly arrived at the Tianyuan Hotel. 3rd floor. As soon as the elevator arrived, a waiter greeted him. Hello, sir, he noticed Wu Feng's uniform. I'm not here to deliver food, someone invited me to dinner, Wu Feng said with a light smile. He was used to this. The waiter immediately smiled, are you Mr. Wu? Yes. The waiter's eyes widened. He had been informed that the famous star Li Miao was treating someone to dinner in a private room. The person's surname was Wu, but he never expected it to be a deliveryman. In an instant, the waiter's admiration for Wu Feng surged like the Yellow River. Hello, sir, please follow me. Upon arriving at the private room, the two men standing at the door didn't stop him, letting Wu Feng push the door open and enter. "Mr. Wu, you've arrived." Li Miao immediately stood up. She was alone in the private room. Today, Li Miao was dressed casually, her long hair draped loosely over her shoulders, her beautiful eyes smiling as she looked at Wu Feng. Wu Feng laughed heartily. Being invited out alone by such a beautiful woman felt truly wonderful. "A beautiful woman invited me, how could I not come right away, haha." Li Miao lightly covered her mouth and chuckled, her demeanor natural and completely unpretentious. "Mr. Wu, you're too kind. Please sit down. What would you like to eat?" After sitting down, Wu Feng casually waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, but since it's just the two of us, let's not order too much, it'll be a waste." Li Miao smiled again and gestured for the waiter to take their order. A moment later, a waiter brought out the aperitif and two small dishes. Wu Feng didn't stand on ceremony and began eating heartily. Seeing this, Li Miao's eyes crinkled with joy. "Mr. Wu, is this your first time eating here?" Wu Feng nodded slightly. "Yes. By the way, don't call me Imar, just call me Wu Feng." "Okay, Wu Feng." Li Miao nodded, her curiosity about Wu Feng growing. "You really work for a food delivery company?" "Yes." Wu Feng tugged at his uniform, a smile playing on his lips. "Delivering food is great, I love that feeling of being on the road." Li Miao smiled, somewhat lost in thought. When she first started out, she worked herself to the bone. Every day, besides training and memorizing press releases, she had to meet with various bigwigs for meals, regardless of the time. Getting 4 or 5 hours of rest a day was a luxury. It was precisely because of this relentless effort, coupled with her talent, that she achieved her current status. Looking back now, although that period was tiring, it was actually quite interesting. That's right, life is only meaningful if you keep striving. Wu Feng looked up at Li Miao and smiled. "With your current status in the hosting and entertainment industry, you probably don't need to work so hard anymore, right?" Li Miao gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Status or not, we're just outwardly glamorous. Sometimes I really wish I could be an ordinary person again, so I wouldn't have so many worries." Hearing Li Miao say this, Wu Feng was slightly surprised. But then he thought about it, and realized that what he usually saw in entertainment news, these big stars were indeed constantly dealing with all sorts of things. Sometimes they weren't as carefree as ordinary people. "Li Miao, is something wrong?" Li Miao snapped out of her reverie and smiled. Nothing, let's not talk about that today." Just then, the door to the private room opened, and a dozen waiters filed in, bringing out the main course. Wu Feng looked at the appetizers in front of him, which were almost completely gone, and was somewhat stunned. After the waiters left, Wu Feng smiled helplessly. "How come there's still so much?" Li Miao smiled mischievously and personally poured Wu Feng a glass of red wine. "Wu Feng, since you want to express your gratitude properly, I can't just leave you with 2 appetizers. I'll drink this one first as a sign of my respect, to thank you for saving me last time." With that, Li Miao downed a glass of red wine in one gulp, his cheeks instantly turning crimson. Wu Feng clicked his tongue. This big star was something else. He drank it all in one go. He could only pick up his glass and drink it down in one gulp as well. Then, the two chatted while eating. Wu Feng listened with great interest to anecdotes about the entertainment industry. Soon, a bottle of red wine was empty, and Li Miao immediately grabbed another. Although Wu Feng hadn't drunk much alcohol, he knew that red wine had a strong after effect. Judging from Li Miao's demeanor, he seemed to be drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Just as he was thinking this, a shout suddenly came from the door of the private room. "Get out of the way. If you dare block my way, believe me, I'll make sure you pack your bags and get out right now." The voice fell, and the door to the private room was pushed open. A young man wearing large sunglasses and impeccably groomed strode in. Wu Feng blinked. He recognized this man. Jin Suan-kai, a very good actor who had starred in many film and television works. Why was he here? At this moment, Kim Hyun-ki had already taken off his sunglasses. He first flashed a confident smile at Li Miao, then his gaze coldly swept over Wu Feng. "Miao Miao, why are you having dinner with someone like this?" Li Miao was also somewhat stunned. She had cancelled a gig to meet Wu Feng today, and she had been very careful about her appearance, so even the entertainment reporters didn't know. How did Kim Hyun-ki know? "Kim Hyun-ki, were you following me?" Kim Hyun-ki's expression changed slightly, and he quickly waved his hands. "How could I? Why would I follow you?" Li Miao's face turned cold. "Who I have dinner with is none of your business. This is none of your concern, you can leave." Kim Hyun-ki's eyes immediately darkened. He and Li Miao belonged to the same entertainment company, Luokang Tianya Media. Luokang Tianya Media wasn't large in scale, but it was quite famous. The main reason was because of Kim Hyun-ki and Li Miao. To outsiders, this celebrity couple seemed like a perfect match. And everyone in the company knew that Kim Hyun-gi had been pursuing Li Miao for quite some time. If two stars of such fame were to get together, the effect would be far more than just 1+1. It could even propel the company forward significantly. But this seemingly perfect partnership hadn't succeeded. Li Miao had consistently refused. Outsiders didn't know what Li Miao was thinking, and Kim Hyun-ji was utterly baffled. This had even become an obsession for Kim Hyun-ji. He had secretly vowed to win Li Miao's heart no matter what. But now, Li Miao, who had rejected countless invitations to dinner, was actually eating with a deliveryman. What Jin Suankai found even more unbearable was that Li Miao had told him to leave. Instantly, his gaze towards Wu Feng was filled with resentment and malice. Miao Miao, don't be so heartless, do you? Jin Suankai's lips curled into a cold smile as he took 2 steps forward. Tell me, what kind of impact would it have if word got out that you were eating alone with this deliveryman? He finished speaking, looking at Li Miao with a cold smile, as if he had her completely under his thumb. What's so great about chapter 33? You're threatening me. Hearing Jin Suankai's words, Li Miao's fingers trembled with anger, and she stood up abruptly. Is this a threat? Jin Suankai smiled nonchalantly. Miao Miao, you need to understand. I'm helping you. The company has arranged a large fan meeting for you, in 3 days. At this time, you actually went out to have dinner with some random person. If the media finds out, how will they publicize it? And how many fans will you lose? Have you thought about that? Jin Suankai's voice grew louder, and towards the end, it even sounded like he was reprimanding Li Miao. This is not only irresponsible to you personally, but also irresponsible to the company. Li Miao, I hope you think this through carefully. After saying this, seeing that Li Miao was indeed stunned, Jin Suankai became even more smug. He then looked at Wu Feng, his face full of disdain. Humph. And you, don't you even know your place? Sitting next to Li Miao, don't you feel ashamed? A toad trying to eat swan meat, you should take a good look at yourself. What the heck? Wu Feng was stunned. So Jin Suankai's image in movies and TV dramas was all an act. Wu Feng's anger surged, and his face turned cold. At this moment, Li Miao spoke. She first looked at Wu Feng apologetically. Wu Feng, I'm sorry, I didn't know he would follow. It's all my fault. Then, Li Miao coldly looked at Jin Suankai. Jin Suankai, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Besides, you're nowhere near Mr. Wu's level. If I had to choose, I'd rather dine with Mr. Wu. Being with you just makes me feel disgusted. What? Jin Suankai's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the two of them in disbelief, his face instantly turning a deep purplish red. Miao Miao, how could you say that to me? Jin Suankai felt incredibly stifled. He, a big star, earning hundreds of millions a year, dressed impeccably, chauffeured around in cars. This person in front of him was just a food delivery driver, earning at most tens of thousands a year. What's the point of comparing them? Li Miao actually said he was inferior to a food delivery driver. This was an utter insult. At this moment, Li Miao spoke again. Jin Suankai, in the past, when you asked me out for dinner, I only politely declined. Today, let me be blunt. From now on, don't bother asking me out anymore. I absolutely will not agree. Forget about it. Jin Suankai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He trembled with rage, pointing at Wu Feng. Miao Miao, you're treating me like this because of this stinky delivery guy. What's so great about him? Wu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. This Jin Suankai, he kept calling him a stinky delivery guy. So what if he's a delivery guy? Did he eat your rice? Hey, Jin Suankai, are you sick? Jin Suankai, already furious, became even angrier upon hearing Wu Feng's words. You're the one who's sick. Wu Feng smiled faintly. No, what I mean is, you really are sick. It's fine if you don't admit it, but dare you lift your shirt and let me see the acne scars on your stomach? What? Jin Suankai instantly calmed down. His mouth gaped open in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. This kid, how did he know I had acne scars on my stomach? But Wu Feng just smiled gently, with an all-knowing look on his face. Based on my experience, your venereal disease seems to be recurring. Now, it's not just on your stomach, but I'm afraid you have small bumps on your back, neck, and arms too, right? What? Jin Suankai was even more shocked now. At the same time, he was furious and embarrassed. He hadn't been careful before, relying on his status to fool around outside, and had contracted this disease. He had secretly spent a lot of money on treatment. Now, the other party had not only seen through his illness with just one glance, but had even described some of his recent symptoms. Most importantly, this kind of illness isn't something you can just talk about, especially in front of Li Miao. For a moment, Jin Suankai felt dizzy and almost collapsed. If an assistant who had followed him and hadn't caught him, he would have really fallen. You brat, this isn't over yet. You just wait. After saying that, he quickly looked at Li Miao. Miao, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't. You don't need to say anything. Just one word from you makes me want to vomit. Li Miao turned away, not even bothering to look at him again. Put. Jin Suankai, overwhelmed with anger and frustration, blacked out and fainted. Wu Feng smiled faintly and said to Jin Suankai's assistant, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get him to the hospital. The sooner he gets better, the better, so he doesn't cause trouble for others." After Jin Suankai was helped out by his assistant, the private room returned to silence. Li Miao didn't sit down but poured herself another glass of wine. "Wu Feng, I'm really sorry, Hey, Li Miao, you don't need to say anything more." Wu Feng waved his hand to stop Li Miao. "What you hesitated to say earlier, was it about Jin Suankai?" Li Miao sighed and recounted the people in the company who wanted them to be together, and Jin Suankai's long-term harassment. After finishing, she looked at Wu Feng apologetically. "I'm really sorry. I just wanted to treat you to a meal, but I ran into all this trouble." Wu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Li Miao, you don't consider me a friend at all." "Ha!" Li Miao was stunned. Wu Feng said softly, "If you considered me a friend, you wouldn't be so polite." Li Miao was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. As a big star, she really didn't have anyone to confide in. If she were to casually reveal her innermost thoughts, they would probably become headline news the next day. At this moment, hearing Wu Feng's words, her gratitude towards him was beyond words. Wu Feng smiled and continued, "Li Miao, if you consider me a friend, just give me a call if you ever want to talk to someone about your feelings. But you should let me know in advance, I'm very busy, haha." Li Miao looked over gratefully, unable to contain her laughter. "Wu Feng, thank you so much. I'm so lucky to have a friend like you. Haha, stop talking about that, hurry up and eat. You can't just drink, it's a waste." Wu Feng smiled and began serving food to Li Miao. This meal significantly brought the two closer. Another hour passed before they left the hotel. Wu Feng watched Li Miao get into her car and drive away, then hopped on his electric scooter and set off. However, he hadn't gone far when he saw a van closely following them in his rearview mirror. Chapter 34 Delivering Takeout to Alan. Wu Feng rode his electric scooter, humming a tune and seemingly oblivious to the car following him, slowly making his way forward. This scene, witnessed by the people inside the van, immediately elicited cold smiles. "Damn it, what are you brats showing off for? Wait for the right opportunity, and we'll beat you to a pulp." A bald, burly man said with a sinister grin. Beside him sat 4 or 5 equally menacing-looking companions. After a while, Wu Feng's scooter began to turn into a side alley. The bald, burly man in the van, seeing this, glared, "Hurry up and follow. Make your move in this alley." "Yes, sir." The driver accelerated, and the van sped off. Meanwhile, Wu Feng, on his electric scooter, had already turned into the alley. "Hurry up, everyone. It's my treat to everyone at nightclub afterwards." The van stopped at the alley entrance, and the bald, burly man ordered, "Don't worry, boss." A group of desperados instantly grabbed their weapons and rushed into the alley. The bald, burly man cheerfully lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and waited patiently. These guys were in the business of risking their lives. Whoever paid them, they worked for. Now that they were targeting Wu Feng, it was naturally a case of being paid to do something. The bald, burly man was quite satisfied with this deal. It was just teaching a deliveryman a lesson. Even if they went a little rough, it wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. And most importantly, the person who hired them was a wealthy man. He'd promised 200,000 yuan right off the bat. This kind of job was really hard to find these days. However, after a while, the bald, burly man sensed something was wrong. His men had been inside for at least 4 or 5 minutes. Logically, they should have been out by now. However, not only had they not seen anyone emerge, but they hadn't heard a single sound. Could we have lost them? The bald, burly man frowned, then shook his head in denial. The men he brought were all old hands, ruthless and vicious. They were all highly experienced. The other party was riding an electric scooter in the alley ahead. He could easily catch up with them by sprinting, so losing them was impossible. Unless, thinking this, the bald, burly man suddenly jolted, pulling open the car door to get out. But as soon as he pushed the door open, bang, the door was slammed back shut. The bald, burly man was thrown back into his seat. He looked up in surprise, and what he saw nearly made him drop his cigarette. "You, the boss, smoking a cigarette while sending your men to their deaths, that's really not very ethical, is it?" Wu Feng grinned at the bald, burly man by the car door. The bald, burly man swallowed hard, then suddenly grabbed an iron bar from under the seat and stabbed it through the glass. "Ethical my ass." Clang! The iron bar pierced the glass and plunged into Wu Feng. However, the next moment, a piercing scream erupted from the bald, burly man's mouth. Wu Feng had gripped the bald, burly man's wrist tightly with his right hand, twisting his hand into a bizarre shape, and the iron bar naturally fell to the ground. Moreover, the bald man's wrist was now pierced by shards of glass, bleeding profusely. I said a few words to you, and you're getting angry? What? Don't you believe your men are all dead? Wu Feng chuckled, grabbing the bald man's arm and dragging him out of the car. The driver in the driver's seat seized the opportunity to move as well. Sit still. If you get hurt again, who's going to take them to the hospital? Wu Feng's words made him sit back down. Wu Feng dragged the bald man into the alley. Upon arriving, the bald man was completely dumbfounded. The 5 men he had sent were now piled on top of each other like a human pyramid. All of them had rolled their eyes, not moving an inch. Why you? The bald man's tongue was tied in knots. Wu Feng chuckled coldly, don't worry, I just knocked them out. Saying this, Wu Feng released the bald man's arm, watching him retreat to the wall before speaking again with a smile. Who sent you? The bald man's eyes darkened. In their line of work, everyone gets their share of trouble. However, even if they failed, they absolutely couldn't betray their clients, otherwise they'd be finished. Humph, you think I'd tell you? I admit we've messed up this time, but I absolutely. Boom! Before the bald man could finish speaking, Wu Feng threw a punch. The punch grazed the man's ear and slammed into the wall behind him. The next moment, a section of the wall behind the man, centered on the point of impact of Wu Feng's fist, cracked open. The bald man's face twitched violently, his pants instantly soaked. Damn it! Is this a human? Big brother! The bald, burly man immediately knelt down with a thud. Spare me! This was all Jin Suankai's doing. He paid us to do it. Just let me go, I promise I'll never show my face in front of you again. Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile, and he coldly chuckled, why didn't you say this sooner? I didn't have to go through all this trouble. Yes, it's my fault, I deserve to die. I was blind. Where is he? Wu Feng asked coldly. The bald, burly man didn't dare to hide anything and quickly told him where Jin Suankai was. He's at the first hospital. He contacted us by phone. After listening, Wu Feng coldly smiled, get lost. The bald, burly man felt like he'd been granted a pardon. He jumped up in a flash, ignoring the blood still streaming down his wrist. Saving his life was the priority. Watching the other man drive off in a van, carrying a bunch of unconscious companions, Wu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Jin Suankai, I was just considering whether to cause you trouble, but you've come looking for trouble yourself. People like Jin Suankai need to be dealt with thoroughly. This time he only hired thugs, who knows what other tricks he'll pull next. Thinking this, Wu Feng hopped on his electric scooter and headed straight for the first hospital. But he hadn't gone far when he slammed on the brakes and stopped abruptly. You have a new multiverse delivery, please check. What the heck? At this hour? Wu Feng was taken aback, but compared to that, the delivery was definitely more important. In another parallel world, superstar singer Alan is in crisis. Please deliver the takeout as soon as possible. Upon seeing the system notification, Wu Feng's eyes widened instantly. It was him. And there was more. A parallel world? What was going on? Wu Feng didn't have time to think, because the system had already prompted him to open a portal. He immediately turned his car around and returned to the alley where he had previously taught the bald man a lesson. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and Wu Feng vanished from the spot. Chapter 35 Alan's Golden Gift Package. The next moment, a completely different scene unfolded before Wu Feng's eyes. On the street, most pedestrians were wearing shorts and flip-flops. Many were chewing betel nuts. Wu Feng grinned. Haha, I've always wanted to travel around here, and I never expected to be teleported here. Wu Feng's strange attire naturally attracted the attention of passersby, but he didn't care. He rode his electric scooter quickly towards his destination. A moment later, he arrived at a small courtyard. Looking at the decorations of the courtyard, Wu Feng had a feeling. He then pushed open the door and went inside. Excuse me, is Alan home? After a while, a voice came from a room on one side of the courtyard. Who's looking for me? As the voice fell, a slightly hesitant young man poked his head out. Wu Feng spotted him immediately, his face lighting up with excitement as he rushed over. Ha ha, hi Alan, I'm your fan, oops. I'm here to deliver your takeout. Wu Feng was so excited he almost choked. The Alan before him clearly looked only 18 or 19. That meant this time was decades earlier than the era Wu Feng lived in. It was the same feeling Wu Feng had when he saw the decorations in the yard. At the same time, Wu Feng instantly understood what the system meant by parallel worlds. Simply put, Wu Feng had traveled back several decades. However, these decades weren't the decades before his own world, but decades before another parallel world. In this world, everything was still following the same trajectory. At this time, Alan was still young, before he grew his melancholic beard. Takeout? I didn't order takeout? Alan stared blankly at Wu Feng. Wu Feng chuckled. Anyway, you know I'm here to help you. Now, can you tell me what difficulties you're facing? Alan hesitated, then turned and went inside. Wu Feng paused for a moment, then quickly followed. Upon entering, Wu Feng was stunned. The room's decor was appalling. Old wooden tables and chairs. The only decent thing was probably the old piano with a broken leg. "You can't help me with my problem," Alan said, sounding dejected. Wu Feng chuckled. "That's not necessarily true. Tell me about it." Alan looked up, glancing at Wu Feng with a puzzled expression. Then, seemingly overwhelmed with confusion, and finally finding someone to confide in, he began to speak. "You've seen my situation. I love music, and I've written a lot of songs, sending them to many record companies. However, not a single one was willing to hire me. My mother's hair has turned white because of me, and she still has to work hard to support the family. I feel so useless. I'm thinking about giving up my dreams, finding a job, and helping my mother." Wu Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "No." Alan looked up in surprise. Wu Feng walked over with a serious expression. "Alan, you have to believe in yourself. Gold always shines. They look down on your songs, they'll definitely regret it later. What you need to do now is keep writing songs. Trust me, you'll be a huge star someday." Alan's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. "Thank you for your encouragement, but I really can't keep going. Are my songs really that bad?" Wu Feng shook his head, glanced at the papers scattered on the piano, walked over, and casually flipped through them. Suddenly, Wu Feng's eyes twitched. "Double Sticks, Nightfall, Rainbow. Holy crap. These are all going to be huge hits." Wu Feng thought to himself, and began to hum softly. Over here, Alan, hearing Wu Feng start humming his songs, also perked up. Because what Wu Feng was humming was in perfect tune. "Delivery guy, you know music too?" Wu Feng chuckled. "I can't speak for everything else, but I certainly understand the songs you write." Alan paused, then smiled shyly. "Really?" Wu Feng reached out and patted Alan's shoulder. "Trust me. Keep submitting, and a company will definitely notice you. Soon." Thank you. "You're welcome. Since you're chasing your dreams, don't be afraid of setbacks. How can you see a rainbow without going through the storm?" Alan looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude. Actually, it's not that I'm afraid of setbacks. The important thing is, I have no income right now, and my mother works very hard. Today is her birthday, and I don't even have money to buy her a gift. Just thinking about it makes me feel really frustrated." Wu Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "A gift? Here, sign for the delivery first," Wu Feng said, taking the delivery from the system's inventory and handing it over. Alan signed his name, and Wu Feng took it, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Mission complete. The portal back to reality will open in 10 seconds. Wu Feng seized the last opportunity, grabbing Alan's hand and giving it a firm squeeze. "Remember to give me a 5-star review. Also, never give up on your dreams, you'll be famous worldwide." With that, Wu Feng quickly walked outside. Alan excitedly followed. "Thank you for your encouragement, I'll remember it." Wait, where did he go? Wu Feng was nowhere to be seen in the yard. Alan stared wide-eyed, only coming to his senses after a long while. Was he an angel sent from heaven? And what's this takeout? He quickly went back inside and opened the takeout. Instantly, Alan's eyes welled up with tears. Inside the takeout box was a beautifully packaged, heartwarming birthday cake. He suddenly looked up, gazing in the direction Wu Feng had left in the courtyard. "Delivery guy, don't worry, I'll definitely continue pursuing my dreams. Thank you for the cake." Meanwhile, Wu Feng returned to reality, appearing in the alley. "What a wonderful trip. I never expected to meet my favorite singer." Just then, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, for completing the delivery task. You have received a silver gift pack X1 and a gold gift pack X1. Gold?" Wu Feng's eyes widened instantly. This was the first time he'd ever received a gold-level gift pack. "Open it." "Open the silver one first," Wu Feng exclaimed eagerly. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining musical talent from Alan." With a system notification, a flood of information appeared in Wu Feng's mind. He instantly felt his entire body brimming with musical talent. "Awesome." Wu Feng looked at the gold gift pack with anticipation. "What can I get from this gold one?" "Open it." "Congratulations, host, for obtaining Alan's full music copyright." Holy crap. Full music copyright? What the hell is that? Chapter 36. Do you have that ability? The system notification arrived immediately. All of Alan's music copyrights. You now own the copyrights to all of Alan's songs. In this world, all songs related to Alan will disappear into the annals of history, becoming your own works. Holy crap. Wu Feng was instantly struck dumb. He incredulously opened his phone and immediately began searching for the songs he knew. The result: all gone. Not only that, Wu Feng also knew of some songs with lyrics or music by Alan, sung by others, and quickly searched for those too. Similarly, all gone. Holy crap. Wu Feng was shocked. He had merely helped someone fulfill a small wish in another parallel world, and he had received such an incredible reward. It's just too awesome. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-star review from Alan and earning 5 lottery points. Would you like to draw a prize now? Drawl, 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 Wu Feng shouted excitedly. The roulette wheel spun, and Wu Feng's eyes were fixed on it nervously. It stopped. Congratulations, host, for obtaining God-level entertainment. What the heck? Wu Feng frowned, puzzled. God-level entertainment. Activating this function will guarantee that any song you write, script you write, or film you direct will become a hit. Wu Feng was speechless. This reward was enough to make his heart pound. I just wanted to be a simple delivery guy. However, Wu Feng quickly calmed down. These newly acquired skills could come in handy. With that in mind, Wu Feng first took out his phone and dialed Tang Xian's number. President Tang. I wanted to consult you about something. It's about Luokang Tianyu Media. After a brief exchange, Wu Feng hung up the phone, hopped on his electric scooter, and instead of heading straight to the first hospital, he changed his route and sped off towards the western suburbs of Luokang. Luokang Tianyu Media was located in a high-end office building in the western district of Luokang. The entire company had no huge billboards, appearing quite low-key. However, this unassuming company was not to be underestimated. Among its artists, Jin Suankai and Li Miao were the most popular. Jin Suankai primarily focused on film and television, having participated in several movies and television series, and was quite famous. Li Miao mainly worked in hosting and music, and of course, also had some film and television work. If you had to compare them, Jin Suankai's fame was slightly greater. This was precisely why the company's senior management secretly supported Jin Suankai's pursuit of Li Miao. In everyone's eyes, Jin Suankai was more than qualified to pursue Li Miao, and a union between them would be entirely beneficial. At that moment, a deliveryman in a yellow robe arrived directly at the foot of Tianyu Media's building. After parking his vehicle, Wu Feng smiled slightly and started to walk inside. Hey, what are you doing? 2 security guards stopped Wu Feng. Wu Feng chuckled, waved his hand, and said casually, "Go tell your boss I'm here to discuss investment." The 2 security guards exchanged a glance, one of them looking over with a cold smile. Are you kidding me? Your monthly salary probably doesn't even cover mine, and you're here to invest? Wu Feng chuckled. You wouldn't understand anyway. Why don't you call your manager over first? Hey, you're asking for it, aren't you? We too can handle you. The security guard said, immediately preparing to shoo him away. What's wrong? Another voice came from inside. A woman in a suit, wearing a name tag, walked over. The 2 security guards immediately tensed up. Assistant Wang, it's like this delivery guy is deliberately causing trouble, we were just about to kick him out. Assistant Wang frowned, glanced at Wu Feng, and whispered to the security guards, keep it down. Yes. The 2 security guards were about to move again when Wu Feng quickly stopped Assistant Wang. Wait. Just now, Wu Feng, with his sharp eyes, noticed the contents of Assistant Wang's name tag, President's Assistant Wang Ziajia. Assistant Wang, if your boss knew this is how you shut out investors, what would he think? Wang Ziajia turned around and sized up Wu Feng. Who are you here to run errands for? Wu Feng chuckled. Nobody. I just need to talk to your boss. Wang Ziajia's lips curled into a faint smile, and she turned to leave. If my attire has misled you, you should recognize this, right? Wu Feng smiled faintly and took out a black card. Wang Ziajia's expression changed instantly. Can I take a closer look? Wu Feng casually handed it over. Sure. Wang Ziajia took the black card, examining it carefully, her expression growing increasingly serious. She had worked with her boss and had seen a lot. She understood the significance of this black card. Although the man in front of her was dressed as a deliveryman, weren't wealthy people often fond of the unusual? After a moment's thought, Wang Ziajia returned the black card. Please wait a moment. I'll go ask the boss. After saying that, Wang Ziajia specifically instructed the security guard, be polite. Wu Feng watched Wang Ziajia leave, a slight smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Wang Ziajia rushed upstairs, panting, and pushed open the boss's office door. Boss, there's a big client downstairs who wants to discuss investment with you. Behind the desk, a slightly balding man looked up. He was none other than Hu Tianyu, the boss of Tianyu Media. Talking about investment? Who is he? Wang Ziajia hesitated, then said, he's a food delivery driver. Hu Tianyu frowned immediately. Xiao Wang, how can you be so confused? What's there to talk about with a food delivery driver? No, boss. He has a Swiss bank's Global Pass black card. Oh, Hu Tianyu's expression turned serious. Tell him to come up here. A moment later, Hu Tianyu saw Wu Feng with a faint smile. Hee hee, young man, I'm Hu Tianyu, the boss of Tianyu Media. May I ask who you are? Hu Tianyu stepped forward first, extending his hand to shake hands with Wu Feng. Wu Feng casually waved a hand in response, then slumped onto the sofa. Mr. Hu, it's really not easy to see you. Hu Tianyu frowned slightly, a fleeting hint of displeasure in his eyes. Haha. Young man, you said you wanted to talk about investment, but you won't even give your name. I don't know you, right? My company is quite busy with all sorts of things, big and small. What if I run into someone who likes to play pranks? Wu Feng chuckled and nodded. Mr. Hu, then I won't chat with you anymore. I'm here today mainly to discuss the acquisition of your company. The atmosphere in the office instantly turned cold as soon as Wu Feng finished speaking. Wang Xiajia was also stunned. Wasn't it just about investment? How did it suddenly turn into an acquisition? Hu Tianyu's eyes turned even colder, and he let out a cold snort. Humph, this is the investment you're talking about? You're really just a toad yawning, all talk and no action. Do you even have the ability to acquire my company? Chapter 37. You're planning to change careers? Hee hee. Seeing Hu Tianyu's anger, Wu Feng showed no sign of nervousness, instead continuing to laugh. Mr. Hu, if I didn't say I was here to invest, I probably wouldn't even get to see you. Besides, I'm sincere, just name your price. I won't haggle. Humph, where did this delusional fool come from? Xiao Wang, have him thrown out. Hu Tianyu waved his hand, shouting impatiently. Wang Xiajia immediately tried to call security. 100 billion. Wu Feng spoke directly. Cash. Hu Tianyu's eyebrows twitched violently. Even Wang Xiajia was stunned, stopping in her tracks. Hu Tianyu turned around, his eyes filled with wariness as he looked at Wu Feng. You've got quite the nerve. Wu Feng chuckled, his expression calm. Wu Feng didn't know much about Tianyu Media, but that was exactly what he wanted to ask Tang Xian about. Although Tang Xian, also a company owner, didn't know much about Tianyu Media, her rough estimate was roughly the same. According to Tang Xian's estimate, Tianyu Media's market value was indeed worth that amount. Of course, that's just market value, but Wu Feng immediately offered 10 billion in cash. This caused even Hu Tianyu, the boss of Tianyu Media, to be momentarily stunned. What does 10 billion in cash mean? He could easily start another company with that money. And with such strong cash backing, coupled with his connections in the entertainment industry, his situation would only be much better than it is now. All he needed to do was invest some time. Wu Feng simply grinned. He hadn't finished speaking yet. He was confident that after he finished, the other party wouldn't refuse. Not only do I have 10 billion in cash, but I can also make a bet with you. If you can't make the company more than 1 billion in profit within a month, the company is still yours. I don't want the 10 billion anymore. What? This time, not only Hu Tianyu was stunned, even Wang Xiajia was completely dumbfounded once again. The two of them stared at Wu Feng as if he were an idiot. No one knew Tianyu Media's situation better than these two. The company mainly relied on Jin Suankai and Li Miao. The projects these two currently handled combined could only generate around 200 to 300 million in revenue for the company within a month at most, and a portion of that had to be allocated to the two artists. Ultimately, this level of capability was already quite impressive. After all, being an artist could mean filming a movie for a year. At the end of the year, after deducting all the money that had to be distributed to other investors, there wasn't much left. It's like a wildly popular movie that grosses 5 billion, but the actual amount that each individual receives is probably less than a tenth. There are just too many factors involved. Moreover, there's the possibility of a box office flop. If that happens, the entire investment is wiped out. Therefore, no matter how hard Hu Tianyu racked his brains, he didn't believe Wu Feng's scenario would come true, unless he could make one of his company's artists incredibly famous within a month. Extremely famous. Humph, talking nonsense. I'm starting to wonder if you've gone crazy, Hu Tianyu said coldly. Wu Feng grinned. You don't believe me? Fine, you draft the contract now, and I'll sign it right away. The money will be transferred to your account immediately. How about it? Hu Tianyu was genuinely hesitant now. After thinking for a while, he stared intently at Wu Feng and said, word by word, is this for real? Less than 1 billion in profit a month, and you give me 100 billion, plus the company still belongs to me? Wu Feng laughed heartily. Mr. Hu, don't think this is a windfall. It's an opportunity falling from the sky. As long as you nod, 100 billion is yours immediately. If I fail after a month, the company will still be yours. You can't possibly lose money. If you can't even agree to this, then I really have nothing more to say. Who says I can't agree? Hu Tianyu gritted his teeth. Xiao Wang, go, draft a contract for me immediately. Wang Xiajia looked at Hu Tianyu, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating, and finally could only nod and leave. This is all unbelievable. In the office, while waiting for the contract, Hu Tianyu looked at Wu Feng. Little brother, you're not a food delivery guy, are you? Wu Feng chuckled, "You're wrong, I really am a food delivery guy." Hu Tianya frowned, then asked, "I don't understand, what benefit do you get from doing this?" 10 billion, not just anyone can casually pull that out. Wu Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Money is nothing to me. I don't care about money, I just treat it as a game." Hu Tianyu's lips twitched, and he didn't ask any more questions. He was afraid that if he asked any more, he would have a heart attack. An hour later, Wu Feng came out of Tianya Media. The security guard at the gate saw Wu Feng and immediately chuckled, "Delivery guy, how did your investment negotiation go?" "Haha, yeah, you didn't get kicked out, did you?" Wang Xiajia, who was following closely behind Wu Feng, hadn't fully recovered yet. Because from this moment on, until the 1-month gambling period was over, she was Wu Feng's assistant. Hearing the security guard's mockery, Wang Xiajia immediately stopped in her tracks. "You too, don't you want your jobs anymore? This is our company's CEO, Mr. Wu." "What? What the hell?" The two security guards' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wu Feng stopped, glanced at the two security guards, then smiled at Wang Xiajia. "Xiao Wang, you don't need to follow me anymore. I'll contact you if anything comes up." Wang Xiajia nodded quickly. "Okay, Mr. Wu. Will you be coming to work tomorrow?" Wu Feng stroked his chin. "We'll see. We'll see." With that, Wu Feng leisurely mounted his electric scooter, leaving Wang Xiajia and the two security guards with a dashing silhouette, and rode off. Wu Feng still had things to do. After leaving, he called Tang Xian again. "Ms. Tang, I need to trouble you with something. Could you help me find a studio?" After receiving Tang Xian's reply, Wu Feng rode his scooter towards the east of the city. Upon arriving at a music studio in the East District, Wu Feng saw the car parked outside. He locked his scooter and went straight inside. "Ms. Tang." From afar, Wu Feng spotted Tang Xian chatting with someone. Tang Xian smiled and walked over, introducing her conversation partner to Wu Feng, the owner of the music studio. "Mr. Wu, Ms. Tang has already arranged it with me. You can use this music studio anytime you want." Wu Feng nodded his thanks, and after a few more words, the music studio owner left. Only then, Tang Xian, unable to contain her curiosity, turned to Wu Feng. "What are you doing? All day long you've been asking me about Tianya Media and asking me to help you find a music studio. Are you planning to switch careers and become a singer?" Chapter 38. I'm truly impressed. Hearing Tang Xian's question, Wu Feng gave a mysterious smile. "Can't I be a singer?" Tang Xian paused for a moment, then smiled. Wu Feng actually had a good appearance. If he dressed up and changed his clothes, Tang Xian could imagine he would be quite handsome. It's not impossible, but music has to start from elementary school, right? Isn't it a bit late for you to start now? Wu Feng chuckled, not answering, and started fiddling with the recording equipment in front of him. "If you're really interested in this, I know a few singers. They're not very famous, but they're quite talented. I can." Tang Xian started to speak, but then her voice trailed off. She looked at Wu Feng with slight surprise, because his performance was completely unexpected. Wu Feng's movements were exceptionally skilled. Tuning, mixing it was as if he naturally knew how to use the equipment. Don't tell me you actually know music?" Tang Xian asked in surprise, her heart pounding in her throat. Wu Feng turned around, chuckled, and said, "I'm just showing off." With that, Wu Feng went to a piano. He first gently pressed a few strings, listened carefully, then went behind the piano and tightened a few strings. This piano is a bit old, it's probably been unused for a long time. Then, he sat back down at the piano and stretched out his hands. Tang Xian immediately noticed Wu Feng's 10 fingers. She genuinely hadn't observed them closely before, and now she was astonished to find that Wu Feng's fingers were incredibly long and slender. Ting! As Wu Feng's fingers gently touched the keys, the piano immediately produced a beautiful sound. For the next few minutes, Tang Xian was completely stunned. She covered her mouth, staring at Wu Feng in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that Wu Feng could actually play the piano. And he plays it so beautifully? This is too unbelievable. Tang Xian was very familiar with the piece Wu Feng was playing, she had heard it many times. It was a very classic piece, Canon. The beautiful notes danced with Wu Feng's fingertips, composing a piano piece that made one unable to resist closing their eyes. After the piece ended, Wu Feng closed his eyes slightly, then opened them a moment later, looking at Tang Xian. At this moment, Tang Xian was completely captivated. Wu Feng's playing was in no way inferior to that of a master pianist. Whether it was the aura he exuded or the rhythm, it was the best Tang Xian had ever seen. She had an unbelievable feeling. It seemed like there was no skill Wu Feng couldn't play. How could you? Wu Feng smiled faintly. I learned it from a book before, but I haven't practiced for a while, so I've become a little rusty. Tang Xian couldn't help but roll her eyes. He learned it from a book again. You're amazing. Say whatever you want. No. Wu Feng, are you really planning to enter the entertainment industry? Wu Feng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I don't like being in the limelight. I just want to be a simple delivery guy. I don't believe you. Tang Xian thought to herself, someone like you doesn't like being in the limelight. You've got yourself all the limelight. But Wu Feng continued, it's just a side hustle, it's quite fun. Tang Xian blinked. What exactly are you planning, Wu Feng? Her curiosity was exploding. From Wu Feng's inquiries about Tianya Media to his display of musical talent, Tang Xian could tell from the start that Wu Feng wasn't just acting on a whim. There must be something going on. I bought Tianya Media. What? The air froze. Tang Xian stared at Wu Feng in astonishment, her heart pounding. At that moment, all her suspicions were confirmed. You bought Tianya Media? Are you crazy? Wu Feng smiled and waved his hand. Just playing around, and strictly speaking, Tianya Media doesn't belong to me yet. He revealed his bet with Hu Tianyu. Wu Feng felt there was no point in hiding it from Tang Xian. After all, she hadn't hesitated at all when he called for help. Tang Xian was completely disoriented after hearing Wu Feng's explanation. 100 billion yuan in a bet. And this bet seemed like a losing proposition for her. Although she wasn't familiar with Tianya Media's financial structure, she knew they only had two well-known artists under their wing. Even a fool could tell how difficult it was to generate a profit of 10 billion yuan a month. Wu Feng, why didn't you discuss this with me beforehand? Do you know how much of a chance you have of winning? Tang Xian was frantic. Less than 10%. First of all, you've just taken over the company and aren't familiar with its operations. Even if you could quickly become familiar with Jin Suankai and Li Miao under Tianya coal production, you simply couldn't possibly fulfill this bet. Wu Feng chuckled, not with those two, I only plan to promote Li Miao. What? Tang Xian was shocked again. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. You have a very good relationship with Li Miao. Tang Xian was utterly astonished. She knew about Wu Feng's help with Li Miao's illness last time, and she also knew they had exchanged contact information. But how long had it been? It couldn't have gotten to this point, could it? At the same time, a strange, indescribable feeling rose within her. It was a slight pang of jealousy. No, Li Miao and I are just friends. Wu Feng calmly interrupted Tang Xian's thoughts. It's mainly that Jin Suankai. That person is two-faced, and I really hate people like that. With that, Tang Xian understood what Wu Feng was about to do. Wu Feng, you actually spent 10 billion to buy a company just to deal with Jin Suankai. Tang Xian felt her heart pounding. She found a stool, sat down, and stared at Wu Feng in disbelief. That's not wrong. But this is killing two birds with one stone. I can have a side hustle and deal with Jin Suankai at the same time. There's no reason not to do it, right? Wu Feng, I'm truly impressed. Tang Xian clutched her chest, speechless. Tang Xian had no interest in where Wu Feng got his 10 billion. After all, he'd casually invested and made over 3 billion last time. Even if Wu Feng told her now that he made 10 billion from stocks, Tang Xian would believe him. What she was more concerned about now was Wu Feng's actual plans. How could he make Tianya Media's profit reach 1 billion within a month? Wu Feng, can you tell me what you're planning to do? Tang Xian thought for a moment, then added. Also, is there anything I can help you with? I'll do my best to help you. Wu Feng simply smiled faintly and took out his phone. You're already helping me now. This studio is enough. Can chapter 39 be written in one day? Hey, Li Miao, do you have time now? Wu Feng called Li Miao on his phone right in front of Tang Xian. Then Wu Feng gave her the studio's address and hung up. Li Miao is coming over? Tang Xian asked. Wu Feng nodded. My idea is actually very simple. To make the company profitable by 1 billion, we need to raise Li Miao's fame to at least another level. Tang Xian thought about it. What he said made sense, but Li Miao's fame was already considerable. Raising it to another level from that point on, was it that easy? If it were that easy, why didn't Tianya Media do it? Why wait for Wu Feng to do it? This just doesn't make sense. Filled with doubt, Tang Xian was incredibly anxious. She was just too curious. From today onwards, Wu Feng's impression on her had reached an unattainable level. She was beginning to seriously suspect that Wu Feng was some kind of reclusive super powerful figure. Delivering takeout was just a facade. 10 minutes later, the studio door opened, and Li Miao walked in. Wu Feng, what did you ask me to do here? Li Miao asked as soon as she entered. Then, she noticed Tang Xian present. Wu Feng smiled and stood up, introducing her. Hello, Ms. Tang. You're much prettier in person than in the pictures online. Tang Xian also stood up and shook hands with Li Miao. Hello. Neither of them were ordinary people. Li Miao, needless to say, was known to almost everyone in Luo City. As for Tang Xian, her company was doing well, and she was frequently featured in online articles. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Feng got to the point. Li Miao, you released a single before, right? Li Miao was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Wu Feng to ask that question. Oh, I released 2 songs. But the company's work for me didn't focus on music, so it fizzled out. Wu Feng nodded, not continuing the conversation, but instead took out his phone and searched for a while. Soon, a song started playing. Li Miao's expression became somewhat subtle, because Wu Feng was playing one of her own released songs. The feeling of listening to her own song was quite strange. It was different from singing. Li Miao felt a bit nervous, like holding an exam paper and waiting for the teacher to grade it. After the song ended, Wu Feng smiled faintly and looked over. Li Miao, your voice is very good. The reason your 2 songs didn't become popular was probably due to song selection. Li Miao's eyes widened immediately. She was still completely bewildered. Wu Feng had invited her here without telling her what he wanted to do. She only thought it was a meeting to chat. Wu Feng, what are you planning to do? Wu Feng smiled, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm planning to write a song for you, and you'll sing it. What? Li Miao was completely stunned. Tang Xian, however, understood somewhat. It seemed Wu Feng intended to help Li Miao gain recognition and fame through music. It had to be said, this method was indeed very suitable. After all, Wu Feng's bet with Hu Tianyu only lasted a month. A month isn't enough time for filming. The only way is to release a song. The internet is developing so rapidly these days, a truly good song can become a nationwide sensation overnight. But the question is Wu Feng really confident he can make Li Miao a star with just 1 song? Thinking this, Tang Xian became even more curious. Meanwhile, Li Miao, after a moment of surprise, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Wu Feng, I really didn't know you could write songs. Okay, thank you in advance. Once you've finished writing it, I'll definitely make time to record it for you. Li Miao's words were somewhat teasing. Mainly, she genuinely hadn't expected Wu Feng to have such an idea. And in her opinion, if Wu Feng wanted to write a song, no matter what type, as a good friend, it wouldn't hurt for her to record it for him. She could just ask the company for a day off. Wu Feng's expression turned serious. If it's recorded today, I'll finish writing the lyrics soon. Ha! Li Miao and Tang Xian were both shocked. Written in 1 day. Did he already have it and is just showing it off now? Just then, Li Miao's phone rang. She frowned slightly, glanced at it, then gestured to Wu Feng to answer the call before standing up. Mr. Hu, oh, I'm outside right now. Ah, going back to the company for a meeting? Please wait a moment. Li Miao covered the receiver, looking at Wu Feng somewhat embarrassed. Wu Feng, it's my boss. He wants me to go back to the company now. Regarding the recording. Before she could finish, Wu Feng held out his hand. Give me the phone. Li Miao was a little stunned, instinctively handing over the phone. Wu Feng took the phone and spoke only a few words. This is Wu Feng. Li Miao is with me. Then, the call ended. Li Miao was stunned. What was going on? Wu Feng nonchalantly handed her the phone, laughing. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Hu Tianyu. Just relax and record the song with me here. But Wu Feng, you. Li Miao was about to speak when Wu Feng turned and walked into the recording studio. Li Miao was genuinely confused. She looked at Tang Xian for help. Tang Xian was helpless. Seeing the situation, Wu Feng obviously didn't tell Li Miao that Tianyu Media was now owned by Wu, and she couldn't say anything either. Li Miao could only walk into the recording studio, full of questions. Then, Wu Feng buried himself in composing. Calling it composing was really just about getting the ideas out of his head. He currently owned the full copyright to Alan Tam's songs, and Alan Tam had written songs for many female stars. And without exception, all of these songs became instant hits. It's no exaggeration to say that the songs he wrote for female celebrities were even some of their signature hits. And all Wu Feng had to do was choose one from so many songs. Therefore, very quickly. 15 minutes later, Wu Feng handed Li Miao a manuscript filled with sheet music and lyrics. Familiarize yourself with this first, and we'll start the test recording in a bit. Li Miao, after receiving the manuscript, was once again completely dumbfounded. Was it really written on the spot? This is too unbelievable. She knew several professional songwriters at the company, all highly skilled, but even they would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to compose a song. Yet Wu Feng had done it in just 15 minutes? She suppressed her shock and carefully read the manuscript. Then, Li Miao became completely absorbed. The catchy lyrics and the incredibly beautiful melody instantly excited Li Miao. Just by intuition, Li Miao could sense that even if this song didn't become a huge hit, it would definitely attract a lot of fans. After finishing the manuscript, Li Miao's voice trembled with excitement. Wu Feng, what are you going to name this song? Chapter 40 Overnight. I'm planning to call this song Just Love. Just Love? Li Miao was momentarily stunned. Recalling the lyrics, her face flushed instantly. If love is like a gentle breeze blowing by with you, even the air smells sweet. Suddenly, Li Miao's heart pounded like a deer. She had never encountered this situation before in her career, and now she felt a little flustered. Wu Feng, on the other hand, seemed completely oblivious. Have you finished reading the song? Do you find it difficult? Li Miao snapped out of her reverie, collected her thoughts, and pondered for a moment. It should be fine. That's good. Let me adjust the equipment, and we'll record a test run first. Okay. The following time, Wu Feng and Li Miao busied themselves in the recording studio. Tang Xian sat outside the recording studio, watching the two figures inside. Her heart suddenly felt uneasy. The two people before her, chatting and laughing, actually looked like a perfect couple, if you ignored Wu Feng's conspicuous yellow robe. Thinking of this, Tang Xian felt even more flustered. Even she couldn't understand the situation, why she had this strange feeling. She let out a long breath, glanced at the time, and got up to leave. About 2 hours later. After the final take was completely finished, Wu Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Li Miao's singing skills were quite solid, the kind that had undergone professional training. The reason it took so long to record was because of Wu Feng's strictness. This song was an adaptation of a song written by Alan Tam for a famous female singer. Before Wu Feng acquired all of Alan Tam's music copyrights, it was a song that swept the music scene. Wu Feng used his musical talent to modify some details of the song, adding elements that better suited Li Miao's temperament. The whole song gave a refreshing feeling, yet, it suits Li Miao's singing even better. Most importantly, Wu Feng possesses god-level entertainment skills. Once this song is released online, it's bound to cause a sensation. Wu Feng, you're truly amazing. Now that the work was finished, Li Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling Wu Feng's attitude towards music, she was deeply impressed. The Wu Feng before her was clearly a food deliveryman, yet his medical skills were astonishing. And now, he also possessed superhuman musical talent. This kind of person had completely transcended Li Miao's understanding. She deeply felt that Wu Feng delivering food was a complete waste of his talent. Wu Feng, to be honest, haven't you ever thought about changing your profession? I can introduce you to some. Wu Feng smiled faintly at this. Li Miao, songwriter for healing is just a side job for me. Delivering food is my lifelong goal. Li Miao smiled helplessly. She admired Wu Feng even more now. Where's President Tang? Only then did the two realize that only the two of them were left in the music room. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, then smiled. Leave the song to me. I'll let you know as soon as I have the results. Okay. After chatting for a few more minutes, Wu Feng saw Li Miao off. After Li Miao left, Wu Feng took out his phone and dialed Tang Xian's number. Ms. Tang, why did you leave so soon? I was saying I'd treat you to dinner after this. Tang Xian's voice sounded a little strange on the other end of the line. No need, it's nothing serious. We can talk about it later when you have time. Wu Feng smiled slightly. That's fine too. The song is finished recording, I'll upload it online soon. You can listen to it and give me some feedback. Okay, I'm driving now, I have to go. Tang Xian hung up. Wu Feng was slightly lost in thought, smiled helplessly, and returned to the recording studio. The recording studio had a complete set of equipment, including computers. Wu Feng turned on the computer and registered accounts on several major music platforms. Then, he uploaded all the songs. After doing all this, Wu Feng locked the music studio door, got on his electric scooter, and left. The rest, let time do its work. Just a few hours after Wu Feng left, a massive storm that would eventually sweep across the entire music industry began to brew and erupt. Initially, a prominent influencer known for promoting great music, while casually browsing music charts, noticed Just Love. Next, this influencer started playing the same song on endless loop. Simultaneously, this influencer, almost moved to tears, updated their Weibo with a new post. The post contained only a link to Just Love, accompanied by a tear-inducing emoji. Then, things spiraled out of control. Within just 1 hour, the post was shared thousands of times, and even more people joined in. In the next 2 hours, almost every influential influencer on Weibo simultaneously recommended this song. The vast majority of these influencers genuinely thought the song was good. Only a very small minority were simply trying to capitalize on the trend. As it turned out, those who jumped on the bandwagon were indeed quick to spot the trend. By midnight that night, Just Love had completely dominated the top 3 spots on all major music platforms. Instantly, even more people flooded in. That night, music lovers were destined for a sleepless one. Meanwhile, the heads of major music platforms were urgently urging their subordinates to find the songwriter and uploader of the song as soon as possible. For such a phenomenally popular song, only by securing the copyright immediately could they reap the immeasurable profits that followed. The heads of major music platforms were nearly going crazy. Because they all received only one response, the number left by the person who uploaded the song was invalid. Meanwhile, Wu Feng, the instigator of the whole incident, was fast asleep. He turned over and suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Oh no, am I going to catch a cold? Wu Feng rolled over, pulled the blanket tighter, and went back to his sweet dreams. The next morning, Wu Feng quickly got up and prepared to go to work. He was home alone at the moment. Wu Rui had said she wanted to experience what it was like to live in a dormitory and hadn't come back. As for the song, Wu Feng felt that even with his god-level entertainment skills, it would still need time to develop. It couldn't possibly be done overnight. He didn't pay much attention to it. After finishing everything and heading out, Wu Feng rode his electric scooter towards the rising sun, but suddenly realized that something seemed amiss. The entire street, where shops usually played various pop music, was now completely uniform. It's love. Chapter 41 Breach of Contract. Wu Feng rode his bike, the incredibly familiar song blaring in his ears, leaving him completely stunned. Can it be this fast? But the fact was, it was unbelievable. Even a young man passing by, wearing headphones, was humming Just Love. Wu Feng was truly speechless. He genuinely hadn't expected that, with his godlike entertainment skills, the song he'd uploaded online just yesterday would become such a massive hit. Meanwhile, Tang Xian arrived at the company early. Thinking back on yesterday's events, she realized she'd gone a bit too far. She and Wu Feng had only shared some experiences. Besides that, there was nothing more between them. Therefore, even if Wu Feng was very nice to another woman, she couldn't really say anything. Although she felt inexplicably depressed, Tang Xian didn't dwell on the possibility of romance. She couldn't possibly actually fall for a delivery guy, could she? She shook her head, dispelling the strange thoughts in her mind, and stepped into the elevator. The atmosphere inside Huankei Fashion was excellent, thanks to Tang Xian's personal charm. The average age of the entire company was under 30. In Tang Xian's words, as an advertising design company, it was essential to keep up with trends constantly. Young people's ideas were ever changing. Only in this way could the company maintain its vitality. Such a young company also had another advantage. That is, things that young people like would quickly spread within the company. When Tang Xian stepped into the elevator, there were already quite a few colleagues inside. Everyone greeted Tang Xian with a smile and a nod, or a soft, "Hello, Ms. Tang." Tang Xian always responded with a nod and a smile. Before officially starting work, Tang Xian was very approachable. Inside the elevator, several young colleagues were wearing headphones, listening to music. Tang Xian stood at the front, watching the elevator move between floors. Then, she heard the whispers of the colleagues behind her. "Have you heard that song? Is it Just Love? I've heard it. It's so good. Yeah, whoever wrote this song is definitely a genius. I was hooked from the very first line." Tang Xian frowned slightly. What new hit song had become so popular? However, at this moment, she hadn't connected this to what happened with Wu Feng yesterday. After all, when Wu Feng was recording yesterday, she hadn't entered the recording studio, and Wu Feng hadn't told her the song's name, only saying she could listen to it later. After Tang Xian arrived at her office and handled some tasks, she heard her colleague's conversation in the elevator again. With curiosity, Tang Xian opened the software on her computer, and then, she was completely stunned. Looking around, the song Just Love had completely dominated the entire music platform. New song chart, number 1. Request chart, number 1. Trending search chart, number 1. Tang Xian's fingers trembled as she clicked on the song. When she saw the lyricist and composer, she was completely stunned once again. Wu Feng. Lyrics and music, all by Wu Feng. The singer was Li Miao. Wasn't this a song Wu Feng uploaded just yesterday? Tang Xian pressed play in disbelief. As the song's intro began, she was completely captivated. On the other end, Li Miao was even more shocked than before. Actually, she hadn't been able to sleep since dawn. Because of her fame, people had already contacted her when the song went viral online. At first, Li Miao truly couldn't believe that a song could become a viral sensation across the internet in just a few hours. It was simply unbelievable. However, in the following hours, her phone was practically ringing off the hook. Some contacted her to buy the copyright, offering a fixed price she could name her price. Many well-known agents wanted to collaborate with her. Others inquired about the lyricist and composer. In short, her hands were sore from answering calls. Finally, dawn broke, and Li Miao rushed to the company because Hu Tianyu had also called. He wanted her to come to the company immediately for a meeting. Sitting in the meeting room, Li Miao felt extremely anxious. When Li Miao initially agreed to record the song with Wu Feng, she was just doing it for fun, intending to have some fun. After all, she had released singles before, but they hadn't been very successful. Furthermore, everything happened so quickly, she wasn't prepared for sudden fame. But now that things had progressed this far, Li Miao was starting to consider the potential problems she might face. First and foremost was the company's attitude towards this matter. She was signed to a company, and once the contract was signed, all her work schedules were arranged by the company. Whether it was filming, hosting programs, or releasing music, all of this required the company's approval before it could be implemented. And now, in just a few hours, a song she sang had become a viral sensation online, and most importantly, this song hadn't been approved by the company. Simply put, her actions constituted a serious breach of contract. To put it bluntly, she had been taking on private work behind the company's back. Although Li Miao hasn't yet gained any profit from the song, the fame it has generated is enough to slap the company's higher UPS in the face. Putting yourself in their shoes, if you were a company executive and your subordinate, despite the company's efforts to promote her, failed to achieve this level of fame but became famous through a side job, wouldn't you be furious? Li Miao was incredibly anxious at that moment. Bang! The conference room door was pushed open. Jin Suankai walked in. As soon as he entered, Jin Suankai looked at Li Miao and revealed a sinister smile. Miao Miao, you're something else. You're actually taking on side jobs behind the company's back. Li Miao was speechless, unable to explain, and she had no intention of explaining to Jin Suankai. She simply snorted coldly and turned her face away. Jin Suankai immediately became even more emboldened. He leaned closer, his face full of sinister smiles. Miao Miao, let me tell you, I saw President Hu's face in the elevator just now. It wasn't looking good. You'd better watch out. After saying that, Jin Suankai smiled knowingly. Of course, if you're willing to apologize to me and promise not to make me angry again, I'll consider putting in a good word for you. You know, if even I'm on your side, President Hu will definitely reconsider. No need. I'll explain everything to President Hu. You don't need to worry about it. Li Miao replied angrily. Fine, fine. Then let's see how you explain. Don't come crying to me later. Humph. Jin Suankai sneered. At this moment, several more people walked into the conference room. They were all senior executives from Tianyu Media. Finally, Hu Tianyu appeared. His face was indeed ashen, and he let out a long sigh as soon as he entered. Chapter 42. Yes, it's me, Mr. Hu. Let me explain. Li Miao nervously began to speak upon seeing Hu Tianyu's expression. You don't need to say anything more. Hu Tianyu waved his hand, interrupting Li Miao. Then, Hu Tianyu sat down in his seat. I originally wanted to hold this meeting yesterday, but Li Miao had something to do, so I postponed it until now. Li Miao lowered her head. When Hu Tianyu called yesterday, she was with Wu Feng, preparing to record a song. So today, I have something to announce to everyone. Hu Tianyu raised his voice. Our Tianyu Media will be welcoming a new boss, and I will be stepping down to the sidelines, and may even retire completely. After saying this, a hint of helplessness was clearly visible in Hu Tianyu's expression. The bet he made with Wu Feng yesterday was still fresh in his mind. At the time, he thought Wu Feng was destined to lose the bet. But unexpectedly, in just a few hours, things changed drastically. Hu Tianyu had naturally listened to that song too, and the number of phone calls he'd received since last night was probably no less than Li Miao's. Among them were several powerful figures hidden in the entertainment industry, explicitly expressing their desire to poach Li Miao from him. Hu Tianyu was naturally extremely shocked. He simply couldn't imagine how things had changed so drastically overnight. At this point, Hu Tianyu was almost certain that Wu Feng's goal of earning 1 billion yuan a month wasn't a pipe dream. It was very likely to become a reality. He was shocked, even somewhat fearful, because everything Wu Feng had shown was simply too damn unbelievable. This was completely beyond his comprehension. That guy, was he really just a food delivery guy? By announcing this now, Hu Tianyu was already somewhat resigned to his fate. Upon hearing the news, Jin Suankai immediately stood up. What? Mr. Hu, what do you mean? Who's the new boss? As the company's cash cow, Jin Suankai also owned a portion of the company's shares. Although these shares weren't enough for him to have absolute power within the company, he was generally entitled to participate in company decisions. After all, no one in the company wanted to offend such a big star who brought so much profit, but he hadn't known about this decision at all beforehand. This made him feel like he'd been betrayed. Xiao Jin, we'll discuss this in detail later. Now, let's discuss something else. Hu Tianyu gestured for Jin Suankai to calm down, then looked at Li Miao. Miao Miao, tell us all about the song from yesterday. Li Miao immediately became even more uneasy. The company was about to undergo a change of leadership. For her, this wasn't exactly good news, nor was it bad news. After all, celebrities need to prove their worth through their abilities. As long as she continues to generate profits for the company, it doesn't really matter who the boss is. The crucial issue is that during such a critical period, she took on such a serious offense as taking on side jobs. If the new boss finds out, the consequences are unimaginable. No one likes such a disobedient subordinate. President Hu, Li Miao stood up and recounted the events of yesterday. She emphasized that she was merely helping a friend record a song, and had never expected the song to cause such a huge reaction. This was Li Miao's honest opinion. She offered no excuses, simply stating the facts. After she finished speaking, a strange atmosphere filled the conference room. Many high-ranking executives, including Hu Tianyu, had very interesting expressions when they heard that Li Miao had recorded the song with Wu Feng, and that Wu Feng was both the lyricist and composer. They only knew that Wu Feng was the new boss. Therefore, aside from their incredibly interesting expressions and the turbulent shock within, they had nothing else to say. But Jin Suankai was completely taken aback after hearing the story. Meow meow. You said the song you released was written by that food delivery guy? Li Miao looked over and emphasized, Jin Suankai. First of all, while my singing of this song is indeed good, I didn't release it. Secondly, I don't think you need to keep mentioning food delivery guy. Wu Feng is the most talented person I've ever met. At this point, Li Miao hesitated for a moment and looked at Hu Tianyu. Mr. Hu, I was just thinking of recommending my friend to you. He's truly talented. If we could sign him to our company, everything would be solved. Li Miao stated her idea, a solution she had come up with in a very short time. As long as Wu Feng became a member of Tianyu Media, then she wouldn't be considered taking on private work. More importantly, she genuinely felt that Wu Feng was qualified. Even if Wu Feng disagreed with the proposal and didn't want to join Tianyu Media, she was even prepared to sue the company, but she never considered abandoning her friend Wu Feng. For Li Miao, Wu Feng himself was even more important than her own future. Li Miao, I think you're out of your mind. Jin Suankai couldn't sit still any longer. His tone had completely changed. He even addressed Li Miao by her full name. That kid's just a deliveryman. Why are you considering everything for him like this? And you say he's talented. That's a joke. Jin Suankai's face was contorted with rage, making no attempt to hide his disdain. If he were really talented, he wouldn't be delivering food. Forgive my bluntness, but that song you said he wrote is, in my opinion, utter garbage. I don't know where he plagiarized it from, and he even had the nerve to publish it online. Jin Suankai became increasingly agitated. Such garbage, and you actually want him in the company? That's wishful thinking. I absolutely will not agree to it. After saying this in a fit of rage, Jin Suankai sat down, his face still contorted with anger. He had just sat down when the conference room door opened and a figure walked in. Jin Suankai instantly stood up again. It's you? This time, it was Wu Feng. He had received a call from Hu Tianyu and rushed over after delivering 2 orders. Wu Feng wore a faint smile. That's right, it's me. Jin Suankai's face immediately darkened. Where's security? Damn it, how did they let someone like this in? Throw him out right now. Wu Feng walked straight to Hu Tianyu's side, his smile unchanged. Hu Tianyu, on the other hand, looked slightly embarrassed and quickly stood up to give up the president's seat. Wu Feng sat down casually, crossed his legs, and looked at Jin Suankai with a leisurely air. The one who dares to talk to me like that is the one who should be thrown out, Jin Suankai. Chapter 43 In-Depth Understanding. You think I'm being rude. Jin Suankai was furious and completely oblivious to Wu Feng's location. He angrily pulled out his phone and dialed the company's security captain. Damn it! What kind of security guard are you? Bring men to the conference room immediately. A moment later, a burly man rushed in with a team of security guards. Jin Suankai immediately pointed at Wu Feng. Hurry up. This idiot's been writing roughshod over President Hu, and you're still not taking action. Don't you want to work here? The security captain's face tightened. Seeing Wu Feng, he quickly and respectfully greeted him. President Wu. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned icy. All the other executives, including Hu Tianyu, stared at Jin Suankai speechlessly. In their eyes, Jin Suankai's behavior today was utterly abnormal. It was so obvious, yet he hadn't noticed at all. Li Miao, on the other hand, covered her mouth in disbelief. In an instant, she seemed to understand. She finally understood why Wu Feng had resolved the situation so easily with just one sentence when Hu Tianyu called yesterday. But at the same time, her mind was buzzing. How did he become President Wu? The new boss president who mentioned was Wu Feng? This was simply too bizarre. At this moment, Jin Suankai finally realized something was wrong. His eyes widened, staring at the security captain with a look of utter disbelief. What did you call him? The security captain blinked rapidly, repeating, Hello, President Wu. Wu Feng then waved his hand dismissively. Stand by. Yes, sir. Jin Suankai watched as the security captain obediently stood aside, and he was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Wu Feng in disbelief, then at Hu Tianyu. Hu Tianyu spoke up. Xiao Jin, what's going on? This brother Wu Feng is our company's new boss. What? Jin Suankai was stunned, completely petrified. Mr. Hu, are you kidding me? He's worthy. Jin Suankai simply couldn't believe that yesterday he was a food deliveryman, and today he was the CEO of Tianyu Media. But then he saw Wu Feng's lips curl into a faint smile as he coldly looked over at Jin Suankai. Given your current performance, I think it's necessary to change the company's current resource allocation. As he spoke, Wu Feng scanned the assembled executives. From this day forward, all projects involving Jin Suankai are suspended, and all resources will be fully allocated to Li Miao. In the next month, I want to see everyone's efforts. Jin Suankai's face instantly turned deathly pale. Bullshit. What gives you the right? Wu Feng glanced coldly at him. What gives me the right? Because of Li Miao's song yesterday. It's gone viral across the internet. If the company wants to advance further, we must strike while the iron is hot. We need to push Li Miao to the very top in the coming days. You have a problem with that. I have a huge problem with that. Jin Suankai completely lost it. He didn't care how Wu Feng became the new CEO of Tianya Media, but the other party was threatening to freeze him out, even blacklist him. This was blatant personal revenge. He was utterly indignant. Wu Feng, don't you dare make a mountain out of a molehill. My reputation built up over the years can't be buried by just one song. Besides, who the hell knows if you plagiarized that song from yesterday? Do you dare say you wrote it yourself? Wu Feng shrugged, a relaxed smile on his face. If you're not convinced, go check it yourself. If you can find out I plagiarized, I'll take back what I just said. How about that? Check it then. Jin Suankai was truly going crazy. In his eyes, Wu Feng was just a deliveryman. How could he possibly write such a wildly popular song? It was utterly delusional. This song was definitely plagiarized. He opened his phone in front of everyone. Musicians all have their own methods for checking for plagiarism. The simplest method is to upload a written melody to a professional website for plagiarism detection. Through systematic comparison, it can be determined whether the melody is repeated in other songs. If the duplication rate reaches a certain percentage, it becomes highly ambiguous. That's exactly what Jin Suankai did. However, a few minutes later, large beads of sweat dripped from Jin Suankai's forehead. The plagiarism check result was, absolutely no duplicates. This is impossible. This idiot could never write such a good song. There must be something wrong with the website. Seeing all this, Wu Feng's smile grew even colder. President Hu, there should be quite a few big companies wanting to discuss the copyright of this song with you now, right? What you need to do next is negotiate the best price. Hu Tianyu naturally nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wu Feng then looked at the other executives. As for how to fully utilize the song's popularity, I need a detailed plan. This matter is entrusted to you. At this moment, Jin Suankai completely collapsed. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. Wu Feng, you idiot! How dare you treat me like this? I won't accept this. Wu Feng's face darkened. Security! Throw him out. From today onwards, Jin Suankai is banned from all company meetings, big and small. A team of security guards immediately went over and restrained Jin Suankai. I won't accept this. Wu Feng, this isn't over. You better watch out. Wu Feng glared at him sideways. You dare threaten me? Someone, draft me a termination contract immediately. Tianya Media doesn't need people who don't follow company arrangements. Yes, sir. Jin Suankai, already dragged to the door, heard this and his legs went weak. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Wu Feng smiled faintly, glanced at Li Miao, who was completely bewildered to the side, and blinked. The conference room returned to calm. In just over an hour, all the senior executives of Tianya Media had reached a consensus on their strategic policy to fully promote Li Miao. After the meeting ended and everyone left, Wu Feng calmly observed Li Miao. Li Miao, with a complex expression, slowly walked over. Wu Feng, you, call me President Wu. Wu Feng chuckled jokingly. Li Miao gave Wu Feng a shy, sidelong glance, which immediately elicited a burst of laughter from him. All right, Li Miao, I know you have a lot of questions, but now's really not the right time. After all, you'll be very busy soon. Li Miao sighed slightly. She was indeed going to be very busy for the next while. Fan meetings, press conferences, filming music videos, all of this added up to more than a month. She said with a hint of resentment, Wu Feng, after this busy period, you have to give me a chance. I want to get to know you better. Wu Feng rubbed his nose and chuckled. These words, they were practically making one's imagination run wild. Chapter 44. Can you come with me? After finishing his business with Tianya Media, Wu Feng hopped on his electric scooter and resumed his food delivery business. Running the company and songwriter were just side hustles for Wu Feng. Although the income from this side hustle would exceed his main job delivering food many times over, Wu Feng truly didn't care about money. The most important thing in life is to be happy. Ring ring. The phone rang. Wu Feng glanced at it and immediately smiled. Hee, President Tang. Wu Feng, do you know how popular you are right now? Before Wu Feng could finish his pleasantries, Tang Xian's voice, octaves higher, came through. Wu Feng smiled helplessly, I guess so. I'm really impressed by you. Tang Xian said speechlessly, there are so many discussion posts about you online. Everyone's talking about who can write such great songs. What are you planning to do? Wu Feng grinned, he had genuinely considered this question. Moreover, this arrangement had already been made when discussing Li Miao's future development path with Tinya Media. Simply put, Wu Feng would write songs and screenplays for Li Miao. However, everyone, including Li Miao, had to adhere to one principle. That is, maintain the mystique surrounding Wu Feng as the creator. Outside the public eye, whether facing the media or industry bigwigs, no one was allowed to mention knowing Wu Feng. This way, they could maintain a certain level of buzz and pique more curiosity. This would also be very beneficial for Li Miao's development. In reality, Wu Feng was too lazy to take the lead. He knew that if his identity were exposed, he would likely find it difficult to continue living a simple life as a delivery driver. I've already told Li Miao that I won't use that name. Tang Xian was completely defeated by Wu Feng. Wu Feng, do you know how many people in the entertainment industry would kill for overnight fame? And you don't even want to be famous. You'll be the envy of countless people. Wu Feng smiled calmly, they are them, I am me. I just want to deliver takeout, that's all. I'm speechless. Tang Xian took a deep breath and said, speechless. Then, Tang Xian hesitated for a moment, then half-jokingly said, Wu Feng, aren't you afraid I'll reveal your identity? That's why I was looking for you. Let's meet somewhere, I'll treat you to dinner, consider it hush money, how about that? Wu Feng said with a grin. Sure. Perfect timing, I also need your help with something. Tang Xian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The two agreed on a meeting place and hung up the phone. Fantasy fashion. Tang Xian held her phone, her face hesitant, as if making a crucial decision. Finally, she took a deep breath and dialed the old man's number. Grandpa, I think I found a suitable person for tonight's banquet. On the phone, Tang Yuan sounded slightly surprised, really? That's perfect. Which family's young man is it? It's Wu Feng. Tang Yuan was clearly stunned, and only after a long while did he laugh out loud. Good, that's fine. I've said it before, we need to cultivate a good relationship with Mr. Wu. It's decided then. Wu Feng glanced at the time, calculated that he still had half an hour before meeting Tang Xian. He could deliver 2 more takeout orders without delay. Perfect. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Western-style restaurant where they had agreed to meet. When Wu Feng arrived, he was surprised to see Tang Xian already there. Ms. Tang, when did you arrive? I thought you'd be waiting a while. Tang Xian looked slightly nervous and took a sip of water. I didn't have anything planned for today, so I came a little early. Haven't eaten yet? Wu Feng nodded, then took the menu without ceremony and started ordering. By the way, Ms. Tang, you said on the phone that you needed my help. What is it? Tang Xian smiled. Let's eat first, we'll talk after. Wu Feng was a little suspicious, but didn't think much of it. The meal was quickly finished, and Wu Feng called the waiter to settle the bill, only to be told that Tang Xian had already paid. President Tang, didn't you say I was going to treat you as hush money? You're not going to back out, are you? Wu Feng said with a helpless smile. A sly glint flashed in Tang Xian's eyes. I am backing out. Wu Feng, how can such an important matter be settled with just a meal? You have to do something else with me. What? Wu Feng was stunned. He looked at Tang Xian in disbelief, his heart pounding. What is it? Let me make it clear, I'm a gentleman. Tang Xian's face instantly turned red, and she picked up the menu as if to hit him. Wu Feng, are you kidding me? I'm not joking. I mean, I'm attending a big party tonight, and, could you come with me? Tang Xian said this hesitantly, then looked expectantly at Wu Feng. Wu Feng was stunned again. What kind of gathering? He was genuinely puzzled. Given Tang Xian's status, the gathering she attended would undoubtedly be places frequented by successful individuals. Inviting him to such an event seemed illogical, but then he saw Tang Xian's face flush even more, her voice lowering slightly. Wu Feng, to be honest, tonight's gathering is a social event organized by several families to create opportunities for the younger generation to meet. Wu Feng listened intently to Tang Xian's explanation, and immediately understood. So that's what it was all about. Tang Xian wanted him to accompany her to one of those romantic get-togethers. Young people from large families are busy with their careers and find it difficult to find suitable partners. The purpose of this gathering was to give these young people an opportunity. That was easy to understand. But what Wu Feng couldn't figure out was, in what capacity would he accompany Tang Xian? Could it be, President Tang? You're not asking me to pretend to be your boyfriend, are you? What? You don't want to? No, it's just that how should I put it? Wu Feng frantically searched for words in his mind. It's not appropriate for a food delivery guy like me to go with you, is it? Tang Xian rolled her eyes at Wu Feng, speechless. Wu Feng, others may not know you, but I know you well. You say you're just a food delivery guy, but have you ever seen a food delivery guy spend 10 billion to buy a company? Or have you ever seen a food delivery guy casually write a song and become an internet sensation? Wu Feng was speechless. It seems what he did was a bit too high profile. He needs to be more careful in the future. He can't be so attention-seeking anymore. Alright then, but let me make it clear first, I haven't attended any parties, so don't blame me if I embarrass myself. Tang Xian immediately showed a satisfied smile. Don't worry, I believe you won't. Chapter 45 Goodbye to the Qin Dynasty. See you tonight. After ending his chat with Tang Xian, Wu Feng put away the invitation and continued his delivery business. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 p.m. Wu Feng rode his bicycle to the Shelton Hotel in the city. At this moment, the hotel entrance was already crowded with luxury cars. Many elegantly dressed men and women were also crowding into the hotel. Wow, quite a lot of people. Wu Feng parked his bicycle and was about to walk into the hotel. You have a new multiverse delivery order, please check. Damn it. Wu Feng was standing in a crowded area. Finding a secluded spot was difficult. With no other choice, Wu Feng quickly ran down the steps and squeezed between two luxury cars parked side by side. Whoosh! The scene shifted, and Wu Feng found himself before an incredibly magnificent palace. Holy crap! Where am I? Due to the rush, Wu Feng hadn't had time to listen carefully to the delivery information. Looking at the resplendent building before him, he was utterly astonished. Who is this? Take them down! Asterisk clang! 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 Asterisk! The sound of bronze armor being donned rang out, followed by a squad of burly soldiers wielding halberds surrounding Wu Feng. Wu Feng blinked, glancing at the attire of the men before him, and a sudden realization struck him. This is the Qin dynasty? The soldiers' uniforms were so familiar. The terracotta army, one of the 8 wonders of the world, was entirely dressed like this. Even the beard style is exactly the same. Wu Feng hurriedly glanced at the system notification. Qin Shi Huang has recently lost his appetite and is prone to outbursts of rage. Please deliver this takeout as soon as possible. A thought flashed through Wu Feng's mind, and he immediately raised his voice. How dare you? I'm delivering takeout for your boss, Qin Shi Huang. How dare you treat me like this? Upon hearing this, the head soldier approached with a puzzled look. Delivering takeout? You're here to present a treasure. Wu Feng didn't even blink, staring intently at the living terracotta warrior before him. That's right. I'm presenting a treasure. The soldier nodded. Follow me. Under the watchful eyes of a group of soldiers, Wu Feng finally stepped into the grand hall where Qin Shi Huang was. At this moment, in the hall, all the ministers lowered their heads and looked down, not one daring to raise their heads. It was truly terrifying. Just moments ago, the great first emperor had lost his temper again. This time, a whole row of cooks were executed, leaving the officials speechless. They all knew that speaking now would be suicide. Just then, the official in charge of the palace security received the news and whispered a few words in the first emperor's ear. The first emperor, his face grim, frowned, then nodded. Bring him in. Under the watchful eyes of the many ancient figures, Wu Feng strode in. How impressive. No wonder this guy has always wanted immortality. Wu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, observing the scene. However, he had only reached within 30 paces of the first emperor. Halt! Wu Feng stopped and looked up. This action immediately drew sighs from the officials. Alas, another one to die. It's over. Daring to look at his majesty like that, he probably won't even survive. The messenger standing before Qin Shi Huang spoke. What treasure does the visitor wish to present? Wu Feng smiled faintly and retrieved a takeout box from the storeroom. Your Majesty, this is your takeout. With that, Wu Feng opened the takeout box. Actually, he didn't know what was inside. After opening it, Wu Feng froze. It was just a bowl of tomato and vermicelli noodles? Although the noodles looked and smelled delicious, a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out upon opening. But why would an emperor who unified 6 kingdoms want this? Just then, many ministers in the hall began to sniffle. Hiss, it smells so good. It really smells amazing. What is this thing? Even Qin Shi Huang, seated high above, could no longer contain himself. What are those 4 things you're holding? Wu Feng. A minister nearby suddenly nudged Wu Feng. His Majesty asked what you're holding. Oh my god. Wu Feng was stunned. Then he understood. Wow, that's Guangzhong dialect. Holy crap. If later generations knew that the historical Qin Shi Huang actually spoke with a thick Guangzhong accent, they'd be ecstatic. Instantly, Wu Feng's gaze towards Qin Shi Huang changed. It was as if he'd stumbled upon a treasure. These are tomato noodles. 4 and 4 tomatoes? Now Wu Feng understood, and instantly realized that tomatoes were introduced to the East later. They didn't exist in the Qin dynasty. They're delicious. Please try some. Wu Feng smiled and strode forward to hand them over. The messenger, seeing Wu Feng rushing over, was about to stop him, but a single glare from Qin Shi Huang made him tremble, and he quickly withdrew his feet. Wu Feng smoothly handed the tomato and noodle soup to Qin Shi Huang, who looked on with a blissful expression. "So delicious!" Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, and began to devour it. Slurp! In just a few minutes, the bowl of tomato and noodle soup was completely empty, not even a drop of broth left. The many ministers present all wore broad smiles, letting out a complete sigh of relief. Qin Shi Huang let out a satisfied burp and looked at Wu Feng with a grin. "Alright, from now on I'll cook right here." Wu Feng grinned broadly, and at that moment, the system notification sounded. "If you want some, order from me often. I'm leaving now, remember to give me a 5-star review." Qin Shi Huang was stunned for a moment. "Takeout? What's up?" Wu Feng had already taken 2 steps back, and amidst Qin Shi Huang's bewildered expression, walked directly into a glowing door. He vanished instantly. The hall fell into complete silence. A moment later, Qin Shi Huang excitedly stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming. "Find him! We must find this immortal." Over here, Wu Feng returned to the parking lot, rubbing his hands excitedly. Qin Shi Huang's reward can't be bad, what could it be? The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, for completing the delivery task and receiving a gold gift pack X1. Wow!" Wu Feng's eyes widened instantly, "Another gold one. Awesome! Open it for me. Quick! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the gilded tiger tally." "What the heck? A tiger tally?" Wu Feng was completely dumbfounded. "Isn't the tiger tally an important tool for mobilizing troops in battle? What use is this thing to me now?" Chapter 46: The Aura of an Emperor. Gilded Tiger Tally. After use, it summons 30 elite Qin soldiers to serve you for half an hour. Cooldown, 1 day. Wow! Wu Feng was practically floating on air upon seeing the system's explanation. With this thing, it's like having 30 powerful and skilled bodyguards. Even though the duration is only half an hour, it's still awesome. Awesome! Wu Feng's mouth almost twisted with joy. Just then, the system notification sounded again. "Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-star review from Qin Shi Huang, gaining 5 lottery points." Wu Feng raised an eyebrow. The main event was here. Lottery. Wu Feng's eyes were fixed on the lottery wheel. This lottery system had never disappointed him before. What treasure would it be this time? The pointer slowly stopped, and Wu Feng's eyes widened instantly again. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Imperial Aura. Imperial Aura, currently at level 1. When activated, it can completely crush an enemy's mind, forcing them into utter submission." Holy crap! Wu Feng stared at the system notification, practically floating on air. This reward was even better than the Golden Tiger Talisman. With just one activation, he could effortlessly and completely crush an enemy. More importantly, this was only the level 1 effect. If he had the chance to upgrade to a higher level in the future, wouldn't a single glare be enough to send a huge crowd fleeing in terror? Ha ha ha, so good. So good. Wu Feng couldn't help but shout out. This immediately attracted strange looks from some people around him. Wu Feng chuckled, suppressing his excitement. He decided to attend the party first. With that thought, he strode towards the hotel. But just as he reached the entrance, 2 waiters reached out and stopped him. The 2 waiters had just witnessed the delivery guy grinning like an idiot, and now he actually wanted to come in. "Excuse me, there's a private party going on at the hotel. You need an invitation to enter." Wu Feng stopped and showed them his invitation. The 2 waiters were stunned. They quickly took the invitation, checked it, and it was genuine. Immediately, they smiled apologetically. "Excuse me, please come in." He. Wu Feng smiled faintly and walked in. The 2 waiters stared blankly at Wu Feng's retreating figure, utterly shocked. Do rich people like this kind of dressing now? I really can't understand this kind of interest. Wu Feng entered the hotel, and as soon as he reached the lobby, he was captivated by the atmosphere. The entire lobby was luxuriously decorated. A champagne tower taller than a person. A dazzling array of pastries and snacks. And there were lobsters so huge they were larger than car tires. Furthermore, many elegantly dressed men and women were chatting animatedly among them. Should I really change my clothes? Wu Feng frowned, then relaxed. Whatever, Tang Xian didn't tell me anyway, I'll eat something first. Wu Feng glanced around, not seeing Tang Xian, and then started eating the lobster in front of him. At that very moment, a man in a group of people not far from Wu Feng looked over with a grim face. Damn it! Why is this idiot here too? This man was none other than Zhou Jian. Since the incident at the Xinglan Medical Clinic, Zhou Jian had kept a low profile for a while, but he couldn't forget the scene of being publicly humiliated by Wu Feng. Seeing his enemy again today, Zhou Jian gritted his teeth in anger. He immediately turned around and whispered to a tall, handsome man beside him. After listening to Zhou Jian's story, the man turned to look at Wu Feng. Zhou Jian, is this the kid you're getting close to? Isn't he just a delivery guy? Zhou Jian's eyes flickered, and he leaned closer, saying, young Master Qi, it's absolutely true. Tang Xian even invited him to her home last time. Instantly, the man's eyes turned cold. Oh, is that so? Zhou Jian nodded vigorously, his expression one of shared indignation. This man was named Qi Jin. Zhou Jian wasn't exactly unknown in Luo City, but compared to Qi Jin before him, he was far inferior. The Qi family made their fortune in transportation. Luo City, geographically central and easily accessible, saw the Qi family control over more than half of the city's road transport rights, making them a powerful family. As the family's heir apparent, Qi Jin held a very high position. He was showing signs of becoming a leader among the younger generation. Zhou Jian naturally followed Qi Jin's lead. Tonight's gathering was organized by the Tang family patriarch, who invited many of the younger generation from various families. As a junior member, Qi Jin naturally had to attend. More importantly, Qi Jin had a major matter to attend to. He wanted to publicly pursue Tang Xian. Zhou Jian understood Qi Jin's intentions perfectly well. He certainly liked Tang Xian, but facing Qi Jin, Zhou Jian could only completely suppress his feelings. Furthermore, to target Wu Feng, Zhou Jian needed to secure this powerful ally. At this moment, Qi Jin frowned slightly. So what do you plan to do? Zhou Jian gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Young Master Qi, this brat publicly humiliated me, I'll definitely get my revenge. Qi Jin picked up his wineglass and took a sip, his expression calm. Fine, but you know I have things to do tonight, so don't spoil the atmosphere. Zhou Jian forced a smile, his heart bleeding inwardly. Don't worry, young Master Qi. I'm just teaching a jerk a lesson, it won't affect your pursuit of Miss Tang. Qi Jin nodded slightly, then gestured for one of his burly bodyguards to follow Zhou Jian. Shejun, keep an eye on things. Yes, master. Zhou Jian, seeing that Qi Jin had even sent bodyguards with him, became even more arrogant, and with a sinister smile, he walked towards Wu Feng. Over there, Wu Feng was gnawing on a large lobster. His spider sense made him frown slightly, immediately sensing someone's arrival. It seems fate brings us together. Wu Feng chuckled inwardly. Zhou Jian walked up behind Wu Feng, smiled coldly, and reached out to slap Wu Feng's back. Howl! At the same moment, Wu Feng turned around with effortless ease, still holding a lobster claw in his hand. The next instant, a scream rang out. Howl! Zhou Jian's face changed drastically as he stared at the shrimp claw embedded in his palm, his lips twitching violently. Wu Feng, however, acted as if he'd seen a familiar face, grinning. Yo, isn't this young Master Zhou? You like shrimp claws too? You should have said so earlier, I have more. As he spoke, Wu Feng picked up another shrimp claw, chuckling as he thrust it towards him. Zhou Jian was about to explode. Get it away from me. He frantically dodged, enduring the pain as he pulled the shrimp claw from his hand. You idiot! You're asking for it. Zhou Jian cursed, then slapped Wu Feng hard across the face. Chapter 47, Kick Your People Out. The commotion had already attracted the attention of everyone present. However, when people realized Zhou Jian was only targeting a delivery driver, they simply watched the spectacle with amusement. At this moment, Zhou Jian's hand was very close to Wu Feng's. In that instant, Wu Feng suddenly spoke. Zhou Jian, you dare! A ferocious smile spread across Zhou Jian's face. You're just a delivery driver, what wouldn't I dare to do? But in the next instant, Zhou Jian suddenly felt a chilling cold. This coldness felt as if it had sent him straight to the deepest hell, icy and bone-chilling. He shivered. This was because Wu Feng had activated his Emperor's aura. Kneel down. Zhou Jian, his hand hovering in midair, was clearly surprised. But at this moment, he couldn't muster any other thoughts. All he could think about was kneeling down and begging for mercy. Thump! The moment Zhou Jian opened his mouth, Wu Feng exerted his pressure again. This time, Zhou Jian completely couldn't take it anymore, and his pants instantly became soaked. This scene completely stunned everyone present. What was going on? The dignified young master Zhou Jian actually knelt before a deliveryman? And he was even scared to death? This was unbelievable. Just who was this deliveryman? Countless questions arose in everyone's minds. Qi Jin also looked over with a face full of surprise and doubt. At this moment, Shejun, the bodyguard who had come with Zhou Jian, narrowed his eyes and strode forward. Too arrogant. Wu Feng glanced sideways. He had noticed Shejun earlier. But adhering to the principle of I won't offend others unless they offend me, Wu Feng didn't care. He was invited to the party, not to humiliate others. However, Shejun took a few steps in front of Wu Feng, a cruel sneer appearing on his face. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. Then get out. Wu Feng narrowed his eyes. What if I don't? Shejun's eyes instantly turned cold, his peripheral vision noticing Qi Jin's slight nod. He no longer hesitated. Boom! Shejun suddenly unleashed a kick, directly striking Wu Feng. This kick was extremely fierce. It created a whistling sound. Standing not far away, Qi Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. In his eyes, Wu Feng was already crippled. Before Shejun joined me, he was known as the invincible Iron Leg. Back in the day, he was a fixture in the underground boxing world, crippling countless fighters with his legs alone. You, a deliveryman, wait. Hiss. Qi Jin's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Shejun's kick had indeed landed on Wu Feng. It looked as if Wu Feng was completely unable to dodge, taking the kick squarely. However, the result was completely different from what Qi Jin had imagined. Wu Feng didn't budge. After Shejun's kick landed, his expression changed drastically, and he abruptly pulled back, letting out a deafening roar of pain. Roar, my leg. Shejun clutched his leg, lying down in agony, rolling around in pain. Wu Feng looked at him helplessly and shook his head slightly. This nano suit I'm wearing is impenetrable even by rocket launchers, but this leg is definitely ruined. This lightning-fast scene once again petrified everyone present. What's going on? Wasn't he going to kick someone? How come his leg seems broken? Does that kid know some kind of invulnerability technique? Instantly, everyone's gaze towards Wu Feng completely changed. Many single women even looked at him with admiration. All of this, however, almost made Qi Jin faint with anger. Stop! Wu Feng glanced at Qi Jin. At that moment, Qi Jin walked over and glared fiercely at Wu Feng. You brat! You're something else. Wu Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy seemed to be in cahoots. But Qi Jin's gaze turned icy as he shouted, "Security! Someone's deliberately causing trouble here. Get him out of here right now." As soon as Qi Jin spoke, the others present, especially the women who had previously admired Wu Feng, began to feel a pang of regret. That delivery guy is so handsome. Sigh, too bad he's going to be kicked out. Yeah, young Master Qi is someone important. He's given the order, so there's no doubt about it. Sure enough, a group of security guards rushed over. The leader, upon seeing Qi Jin, immediately bowed and scraped. Young Master Qi, what's going on? Qi Jin, his face stern, glanced sideways at Wu Feng and roared at the head of security. How are you guarding the gate? How did you let this delivery guy in? He even dared to assault someone. Get him out of here. Yes. Seeing the situation, the head of security didn't bother with further questions and immediately ordered his men to surround Wu Feng. He would certainly give young Master Qi face. Wu Feng frowned, already prepared. Just then, another clear, bell-like shout rang out. Who dares to kick out my honored guest? Whoosh! The crowd erupted in commotion, everyone turning to look at the source of the voice. Tang Xian, in a flowing white dress, ethereal as a fairy, made her grand entrance. She had only just arrived. But Qi Jin's bodyguards had witnessed everything that happened to Wu Feng. Seeing Qi Jin shouting to kick him out, she immediately spoke up. As Tang Xian approached, the security guards hesitated. They couldn't afford to offend any of the younger generation from these prominent families present today. But among them, the most untouchable were Tang Xian and Qi Jin. Tang Xian had single-handedly built a large advertising company. Her personal abilities were undeniable. Furthermore, the Tang family behind her possessed a foundation as deep and entrenched as a 1,000-year-old tree. Although Qi Jin had only taken over the family business, he was no ordinary person and had extensive connections. If either of these two were to offend either of them, it would likely be a huge loss for the entire Shelton Hotel. For a moment, the head of security stood there, completely at a loss for what to do. Qi Jin then turned to look at Tang Xian. His eyes lit up at first, then he immediately greeted her with a smile. Xian, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for ages. Tang Xian walked straight towards Wu Feng, not even glancing at Qi Jin. Young Master Qi, I heard you're going to kick out my distinguished guest. Qi Jin was taken aback, then his expression turned cold. Xian, are you mistaken? He's just a deliveryman, and he dared to injure my man. Shouldn't he be kicked out? Is that so? Tang Xian's face also turned cold, and she retorted without hesitation. But what I saw was your man striking first. Even if someone's going to be kicked out, shouldn't it be your man who's kicked out? Chapter 48, Kneeling Twice in a Row. Xian, you. Qi Jin was about to explain further, but Tang Xian had already walked to Wu Feng's side. Her cold expression vanished, replaced by a concerned smile. Are you all right? Wu Feng chuckled and shrugged. I'm fine. This guy's too weak. I didn't even have to stand up before he was done for. Puffed. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Qi Jin almost spat out blood. This was a blatant slap in the face. He glared at Tang Xian with a dark expression. Xian, who is this delivery guy to you? Why are you protecting him like this? Tang Xian turned her head and gave Qi Jin a disdainful look. The reason Tang Xian had invited Wu Feng to play the boyfriend at this gathering was actually to silence her many suitors. The one who made Tang Xian most uncomfortable was Qi Jin. The Qi family's business was quite large in Luo City, and Qi Jin himself was naturally extremely arrogant. Before this, Tang Xian had already heard rumors that Qi Jin had shamelessly declared she was the Qi family's betrothed. Based on this alone, Qi Jin was already doomed by Tang Xian, with no room for further consideration. His current actions only added to that negative impression. Tang Xian smiled and naturally took Wu Feng's arm. "Wu Feng, he's my boyfriend." These words were like a bombshell dropped into the crowd. Hiss! Oh my god, did I hear that right? This delivery guy is Tang Xian's boyfriend. Yes, you heard right. Sigh, I shouldn't have come to this party. I came specifically for Tang Xian. Haha, buddy, even without this delivery guy, you probably wouldn't have gotten a chance. Didn't you see young Master Qi staring longingly at Tang Xian? Oh no! Young Master Qi is going to be furious. He got snatched away by a delivery guy. Some of the whispers in the crowd reached Qi Jin's ears. Instantly, Qi Jin almost exploded with anger. Xian, are you kidding me? He's not worthy of me? Wu Feng, however, just smiled faintly. He turned to Tang Xian. "Darling, you look beautiful today." He was deliberately trying to provoke Qi Jin. Sure enough, upon seeing this, Qi Jin turned green with envy. "You bastard! How the hell did you bewitch Xian? With your status, Xian would never even look at you." Tang Xian's face immediately turned cold. She glanced apologetically at Wu Feng, then turned to stare at Qi Jin. "Qi Jin, who I, Tang Xian, like is none of your business. Besides, in my opinion, Wu Feng is far superior to you." "Impossible." Qi Jin looked furious, shaking his head and looking at her incredulously. Xian, you're deliberately saying this to annoy me, aren't you? I don't believe it. How is this guy better than me? Wu Feng saw all this and was utterly speechless at Qi Jin. He's already said that, and you're still shamelessly clinging on. It's simply stupid. Sure enough, Tang Xian continued without any politeness. "Qi Jin, do I need to annoy you? If you insist on thinking that way, then so be it." With that, Tang Xian took Wu Feng's arm and turned to leave. Humph! Qi Jin completely erupted. When had his reputation as the young master of the Qi family ever been trampled on like this? "Tang Xian, you really think you can fool everyone by just finding someone to pretend to be your boyfriend? Let me tell you, I, Qi Jin, have never been refused anyone I've wanted." These words were tantamount to Qi Jin declaring his ownership in front of everyone. Wow, it seems young Master Qi is serious this time. That's right. If I were that delivery guy, I'd really have to be careful. After all, the Qi family isn't someone to be trifled with. Whispers arose from the crowd. Tang Xian, who had already turned around, frowned, then saw Wu Feng beside her turn his head. Tang Xian quickly whispered, "Wu Feng, don't pay him any attention." She was genuinely worried about Wu Feng, but Wu Feng only smiled faintly and leaned slightly closer. Tang Xian's breath caught in her throat. This was the first time she had ever been so close to a man. I don't know about others, but if anyone really spoke to my woman like that, I would absolutely not hold back. "Don't worry." Wu Feng patted Tang Xian's arm, smiling as he looked at Qi Jin. Qi Jin, at this moment, also stared at Wu Feng with an air of arrogance. He truly didn't take Wu Feng seriously. Even though Wu Feng had just strangely defeated his bodyguard, Qi Jin didn't think Wu Feng was that powerful. He looked down on people of Wu Feng's status to the core. Qi Jin stiffened his neck. "What? Kneel down." His imperial aura was activated once more. In just an instant, Qi Jin's mind went blank. He trembled all over, his legs went weak like noodles, and he couldn't help himself. Thump! He knelt down directly. Hiss! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. The person pouring the wine didn't even realize it was overflowing. It was utterly shocking. First Zhou Jian, now Qi Jin. They were both kneeling before a deliveryman. This was international news. Qi Jin was on the verge of collapse. He clearly remembered his intention to oppose Wu Feng, but he couldn't help feeling weak all over, completely out of control. This feeling was worse than being killed. Wu Feng simply smiled faintly. He turned to Tang Xian, who was equally shocked. "Darling, since he knows he's wrong, let's just let it go." Tang Xian was completely dazed. "Oh, okay. The imperial aura vanished. Qi Jin, suddenly relieved of the pressure, immediately jumped to his feet. "Damn it! What kind of evil magic did you use? I'll fight you to the death today." He was about to charge forward. Wu Feng turned his head, his eyes instantly sharpening. Thump! Qi Jin knelt down again, completely still. Wu Feng smirked coldly. "Young Master Qi, I've already forgiven you. There's no need to kneel again, is there? I'm not your father." At this moment, Qi Jin felt like he was about to vomit blood. "I don't want to kneel either. But what's wrong with my legs? Wait, this Wu Feng is just too strange. A ghost." This scene, witnessed by those around, left them utterly astonished. So bizarre. Young Master Chi actually knelt twice. This delivery guy is definitely not simple. I admire him so much. He's so handsome. I want to marry him. Just then, an aged voice came from the doorway. So lively. Is something good happening? Upon hearing this voice, everyone present turned to look. Tang Xian was also startled, then quickly ran over and helped the elderly man who had entered. Grandpa, why are you here too? Didn't you say you weren't coming? It was Tang Yuan. Chapter 49. This is too hard for me. Tang Yuan chuckled. Xian, I can move around freely now. You're even inviting your boyfriend, how could I not come? Oh, Grandpa. Tang Xian blushed instantly, too shy to look up. Over there, Wu Feng, seeing Tang Yuan appear, also dropped his regal air. Qi Jin felt the pressure ease, scrambled to his feet, and rushed towards Tang Yuan. Grandpa Tang, you've come at the perfect time. Tang Yuan glanced at him sideways. Young Master Qi, what happened? Why are you in such a sorry state? Qi Jin's face turned pale. He glared at Tang Xian, then pointed at Wu Feng. Grandpa, tell me, is this delivery idiot really Suing Suan's boyfriend? Qi Jin didn't believe Tang Xian's story. In his opinion, Wu Feng was at most a bit strange. He was far from being a match for Tang Xian. Besides, he was sure Tang Yuan would never be interested in a delivery guy. Tang Xian, as an outstanding member of the Tang family, would never allow herself to marry a food deliveryman. Tang Yuan frowned slightly, his smile fading. Young Master Qi, what do you think? Qi Jin hardened his heart and retorted angrily, Grandpa, of course it's fake. Tell me quickly, this was Suing Suan's own idea, right? How could a food deliveryman, with such a lowly profession, be worthy of Xian? Grandpa, only I am worthy of Xian. Humph. As soon as Qi Jin finished speaking, Tang Yuan snorted coldly. His gaze towards Qi Jin no longer held the same respect he had shown a junior, instead, it was filled with utter contempt. Qi Jin, in my opinion, your Qi family's choice of you as the head of the family was extremely unwise. What? Qi Jin suffered another heavy blow. Why would the old man say such a thing out of the blue? The onlookers were also greatly surprised. The Qi family and the Tang family were considered evenly matched in strength. Moreover, it was said that old Master Tang Yuan and the Qi family patriarch had a good relationship. So why would old Master Tang so bluntly refute Qi Jin to his face? Could it be, all because of this delivery guy? This almost impossible situation made everyone present hold their breath, quietly waiting for the old man to continue. But Tang Yuan didn't even look at Qi Jin, and strode straight towards Wu Feng. Then, he took Wu Feng's hand, held it in his palm, and gently patted it. Mr. Wu, I'm truly sorry to have made you laugh today. Whoosh! Tang Yuan didn't lower his voice, so almost everyone present heard him. He actually addressed the delivery guy as Mr. Wu. That's the highest level of respect. Just who is this delivery guy? It's outrageous. Qi Jin was also deathly pale. He was utterly regretting his actions. Wu Feng simply smiled faintly. You flatter me, sir. Tang Yuan nodded in response with a smile, then looked around at everyone before slowly speaking again. I, Tang Yuan, have always believed that while social standing is important in relationships between younger generations, it's also crucial. But more importantly, the feeling between the two of them. Today, I'm announcing something to everyone. My granddaughter, Xian, will absolutely not interfere in her love life. Who she likes is her own choice. I trust her judgment, and I trust Wu Feng's character even more. With that, Tang Yuan lifted Wu Feng's arm high in the air. Tang Xian stood to the side, her face completely flushed. Wu Feng grinned helplessly. This was originally meant to be an act, but if it continued like this, everyone would probably know he was Tang Xian's boyfriend. Sigh, this is too difficult. The others present were immediately stunned. Tonight's gathering was truly unforgettable for them. It wouldn't be long before news of tonight's event spread throughout the many families of Luo City. Looking at Qi Jin, he was completely dumbfounded. He could hardly believe his eyes. He even wondered if he was dreaming, but the laughter and whispers around him told him it was real. He, the young master of a prestigious family, had been utterly defeated by a food deliveryman. It was like throwing his face on the ground and then spitting on it. For a moment, Qi Jin wished he could disappear into the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, having finished his announcement, said nothing more, only a few words, and then let the young people do as they pleased. Wu Feng and Tang Xian stayed by Tang Yuan's side, the three chatting and laughing. Tang Yuan briefly inquired about Wu Feng's investment plans. Wu Feng, of course, already had a plan, attributing everything to his luck. Seeing this, Tang Yuan didn't ask any further questions. He only needed to confirm that Wu Feng harbored no ill will towards the Tang family. That was enough. Besides, with Tang Xian's pretty face flushed beside him, he'd leave the young people's affairs to them to develop on their own. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet, Zhou Jian and Qi Jin were drinking silently, looking utterly humiliated. The bodyguards had already been escorted away by Qi Jin's men. Although he had been thoroughly humiliated, he had no intention of admitting defeat. Young Master Qi, I really didn't expect that Tang Xian and that kid had only just met last time, and now they're already together. Zhou Jian drank his wine, secretly observing Qi Jin's expression, and said with a pained look, "Humph." Qi Jin slammed a glass on the table, his face ashen. That Wu Feng. I'll make him disappear one day. Soon, the banquet was halfway through. Several younger members of other families walked towards Tang Yuan. "Grandpa, this is just a small gift, please accept it." The young man handed over a small box. Tang Yuan smiled helplessly. "You little rascals, you're all so clever. I deliberately came late because I was worried you'd bring a bunch of stuff like before, but I still couldn't escape it." The group of young people all laughed out loud, each one very modest. "Grandpa, you've always been so kind to our family, and you've even thoughtfully organized this heartwarming gathering for us. As your juniors, it's only right that we prepare some gifts to welcome you." "Yes, Grandpa, we all deeply respect you." Hearing the young people's words, Tang Yuan smiled, his eyes narrowing. Before long, the gifts had piled up beneath Tang Yuan's seat. Just then, Qi Jin, whose face had been gloomy, approached. He held an exquisitely crafted box in his hands, his gaze casually sweeping over Wu Feng. "Grandpa, I was a little too emotional just now, please don't mind. This 500-year-old wild ginseng is something I specially prepared, please accept it." With that, Qi Jin opened the gift box. "Wow!" Instantly, everyone present gasped in amazement. Chapter 50, 1000-year-old sweet potato. This wild ginseng is truly amazing, it's even grown into a human shape. This is the rarest. A 500-year-old wild ginseng, it's practically priceless these days. The exclamations of amazement finally brought some life back to Qi Jin's face. "Young Master Qi, you're too kind. My health is much better now, why not keep this top-grade ginseng for your grandfather?" Tang Yuan waved his hand gently. Qi Jin, however, smiled proudly. "Grandpa, I went to great lengths to find this wild ginseng. There were 2 in total, and we still have 1 at home. So please don't refuse." Tang Yuan was about to politely decline when Qi Jin added with a smile. "I already consulted with my grandfather before coming, and he also said he wanted to give you 1. Having said that, Tang Yuan couldn't refuse any longer and could only accept it with a smile. The next moment, Qi Jin's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he looked directly at Wu Feng. "Wu Feng, it's fate that we're all gathered here tonight. Have you prepared any gifts for the old man?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's expression instantly changed. It wasn't a strict rule for juniors to give gifts to elders at banquets. Therefore, she hadn't mentioned it to Wu Feng, but now it seemed she had overlooked it. She never expected Qi Jin to make a move on this. If Wu Feng said he hadn't prepared anything, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed by Qi Jin and the others again. They might even say some vicious things behind his back. For a moment, Tang Xian felt incredibly annoyed, feeling that she had embarrassed Wu Feng. Sure enough, in that brief moment of distraction, Zhou Jian, who was acting as Qi Jin's lackey, spoke up again. He chuckled coldly, saying disdainfully, "Young Master Qi, what kind of gift could a deliveryman possibly prepare? Let's not reopen old wounds." Young Master Qi feigned sudden realization. "Oh right. See? I didn't even think of that. I'm so sorry." Qi Jin apologized, but there was no real remorse. Instead, his smile was incredibly sinister. Wu Feng inwardly sneered. This Qi Jin, he really hadn't given up. He actually used this opportunity to humiliate him. With a thought, he opened the map of mountains and rivers in the warehouse. "I remember throwing a lot of things in here last time, I forgot to check it. It'll come in handy today, hee hee." But when the map of mountains and rivers was opened, Wu Feng almost screamed in fright. When Wu Feng threw things in, he had deliberately left space for each plant to prevent them from growing too rapidly. But now it seems he underestimated the power of the mountain and river map. At this moment, in this situation, Wu Feng couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings. The area where Wu Feng's mind was currently focused was a dense primeval forest, and this forest was composed entirely of towering giant flowers. And that huge black shadow that had just floated across the sky, that was the parrot he'd thrown in a few days ago? It was practically a parrot-shaped pterosaur. Wu Feng was stunned. He hurriedly checked the properties of these items, and what he saw made Wu Feng unable to hold back any longer, bursting out a curse. "Holy crap! Millennial peony, cooling in nature, it has miraculous effects in clearing heat, cooling blood, and promoting blood circulation. Just one flower or leaf can cure symptoms such as blocked blood vessels and traumatic hemorrhage. Millennial narcissus possesses miraculous effects in absorbing pollution, a nemesis of all kinds of toxic fumes. Millennial evergreen tree has a powerful effect in relieving eye fatigue. If consumed directly, it can cure eye symptoms such as nearsightedness, astigmatism, and presbyopia. Millennial sweet potato nourishes the middle and blood, replenishes qi, and promotes body fluids, and has a powerful effect on soothing the stomach and intestines. Wu Feng scanned through them one by one, completely petrified. These flowers, originally just for potted plants, now all possess different magical effects. Each of these effects alone would probably cause a huge sensation in the medical world. Wu Feng couldn't even imagine how immense the value of these things truly was. What shocked Wu Feng even more was yet to come. The birds he had previously released all obediently landed, lining up behind him. With just a glance, Wu Feng could perceive the entirety of their thoughts. "Greetings, Master. Master, I'm a Mina, and I understand many languages. Master, just pluck a feather from my body and tuck it into your collar, and it'll protect you from temperatures below -30 degrees Celsius." Wu Feng's lips twitched violently. If he were to talk to these birds, what would he be speaking bird language? Fortunately, that didn't happen. Wu Feng discovered that he only needed a single thought to communicate with a bird. "Oh, did I really hit a nerve? Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Qi Jin's mocking voice rang out again. Wu Feng narrowed his eyes, regaining his composure. "Young Master Qi, how did you know I didn't prepare a gift? My gift is outside, I'll go get it now." Wu Feng finished speaking and immediately walked outside. Seeing this, Zhou Jian immediately mocked again. "Oh, you're not buying it now, are you? Let me tell you, the convenience stores around this hotel are all specialty stores, things are very expensive." Ha ha. Tang Xian was quite annoyed, and seeing Wu Feng leave, she quickly followed. "Wu Feng, I'll go with you later. I know a great discount store nearby, they have a lot of good stuff. I think the gift doesn't need to be too expensive, as long as the thought is there, that's enough. What should we buy?" Tang Xian. Tang Xian, preoccupied with talking, didn't notice Wu Feng suddenly stop and bumped into him, her face immediately turning red. "What's wrong?" Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Tang Xian. "You don't need to come with me. I really have a gift ready, it's in the trunk of my electric scooter." "Ha!" Tang Xian was genuinely surprised. "But, just wait for me, I'll be right back." Wu Feng finished speaking and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the electric scooter outside, Wu Feng appeared to open the trunk, but instead of opening it, he deftly revealed a perfectly colored sweet potato in his hand. Immediately, Wu Feng turned back. Mainly, if he were to pull out the sweet potato directly in front of everyone, it might arouse suspicion, so Wu Feng had to do it this way. At this moment, everyone present saw Wu Feng turn back and noticed that he wasn't carrying any boxes, so they all looked at Wu Feng with suspicion. Qi Jin and Zhou Jian chuckled. "Why did you come back empty-handed? Were things too expensive outside?" Wu Feng simply smiled faintly and then revealed the sweet potato in his hand. "Young Master Qi, your so-called 500-year-old wild ginseng is a joke compared to this. Look closely, this is a 1,000-year-old sweet potato." Chapter 51 Candied Sweet Potatoes. After Wu Feng finished speaking, a long silence followed. Then, a burst of laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my fortune? Brother, you're hilarious. A 1,000-year-old sweet potato is still a sweet potato, isn't it? This guy is really funny." The surrounding people chattered amongst themselves, some teasing, but none malicious. Qi Jin and Zhou Jian, however, after their initial surprise, exchanged a glance and burst into laughter with disdain. "Wu Feng, did you forget to take your medicine today? A 1,000-year-old sweet potato? That stuff costs 2 yuan a pound at the market. I can have as many as you want. Seriously, why are you carrying a sweet potato around? And a raw one at that. Are you going to eat this as your main meal? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Wu Feng, someone like you dares to bring this out and embarrass yourself? Aren't you ashamed?" "I'm ashamed for Xianxian." The two of them continued their mocking laughter relentlessly. "You two, that's enough." Tang Xian finally snapped. Tang Xian couldn't understand Wu Feng's actions either. Why couldn't she take him to buy a gift? Why did he have to bring out a sweet potato? This thing was indeed rather unpresentable. But no matter what, Tang Xian would absolutely not stand by and watch others treat Wu Feng like this. Even if Wu Feng pulled out some random little trinket, she wouldn't care at all. Tang Yuan, who was sitting, also stood up. When Wu Feng first showed off the sweet potato, Tang Yuan's lips twitched. However, he naturally fully supported Wu Feng. Therefore, after standing up, he walked straight to Wu Feng's side. "Little Wu, how did you know I like sweet potatoes?" As he spoke, Tang Yuan reached out to take the sweet potato from Wu Feng's hand, already prepared to take a bite right away. Anyway, he had eaten plenty of sweet potatoes when he was young, raw or roasted, he could eat them either. However, Wu Feng smiled brightly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Grandpa, my sweet potato is no ordinary one." Tang Yuan was stunned, he was a little unsure what Wu Feng was going to do. Wu Feng chuckled and scanned the room. Everyone here, of course everyone has seen and eaten sweet potatoes. Eating a roasted sweet potato in the dead of winter is simply delicious. The crowd stirred. Wu Feng's words weren't untrue, but his explanation was rather far-fetched. Wu Feng continued, "But my sweet potato is indeed a 1,000-year-old sweet potato, not an ordinary sweet potato. It has an excellent effect on quenching thirst, relieving indigestion, and soothing the stomach. TCH. Hearing this, Zhou Jian couldn't help but speak up again. "You've been rambling on, but a sweet potato is still a sweet potato. Just because you say it's a 1,000-year-old doesn't mean it's a 1,000-year-old. I'll go buy one right now, and then I can say it's a 10,000-year-old. Qi Jin coldly added, "Wu Feng, do you really think everyone's a fool? If you can't afford a gift, just say you can't afford it. Isn't that normal for someone of your status? You're just too proud to admit it." Wu Feng, however, wasn't annoyed, only smiling slightly. "Qi Jin, you don't believe me when I say you're ignorant? If you combine my sweet potatoes with my cooking skills, you'll see how wrong you've been." With that, Wu Feng immediately called over a waiter to ask for directions to the restaurant. This completely piqued the curiosity of everyone around. Qi Jin and Zhou Jian's faces immediately turned cold again upon seeing this. "Humph, I'll see what you're up to." A group of wealthy young men, dressed in luxurious clothes, all followed Wu Feng into the kitchen. The staff working in the kitchen were stunned by this scene. What are these young masters' hobbies? Is cooking really that fun? Meanwhile, Wu Feng was already standing in front of the cutting board. A faint smile always graced his face, and now he looked up and smiled slightly at Tang Xian and Tang Yuan. Seeing this, Tang Xian and Tang Yuan were both helpless and curious. Everyone wanted to see what Wu Feng would do next. Over there, Wu Feng picked up the sweet potato in his hand, a smile slowly spreading across his face. The next instant, he tossed the sweet potato into the air, then grabbed a cleaver. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone only saw a flash of light, the entire kitchen shimmering with silver light. Then, the crowd erupted in cheers again. "Wow, he's a knife god. My god," in just a few seconds, a whole sweet potato was chopped into cubes. "I'm impressed. I couldn't even do that with his knife skills." No wonder he attracted Tang Xian's attention. Looking at Qi Jin and Zhou Jian, their expressions also changed slightly. Neither of them had expected Wu Feng to have this skill. What is this kid going to do? In the following time, Wu Feng continued his swift and skillful actions. He heated the wok, brought it to a boil, and poured in a large amount of sugar. In no time, a steaming pot of sugar syrup was ready. What Wu Feng was making was very simple: candied sweet potatoes. It was an incredibly simple dessert. Whether as an appetizer before a meal or as a dessert afterward, it was excellent. Naturally, everyone present had tried it before, as it was so common. A few minutes later, a plate of candied sweet potatoes, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, was freshly made. Wu Feng presented the plate to everyone, and instantly everyone was completely captivated. The glistening, jewel-like sugar strands, the golden reddish sweet potatoes, the aroma that tantalized the taste buds. Just looking at it was enough to win over many people. "Young man, can I try some?" someone asked. Wu Feng smiled faintly. "I just counted. This portion of candied sweet potatoes is just enough for everyone to have a bite. Please don't be shy." The next moment, everyone grabbed their chopsticks, each carefully picking up a piece and putting it in their mouth. Tang Xian and Tang Yuan, naturally, did the same. In the end, everyone closed their eyes, savoring the delicious food, except for Qi Jin and Zhou Jian, who looked at Wu Feng with disdain. "You think cooking a dish can divert everyone's attention? A poor person is a poor person. Being able to cook won't change that fact." Wu Feng simply smiled faintly. "Won't you try some?" Qi Jin, his face grim, glanced at the indescribable bliss on the faces of those around him and coldly snorted, "Trash. I won't eat this stuff." His words had barely left his lips when everyone who had been keeping their eyes closed opened them wide. Is this really candied sweet potato? I've never tasted anything like this before. This is definitely not an ordinary sweet potato." Some even rushed over, picking up their chopsticks. "Hey, can I have just one more bite? Just one bite, okay? Me too, I'll just have a tiny bite." The reactions of those around him completely shocked Qi Jin. He stared incredulously at the two remaining pieces of candied sweet potato on his plate, gritted his teeth, and picked one up to eat. Chapter 52 Cooperation. Boom! Qi Jin and Zhou Jian's minds nearly exploded. The moment the candied sweet potato entered their mouths, it completely conquered their taste buds. An indescribable feeling of happiness rushed to their heads. Both of them had their eyes closed, their faces showing the same satisfied expression as everyone else. This scene lasted for a full minute. By the time Qi Jin came to his senses, it was too late. Hee, you see the difference now? Qi Jin suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Wu Feng with disbelief. It was so delicious. That sweet potato in his mouth was completely different from anything he had ever eaten before. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and this tenderness wasn't just ordinary tenderness. It practically melted in his mouth. And most importantly, although it was just a simple bite of food, it warmed his entire body after entering his stomach. Then his appetite was whetted, and he couldn't help but want to eat more. This feeling truly shocked Qi Jin. He even suspected that Wu Feng had tampered with the food. What are you being so arrogant about? It's not tasty at all, Tui, puffed. Qi Jin originally wanted to spit, but it turned into a puffed. Wu Feng seemed to have anticipated this and dodged to the side. Everyone saw Qi Jin's saliva dripping down his face. Young Master Qi, you're really something, drooling over something so delicious and still not admitting it. Exactly. No wonder the young man said the sweet potato has a miraculous thirst-quenching effect. I can't help but swallow my saliva now. Wow, I really want to eat another bite, even if it means shortening my life by 2 years. The surrounding people all spoke up, and now Qi Jin really couldn't deny it. He swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to take another bite, and stared at Wu Feng with a look of utter disbelief. All right, you win. I'm not feeling well, that's enough for today. With that, Qi Jin bowed to Tang Yuan, turned, and left. Zhou Jian's face also changed. He quickly wiped his drool and ran after them. Hey bro, do you still have any sweet potatoes? How much per pound? I'll take them all. Someone saw Qi Jin and Zhou Jian leaving in a disheveled state and immediately spoke up. Pa, you're shameless, trying to hoard them all. If you ask me, bro, give us all the sweet potatoes you have, we can split them equally, everyone buys a little. I agree. I suggest we auction them off. This kind of good stuff only goes to the highest bidder. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of arguments. Wu Feng smiled helplessly at this. The sweet potatoes in his own landscape and state map only weighed 10 jin when he put them in, but now they probably weigh tens of thousands of jin. Looking at Tang Yuan and Tang Xian, they were naturally deeply shocked by Wu Feng once again. Little Wu, are your sweet potatoes really 1,000-year-old? Where did you find them? Tang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Wu Feng chuckled. Grandpa, that's just an excuse, but these sweet potatoes really can't be bought outside. I carefully cultivated them myself. I see. Tang Yuan looked enlightened, then his eyes lit up. Little Wu, come on, let's talk over there. There's something I need to discuss with you. Wu Feng hesitated slightly, then followed Tang Yuan to the side. Xian, you come here too. Tang Yuan beckoned Tang Xian over, and the three of them sat down alone. Little Wu, from what you're saying, you own a plot of land? Wu Feng blinked and nodded in acknowledgement. Sort of. That's great. How many sweet potatoes do you have? Besides sweet potatoes, do you have anything else? Wu Feng chuckled. This old man was indeed shrewd, able to think of so much right away, but there was no point in hiding it. Wu Feng smiled faintly. Besides sweet potatoes, I have quite a few other plants. What's wrong, Grandpa? Tang Yuan chuckled, glanced at Tang Xian, then stared at Wu Feng. Xiao Wu, I'll get straight to the point. I propose that you and Xian open a specialty restaurant together. What do you say? Open a restaurant? Wu Feng and Tang Xian were both stunned. Neither of them expected the old man to make such a suggestion. That way, I can eat such delicious food every day. To be honest, that piece of candied sweet potato I just tasted was the best thing I've ever eaten. Puffed. Wu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Grandpa, is that all? Tang Yuan's face didn't blush at all. He nodded with a profound smile. What he said was, of course, true. However, that wasn't all. Being able to eat delicious food every day was only one important reason. More importantly, this way, he could completely bring the mysterious and unpredictable Wu Feng into his camp. Besides, based on his understanding of Tang Xian, this girl would never let a man she had no feelings for pretend to be her boyfriend. Tang Xian inviting Wu Feng over was enough to say something. Having the two of them open a shop together was also creating more opportunities for them to interact. Such a clever scheme, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, made Tang Yuan feel a little smug. Looking at Tang Xian, she seemed to have realized some of the reasons as well, and her face immediately turned red. Wu Feng could only smile helplessly, thinking to himself. His mountain and river map was so powerful, already containing so many unique items. The longer it existed, the more he would accumulate. Instead of just leaving it there, he might as well expand its use, open a shop, and then casually prepare vegetables and other ingredients to throw in, and what he took out would be absolutely top-grade ingredients. Moreover, even if they opened a shop together, Wu Feng didn't necessarily have to cook himself. We could easily hire some top-notch chefs, and with our own premium ingredients, we'd have no trouble attracting customers. That's simply impossible. Furthermore, Wu Feng remembered that his younger sister, Wu Rui, had made a similar suggestion. If he and Tang Xian opened a shop together, their income would definitely increase significantly, giving him a better excuse to buy his sister things. Therefore, after only a brief thought, Wu Feng immediately agreed. Grandpa, thank you so much. But I wonder what Xian thinks. Tang Xian, who had been blushing, immediately looked up and flashed a sweet smile when Wu Feng turned to her. Of course I'm willing. Tang Yuan stroked his beard, a knowing, sly smile spreading across his face. That's wonderful. In that case, Xiao Wu, you talk to Tang Xian more. I won't interfere. Let's finalize things as soon as possible. I can't wait to eat some delicious food, ha ha ha. Chapter 53 Teaching you to play ball. After the banquet, it was nearly 10 p.m. Leaving the hotel, Wu Feng headed home. It's worth mentioning that the restaurant partnership was completely finalized. It's expected that soon, Luo City will have a new specialty restaurant called Feng Yixian, and most importantly, Tang Xian offered an astonishing 20/80ths profit split. Wu Feng gets 80%. Tang Xian gets 20%. To put it bluntly, the Tang family is practically giving Wu Feng free money. But Wu Feng couldn't refuse. Because Tang Xian's analysis was very thorough. The most crucial element of the entire restaurant could only be handled by Wu Feng alone. That was the ingredients. Even without Tang Xian's investment, Wu Feng could easily open such a restaurant on his own. In a way, I actually benefited from you. On his way home, Wu Feng recalled Tang Xian's slightly ambiguous words, a slight smile playing on his lips. Since Tang Xian values this collaboration so much, she'll have to understand how wise this choice is. The next day, Wu Feng got up on time, washed up, and went to the company to report for duty. On the way, the song Just Love was still playing everywhere on the streets. 2 days had passed since the song was uploaded online. Now, it firmly held the #1 spot on all the major music charts. You know, Li Miao's main focus wasn't music before. This song's appearance directly propelled Li Miao into the ranks of A-list stars. On all the major online media, any discussion about Li Miao was guaranteed to be #1 on the trending charts. Li Miao was a complete sensation. Los Angeles University. The campus radio station was also playing Just Love. Xiao Rui, I found myself deeply in love with this song. What should I do? I can't help but hum a few lines now. At this moment, Fang Xiaoqian, holding Wu Rui's arm, said coquettishly. Regarding her best friend's reaction, Wu Rui expressed her helplessness, replying with a smile. What else can I do? I absolutely love it too. This song is just so good. Fang Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yeah. Xiaorui, tell me, why didn't I realize Li Miao sings so well before? She's really famous now. Didn't you notice that not only is the melody great, but the lyrics are also fantastic? I did. It's amazing. Fang Xiaoqian praised again, then looked at Wu Rui with a grin. Xiaorui, speaking of which, the lyricist and composer of this song is also named Wu Feng, the same name as your brother. Do you think it's possible? Wu Rui looked helplessly at her best friend and tapped her forehead. Xiaoqian, I already promised you I'd let you meet my brother when I had the chance, so don't speculate. How could my brother possibly write songs? If he could, I would have known by now. Fang Xiaoqian chuckled. It's because you keep telling me how handsome your brother is, now I can't wait to meet him. That's right, my brother is indeed very handsome. Wu Rui nodded, her eyes sparkling. Fang Xiaoqian, looking eager, laughed. Xiaorui, how about today? Your brother's a delivery guy, right? I'll support his job, order some takeout, invite him over, and then treat him to dinner. Ha! Wu Rui was stunned, speechless at her best friend's clever idea. It's still a long way from lunchtime. Besides, if my brother knew I was actually supporting you ordering takeout, he'd definitely scold me. It's okay. Just say I really want to see him. Fang Xiaoqian chuckled and immediately took out her phone, opening the takeout app. Soon, Fang Xiaoqian ordered 2 milk teas, noting, I require handsome Wu Feng to deliver it personally, otherwise I won't sign for it. Wu Rui really had no choice but to shake her head helplessly. The two only had one class in the morning, and they had already arranged to take a walk. Talking and walking, they unknowingly arrived near the campus stadium. At this moment, many male students were sweating profusely here. Jin Ge. Catch. A tall, thin male student received a pass from his teammate, quickly dribbled past the defender, and broke through to the basket. Clang! The ball went in. Haha, Jin Ge is awesome. His teammates rushed over to cheer, and Jin Ge's lips curled into a slight smile. Inadvertently, his gaze fell on 2 girls strolling outside the court. Suddenly, Jin Ge's eyes lit up, and he strode over. Over there, Fang Xiaoqian was discussing with Wu Rui how to address Wu Feng when they met later. Suddenly, several figures blocked their way. Instantly, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqin's faces turned cold. Jin Ji approached with a forced smile. Beautiful lady, we meet again. What's up, did you come all this way just to see me? Fang Xiaoqian didn't give him a friendly look at all. Jin Ping, you're shameless. Xiao Rui, let's go. This Jin Ping was the same guy Wu Rui had bumped into at the school gate when she registered. Since that day, Jin Ping had found out Wu Rui's department and had already approached her twice. But each time, Fang Xiaoqian stepped in and directly protected Wu Rui as she left. Jin Ping was in the physical education department, and relying on his famous cousin and wealthy family, he was practically the top student in the department, and those present were all Jin Ping's underlings. Seeing this situation, without Jin Ping even giving an order, several male students immediately surrounded Fang Xiaoqian. Hey, beautiful, why are you in such a hurry? Since you're already here, let's hang out for a while. Although Fang Xiaoqian was usually carefree, this was the first time she'd encountered such a situation, and she immediately panicked. What are you doing? This is school. Wu Rui, standing nearby, also felt her heart race. She tried to grab her best friend's hand, but several male classmates blocked her way. Jin Ping, what are you doing? If you keep doing this, I'm telling the school leaders. Fang Xiaoqian shouted, mustering her courage. Jin Ping, upon hearing this, became even more amused. Hey, you. This is school, what can I possibly do? I just want to make friends with Sigh or Yui. Shouldn't classmates help each other? I'll teach you guys sports, and Sigh or Yui will tutor me, isn't that perfect? Ha ha, exactly. Our brother Jin usually doesn't take female students, you should be grateful. Don't be stubborn. The boys laughed and said, quickly widening the distance between Fang Xiaoqian and Wu Rui. Jin Ping smiled slightly and turned to look at the nervous Wu Rui. Sigh or Yui, don't be scared, I'm not going to eat you. Come on, how about brother Jin teaches you basketball? Chapter 54 I believe in my brother. I'm not interested. Wu Rui directly rejected Jin Ping's suggestion. Then, Wu Rui stepped aside from Jin Ping and walked straight to the group of male classmates surrounding Fang Xiaoqian. Aren't you afraid of getting a disciplinary warning from the school for doing this? Get out of the way. As she spoke, Wu Rui reached out to pull Fang Xiaoqian away. She was indeed angry. Although Wu Rui had a good temper, even the best manners couldn't hold back when facing Jin Ping and his group. At this moment, Jin Ping coldly snorted from behind. Humph, you're asking for it. I, Jin Ping, am willing to be friends with you because I think highly of you. Jin Ping walked over with a cold smile. Xiao Rui, don't try to test my patience. If you agree to be with me, I guarantee no one will dare bully you at Luokang University. And, he then looked at Fang Xiaoqian, smiled, and continued, your best friend has a great presence too. If you agree to my request, I can even use my connections to introduce you to the entertainment industry. As long as you behave well, in a few years, even before you graduate from university, you can be considered minor celebrities. How about it? After saying this, Jin Ping looked at Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian with an arrogant expression. In his opinion, most girls these days like to follow celebrities. Moreover, a large portion of them dream of becoming stars. Coincidentally, his cousin is a fairly famous celebrity. Introducing two attractive girls to him wouldn't be difficult at all. However, to his surprise, just as he finished speaking, an unexpected voice came from behind. Xiao Rui. Everyone turned around quickly and saw Wu Feng walking towards them, carrying 2 cups of milk tea and wearing a cold expression. Jin Ping's expression changed instantly. He vividly remembered the situation at the school gate last time. Wu Feng's behavior back then had shocked him. Why was he here? Meanwhile, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian, upon seeing Wu Feng, immediately broke free from the crowd and ran over. Brother! Wu Rui's nervousness immediately lessened upon seeing Wu Feng. Fang Xiaoqian stared intently at Wu Feng, inwardly agreeing that Xiao Rui was absolutely right. Wu Feng was indeed quite handsome. If he could wear a proper suit, he would practically rival a rich young master. He was incredibly handsome. But, why did he look so familiar? At this moment, Wu Feng was oblivious to Fang Xiaoqin's gaze. A surge of rage welled up inside him. He had previously considered taking some time to visit the school and warn those with designs on Xiao Rui. Now, just delivering takeout had turned into a nightmare. Xiao Rui, hold this for me. Wu Feng handed the milk tea to Wu Rui, strode forward, and gave a cold smile. Hey, we meet again. Jin Ping subconsciously swallowed, signaling his henchmen to gather around, and forced himself to remain calm, saying, Humph, what do you want? Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile. A one-on-one fight. Jin Ping was stunned. The other party was being so direct. But the crucial point was that he didn't dare to take on the monstrous strength Wu Feng had displayed last time. You want to fight? You want to fight? I have so many brothers here, ask them if they're willing. Jin Ping said, his neck stiff, clearly a bit timid. Wu Feng chuckled and pointed to the basketball on the ground beside him. I'm a civilized person, I don't usually fight. Judging from your appearance, you must be a sports student, right? How about we have a one-on-one basketball game? Hearing Wu Feng say this, Jin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed triumphantly. Did I hear that right? You want to play basketball with me? At the same time, the classmates around Jin Ping also burst into laughter. Wu Feng smiled calmly. Just basketball. You're afraid? Okay. Then don't blame me for bullying you. Jin Ping agreed quickly, as if afraid Wu Feng would change his mind. He was genuinely surprised when Wu Feng suggested playing basketball, because in his mind, Wu Feng wasn't particularly tall, considering he himself was 1.9 meters tall. Wu Feng was almost a head shorter than him. Furthermore, Jin Ping was a physical education major and had been playing basketball for many years. He had even led his classmates to defeat the basketball teams of several surrounding universities. While he might be hesitant about physical strength, when it came to basketball, he was truly fearless. Why are you so confident? Wu Feng smiled faintly and continued. However, of course, there has to be a prize. If you lose, you're not allowed to harass my sister and her friends anymore. If you see them at school, you have to avoid them, okay? No problem. Jin Ping quickly agreed, then added, and if you lose, you get out of school immediately. You're never allowed to set foot in the school again, do you dare? Okay. Wu Feng also quickly agreed. Feng Xiaoqian, watching from the sidelines, immediately became anxious. Brother Feng, he's on the basketball team. Wu Feng simply smiled faintly. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoqian anxiously looked at Wu Rui. Xiao Rui, did Brother Feng practice basketball before? Wu Rui frowned slightly and shook her head. Then why don't you go and stop him? What if you really lose? But Wu Rui shook her head again, saying earnestly, Xiaoqian, no, I believe in you. But, whistle. A whistle blew, and the game began. Feng Xiaoqian stopped talking and quickly looked at the court. On the basketball court, Wu Feng stood at the three-point line, and Jin Ping stood at center, a standard one-on-one starting formation. 10 minutes. We'll take turns attacking. Whoever scores more wins. You understand the rules, right? Jin Ping, holding the basketball, coldly smiled at Wu Feng. Wu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, and he nodded slightly. Stop dawdling, let's begin. Humph. Jin Ping snorted coldly and launched the first attack. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity, dribbling the ball with remarkably natural movements, slowly moving forward. Meanwhile, Wu Feng remained standing at the three-point line, maintaining an upright posture, not moving an inch. Jin Ping gritted his teeth. Wu Feng's nonchalant attitude made him very unhappy. Stop pretending. I'll teach you a lesson later. Jin Ping suddenly increased his dribbling speed, quickly flashing in front of Wu Feng. Instantly, Jin Ping executed a practiced behind-the-back dribble, completely shaking off Wu Feng. For a moment, Jin Ping was slightly surprised, because he clearly saw that Wu Feng was still standing there, not moving an inch. Haha, so he's an idiot, can't even defend a person. Thinking this, Jin Ping stopped abruptly, a smile playing on his lips, and raised the ball high. He was going to shoot. Chapter 55. It's really not necessary. This is so stress-free. This delivery idiot is a complete moron, haha. That was still what Jin Ping was thinking the moment he jumped to shoot. The next instant, a figure like a steel giant appeared directly in his field of vision. This figure rose with incredible speed. It blocked his shooting path. Holy crap. Jin Ping was stunned, because this figure was none other than Wu Feng. When did he get here? How did he get here? How is this possible? A series of astonished questions flashed through Jin Ping's mind. However, it was too late. His ball had already been released, and then Wu Feng slapped it back hard. A block on the very first shot. After landing, Jin Ping's head was still buzzing. He could hardly believe his eyes, quickly turning to look at where Wu Feng had been standing, then back at Wu Feng himself. Wu Feng smiled. Surprised? Surprised my ass. Jin Ping roared angrily. What are you pretending for? If I jump with all my might, you can't even reach the ball. Heh, is that so? Now it's my turn to attack. Wu Feng was completely unfazed by Jin Ping's rage, because what he wanted to do was utterly crush his enemy, both mentally and physically. Wu Feng stood at mid-court and received the basketball. He didn't dribble to drive to the basket, but instead slammed the ball down with one hand, extending it towards Jin Ping, while simultaneously beckoning with his other finger. Come on, take it. Jin Ping's eyes widened in shock. He was being provoked like this by a food delivery guy? And in his best sport, no less. You're asking for it. Jin Ping lunged forward, his right hand flashing out to dribble the basketball. Swish! In an instant, Jin Ping saw a blur before his eyes, then froze, realizing Wu Feng had already dodged his defense. Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile again, and he beckoned with his finger once more. Too slow, keep going. Damn it. Jin Ping's head was throbbing with rage. Veins bulged on his forehead. He wanted nothing more than to pounce on Wu Feng and kill him. He charged forward again, using all his speed to dribble the basketball. Swish! Another shadow flashed past, and Jin Ping froze again, realizing with a start that he had missed again. And most importantly, Wu Feng was still standing in the same spot, only slightly to the side, without moving an inch. That's impossible. How did you dodge that? Wu Feng chuckled. I told you were too slow. You wouldn't believe me. Fine, I'm not messing around anymore, I'm going to attack. With that, Wu Feng dribbled the basketball with one hand and leisurely jogged towards the basket. Jin Ping froze for a moment, then suddenly reacted, accelerating and sprinting towards the basket. He was extremely confident. At 1.9 meters tall, Wu Feng was only a little over 1.7 meters. As long as he stood under the basket, no matter how hard the opponent tried, there was absolutely no way he could score. Wu Feng had already reached the vicinity of the basket, and Jin Ping had followed. A slight, cold smile curled at the corners of Wu Feng's lips. Then, he stopped dribbling, gripped the ball with both hands, and leaped into the air. This single move startled everyone watching. He's going to dunk? My god, can he even do that with his height? Don't be ridiculous, even our brother Jin can't guarantee a 100% dunk chance, and ugh. The scene unfolding on the court made them swallow their remaining words. The instant Wu Feng jumped, Jin Ping anticipated his intention. Though disdainful, he jumped after him. With his height and wingspan, he was like a wall, completely blocking Wu Feng's view. And Wu Feng, at that moment, had also jumped, his posture indeed indicating he was going to dunk. This meant that Wu Feng only had two paths left. Either a powerful dunk to completely crush Jin Ping's defense, or give up the offense. This shot won't score. All of this happened in a flash. In a split second, Wu Feng didn't back down at all, simply switching to a one-handed dunk, slamming the ball down hard on the rim behind Jin Ping. Spider power activated. With the strength to lift a 20-ton weight, tiny Jin Ping looked like a piece of toilet paper in Wu Feng's eyes. Boom! The basketball swished through the hoop. Jin Ping landed with a thud, sitting directly on the ground, completely stunned. Just a moment ago, Jin Ping clearly felt that he was facing not just one person. It was practically a train. He even closed his eyes. He thought he was going to die. He was terrified. However, the subsequent collision didn't have the terrifying consequences he had imagined. Therefore, at this moment, Jin Ping felt a sense of exhaustion, as if he had just survived a near-death experience. Absolutely terrifying. However, that wasn't the end of it. Just as Jin Ping was feeling a little relieved, crash! Countless shards of tempered glass, like a torrential downpour, soaked him completely. Boom! Wu Feng also landed. He gripped the rim with one hand, his mouth twitching violently. Damn, I forgot about that. How could this backboard withstand my force? It's really... Looking around. Not only Jin Ping's underlings, but all the students on the nearby basketball courts were staring in this direction. Everyone was frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. That guy, slapped, the backboard, shattered? Wu Rui also covered her mouth in astonishment. This scene was completely beyond her imagination. Brother, when did you become so amazing? Fang Xiaoqian was utterly dumbfounded. Her eyes, brimming with countless stars, sparkled as she looked at Wu Feng. Meanwhile, Jin Ping, soaked to the bone by shards of tempered glass, trembled uncontrollably. He struggled to lift his head, glancing at the now empty backboard above him. Then he looked at the basketball hoop Wu Feng was holding. Sizzle. He finished peeing. Sorry, I've never played basketball before, I couldn't control my strength, how about we find another court to continue? Wu Feng scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and asked. Jin Ping immediately jolted, quickly beckoning his underlings to help him up. His legs trembled as he stood up, his face deathly pale. And no, it's all right. I concede. Wu Feng frowned slightly. It's only 1-0, you still have a chance. Jin Ping almost jumped up. What a joke. He almost died on the spot. If he had actually died, what chance would he have? No, really, it's all right, I concede. I'll be going now. With that, Jin Ping waved his hand, and with his group of equally trembling underlings, they vanished in a flash. Chapter 56. You are my idol. I'm so sorry, I don't know what happened. I just gave it a light slam, and the backboard shattered like that. Although Jin Ping had already left the stadium in a disheveled state, the matter wasn't over yet. Wu Feng's slam shattered the backboard had already attracted the attention of the school authorities. Two physical education teachers were talking to Wu Feng. One of the teachers, a man with a small mustache, couldn't help but glance at Wu Feng. Young man, you really just gave it a light slam? Wu Feng looked extremely serious. Of course. Teacher, you don't really think I have that much strength, do you? The teacher shook his head. It shouldn't be. Even a 200-pound man couldn't shatter this kind of tempered glass. The other teacher quickly nudged the first teacher's ribs, coughed twice, and smiled at Wu Feng. Young man, although this basketball hoop is of poor quality, you were the one who broke it with your dunk. You should at least give the school an explanation, right? What department are you in? Wu Feng tugged at his clothes. Hee, I'm not a student, I'm a deliveryman. Ha! This time, both teachers were stunned. Feng Xiaoqian, standing to the side, stepped forward apologetically to confirm that she was the one who ordered the delivery. The two physical education teachers exchanged a glance, speechless with surprise. Young man, since you're not a student at our school, let's just let this go. Ha! Isn't that a bit much? Wu Feng was also somewhat surprised. Actually, it would be reasonable for him to pay for it, since he hadn't controlled his strength. The two physical education teachers chuckled. Looking at your physique, it's a waste that you don't practice sports. Young man, would you be interested in joining our school sports team? Wu Feng's lips twitched. I'm not a student. No problem. Our school sports team isn't just for students, it's open to the community too. With your physique, if you join, winning a medal in our city's sports competitions will be no problem. Wu Feng smiled helplessly. So they were trying to recruit him, no wonder they dropped the compensation offer so easily. Sorry, my dream is to be a food delivery driver. I really have no interest in sports. Upon hearing this, the two teachers immediately showed expressions of regret. Alright, since that's the case, we won't force you, but if you ever have any ideas about this in the future, you should definitely consider our school first. Having said that, Wu Feng could only smile and nod. Okay, definitely. After seeing the two teachers off, Wu Feng hadn't even come to his senses when Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqin's voices rang out. Brother, you're amazing, Wu Rui said excitedly. Fang Xiaoqian also leaned in with an admiring look. Brother Feng, you're my idol. You must have practiced before. You're so good at basketball. Wu Feng smiled sheepishly and waved his hand. No way, I work all day, where would I find the time to practice? Brother Feng, you're too modest. And Brother Feng, haven't we met somewhere before? Fang Xiaoqian continued with a smile. Wu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Really? Do you order takeout often? That's why you feel so close to the delivery guy. No, I don't order takeout often. At this moment, Wu Rui, standing to the side, smiled helplessly, interrupting Fang Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, stop fooling around. With your infatuated look, every handsome guy you see seems familiar, doesn't he? Xiao Rui, you actually dared to expose me. Watch my dragon claw. Wu Feng, watching the two bickering, felt a weight lift from his heart. Luckily, when I saved her, I got my face covered in soot, so I wasn't recognized. After this commotion, it was almost noon. Fang Xiaoqian and Wu Rui stopped bickering for a while, their cheeks flushed, and wanted to invite Wu Feng to lunch, saying it was to thank him for finding the apartment. Wu Feng thought for a moment and agreed. The three of them quickly arrived at a restaurant near the school gate. The restaurant wasn't large, and all three of its private rooms were occupied. Therefore, the three sat down at a table towards the back of the main hall and ordered a few of their favorite dishes. Brother, are you tired today? After sitting down, Wu Rui obediently poured tea for Wu Feng and asked with concern. Wu Feng waved his hand and laughed. Not tired. Besides, being a little tired is good, it means I'm getting more orders, haha. Wu Rui hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother, actually, you don't need to work so hard. I can earn my living expenses myself by working part-time. You just need to take orders normally. Hey, Rui, Wu Feng interrupted her, saying seriously, your primary task right now is to study hard. Don't worry about living expenses at all. Fang Xiaoqian then grabbed Wu Rui's hand and said with a grin, Brother Feng, I don't agree with what you just said. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? Fang Xiaoqian chuckled, anyone can be a bookworm, just bury yourself in books and learn the knowledge in them. But how can a bookworm survive in society these days? Rui wants to find part-time jobs to train herself, and I'll definitely accompany her. So Brother Feng, don't worry. What Fang Xiaoqian said was her true feeling. Actually, her family wasn't well off, her mother was the only one raising her, so working part-time to support herself was something she was already used to. Wu Feng smiled helplessly, I don't object to you wanting to challenge yourselves. What I mean is, Xiao Rui, don't put too much pressure on yourselves because of the expenses. Speaking of which, Wu Feng revealed a smug smile. Xiao Rui, didn't you say before that you hoped I could open a restaurant? I'm telling you, I've found a partner, and we'll be opening it soon. Really? Wu Rui exclaimed in surprise. Wu Feng then smiled and roughly explained his partnership with Tang Xian. Of course, he didn't go into the details, only saying that he had unintentionally helped Tang Xian, which led to their friendship. Wow, really? Brother, that's great. Brother Feng, you're amazing. If I want to eat there in the future, can I get a free meal? Wu Feng looked at the two girls and smiled happily, of course. You and Xiao Rui can come often from now on. The three of them laughed happily and chatted for a while before the food was served. Come on, it's the first time I've met Brother Feng today, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Fang Xiaoqian, always restless, immediately started acting silly. Wu Feng smiled helplessly at Fang Xiaoqin's mischievousness and joined in the teasing. Then, the conversation unknowingly drifted to that recently super popular song. Add 2 more slots to chapter 57. That song is really good. I really want to see the big star Li Miao in person. Fang Xiaoqian had a grain of rice stuck to her lips, her face filled with longing. A big star like him must be very busy, how could we possibly have the chance? Wu Rui chuckled softly, shattering her best friend's dream. The two girls were naturally discussing just love. Wu Feng, on the other hand, was quietly eating. It was best not to join the conversation. However, after only a few words, Fang Xiaoqian turned and looked over. Brother Feng, it's strange, the lyricist and composer of that song share the same name as you. Wu Feng looked up in surprise. Really? I hadn't noticed. I only know there's a song that's been quite popular lately. Fang Xiaoqian immediately gave him a speechless look. Not just popular, it's incredibly popular. Brother Feng, you don't know, 2 guys at our school recently started playing guitar and singing this song, and they both got girlfriends. Wu Feng chuckled. That was too unbelievable. Wu Rui, surprisingly, nodded in agreement. This made Wu Feng even more secretly surprised. I heard Li Miao is going to hold his first concert at our city stadium. It's sure to be packed. That's right, with Li Miao's current fame, I reckon there will be a lot of people from other places coming to watch. Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian chatted back and forth. Yeah, definitely. It would be so great if we could go see it live. Then, their conversation fell silent. Wu Feng looked over in surprise, noticing the somewhat disappointed expressions on Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqin's faces. At that moment, Wu Feng felt a pang of emotion. He had watched Wu Rui grow up. The little girl had always been very sensible. She would never show such an expression when she encountered something she really liked but it was expensive. Sigh, the little girl has really grown up, she even has her own idol now. Wu Feng sighed inwardly, but then chuckled softly. Luckily, Xiao Rui's idol is someone I know very well. Thinking of this, Wu Feng coughed lightly. You 2 little ones, if you really want to go to the concert, just buy tickets. I can give you money. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqin's eyes lit up instantly. But only for a moment, and the 2 lowered their heads again. Brother, you don't know yet? The concert tickets are sold out long ago. Yeah, Brother Feng, I checked online. Even the last standing tickets are 800 yuan each. And the most important thing is, they were snapped up in less than a second after pre-sales opened. They sold that well? Wu Feng was genuinely surprised. Since determining Li Miao's future development path at Tianya Media, Wu Feng hadn't paid attention to this matter. After all, with a professional team handling it, he didn't need to worry about it at all. He just needed to write a few more songs for Li Miao, and everything would fall into place. Knowing the matter had become so popular, Wu Feng, surprised, rubbed his nose and chuckled. There should be a chance, right? I heard that some big stars randomly select fans to give away tickets to their concerts, right? Fang Xiaoqian sighed and smiled helplessly. That's all marketing. Besides, even if it were true, Li Miao has tens of millions of fans. The odds are lower than winning the lottery. Wu Rui also shook her head slightly. Forget it, let's not talk about this. We can watch the video online, it's about the same. Yeah, that's true. The 2 girls said this, but their expressions weren't so carefree. Wu Feng observed all of this and secretly remembered it. After finishing their meal, Wu Feng took the 2 girls back to school, then hopped on his electric scooter and headed straight for Tianya Media. Unbeknownst to Wu Feng, just after they left the restaurant, the door to the private room behind their seats opened. Jin Ping and his henchmen were clearly in the private room. They hadn't dared to speak until they overheard Wu Feng's words. This Wu Feng, he's actually opening a restaurant? That's fucking weird, Jin Ping said through gritted teeth. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone. Looks like I need to talk to my cousin. With him handling things, that damned Wu Feng, let's see how arrogant he can be now. Meanwhile, Wu Feng rode his bike straight to Tianya Media. The security guards at the entrance immediately gave Wu Feng a crisp salute. Good morning, Mr. Wu. If an uninformed person saw this, they'd probably think the 2 security guards had gone mad, bowing so respectfully to a deliveryman. Wu Feng nodded slightly and took the elevator upstairs. On the way, he had already called Li Miao and learned that Li Miao was currently at the company, discussing the concert details with colleagues. Wu Feng went directly to Li Miao. Li Miao was naturally happy to see Wu Feng and temporarily dismissed the staff. Why did you suddenly come? Wu Feng chuckled. I was just concerned about you. By the way, how are the concert preparations going? Li Miao blushed slightly, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, and replied softly. The schedule is almost finalized. We'll go to the venue tomorrow to familiarize ourselves with it, and then there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, that's good. I heard the concert tickets are selling very well. At this, Li Miao gave Wu Feng a slightly annoyed glare. You still dare to say that? You have no idea how much I've been bothered these past few days. I get dozens of calls every day from people asking me to write songs for them. Wu Feng chuckled. Isn't that a good thing? Li Miao said helplessly, but many of these calls are from people wanting you. Several big stars have even called, wanting you to write songs for them. Wu Feng rubbed his nose, smiling helplessly. You can just turn them down. I don't write for just anyone. Suddenly, Li Miao's feelings became even stronger. Her cheeks were already slightly flushed. Wu Feng, Wu Feng turned his head. What? Nothing. I just wanted to say thank you. The words were on the tip of Li Miao's tongue, but her heart pounded like a deer, and she hesitated to speak. Wu Feng waved his hand and smiled, not bothering with formalities, and directly stated his purpose. Meow meow, would it be alright to add 2 more seats to your concert? Li Miao was taken aback. No problem, but why are you asking this? Well, it's like this. Wu Feng paused for a moment before speaking. I have 2 of your fans here who really want to see you live, so. A woman? Li Miao asked directly, her eyes fixed on Wu Feng. Chapter 58 is absolutely amazing. Yes, they're girls, Wu Feng nodded. A complex, indescribable emotion instantly appeared on Li Miao's face. She forced a smile. Wu Feng, you can just order the stage management to handle this. I want to discuss the specifics with everyone again, so I won't keep you company. Oh, okay then. Although Wu Feng felt a little strange, he didn't think much of it, stood up, and walked out. Li Miao's feelings instantly became extremely complicated. As Wu Feng left, the staff who had been there before came back in. Li Miao could only try to compose herself and continue discussing the concert. However, she could no longer concentrate. Every now and then, she would look at Wu Feng's figure through the glass door of the conference room. She saw Wu Feng smiling and talking to the stage manager. They're girls, and 2 of them. She clearly realized she was being a bit out of line, but somehow she just couldn't control herself. Finally, after waiting for Wu Feng to finish his discussion, Li Miao saw him smile at her through the glass door and then leave. She was even more dejected. The other staff members present also noticed Li Miao's change in mood, but no one dared to ask. After all, Li Miao's change occurred after her meeting with Wu Feng. Now, Wu Feng's image within Tianya Media had been infinitely amplified, almost godlike. Moreover, there were already many rumors circulating about the relationship between Wu Feng and Li Miao. Therefore, even if they had their own suspicions, no one dared to speak up. It was over an hour after the discussion was completed. Li Miao, in low spirits, walked out of the conference room. The stage manager hurriedly approached. Sister Miao, Mr. Wu asked me to tell you that he saw you were busy, so he left first. Li Miao gave a cold reply, still feeling jealous. But then the stage manager continued. Sister Miao, Mr. Wu discussed adding 2 more concert seats with me, and I arranged for them to be right in front of your stage. Li Miao had absolutely no interest in the stage manager's report. She didn't even want to know anything about the 2 girls who had let Wu Feng get in through connections. Sister Miao, speaking of which, Mr. Wu is really polite. His sister wanted to see the concert. He could have just called me, but he actually came all the way here to tell me. Boom! Suddenly, something seemed to explode in Li Miao's mind. She looked at the stage manager in disbelief. What did you say? What, Mr. Wu's sister? The stage manager replied with some surprise. Yes, Mr. Wu's sister. Didn't he tell you? The 2 extra seats are for Mr. Wu's sister and one of her classmates. In an instant, 1,000 thoughts rushed into Li Miao's mind in a chaotic rush, her heart filled with complex emotions. Los Angeles University. Class ended in the blink of an eye. Wu Rui and Feng Xiaoqian were still arm in arm, as close as ever, chatting and laughing, as they prepared to go to their extracurricular club activities. Just then, not far behind the 2, several men dressed in black suits, like bodyguards in a movie, were asking a teacher something. After confirming several times, the teacher's face showed envy. These 2 students are really lucky. By the way, do you see those 2 walking ahead? That's Wu Rui and Feng Xiaoqian. The men in black looked over, thanked the teacher, and hurriedly ran towards Wu Rui. Wu Rui and Feng Xiaoqian were laughing and joking when suddenly, several men in black appeared in front of them. Instantly, both of them were stunned. Their first reaction was, "It's over." Jin Ping sent people to retaliate. However, the next moment, the man in black at the front asked very politely, "Excuse me, are you Wu Rui and Feng Xiaoqian?" Wu Rui and Feng Xiaoqian were a little confused. Logically, if the other party was looking for trouble, they shouldn't be so polite, right? We are, you. Oh, it's like this. We're from TNU Media. TNU Media? Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian exchanged a glance. They'd heard of the company name before, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with them. Congratulations, you two. We're here to deliver concert tickets to you. As he spoke, the man in black pulled 2 brand new tickets from his pocket and handed them over. Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were completely bewildered. After taking the tickets, they examined them carefully. Then, their eyes widened. Tickets to Li Miao's first solo concert. Premium seats. What's going on? The man in black spoke again. For this concert, we've randomly selected a few lucky fans from among Sister Miao's many followers and are giving them 2 tickets. We hope you two will definitely attend. After speaking, the man in black smiled and nodded to Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian again, then left with his men. Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were left alone, staring at each other in disbelief. Xiao Rui, pinch me. This isn't a dream, is it? Wu Rui turned her head blankly. It's probably not a dream. I can hear my own heartbeat. Oh my god. Xiao Rui. Tickets. Fang Xiaoqian instantly became obsessed, waving the tickets and jumping up and down. Wu Rui also looked incredulous, as if she were in a dream. She shook her head vigorously and took out her phone. No, I have to tell my brother this. This is absolutely amazing. Ring ring. Over here, Wu Feng had just finished delivering a takeout order when his phone rang. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, a smile immediately appearing on his lips. Judging by the time, Xiao Rui should have received the tickets by now, right? Hey, Xiao Rui, what's up? Brother, do you know how amazing something just happened? Xiao Rui's voice immediately came through, brimming with surprise. Wu Feng chuckled, but remained calm. What happened, Xiao Rui? Tell me slowly, don't rush. Then, Wu Feng listened as Wu Rui excitedly recounted the whole story on the phone. After hearing Wu Rui's story, Wu Feng immediately feigned shock, saying, Really? That's amazing. Haha, Xiaorui, now it's great, you and Xiao Qian can go to the concert together. Wu Rui was also overjoyed. Yeah, brother, it's absolutely incredible. I think we're so lucky. Yes, Xiaorui is really lucky. Since that's the case, Xiaorui, don't forget to record some videos for your brother later. Okay, brother. I know. After chatting for a few more minutes, Wu Feng hung up the phone. A faint smile appeared on his face as he rode away on his electric bike, concealing his accomplishment. Chapter 59 The Banished Immortal Li Bai. On campus, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were so happy they almost jumped for joy. This was just too exciting. They had been talking about it at lunchtime, and now their dream had come true in the afternoon. It was simply unbelievable. They looked at their tickets again and again, still unable to believe it was real. After all, if it really was a lottery drawn from fans, the odds of winning among tens of millions of fans were 1 in tens of millions. What's more, they had both won together. The odds were probably even harder than winning the lottery jackpot several times in a row. Just then, Wu Rui suddenly remembered something. Oh no! Let's not waste time, we're going to be late for the poetry club. Fang Xiaoqian also snapped back to reality. They had originally planned to attend an extracurricular club activity, but in their excitement, they had almost forgotten. Fang Xiaoqian's confident, commanding voice echoed across the campus. Excuse me. On the other end of the line, Wu Feng hung up the phone, bought a bottle of mineral water from a roadside stall, and planned to rest for a bit. Now, Wu Feng had decided to make a living as a food delivery driver for the rest of his life. He deeply loved the multiverse food delivery system. He deeply loved this job. Host, you have a new multiverse food delivery order. Please check it. Wu Feng, who was drinking water, almost choked. Sigh. I don't even have time to drink water. This is really too hard. But for the customers, it's all worth it. Wu Feng happily screwed the cap back on and glanced at the system notification. The poet Immortal Li Bai is currently facing a dilemma. Please deliver the food as soon as possible and help the poet Immortal resolve his dilemma. Holy crap. Wu Feng couldn't help but swear. Li Bai. It's actually the poet Immortal Li Bai. This Li Bai is incredibly famous. Wu Feng didn't actually know much about Li Bai's deeds. Much of what he knew came from playing the mobile game Honor of Kings. But regardless, being called a banished immortal whose pen strokes startle wind and rain, whose poems move ghosts and gods to tears, was undoubtedly a formidable figure worthy of admiration. Wu Feng was no exception. Without hesitation, he immediately hopped on his electric scooter and sped towards a nearby park. Upon entering the park, Wu Feng quickly found a secluded corner, activated a portal, and was instantly teleported there. The scene shifted. Wu Feng was completely stunned. It was nighttime. Whoosh! A mountain breeze blew by, but fortunately, Wu Feng's nanotech suit had a warming function, so he didn't feel cold at all. Wu Feng looked around at the scenery, his lips twitching. Where the hell am I? It feels like I'm on a mountain. He looked around and finally confirmed that he was indeed on a high mountain. because the full, bright moon above him was incredibly close. Wu Feng was stunned. It was pitch black all around. The system notification said that Li Bai was in trouble, but where was he? In Wu Feng's memory, Li Bai did enjoy traveling, but what kind of mountain was he traveling to in the middle of the night? Just as Wu Feng was feeling down, a soft cough came from behind the trees not far away. Wu Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over. Then, after passing through the small grove of trees, his vision suddenly opened up. By the moonlight, Wu Feng saw a tall, handsome figure with a beard, already possessing a rather ethereal air. Li Taibei. Wu Feng was stunned by the figure before him. He couldn't help but think. Running to the edge of a cliff to look at the moon in the middle of the night, only a wolf from the animal kingdom would do that. Brother Taibei truly deserves to be called a banished immortal. The next moment, Li Bai turned around. His face still looked young, and his brows revealed undisguised talent, but what was that glistening line under his nostrils? Achoo! It's cold. If only I had some wine. Brother Taibei. The other person looked at Wu Feng, slightly surprised. You recognize me? Wu Feng's lips twitched instantly. He had to admit that the Li Bai he saw now was quite different from the dashing, unrestrained poet he remembered, capable of composing 100 poems after a few drinks. If there hadn't been no one else around in this desolate wilderness, and if the other person hadn't admitted his identity, Wu Feng would have really wondered if he'd come to the wrong place. Brother Taibei, what are you doing here? Ahem. To be honest, I'm new to Mount Imei, here for sightseeing. Wu Feng was speechless. Li Bai loved to travel, of course he knew that. But the problem was, it was the middle of the night. Brother, I'm asking you, why aren't you asleep in the middle of the night? Look how cold the mountain wind is. Such a beautiful moon, wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? I came here specifically for the moonlight, but, I didn't expect it to be so cold on the mountain. And what brings you here, brother? Wu Feng's lips twitched. Wasn't it to deliver takeout to you, buddy? Thinking of this, Wu Feng quickly took out the takeout. I'm delivering takeout to you. Takeout. Li Bai was stunned for a moment. What's this? You'll see when you open it, Wu Feng said with a grin. Li Bai took the takeout box and, without suspicion, opened it directly. Wu Feng also quickly turned his head to look, and what he saw almost made him spit it out. Inside the takeout box was a bottle of erkuatu, a type of Chinese liquor. Brother, this is. At this moment, Li Bai had already taken out the erkuatu. He seemed to have an innate ability, twisting open the cap. Then, Li Bai suddenly slapped his thigh. Liquor. This is liquor? Wu Feng was too lazy to even make a face. Li Bai, on the other hand, was as happy as a child, and downed the liquor in one gulp. This liquor is really strong. Wu Feng immediately tried to warn him, but it was too late. He watched as Li Bai downed almost half a bottle of erkuatu. The next moment, his face tightened. Li Bai's eyes widened, and his face, starting from his neck, turned completely red. Wow! This liquor is wonderful. Wu Feng was stunned. 52 proof, buddy. Even if you can drink a lot, can liquor from this era compare to erkuatu? Sure enough, Li Bai became quite cocky afterward. Hiccup. Brother, your wine, it's come at just the right time. Wu Feng was speechless, because Li Bai's steps were already unsteady, and Wu Feng had to be careful that he didn't slip and fall, lest he suffer a fatal fall. Brother Taibei, you'd better be careful, that's a cliff over there. Chapter 60. What merit or ability do I, Li Bai, possess? I, Li Bai, could recite the 6 classics at 5, and compose numerous poems by 15, and I possess superb swordsmanship. Clang! Li Bai drew his sword, its blade gleaming coldly. Now, I am 24, and though I have traveled to many places, I have yet to achieve anything. This full moon night, a time for family reunion, yet I have no face to return home. Li Bai's words carried a hint of sorrow, and he took another large gulp of wine. Wu Feng was immediately somewhat embarrassed. Look at his awareness. But he also realized that Li Bai was frustrated. No wonder the system asked him to help resolve the other's dilemma, this was what it meant. Thinking this, Wu Feng smiled and spoke. Well, Brother Taibei, you don't need to be in such a hurry. After all, you're still young. You have to take things one step at a time. Taking too big a step can lead to trouble. I firmly believe that Brother Taibei, you will definitely achieve great things and become famous for all time. Li Bai looked at Wu Feng with surprise. Brother, you really think so? Wu Feng nodded vigorously, looking very serious. Good, Li Bai shouted suddenly. Just for those words, brother, I've decided you're my brother. Wu Feng felt a surge of secret pleasure. Being brothers with the poet immortal seemed pretty good. The next moment, Li Bai laughed. Brother, tonight I'm honored by your gift of fine wine, which has given me the opportunity to express my ambitions. Otherwise, I would have been incredibly frustrated. Li Bai's eyes were now filled with indescribable gratitude as he looked at Wu Feng. "Tonight, I'm fortunate to meet you, young man. Your words are worth more than 10 years of study. I find your speech quite remarkable. How about we, brothers, compose a poem under this moonlight?" Wu Feng's lips twitched. Compose a poem. This young man is a deliveryman, not one to show off his literary talents. However, Li Bai spoke with undiminished bravado. He looked up at the sky, paused briefly, and then began. "When did the moon first appear in the clear sky? I pause my cup to ask, man cannot reach the bright moon, yet the moon follows him wherever he goes." The poem flowed from Li Bai's lips, leaving Wu Feng utterly bewildered. He only knew Li Bai's "The Bright Moonlight Before My Bed." As for this poem, "Drinking Alone Under the Moon," Wu Feng had never heard of it before. The ancients and the moderns are like flowing water, all alike gazing at the same bright moon. I only wish that, when singing and drinking, the moonlight would forever shine in my golden cup. After reciting his poem, Li Bai immediately took a small sip of wine, as if afraid of finishing it all. The last two lines, especially "the ancients and the moderns are like flowing water," were quite fitting for the scene. Although it was the first time Wu Feng had heard this poem, he secretly gave it a thumbs up. The poet immortal was truly something else. But then Li Bai smiled at Wu Feng, his lips curving upwards. "Brother, it's your turn." Wu Feng muttered to himself, asking him to compose a poem on the spot is worse than letting him down a whole bottle of Urquatu. However, the takeout had already been delivered, but the system's task completion notification hadn't appeared yet. It seemed he still needed to write a poem to completely win Li Bai over. "Li Bai, oh Li Bai, when it comes to poetry, 10 of me couldn't compare to one of you." But, Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile. "Ahem, brother Li Bai, forget about poetry, I'm not good at it. How about a Sigh poem instead?" Li Bai's eyes lit up immediately. "Brother, you can write Sigh poems?" Wu Feng smiled calmly, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the bright moonlight. "I can write lyrics now, but as for Sigh poems, if I can't I just copy one?" After a moment's thought, Wu Feng had an idea. "When will the moon be clear and bright? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky." Wu Feng only recited the first two lines of "Shui Diao Getu," and Li Bai's face immediately fell in shock. He even forgot to drink his wine. "I wonder what year it is tonight in the Celestial Palace." Upon uttering the second line, Li Bai felt his mouth go dry and couldn't help but take a small sip of Urquatu. "I long to ride the wind and return, yet fear the jade palaces and crystal towers, where the heights are unbearably cold." Li Bai gulped down 2 more mouthfuls. Then, with each line Wu Feng recited, Li Bai couldn't help but take a sip of wine. "May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, though separated by 1,000 miles." When Wu Feng uttered the last line with resounding force, Li Bai downed the entire bottle of Urquatu in one gulp, then bowed deeply to Wu Feng. "Oh dear. Brother Tebe, what are you doing?" Wu Feng was secretly delighted, quickly offering words of comfort and helping Li Bai up with both hands. At this moment, Li Bai's face was even redder, whether from the alcohol or from sheer excitement, it was hard to tell. "Brother, I'm truly impressed by you. After this poem, how can I dare to compose any more poems in the future?" Wu Feng chuckled inwardly. This Li Bai was truly Li Bai, even his praise was so exquisite. However, to be fair, the famous poem he had memorized, though written by Shi Dongpo, of the Song dynasty after Li Bai, truly possessed a commanding presence. "Haha, brother Tebe, you flatter me. I believe you will also be able to compose excellent poetry in the future." Li Bai straightened up, his admiration for Wu Feng even more evident. "Today I realize that the phrase 8 do of talent truly describes you, brother. I'm convinced, truly convinced. Before, I considered myself talented but felt unappreciated, and I was disheartened. But now, seeing you, brother, I realize I was overthinking things. Brother, I will definitely work even harder in the future." Li Bai's heartfelt words made Wu Feng even happier. Just then, the system notification sounded that the task was completed. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. The portal back to reality will open in 10 seconds. Hee, brother Tebe, don't say that. Actually, I'm just a delivery guy. You've had quite a bit to drink, go back and rest, I have to go." "Go." Li Bai immediately became anxious. "Brother, where are you going? It's the middle of the night, why don't we go back to my thatched hut and have a late night chat by candlelight?" Wu Feng's face twitched. Being alone in a room with a grown man, even by candlelight, just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. "Brother Tebe, thanks for the invitation, but I have something to do today, let's talk another day." With that, Wu Feng quickly turned and ran down the mountain. "Oh, by the way, don't forget to give me a 5-star review." Li Bai waved reluctantly. "Brother, what 5-star review?" Then, Wu Feng's figure vanished instantly. This immediately sobered Li Bai up considerably, and it took him a long while to recover. "A celestial being. What virtue or ability do I, Li Tebe, possess to receive such instruction from a celestial being today?" This trip has truly been worthwhile. Chapter 61 Poetry Society. The scene shifts. Wu Feng instantly appears in the park. His expression is slightly excited, intently awaiting the system notification. What reward will I get this time? The system notification arrives. Congratulations, host, for completing the takeout task. You have received a silver gift pack X1 and a gold gift pack X1. Wow! Awesome! 1 silver, 1 gold. Wu Feng couldn't help but shout. Fortunately, the surroundings were relatively secluded, so his actions didn't attract any disapproving looks from passersby. Quickly open it. Congratulations, host, for opening the silver gift pack. You have obtained the Azure Lotus Sword technique from Li Bai. Congratulations, host, for opening the gold gift pack. You have obtained the full copyright to Li Bai's poems. Wu Feng is stunned. After a burst of ecstasy, Wu Feng trembles with excitement. The Azure Lotus Sword technique. Li Bai's poetry, Pei Min's swordsmanship, and Zhang Su's cursive calligraphy are collectively known as the 3 perfections of the Tang dynasty. Although Li Bai's swordsmanship wasn't among the 3 unparalleled masters, his skill was second only to Pei Min. You must know, the immortal Li Bai once famously drew his sword in a fit of rage in the street, killing a man and teaching a group of thugs a lesson. Without real ability, who would dare take on such a difficult task? Wu Feng, feeling the elegant and unrestrained swordplay in his mind, found it to be no less powerful than the ancient martial arts swordsmanship he had previously mastered. Tisk tisk, it's a pity it's not the Azure Lotus Sword technique from the game Honor of Kings. Wu Feng muttered shamelessly, then looked at the second gift. Complete copyright to all of Li Bai's poems. Wu Feng was already familiar with complete copyrights. After all, he had already acquired the complete copyright to Alan's music. Now, he possessed the copyright to all of the poet Immortal's poems. In other words, Wu Feng was the contemporary Li Bai. Although opportunities to recite poetry are rare these days, bringing it out at a crucial moment could probably wow the whole audience. Wu Feng was happily thinking this when the system notification arrived again. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-star review from Li Bai, gaining 5 lottery points. Wu Feng's eyes lit up, his eyebrows raised. Lottery. The system wheel slowly stopped. Wu Feng held his breath. What could it be? Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill Exquisite Talent. What the heck? Wu Feng was stunned, quickly checking. Exquisite Talent Active Skill. Upon activation, it grants the host the Exquisite Talent Aura. Under this aura, the host can master all languages and literary works worldwide. Under this aura, all works published by the host are assumed to be copyrighted by the host. After reading the system notification, Wu Feng was completely dumbfounded. If possessing all of Li Bai's copyrights made Wu Feng a contemporary Li Bai, then, once Wu Feng activated the extraordinary talent skill, he would become a great literary figure. A super invincible literary figure who combined the strengths of countless schools of thought. This reward is simply amazing. Moreover, recalling the last sentence of the system notification, a strong desire compelled him to quickly hop on his electric scooter and speed away. Wu Feng went straight home. In the living room lay Wu Rui's usual pen and notebook. Wu Feng grabbed them and activated his Master of Literature skill. Instantly, Wu Feng felt his inspiration flow like a spring. He struggled to suppress the urge to write poetry, managing only to jot down the poem Prelude to Water Melody, which he had recently used. After finishing, Wu Feng immediately turned on his phone and searched online. Overjoyed once again overwhelmed him. Prelude to Water Melody, this exquisite ancient poem passed down for thousands of years. Gone. Completely vanished from the annals of history. Wu Feng then searched for Shi and was shocked to find that Prelude to Water Melody was also absent from Shi's representative works. My goodness. So, under the halo of my Master of Literature, any literary work that comes out of my name becomes my own. In just an instant, Wu Feng thought of many things. For example, he could write the script for the highest-grossing film series in history himself. Then, he could direct the movie himself. By then, with the triple boost of God-level entertainment skills, God-level investment skills, and unparalleled talent, he could completely disregard Hollywood. Thinking of this, Wu Feng excitedly sat down in his chair, letting out a helpless sigh. I just wanted to be an ordinary deliveryman. System, what are you doing? Sigh, this is too hard for me. The Huame Poetry Society. As one of the many clubs at Los Angeles University, it wasn't the most attractive to students. But at the same time, those who liked the Poetry Society and were willing to join were all the talented men and women of Los Angeles University. At this moment, in the activity room of the Huame Poetry Society, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously styled hair, a handsome face, and considerable talent was loudly reciting one of his new works. That spring, we met. I still remember the way your face turned red when you blushed, like a flower in a dream. You said people meet, get to know each other, understand each other, and stay together until old age because of fate. I smiled. At that moment, it seemed as if all the flowers had bloomed, and spring was in full bloom. As the man finished speaking, he closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in a dreamlike state. Most of the dozens of male and female students present looked at him with envy. It took the man several minutes to come back to his senses, and he smiled apologetically at everyone present. "Sorry, I couldn't quite pull myself out of my reverie for a moment, please forgive me." Wow! A chorus of applause immediately erupted from below. "Senior brother Yuan Hua is so handsome. Yeah, I'm absolutely in awe of the short story he wrote. Senior brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Yuan Hua, who had already returned to the crowd, smiled faintly. "Sorry, I already have someone I like." "Wow, what a pity. Yeah, I wonder which lucky sister will be so fortunate." At that moment, Yuan Hua's gaze fell on Wu Rui, who, because she arrived late, could only sit in the back corner. Wu Rui's eyes met Yuan Hua's, and she quickly lowered her head. It wasn't that Wu Rui thought Yuan Hua was particularly handsome, it was just that she wasn't used to making eye contact with a boy like that, especially one she barely knew. This made Feng Xiaoqian chuckle, putting her arm around Wu Rui's waist and teasing, "Xiao Rui, why are you looking down? Are you shy?" Wu Rui lowered her voice, her face a little awkward. "Xiaoqian, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't you feel embarrassed? I signed up for the poetry club because I wanted to learn about literature, but I never expected it to turn out like this. If I had known the poetry club would be like this, I shouldn't have signed up." Chapter 62 Ingredients from hundreds of years ago. Hearing Wu Rui's words, Fang Xiaoqian laughed heartily. In the entire poetry club, there were only about 6 or 7 boys, the rest were all girls. Of those, more than half were fans of Yuan Hua. To put it bluntly, if Yuan Hua were to leave the poetry club one day, the club would probably wither away immediately. This kind of atmosphere was perfect for Fang Xiaoqian, who loved excitement, a stage for watching a good show. She had joined the poetry club with Wu Rui purely for fun, and found it quite interesting after arriving. "Xiao Rui, don't say that. After all, Yuan Hua has published poems in the city's literary society, he's a genuine talent." I really don't think he's anything special, and haven't you noticed that the way he looks at girls is always a little lecherous? Ha ha ha, that's probably only for you, right?" As the two were laughing and joking, Yuan Hua stood up and spoke again. "Dear classmates, we've been gathered here for a week now. This week has allowed everyone to make many friends, but the poetry club should primarily focus on literary exchange. Therefore, I have a suggestion." Yuan Hua's words immediately drew everyone's attention, as these people had all come because of their love of literature. Next Monday is the deadline for the Luo City Literary Society's open call for submissions. I've already told you the theme for this call for submissions, it's about the Mid-Autumn Festival. I already have a poem that's almost finished, and I hope everyone will submit their best work. I will select the best ones and submit them to the Literary Society. At this point, Yuan Hua glanced at Wu Rui in the back row and continued with a smile, "I know everyone loves literature, so I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically this time. Those who perform exceptionally well will be invited to the next Literary Society's exchange dinner." "Really? Senior brother Yuan Hua." Yuan Hua's words caused a huge uproar. The students present all knew what the Literary Society's exchange dinner represented. It wasn't just about exchanging literary ideas, eating, and chatting. Many renowned figures would be invited to participate. The chance to exchange a few words with these masters, or even get their contact information, was an incredibly tempting offer. It was like a foodie encountering a grand feast, a sports enthusiast meeting a world champion, a fan seeing their idol in person. It was exactly the same thing. It was simply irresistible. Immediately, everyone present, regardless of gender, expressed their determination to do their best. Yuan Hua looked at Wu Rui, who had remained silent in the back row, and smiled faintly. "Wu Rui, what about you?" "Ha!" Wu Rui was taken aback. She genuinely loved literature. After all, she had lived with Wu Feng since childhood, her family was poor, and there weren't many special forms of entertainment. The only thing they had was reading. Through the book, Wu Rui seems to be able to travel the world, immersing herself in ancient and foreign cultures, especially the section on classical Chinese poetry, which seems to hold a natural attraction for Wu Rui. Once, Wu Rui had even shed tears over a poignant ancient poem, a fact that had amused Wu Feng for quite some time. Writing poetry, publishing it, becoming famous. This wasn't what Wu Rui was thinking about at all, she had never even considered it. It was simply a hobby. Now, being asked this by Yuan Hua, Wu Rui was momentarily at a loss for words. "It's alright, Wu Rui, if you have any works, just bring them out. We share a common interest, mutual critique is how we can improve together." Seeing Wu Rui remain silent, Yuan Hua added with a smile. Wu Rui could only nod helplessly. "Okay then, I'll try it when I get back." "Well, then we'll wait and see." After leaving the poetry club, Wu Rui remained silent. Fang Xiaoqian, watching anxiously from the side, asked, Xiaoyui, what's wrong? Nothing, it's just that writing poetry feels so far removed from my life. Sigh, Xiaoyui, you're just lacking confidence. Listen to me, just go back and think about it, then write something casually. Your grades are so good, you can't possibly write worse than me, right? Wu Rui looked up in surprise. Xiaoqian, you're planning to write too? Fang Xiaoqian put her hands on her hips and laughed heartily, of course. After all, I'm a talented woman who's read all 4 classic novels. Wu Rui immediately burst out laughing. All right, my talented lady. So, will your mother pick you up later, or will you go by yourself? Oh, my mom's coming to pick me up. What about you, Xiaoyui? Isn't brother Feng coming to pick you up? Wu Rui gently shook her head. Brother is probably still busy right now. I'll take a ride home myself. See you at the concert. Okay, I'll call you later, bye. After saying goodbye to Fang Xiaoqian, Wu Rui, with nothing much to pack in her dorm, slung her small bag over her shoulder and left the campus alone. At the school gate, several cars were already parked, all there to pick up students. Most of those going home for the weekend were local students from Luokang, or those who lived nearby. This was Wu Rui's first time home since the start of the semester. On the way, she temporarily put aside her poetry writing and was already thinking about which dishes Wu Feng would cook for dinner. What Wu Rui didn't notice was that 2 suspicious-looking men had been following her at a distance on her way home. These 2 men had followed Wu Rui to her apartment building, and after seeing her go upstairs, they took out their phones and made a call. Click! Wu Rui took out her keys, opened the door, and stepped inside. Xiao Rui. Wu Rui paused, startled. Brother? You're home? Wu Feng jumped up from his chair. Just moments ago, he had completed a grand blueprint in his mind that could revolutionize the film industry. Seeing his little sister return, Wu Feng was somewhat surprised. You're on holiday. Wu Rui twitched her nose. Brother, you don't forget what day it is today, do you? Tomorrow is Saturday, of course we have a holiday. Wu Feng immediately felt a little embarrassed. He had been planning to pick up Wu Rui this afternoon, but the system's reward had delayed him. However, he quickly recovered and chuckled. Xiao Rui, of course I remember what day it is. I've already bought the groceries. You rest for a bit, I'll go cook. Hey, brother. I want braised fish. No problem. Wu Feng cheerfully rushed into the kitchen and gently closed the door. He certainly didn't need to buy any more groceries. Right now, his mountain and river map contained many ingredients that were impossible to buy outside. Some of these were things Wu Feng had only added in the last 2 days. Although they had only grown to a few hundred years old, it was enough to cook a simple home-cooked meal. Of course, if outsiders knew that he was using hundreds of years old innate spiritual materials just to cook a simple meal, they'd probably spit out blood dozens of meters away. Chapter 63 Exquisite Words. Wu Feng went into the kitchen to busy himself. Wu Rui, on the other hand, first washed her face, then sat down at her desk. Her mind was preoccupied with the poetry club. Writing a poem, it has to be about the Mid-Autumn Festival. Where should I begin? Thinking this, Wu Rui absent-mindedly flipped through the notebook on the table. The next moment, she froze. When will the moon be clear and bright? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. Boom! It was as if something exploded in her mind. Wu Rui couldn't help but read on. I wonder what year it is tonight in the Celestial Palace. I want to ride the wind and return, but I fear the jade towers and crystal palaces are too cold at such heights. My God! This poem is so well written. Could it be? Wu Rui suddenly turned her head and looked towards the kitchen. Wu Feng was bent over, scaling a fish. If you got closer, you could hear him muttering to the fish. Little fish, you're 500 years old. I don't know if you can understand me. Today, your little sister wants braised fish, so don't blame me. Brother. Wu Feng looked up at his sister. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Slow down, be careful not to cut yourself. Wu Feng grinned. Don't worry, don't you trust my knife skills? Wu Rui smiled too, then turned back to the notebook in her hand. Besides me, there's only my brother in the house. If it wasn't me who wrote this, then who else could it be? Thinking this, Wu Rui felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Brother seems to have changed lately, but I can't quite put my finger on it. He just seems so amazing. May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, though separated by 1,000 miles. Does brother have someone he likes? But I've never heard him mention it. Wu Rui read the poem Shui Diao Getu over and over, her mind wandering. She absolutely loved this poem. The delicate emotions it conveyed, the bold yet tender lines, touched the depths of Wu Rui's heart. Finally, she couldn't resist taking out another diary from the drawer. This diary was actually where Wu Rui recorded her little inspirations. Some were just a sentence or two, others short poems. Most literature lovers have such a notebook, and Wu Rui was no exception. She turned to a new page, sat up straight, and carefully copied the poem Shui Diao Getu, stroke by stroke, softly reciting it. Wu Rui was writing very intently, and after finishing, she was reluctant to close the notebook immediately, completely absorbed in it. So much so that she didn't even notice when Wu Feng arrived behind her. Xiao Rui. Ha! Wu Rui was startled and quickly closed the diary. What are you looking at so intently? Wu Feng chuckled. Wash your hands, it's time to eat. Okay. Wu Rui put the diary down, stood up, and finally couldn't help but ask, Brother, what's this poem, Shui Diao Getu? Wu Feng paused in his action of serving the dishes. He was actually quite surprised. He had written Shui Diao Getu after returning home, and then just left it there, not even thinking about it. But Wu Rui saw it. Oh, that's just something I scribbled down. Wu Feng said casually, then walked over, picked up the page he'd written, glanced at it, and seemed to make a final decision. Yeah, just something I wrote randomly. Saying this, he tore the page out and tossed it into the trash can. Brother, you just threw it away like that? Wu Rui was completely stunned. Oh, why keep such nonsense? Rui, hurry up and wash your hands, try my cooking today. Wu Rui responded blankly, her mind filled with Wu Feng's casual actions. Nonsense, but that was clearly a wonderful poem. Brother, what were you thinking? Even while washing her hands, Wu Rui's little head was buzzing. Wu Feng's behavior was simply too shocking. She had read countless classical poems, and the one Wu Feng had just casually tossed aside was on par with any famous poet in history. Not to mention the talented men and women in her poetry club. Compared to Wu Feng, they were like children playing house. A bold idea instantly popped into Wu Rui's mind. Phew, luckily I've already copied it down. Such exquisite poetry can't be enjoyed by just me. I must let more people see it. Brother, your talent can't be buried. Wu Rui pumped her fist in front of the mirror, her face resolute. During dinner, Wu Rui behaved as usual, not pressing the matter of the water melody poem. Wu Feng was naturally happy with this, and the simple meal quickly ended. Xiao Rui, stay home and behave yourself. I'll be back after a few deliveries. Okay, I know, brother. Be careful. Wu Feng went downstairs, hopped on his electric scooter, and began his delivery work. Money didn't matter, the most important thing was that delivering takeout made him happy. However, Wu Feng was unaware that shortly after he left, in the shadows below his apartment building, two men who had followed Wu Rui home dialed the phone again. Brother Jin, that kid just went out. On the other end of the line, Jin Ping responded, then turned to the other man beside him. Brother, my men reported back that Wu Feng has gone out. The man Jin Ping called brother was slumped on the sofa, a glass of red wine in his hand, his face gloomy. He was none other than Jin Suankai. Jin Ping, you did a good job this time. Tell your men to keep an eye on him and figure out his patterns. Yes, brother. Jin Ping gave a few instructions into the phone, hung up, and looked at Jin Suankai again. Brother, did Wu Feng really buy TNU Media? Jin Ping still found it hard to believe. After meeting Wu Feng and his group in a private room at the restaurant at noon, he called Jin Suankai. Initially, his intention was to use his cousin Jin Suankai's influence to teach Wu Feng a lesson. After all, Wu Feng had ruined his plans twice and made him lose face. However, Jin Suankai didn't say much on the phone, only arranging to meet Jin Ping that evening. When the two met at the hotel where Jin Suankai was currently staying, Jin Ping was completely dumbfounded once the matter was discussed. He simply couldn't believe that a food delivery guy could spend 10 billion to buy a company. And, moreover, he had even managed to make Jin Suankai suffer a huge loss. It was truly astonishing. Jin Suankai took a sip of his drink. To be honest, I still don't know this guy's true background. Logically speaking, how could a food delivery guy have so much money? But, at this point, Jin Suankai coldly snorted. Now that we know his address and that he has a sister, everything will be much easier. Wu Feng, I will make you understand what happens when you anger Jin Suankai. Chapter 64 Conspiracy. At 10 p.m., Wu Feng finished work and returned home. The moment he entered the building, his powerful spider sense made him glance at a shadowy corner. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, this area was quite diverse, and it was normal to have a few small-time thugs around. Xiao Rui's light was still on, but Wu Feng didn't go in. After telling her to get some rest, he went back to his own room. Of course, Wu Feng was unaware that Wu Rui had been tossing and turning all night, barely sleeping, because of the water melody incident. The next morning, Wu Feng got up, looked at the sleeping Wu Rui, and smiled slightly. The little girl must be tired from studying. Oh well, let her sleep. Wu Feng prepared breakfast, put it in a thermos, left a note, and then went out. It was an ordinary day, no multi-dimensional delivery orders, and the usual orders were just right. In the morning, Wu Feng received a call from Tang Xian, informing him that the restaurant arrangements would be finalized by tomorrow, Sunday, and inviting him to the opening ceremony. Wu Feng readily agreed. This was his first real business venture. In the afternoon, Wu Feng received another call from Li Miao. "You really can't come to the concert tonight?" Li Miao's voice sounded rather resentful on the phone. Wu Feng chuckled. "I've been busy, haven't I? How's the song preparation going?" Li Miao had no choice but to reply. "Well, the few songs you wrote these past few days are all ready, just waiting to be released at the concert." "That's good." Wu Feng wasn't nervous at all. He didn't actually have many songs to offer Li Miao right now. After all, Alan only wrote a few songs for female singers. But don't underestimate these few songs. After all, Wu Feng possesses the skill bonus of God-level entertainment. Once Li Miao releases them at the concert, they will absolutely ignite the music scene once again. "First, I wish you a successful concert tonight. Also, I have some ideas, we can discuss them in detail another time." Wu Feng was naturally referring to the movie project. He had already planned to start building another path to stardom for Li Miao as soon as the concert was over. Entering the film and television industry. Since yesterday, Wu Feng had already started preparing the script. Originally, obtaining a script for an internationally blockbuster film was practically impossible. Even summarizing from film and television works would always leave some oversights. But with his exceptional talent, these scripts, which to some extent belonged to literary works, were a piece of cake for Wu Feng. For Wu Feng, the most painful part was writing these scripts himself. His hands were aching from writing. This sparked Wu Feng's idea to get a computer and use it for typing. Of course, he didn't tell Li Miao about any of this yet. Li Miao, while curious about what Wu Feng was talking about, wasn't in a hurry and readily agreed. Before they knew it, it was 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Feng returned home on time. As soon as he entered, he saw Wu Rui standing in front of the mirror, eager to try it on. "Haha, getting ready to go out already?" Wu Rui grabbed Wu Feng's arm, her face beaming. "Brother, what do you think of this dress?" Wu Feng rubbed his nose. "Why didn't you wear that 2 million yuan dress?" 2 million yuan was Wu Feng and Wu Rui's nickname for the custom-made dress Wang Sun had given them. "That's too expensive. We're going to a concert, after all. There will be so many people, it wouldn't be good if it got damaged in the crowd." Wu Feng chuckled and playfully pinched Wu Rui's nose. "You're so thrifty. Okay, there's still some time before the concert, let's eat something first." A moment later. "Xiao Rui, are you sure you don't need me to take you?" Wu Feng walked her downstairs and asked again. "No need, brother. I've already made plans with Xiao Qian, we'll go together, don't worry." "Yeah, nothing to worry about. Remember to record some videos for me." I got in. Watching Wu Rui get into the car, Wu Feng didn't rush upstairs, his gaze once again drifting towards the secluded shadows below. Interesting, they changed 2 people today, looks like they're staking out the place. Back home, a while later, there was a knock at the door. Wu Feng opened the door. Hee, right on time. 2 workers from the tech city stood at the door. After deciding to use a computer, Wu Feng had ordered one during the day and arranged for delivery at this time. 2 computers in total. One for Wu Feng, and of course, one for Wu Rui. The 2 workers skillfully entered, assembled, and tested it, finishing in less than an hour. After seeing the 2 workers off, Wu Feng tidied up the house a bit and then went out again. He hopped on his electric scooter and drove into the rental area, his smile gradually turning cold. His powerful spider sense made Wu Feng acutely aware of his surroundings. The 2 men who had been crouching downstairs were now following him in a beat-up van. Inside the van, one of them was on the phone. "Brother Jin, that kid's out again. He's out delivering food around this time, until after 10 p.m. Okay, I got it. Keep an eye on him. Send me your location regularly." "Yes, sir." After hanging up, the man relayed Jin Ping's instructions to his partner, and the 2 followed him. Meanwhile, Jin Ping looked up at Jin Suankai and revealed Wu Feng's whereabouts. "Excellent. We should make our move." Jin Suankai abruptly stood up, raising his glass, but facing the other man in the room. The man, with a mustache and slightly sunken cheeks, looked at first glance like an ordinary conman. However, his eyes were unusually bright. Moreover, his temples were prominent, a feature often associated with masters of internal martial arts in wuxia novels. "Boss 2, I'm entrusting this matter to you." The man called Boss 2 let out a strange, cackling laugh and raised his glass. "Don't worry, Boss Jin, our Nightwalker sect always believes in putting customers first. Your 5 million won't be wasted." A smug look immediately appeared on Jin Suankai's face, and even Jin Ping beside him was beaming with excitement. He couldn't wait to imagine the scene after it was all over. Meanwhile, the Luokeng Gymnasium, a huge venue that could hold over 50,000 people, was now completely full. Everyone's face was filled with joy. In a few moments, the first solo concert of the superstar Li Miao would begin on time. Among the many fans, two young figures, holding glow sticks, finally found their seats. Wow! Xiao Rui. This seat is right next to the stage. We can see Li Miao without any blind spots. It's amazing. Fang Xiaoqian was so happy she almost jumped for joy. Wu Rui also had a big smile on her face, eagerly awaiting the start of the concert. Chapter 65 is finally here. Shortly after Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian sat down, two men dressed in black spotted them and approached. Hello, are you Ms. Wu Rui and Ms. Fang Xiaoqian? The two looked at each other with some confusion. Yes, we are. And you are. Oh, it's like this, we are Sister Miao's assistants. You two have been selected as special fans tonight, and you'll be interacting with Sister Miao on stage later. Ah, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian exchanged a glance, completely dumbfounded. This is simply unbelievable. First, they were chosen as lucky winners and received tickets. And then they were selected as special fans, getting the opportunity for close interaction. This kind of thing doesn't even happen in movies. For a moment, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were so happy they almost fainted. A strange look flashed across the faces of the two men in black, disappearing in an instant. Gentlemen, please come with us backstage now to get ready. Backstage? Yes, after all, you're going on stage, so some simple makeup is necessary, and it'll be done by Sister Miao's makeup artist herself. Yay! Xiao Rui, let's go quickly. Fang Xiaoqian jumped up excitedly upon hearing this. Wu Rui was both excited and nervous. Is this really okay? Miss Wu Rui, what's wrong with it? Sister Miao's team is very approachable, you don't need to be afraid. The two men continued. All right then. This way, please. The two men, one in front and one behind, flanked Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian, heading towards the backstage area. However, just as they were out of everyone's sight, several figures suddenly rushed out from a corner near the backstage area. Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were completely unprepared and were immediately subdued. Before the two could even cry out, they were knocked unconscious by these experienced men and carried directly to a car outside. The two men responsible for luring Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian over took out their phones and made a call. Boss, it's done. The two female students have been taken to the hotel. Okay, you two tell the brothers to wait. As soon as the concert ends, make your move on Li Miao. If her bodyguards dare to resist, cripple them. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the two men responsible for tracking Wu Feng were increasingly suspicious. Since the past 10 minutes, Wu Feng had been deliberately choosing to go into alleys. To make matters worse, their van couldn't go in, so they had to get out and try to follow him. Fortunately, although their legs were tired from running, they didn't lose him. Just as the two were about to catch their breath, they saw Wu Feng ride his electric scooter, wobbling once again, into an alley. Damn! Did this guy spot us? Why is he always choosing these little alleys? No way! If he spotted us, wouldn't he run away? Come on, let's follow him. The two quickly ran towards the alley, and then saw Wu Feng stop at one end, squatting down to check his electric scooter. Serves you right for being so cocky. Your scooter's broken now. Great! Now we can finally rest. Quickly call Brother Jin and ask when the men are coming. The two of us can't handle him. After making the call and getting the result, the two cautiously peeked into the alley at Wu Feng, their faces beaming with smug anticipation. That idiot, this alley's a dead end, just one exit. We'll just guard this spot. Hee, they'll be here in a few minutes. We'll be done. Inside the alley, Wu Feng looked rather helpless. He had repeatedly slipped into alleys to lure the other side into making a move. But unexpectedly, the other side hesitated to attack. This made Wu Feng mutter to himself for a while, they're too clever. At this moment, Wu Feng pretended to be repairing a car, his spider sense fully activated. The two men at the alley entrance hadn't left, and Wu Feng could faintly hear their conversation. The words Brother Jin and coming soon gave Wu Feng a rough idea of the mastermind. Now he was just waiting for their next move. A few minutes later, a commotion indeed erupted from the alley entrance. Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile, finally here. Is it that kid? Yes. This time, a large group of 20 or 30 people had arrived. Among them, the two leaders wore black suits, their muscular physiques almost ripping the suits apart, and they moved with a whooshing sound, clearly not ordinary people. The others were all flashy-looking thugs with brightly colored hair. The large group squeezed into the alley, making their presence even more imposing. Wu Feng immediately stood up and looked in their direction. The two men in suits who were leading the group immediately smirked coldly. Without a word, they waved their hands and ordered the thugs to attack. Both men were key members of the Nightwalker gang, and this mission with Boss 2 was one they were determined to excel at. According to their employer, Jin Suankai, the seemingly ordinary deliveryman was actually a master of feigning weakness to deceive others. He was not only wealthy but also incredibly skilled in combat. He had easily dealt with a group of thugs Jin Suankai had hired. Furthermore, Jin Ping recounted that he had once shattered an entire tempered glass backboard with a single dunk. The Nightwalker gang couldn't afford to be careless. Although ancient martial arts practitioners were now rarely seen, they weren't non-existent. The Nightwalker gang, with over 200 ancient martial arts practitioners, was well aware of this. And the two men before them were perfectly aware of how terrifying ancient martial arts practitioners were compared to ordinary people. It was no exaggeration to say that either of them could easily wipe out this group of 20 or 30 thugs. Therefore, sending these thugs up at the first encounter was to ascertain Wu Feng's true strength. This was also part of their plan. 20 or 30 thugs appeared before Wu Feng in an instant. Most of them were carrying sticks, and some even had a couple of bricks tucked in. In thug fights, momentum is key. Numbers and momentum are crucial to winning a fight. This group of thugs had plenty of momentum. In their eyes, with so many of them, even a single kick from each of them would be enough to knock Wu Feng to the ground, unable to get up. However, in reality, wait. Wu Feng reached out, trying to stop the thug's pointless actions. But his good intentions were clearly misunderstood. The first thug, his face contorted with rage, swung his club at Wu Feng. Wu Feng sighed helplessly, then retaliated. A punch flew out. Swift as lightning, the punch arrived first. Boom! The thug was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing against the wall and sliding down. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Chapter 66 Rampage. I told you to wait, but you wouldn't listen. Wu Feng gave a helpless smile, staring intently at the group of thugs. For a moment, they all stared at each other, weapons raised, but hesitated to advance. That attack was just too terrifying. They hadn't even seen it clearly. Compared to their aggressive approach, Wu Feng displayed a completely different level of composure. No matter how fierce the attack, he remained unmoved. He instantly suppressed the thug's momentum. Wu Feng chuckled and cleared his throat. Okay, listen up, you're surrounded now. If you don't want a beating, put down your weapons and crouch against the wall. Otherwise, I'll beat you into the wall, so hard you can't even pry yourself out. Too arrogant. The group of thugs exchanged glances, all showing resentment. What a joke. You may be good at fighting, but can you take down all of us by yourself? Beat him up. Someone shouted, and the thug at the front, his blood boiling, yelled and ran towards Wu Feng. But he only got halfway there before he suddenly snapped back to reality. He stopped, turned around, and looked at his companions with a pitiful expression. You guys. There really are some fearless people. A cold voice rang out, and the thug quickly turned his head, only to see a hand expand infinitely. He had no strength left to resist, his head was forced against the wall. Crash. Boom. Dust flew everywhere, and rubble scattered all over the ground. The group of thugs present were completely dumbfounded. A collective gasp filled the air. Hiss. Holy crap. He's really been shoved into the wall. Is this even human? This horrifying scene completely shattered the minds of the group of thugs. They dropped their weapons and obediently knelt down facing the wall. Tisk tisk, that's more like it. Wu Feng smiled, then looked at the two men in suits, gesturing towards the wall. What about you two? The two men in suits exchanged a glance. They had naturally realized that Wu Feng's strength far surpassed theirs, but they absolutely couldn't admit defeat. Humph, kid, you are indeed very strong, but... Boom, boom. Before they could finish speaking, Wu Feng completely interrupted them. Wu Feng, one in each hand, shoved the two men against the wall. The book says everything after but is nonsense. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. With that, Wu Feng dusted off his hands and walked straight up to one of the thugs. Hey! Before he could finish speaking, the thug jumped up and immediately blurted out. Be big brother, don't do it. I'll confess everything. This was all Brother Jin's idea. He not only wanted to deal with you, but also with your sister. What did you say? Wu Feng instantly flew into a rage. He lifted the thug into the air, completely unable to contain his anger. Tell me everything you know, now. 2 minutes later, Wu Feng finally learned the general outline of what had happened from the group of thugs. He felt like his chest was about to explode. Damn Jin Ping and Jin Suankai. You're all dead tonight. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity. At this point, he no longer cared about revealing his strength. Wu Rui was the Achilles heel, anyone who touched her would pay the most severe price. Nano suit. Full power activated. Buzz. In an instant, Wu Feng was completely enveloped in the Iron Man nanosuit. This scene caused the entire group of thugs present to lose control of their bladders. Steel. Iron Man? Isn't this something you only see in movies? The next moment, Wu Feng raised his right hand, and a large ball of light instantly enveloped the group of thugs in front of him. Interference magnetic field. Everyone present fainted. When they wake up again, they'll be surprised to find themselves there. All their memories of what happened before have been completely erased. Having done all this, Wu Feng activated the flight function of his battlesuit, instantly disappearing from the spot. According to the thugs, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were tricked into getting into the car and taken to the Kalesi Hotel in the city. Xiao Rui, wait for me. Room 3306 on the top floor of the Kalesi Hotel. At this moment, the room was dimly lit. Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were placed on a large bed. Jin Ping rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with a wicked light, staring at Wu Rui. Even Jin Suankai, while taking off his shirt, was also grinning wickedly at Fang Xiaoqian. He. Just then, bang! The window suddenly shattered from the outside. Countless shards of glass seemed to have eyes, all shooting towards the Jin brothers. Ah! Jin Ping and Jin Suankai were instantly covered in shards of glass, especially Jin Suankai, who looked so miserable that even if he recovered, he could forget about ever making it in the entertainment industry. But that wasn't all. The two were terrified, and their legs went completely limp when they saw the figure flying in through the window. Iron Man? My God, am I dreaming? Wu Feng flew in, landing in the room, and coldly looked at the Jin brothers. Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were lying on the bed, which instantly enraged Wu Feng. You two trash. Die. With that, Wu Feng strode towards them. Jin Ping, terrified, quickly grabbed Jin Suankai's armed cousin. What do we do? Jin Suankai, however, endured the pain in his face, his expression grim. Regardless of their background, the fact that they could enter the 33rd floor room through the window was beyond the capabilities of ordinary thieves. Furthermore, the person was dressed as Iron Man, which completely shocked Jin Suankai. Seeing the person rush towards him without asking any questions, Jin Suankai immediately understood. This person was definitely going to kill him. He had no time to hesitate. He pulled Jin Ping over and shoved him forcefully. You hold them off. With that, he rushed towards the door without even looking back. Humph! Wu Feng snorted coldly, activating the power of his nanosuit. Enraged, he even unleashed his spider-like powers. Boom! In a single strike. Jin Ping, forced to rush forward, had no chance to react and was slapped squarely across the face. Rolling. Jin Ping's head spun dozens of times around his neck. Then, he crashed to the ground. Then, Wu Feng's figure flashed, instantly appearing in the doorway. Jin Suankai had just reached the doorway. He bumped into Wu Feng. Ah! Jin Suankai screamed in fright, quickly retreating. Wu Feng didn't give him a chance to continue his rampage, throwing a powerful punch. Bang! Boom! Jin Suankai was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Then, he slammed into the wall. His brains splattered. He was glued directly to the wall. Having done all this, Wu Feng felt no discomfort whatsoever. Although this was only his first time killing, these two people were utterly unworthy of being called human. However, at this moment, Wu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Someone's coming. Chapter 67: A Colossal Scam. Boss Jin, what are you doing with all that noise? A voice rang out, and the door was pushed open. Entering was none other than Boss 2. He froze the moment he stepped inside. The scene before him left him completely stunned. So you're the one Jin Suankai invited. Well then, go join them. A cold voice rang out from behind the door. Boss 2 finally reacted and quickly turned around. He was met with an iron fist. Boss 2, true to his ancient martial arts background, instinctively brought his arms together to block in front of his chest. However, he completely underestimated Wu Feng's strength. Boom! Boss 2 felt as if he'd been hit by a train. He was sent flying. Bang! The impact cracked the wall. Cough, puffed. Boss 2 coughed up a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to shatter. He didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone resist. Wu Feng walked over step by step. You, who exactly are you? Wu Feng didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the side, grabbed the corpses of Jin Suankai and Jin Ping, and went straight to the window. Whoosh! He threw them out. Boss 2's eyes widened in astonishment. You! Boss 2 was completely dumbfounded. Just who was this person? So ruthless and decisive, terrifying indeed. No, I don't care who you are. Spare my life today, and I guarantee the Nightwalker sect will not be your enemy. The Nightwalker sect? Wu Feng didn't stop walking. What kind of thing is that? Trash like you shouldn't live. With that, Wu Feng dragged Boss 2 to the window. Tu Leota was completely terrified. You can't do this. The streets are right below. If you throw me down, people will find out soon, and you won't be able to escape. Who said I was going to throw you down? Wu Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then, he flicked his wrist and threw Tu Leota into the air. Tu Leota let out a terrified scream, arcing through the air as he crashed straight onto the roof. After doing all this, Wu Feng carefully picked up Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian and stood by the window. He activated the enhanced cleaning function of his nanosuit, instantly cleaning the entire 3306 room, ensuring no trace of himself or the two girls in his arms remained, before flying into the sky and disappearing into the night. Ugh, my head hurts. Fang Xiaoqian slowly woke up. Her first thought was, where am I? Everything around them felt like being in a hotel room. Beside them was Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui, wake up. Ugh. Wu Rui woke up too, and like Fang Xiaoqian, they were both stunned. Both of them clearly remembered being knocked unconscious by several people. Could this be? Just then, another gentle voice came from behind. Awake? A graceful figure approached. Her face still bore the fatigue of having just finished a concert, but the concern in her eyes was genuine. Li Miao. What? A big star? You, how did we get here? Li Miao smiled and handed them 2 glasses of water. Drink the water. As for why you're here, I have to apologize first. Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian took the glasses with a puzzled look, both appearing somewhat nervous. You were my fans, but you were kidnapped by criminals at the concert. I bear some responsibility. But luckily, we found out early, and those bad guys have all been dealt with. Now, you're safe. Ah, is that so? For a moment, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian's hearts were pounding. Li Miao spoke lightly, but if they had found out any later, their fate would likely have been very different. Instantly, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian were filled with gratitude towards Li Miao. Li Miao smiled slightly, her mission was complete. It's getting late. I'll arrange for someone to take you home. With that, Li Miao made a phone call to the driver. 10 minutes later, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian got into the car arranged by Li Miao. They both waved goodbye to Li Miao with smiles, and each held a CD personally signed by him. The next day, Wu Feng, as usual, got up early, prepared breakfast, and found Wu Rui still fast asleep. Last night, he was the one who rescued the 2 girls and brought them to Li Miao. Let her sleep a little longer, he thought. Wu Feng put the breakfast in a cooler and then rode out on his bicycle. Today, his restaurant, Feng Yixian, which he co-owned with Tang Xian, was officially opening. At 10:15, Wu Feng arrived on time. From a distance, he saw many cars already parked in front of the restaurant. He happily parked his electric scooter and walked over. At the same time, a Mercedes-Benz was also rushing towards them. Sitting inside was none other than Qi Jin. However, Qi Jin was currently speaking respectfully to an elderly man with a white beard beside him, clearly a man of high status. Senior Joe, it is truly an honor to have you here today. The white-bearded old man smiled slightly. Young Master Qi, don't be so polite. I, Joe Daxing, have been obsessed with cooking all my life. What strange ingredients and culinary techniques haven't I seen? I specially returned from abroad this time to see the young man you mentioned. A slight smile appeared on Qi Jin's lips as he asked with an eager-to-learn attitude, Senior Joe, do you really believe that there are 500-year-old sweet potatoes in the world? Joe Daxing narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Sweet potatoes are annual herbaceous plants. They're sensitive to cold and dampness. Even if harvested and kept in a comfortable environment, let alone grown in the ground, they might not last long. As for the 500-year-old sweet potato you mentioned, I'm afraid it's impossible for it to exist unless it's in a truly blessed land. Qi Jin's eyes widened slightly, then his heart leaped with joy. He had gone to great lengths to contact Joe Daxing and invite him over, his purpose being to thoroughly expose Wu Feng. He still held a grudge about what happened at the last banquet. Hearing Joe Daxing say this now only strengthened his resolve. That damned Wu Feng. He swore his sweet potatoes were 500 years old. What a load of bull. Today I've invited Senior Joe, let's see how he dies. Humph. Thinking this, Qi Jin quickly added, but Senior Joe, last time I tasted a piece of that guy's candied sweet potato, and the flavor was definitely different from anything I'd ever had before. What could be the reason for that? Joe Daxing stroked his beard and smiled faintly. That's precisely why I agreed to come. Based on my deduction, that young man must possess some unknown special culinary skills. I'm really eager to see it for myself. Qi Jin nodded secretly, feeling even more smug. That Wu Feng, just a stinking deliveryman, a poor bastard. Even if he's a good cook, he couldn't possibly be a world-class chef. Qi Jin firmly believed that the candied sweet potato Wu Feng made last time must have had some unspeakable ingredient added to it, which was why the flavor was so unique. With Joe Daxing present today, he'll definitely see through their secret at a glance. Then, Wu Feng's so-called exclusive ingredients will be proven to be a huge scam. Xian will also completely understand your character. Thinking this, Qi Jin couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Chapter 68 World Chef Champion. Wu Feng, you're here. It was Tang Xian. Today, Tang Xian was wearing an ivory-white cheongsam. She walked slowly towards Wu Feng, and with each step closer, Wu Feng was more amazed by her beauty. President Tang, you're so beautiful. Tang Xian rolled her eyes at Wu Feng, but wasn't annoyed. Instead, she smiled and said, "Don't call me President Tang, just call me Xian. By the way, come with me first. Grandpa's here too, and quite a few people from those families from last time are here as well. Let me introduce you." Wu Feng followed Tang Xian into the restaurant. The restaurant was a two-story building. This was only because Wu Feng insisted it wasn't too big, otherwise, Tang Xian originally wanted a 10-story building. Upon entering the restaurant, Wu Feng was surprised. The reception area at the entrance was already filled with gifts from those who had come to offer their congratulations. There were pure gold lucky cats, three-legged toads, you name it, they had it. What surprised Wu Feng even more was that all the younger generation from the families who had cultivated relationships with Tang Yuan at the last banquet were also present. The entire first floor of the restaurant was almost full of people offering their congratulations. Seeing this, Wu Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This big family circle is truly vast. So many guests offering congratulations, and each one of them looks extraordinary, tisk tisk. Under Tang Xian's guidance and introductions, Wu Feng quickly got to know many people from other families. These people all nodded in praise of Wu Feng. Some praised his cooking skills, others complimented his handsome appearance, and some even went so far as to want to become sworn brothers with him. Time flew by, and it was 11 o'clock when the MC called out from outside. "The auspicious time has arrived. Let's proceed with the opening ceremony. Please welcome our owners, Ms. Feng and Ms. Xian." Wu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled Tang Xian outside. "Xian, I really don't know how you two manage at all those banquets. My lips are dry from talking so much just a little while." Tang Xian covered her mouth and chuckled softly, giving Wu Feng another sidelong glance. There was no disdain in her eyes, but rather a hint of something more. "Do you think everyone wants this? It's all about networking. A wider network makes business smoother." Wu Feng chuckled inwardly. He completely agreed. Having delivered food across countless worlds, the number of people he knew was even more impressive. From emperors to poets, everyone was a legendary figure. The wider the network, the more comfortable it was. After a few cannon shots, the MC rattled off a series of auspicious blessings. Wu Feng and Tang Xian personally unveiled the red cloth covering the large signboard at the entrance. The ceremony was complete. "Today, all guests will enjoy a 50% discount." After Tang Xian announced this, the onlookers at the entrance and the family members present all rushed into the restaurant. "Great, Xian. I thought we were getting a free meal today." Wu Feng joked with a smile. "A favor is a favor, business is business. I can't let you lose money running the restaurant, can I?" Tang Xian replied with a smile, then looked at Wu Feng. "I've hired 8 chefs for the restaurant, one from each of the 8 major Chinese cuisines. From now on, you just need to supply the ingredients regularly. Is that all right?" Wu Feng smiled mysteriously, raising an eyebrow. "Of course, no problem." The two then walked into the restaurant side by side to begin serving customers. In the kitchen, the chefs were all amazed, constantly praising the food. The vegetables released a unique, fresh aroma with just a slice. The carp, even the scales were meticulously removed. The sheer variety of ingredients left even the experienced chefs astonished. The restaurant's main hall was also bustling with activity. Many of those present were regular customers who had enjoyed the candied sweet potatoes. With their enthusiastic recommendations, those who hadn't yet tried it eagerly awaited their arrival. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, a Mercedes pulled up in front of the restaurant. Qi Jin followed Zhou Daxing into the restaurant. A smiling waiter immediately approached and led the two to their seats. As soon as they sat down, Qi Jin couldn't help but make his move. "Call Wu Feng out." The waiter was stunned, at a loss for words. At this moment, Tang Xian, who had been chatting with acquaintances at several other tables, noticed Qi Jin and walked over. "Young Master Qi, you're here to support us too." "Xian, of course I'll support you opening a restaurant. But today, I'm not just here for show." Tang Xian's eyes turned slightly cold as she glanced at Zhou Daxing, who was looking at the menu. Qi Jin's lips curled into a smile as he stood up. "Do you know who this is? This is Zhou Daxing, the 5-time consecutive World Chef Champion, Senior Zhou." "What?" This time, Tang Xian was genuinely shocked. Not only Tang Xian, but even those at nearby tables heard it. Instantly, the entire restaurant hall fell silent, everyone turning to look. "My God, it's Zhou Daxing. Holy crap, no way. I heard he's a culinary god who can sell a simple fried rice for tens of dollars. Didn't they say he lived abroad all year round? Why is he back?" The crowd whispered amongst themselves. Even those who didn't know Zhou Daxing's background now pretty much knew. Tang Xian was utterly astonished. She first smiled at Zhou Daxing, then looked at Qi Jin. "Qi Jin, what exactly do you mean?" Before Qi Jin could answer, a waiter quickly reported, "Ms. Tang, he just said he wants me to call Boss Wu over." Tang Xian understood completely. Her gaze towards Qi Jin turned icy. Just then, Tang Yuan arrived and looked at Zhou Daxing. So it's Elder Zhou. Your presence is truly an honor to our humble establishment. Zhou Daxing smiled slightly. You're too kind. What, god of cookery? It's just a name from the past. I'm just an ordinary customer today. Tang Yuan stroked his beard. A shrewd old fox, he naturally understood that these were just polite words. If Zhou Daxing had come alone, it might have been somewhat believable, but with Qi Jin by his side, it was a different story. Sure enough, after a smile, Zhou Daxing continued. However, even ordinary customers have the right to choose. I've always heard that you have a young man here named Wu Feng, whose culinary skills are amazing. Today, I'd like to try some of his cooking. Your restaurant won't refuse, will it? Tang Yuan smiled slightly and gestured for Tang Xian to call Wu Feng over. A moment later, Wu Feng arrived. On the way, Tang Xian had already briefly explained the situation. Upon arriving, Wu Feng looked directly at Zhou Daxing and chuckled. So it's Senior Zhou. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. What would you like to eat, sir? Zhou Daxing carefully examined Wu Feng, then smiled with narrowed eyes. How about braised fish? Wu Feng smiled slightly and turned to the waiter beside him. Write it down and tell the kitchen to make it for Senior Zhou first. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daxing and Qi Jin's expressions immediately changed. Qi Jin angrily pointed at Wu Feng. Wu Feng, what do you mean? Doesn't Senior Zhou deserve your personal cooking? Wu Feng immediately stared at him like he was an idiot, coldly retorting. Are you out of your mind? Did you come here to eat or to cause trouble? This restaurant is so big, if everyone came like you and wanted me to cook for them, what would be the point of running a restaurant? I just set up a stall selling fried noodles, and I guarantee you'd get to eat my own cooking. Chapter 69. So delicious, I cried. Qi Jin never expected Wu Feng to be so impolite, launching into a direct attack right from the start. He was nearly speechless with anger. Zhou Daxing, on the other hand, smiled faintly and looked at Wu Feng. I've always heard you're a good cook, and that you have some really rare ingredients, which is why I rushed back from abroad. But seeing you like this, I'm afraid the rumors are false. Wu Feng immediately lost any goodwill towards Zhou Daxing. Easy for you to say, but aren't you just in cahoots? Wu Feng curled his lip. Old man, the ingredients we use in our restaurant are indeed unavailable elsewhere. As for culinary skills, every chef in the back is equally skilled. If you want to eat, wait patiently for a while, otherwise, please leave. There are many people queuing outside. Humph. Wu Feng, you're far too arrogant. Qi Jin finally snapped out of his daze, pointing at Wu Feng angrily. I'm afraid you've misunderstood Senior Zhou's status. Wu Feng, let me tell you, with Senior Zhou's status, every restaurant in the world would treat him with utmost respect. And you dare to put on airs. Aren't you afraid this will get out? Qi Jin finished speaking and looked at Wu Feng smugly. The most important thing about coming here was having Wu Feng cook the meal himself, and then having Zhou Daxing expose the deception behind the ingredients. Only in this way could Wu Feng be completely discredited, thus making Tang Xian realize Wu Feng's hypocrisy. But now, the other party wasn't taking the bait, which infuriated Qi Jin. Hearing this, Wu Feng had to reconsider. Sure enough, Wu Feng, who was about to turn and leave, stopped. Tang Xian's expression changed, and she quickly came over and whispered, Wu Feng, this person is highly respected in the catering industry. He probably isn't here to cause trouble. If word gets out that we're doing this, it might really have a negative impact on the restaurant. Wu Feng pondered for a moment. Tang Xian was indeed right. His restaurant had only just opened, while Zhou Daxing, after all, had the title of chef champion. Thinking of this, Wu Feng nodded. Old man, are you sure you want to eat what I made myself? Zhou Daxing chuckled. What's wrong? Having trouble? No. Wu Feng smiled coldly. Then you just wait and see. With that, Wu Feng turned and went into the kitchen. Inside the restaurant, everyone held their breath, eager to see how Zhou Daxing would evaluate Wu Feng. Meanwhile, Wu Feng went to the kitchen, decisively selecting a carp and weighing it in his hand. Wow, this one's a full 800 years old. Afterward, Wu Feng selected other ingredients, each transported from the mountain and river map, the youngest being at least 500 years old. After a dazzling display of knife skills that left all the chefs present mesmerized, a steaming hot braised fish was quickly plated. The moment Wu Feng appeared in the restaurant's main hall carrying the braised fish, the entire hall was filled with the unique aroma of the braised fish. So fragrant. My god, this is Feng Yixuan's specialty. It smells amazing. Yeah, my mouth is watering. That old man and that young Master Qi are really awful. We were just about to eat, and they delayed us, so we have to wait even longer. Yeah, especially with that aroma, I can't resist it. At that moment, Zhou Daxing's eyes narrowed slightly. The instant Wu Feng came out, his gaze was fixed on the braised fish. The color and aroma are both excellent. And the presentation is clearly practiced. It seems Wu Feng does indeed possess superb culinary skills. At this moment, Zhou Daxing's evaluation of Wu Feng had changed from an impolite brat to a rising star with genuine talent. After the braised fish was served, Wu Feng casually placed it on the table, pulled up a chair, and sat down. "Come on. I've even removed all the bones, let's see what you have to complain about now." Zhou Daxing smiled faintly, picking up his silver chopsticks. "Young man, don't be so resistant. If your dish is really as good as the rumors say, you don't need to worry about me finding fault." "Ha!" As he spoke, Zhou Daxing had already picked up a piece of fish. Then, his expression suddenly changed. "This fish?" Zhou Daxing was indeed somewhat shocked. As a renowned figure in the catering industry, he had seen countless dishes. He had seen braised fish thousands of times. Normally, fish meat is a milky white. This is a sign of freshness. However, the piece of fish meat in front of him was almost transparent. This was completely beyond his comprehension. Zhou Daxing glanced at Wu Feng in surprise, then carefully put the fish into his mouth. Boom! Something exploded in his mind. Instantly, Zhou Daxing understood. It was the taste. The fish melted in his mouth. An incredibly fresh and tender flavor rushed straight to his head. At that moment, Zhou Daxing felt so comfortable he almost cried out. Qi Jin, sitting to the side, was completely unaware of Zhou Daxing's feelings. He simply watched Zhou Daxing close his eyes, waiting anxiously. All the surrounding guests were also watching nervously. Tang Xian and Tang Yuan were especially focused, not wanting to miss a single detail. "Senior Zhou, what's going on? Please say something." Finally, Qi Jin couldn't hold back any longer and spoke. He was still waiting to expose Wu Feng. At this moment, Zhou Daxing's face gradually contorted, and then, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Qi Jin was immediately overjoyed, jumping to his feet and pointing a finger at Wu Feng. "Wu Feng, what the hell did you put in the food? Look, you've made Elder Zhou cry from how bad it is." The surrounding guests, as well as Tang Xian and Tang Yuan, couldn't help but change their expressions. Zhou Daxing's behavior was simply too abnormal. "Wu Feng, I don't care. This restaurant absolutely cannot open today. You give me an explanation right now." Qi Jin, shut up. A voice coldly interrupted Qi Jin. Qi Jin was speechless, then turned his head in disbelief to look at Zhou Daxing. These words were indeed spoken by Zhou Daxing. "Senior Zhou, who gave you permission to speak to Mr. Wu like that? You have absolutely no manners or upbringing." Zhou Daxing opened his eyes and retorted to Qi Jin without any politeness. Qi Jin was completely dumbfounded. Why did he suddenly change his address to Mr. Wu? What a joke. "I'm on your side, okay." Instantly, Qi Jin's face was filled with the mournful expression of a newlywed wife. Chapter 70: The God of Cookery's Unsolicited Request. Over here, Zhou Daxing completely ignored Qi Jin's feelings. He took a deep breath, stood up, and then, in front of everyone present, bowed deeply to Wu Feng. "Mr. Wu, I was wrong." "What?" Zhou Daxing's behavior shocked everyone present. The dignified god of cookery actually apologized to Wu Feng? This was absolutely huge news. Even Wu Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhou Daxing to apologize in front of so many people. As for Qi Jin, he was completely bewildered, as if he'd seen a ghost, barely daring to breathe. Zhou Daxing, his face sincere yet tinged with regret, said, "My mistake was listening to rumors. I should have come to visit sooner. Originally, I didn't believe such wondrous ingredients existed. But today I know it's all true." Wu Feng smiled helplessly. "Just the ingredients alone, my cooking skills aren't bad at all." Zhou Daxing's eyes twitched, sensing Wu Feng's thoughts, and he quickly added, "Besides, Mr. Wu's cooking skills are unparalleled. With your skill, combined with these top-quality ingredients, such unparalleled deliciousness can be created." Wu Feng smiled with satisfaction, glancing at Tang Xian and Tang Yuan, and winking. Then, Wu Feng said casually, "In that case, continue eating. Remember to settle the bill when you're done." "Wait." Zhou Daxing quickly called out to Wu Feng. "Mr. Wu, may I ask how much this braised fish costs?" Wu Feng frowned, took the menu from the waiter, and glanced at it. 88? What's wrong? Mr. Wu. Zhou Daxing, as if his tail had been stepped on, suddenly raised his voice. "This price is outrageous. Such unparalleled cuisine, 88 a serving. If this were in a 5-star hotel, it would cost at least 8,000. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped again. Many of these people came from wealthy families. 8,000 a dish wasn't something they couldn't afford, but something they would absolutely not eat lightly. As for the other ordinary people, they were even more shocked. An 8,000 dish, sold here for 88. Where can you find such a cheap price? Immediately, someone reacted, "Boss, hurry up and bring our food." Tang Xian also quickly instructed the kitchen to continue serving the dishes. Wu Feng, however, was already smiling as he looked at Zhou Daxing. "Sorry, how much they charge is their business. This is my price. Joe Daxing was stunned. He cupped his hands towards Wu Feng. Mr. Wu, you have truly impressed me. Finally, I have one more request. Wu Feng helplessly pursed his lips. Just say it all at once. I feel someone next to you is feeling unwell. You should finish what you were saying and take him to see a doctor. Joe Daxing frowned, glanced at Qi Jin beside him, whose face was already pale and whose lips were trembling, and gave a cold laugh. Mr. Wu, Qi Jin and I have nothing to do with each other. He is him, and I am me. After declaring his stance, Qi Jin's body swayed violently, and he pressed hard to his chest. Today, another loss. And a complete one. Joe Daxing continued, Mr. Wu, the kitchen is a sensitive area, so I won't ask to go in, but could you sell me some of your ingredients? Wu Feng tilted his head, somewhat speechless. What do you need the ingredients for? It's like this, Mr. Wu, I've studied food my whole life, and your ingredients are truly astonishing. If I can't study them properly, I'm afraid I won't be able to close my eyes in peace until I die. Tang Yuan, who had been listening all along, stroked his beard and stepped forward. Little Wu, just sell him some. Wu Feng nodded, stroking his chin. Selling to you is fine, but let's make it clear first, the price is exorbitant. Mr. Wu, please speak freely. Wu Feng chuckled, how about 1 million for a head of cabbage? Deal. Joe Daxing readily agreed. This surprised Wu Feng a little, he should have asked for more. This scene completely stunned everyone around, including Tang Yuan and his group. A cabbage for 1 million. And the key is, they actually agreed. Wow. In the end, Joe Daxing happily left with the cabbage, having paid 1 million. Qi Jin, on the other hand, had already scurried away when no one was looking. Wu Feng stood at the door, watching Joe Daxing get into the car, and chuckled to himself. Today was perfect. That evening, Wu Feng returned home. Xiao Rui, come see what I brought you. As soon as he entered, Wu Feng excitedly called out. What is it? Wu Rui also rushed out of the house excitedly. Wow, so much? They saw Wu Feng carrying several takeout boxes, each containing a beautifully prepared dish. Hee, my restaurant's opening today, let's have a good meal tonight. I'll go get the bowls and chopsticks. The dishes were laid out, and the brother and sister happily began to eat. Brother, where's your restaurant? It's on Zhongxing Road, called Feng Yixuan. I definitely have to go check it out sometime, brother, you're a big boss now, haha. Wu Feng ate a chicken leg and chuckled softly, what boss? It's just a small restaurant I partnered with to make some money. Speaking of which, Wu Feng thought for a moment and added, Xiao Rui, school starts tomorrow, do you have enough living expenses? Yes, brother, don't worry. Wu Feng smiled faintly. Today, the restaurant's income was over 1 million. Of that, Joe Daxing alone contributed 1 million. According to Tang Xian's estimate, the restaurant's stable daily income will be around 60,000. In other words, Wu Feng could receive 1 million yuan every month without doing anything. This meant that Wu Feng wouldn't have to bother explaining where the money came from if he wanted to buy Xiao Rui anything. Xiao Rui, if you ever need money, just ask me. After all, I'm a boss now. Wu Rui nodded happily, her face beaming. Brother, you're amazing. After finishing their meal, Wu Feng cleaned up the dishes, and Wu Rui began preparing the things she needed to take to school the next day. She carefully stuffed the diary containing the poem Shuidiao Getu into her bag, glancing at Wu Feng with a hint of guilt, then her gaze hardened. Such a beautiful poem cannot be wasted. The next morning, Wu Feng rode his electric scooter to take Wu Rui to school, then went to his company to report for duty. Before long, it was afternoon. At school, the bell had just rung, and Wu Rui eagerly grabbed Fang Xiaoqian and headed straight for the poetry club. Chapter 71 was casually thrown away. Hey, Sigh Rui, why are you in such a hurry? Did you write a good poem? When they arrived at the poetry club, several classmates had already gathered. Wu Rui pulled Fang Xiaoqian to sit in the back row, then mysteriously pulled a diary from her bag. SHH. Xiaoqian, keep your voice down, I want to show you something. What is it? Fang Xiaoqian took the diary with a puzzled look and flipped to the latest page. Prelude to Water Melody? When will the moon be bright? Fang Xiaoqian was completely captivated. She had a carefree personality and seemed a bit eccentric, but in reality, her academic performance was quite good. The poem before her, both in its beauty and the longing it conveyed, completely amazed Fang Xiaoqian. Wu Rui, seeing her best friend suddenly quiet down, smiled happily. The other members of the poetry club gradually arrived. The club president, Yuan Hua, was the last to enter. To the students' surprise, Professor Fang, a scholar of profound literary knowledge from the college, accompanied Yuan Hua. Classmates, today is the day we appreciate poetry together, and for that, I've specially invited Professor Fang to guide us. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. After a round of applause, Professor Fang smiled, his eyes narrowing, and sat down to one side. Yuan Hua then encouraged everyone to submit their poems, which Professor Feng would then critique and guide. Lu, your poem is good overall, but unfortunately it's too contrived, overly focused on perfect parallelism. Wang, the theme today is Mid-Autumn Festival, and your poem is clearly off-topic. Professor Feng provided guidance to the students one poem at a time. Some students who received feedback were quite pleased with themselves, while others were dejected and disappointed. Meanwhile, in the back row of the classroom, Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian kept their heads down, muttering to themselves. Xiao Rui, you said this poem was written by Brother Feng? Yes, isn't it amazing? Fang Xiaoqian was stunned for a long time, unable to find the right words to describe it, and could only exclaim in admiration. Amazing? Absolutely incredible. Wu Rui's face showed a slight black line. It has to be said, this evaluation was very Fang Xiaoqian-esque. So what are you planning to do? Give this poem to Professor Fang? Wu Rui looked somewhat troubled. I'm really hesitant. My brother said he doesn't want it published, maybe he doesn't like the limelight. But this poem is just too good, I feel it would be a pity if it were buried. Just as the two were talking, a voice came from behind. The two students in the back, where are your poems? Oh no, it's Professor Fang. Wu Rui was startled, then immediately tensed up. At that moment, Fang Xiaoqian jumped up. Professor Fang, take a look at this poem. With that, she snatched the diary and rushed over. Wu Rui quickly followed, pinching Fang Xiaoqian hard from below. What are you doing? You haven't decided yet. Fang Xiaoqian grimaced, but gave Wu Rui a reassuring gesture. Professor Fang took the diary, only glancing casually at the opening, and was completely stunned. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in hand, I ask the blue sky. Professor Fang couldn't help but recite the poem aloud. He read the entire poem in one breath, his inner shock utterly indescribable. Professor Fang adjusted his glasses and looked intently at Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian. Which of you wrote this poem? Wu Rui lowered her head nervously, while Fang Xiaoqian smiled smugly. Professor Fang, this poem wasn't written by either of us, it was written by someone else. At this moment, Yuan Hua, who had been observing the situation, also walked over with a smile. What poem is it? Professor Fang didn't answer, but simply handed his diary to Yuan Hua. Suddenly, Yuan Hua was completely stunned. He quickly read through Prelude to Water Melody, his hands trembling slightly. This poem, even placed within the annals of history, absolutely doesn't belong to any other poem describing the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's no exaggeration to say that the person who wrote this poem is definitely a reclusive master. That bold yet gentle style is something an ordinary person could never achieve. Fang Xiaoqian, who wrote this poem. Fang Xiaoqian chuckled, looking at Wu Rui. Wu Rui knew she couldn't hide it any longer, so she lowered her head and replied softly. It was my brother. Your brother? Professor Fang was stunned. Yuan Hua's mind went completely blank for a moment. Then, he spoke directly. Wu Rui, don't talk nonsense. How could your brother possibly write such beautiful poetry? His words displeased both Fang Xiaoqian and Wu Rui. What do you mean, how could Wu Feng possibly write it? Are you looking down on him or something? President Yuan, what do you mean? Why can't my brother Feng write something like this? Fang Xiaoqian, with her fiery temper, retorted immediately. Yuan Hua, however, wasn't angry at all, only smiling faintly. Wu Rui, if I remember correctly, your brother is a food deliveryman, right? A food deliveryman. How could he possibly possess such talent? At this moment, Professor Fang, standing to the side, also looked over in disbelief. Xiao Rui, tell me the truth, did your brother really write this poem? After a pause, Professor Fang, to increase the pressure, continued. Do you know the unrestrained and bold spirit contained in this poem? In the long river of history, perhaps only Shi, Dongpo, can compare. In modern times, someone who could write such a poem would definitely be a great literary figure. Wu Rui was also somewhat stunned. Although, she was also very confident in this poem. But to everyone's surprise, Professor Fang's evaluation of this poem was incredibly high. After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Rui made up her mind and said earnestly, it was indeed written by my brother. He casually threw away the original manuscript. This is a copy I made. Puffed. Yuan Hua almost spat out blood. Professor Fang was also astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe it. Such a brilliant poem. He just casually threw it away? What a joke. Professor Fang's previously calm mind was suddenly shattered, as if someone had fired a machine gun at him. Wu Rui, you can't joke like that. Are you sure your brother really wrote it? Yes, my brother said it was just something he wrote randomly, and he didn't originally intend to release it. Professor Fang was on the verge of collapse. Yuan Hua, standing to the side, was also completely bewildered and dumbfounded. Chapter 72. He's here. Professor Feng immediately made a decision. Wu Rui, please introduce me to your brother, no matter what. I absolutely must meet him in person. Wu Rui hesitated. If Wu Feng knew she had displayed this poem at the poetry club, she didn't know how he would criticize her. Yuan Hua, standing nearby, interjected with a dark expression. Wu Rui, how about this? Tomorrow is our city's literary society's get-together, and Professor Feng will be there. Why don't you invite your brother over too? We can all meet him together, how about that? Professor Feng immediately nodded, sure. That's settled then. Yuan, send 2 invitations to Wu Rui. Yes, Professor Feng. Yuan Hua agreed, then coldly glanced at the bewildered Wu Rui, a sneer creeping onto his face. How could a lowly food delivery guy possibly write such amazing lyrics? He must have plagiarized from somewhere. I'll expose him at the banquet. Wu Rui, you're the girl I, Yuan Hua, have my eye on, and I'll make you understand that I'm the truly talented one. After the poetry club activity, Wu Rui and Feng Xiaoqian walked side by side on campus. Feng Xiaoqian kept trying to persuade Wu Rui. Xiao Rui, don't be so gloomy. It's a good thing, better than being forgotten, right? Wu Rui lowered her head, replying helplessly, I know it's a good thing, but the problem is, my brother didn't want to be in the limelight. Now I'm doomed. If I call him later, who knows how much he'll scold me. Feng Xiaoqian chuckled, Xiao Rui, don't worry, just call. If it doesn't work, just say I secretly gave your diary to the poetry club. Wu Rui rolled her eyes at her best friend, annoyed, you still say that. It's all because of you. You're driving me crazy. Don't run away, watch out for my dragon claw hand. After a bit of playful banter, Wu Rui still decided to call Wu Feng. Ring ring. Wu Feng had just finished delivering takeout and was at the market selecting vegetables and meat. Now that he owned a restaurant, he needed to replenish his ingredients daily using the mountains and rivers map. Hey, Xiaorui, what's up? Brother, well, I have something to tell you. A moment later, Wu Feng, carrying vegetables, sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. That little girl. She's such a worry. I just want to be a delivery driver in peace, why is it so difficult? Wu Feng was speechless, but helpless. After all, Xiaorui had already told them. If he didn't show up, with so many people there, they would definitely say Wurui was lying, which was something he didn't want to see. Never mind, Xiaorui, don't blame yourself. I know you meant well. When does the social event start? Wu Rui breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Wu Feng agree. Tomorrow night. The address is. I'll wait for you at the entrance. I have the invitations. Okay, just eat on time at school. After chatting for a bit, Wu Feng hung up the phone, shook his head helplessly, and continued buying groceries. The next day, Wu Feng went to work as usual, delivering food. Around noon, he spent some time at Feng Yixuan's place. It wasn't until evening that he finally found some time to return home. He turned on his computer, searched online for a while, then shut it down, hopped on his electric scooter, and headed to the agreed-upon location. Outside a grand hotel in downtown Luo City, Wu Rui eagerly awaited Wu Feng's arrival. The hotel interior had been decorated to resemble a banquet. However, this gathering of literary figures differed from that of the wealthy. Besides fine food and drinks, a long table was set up, complete with writing implements, waiting for the attendees to be inspired and create masterpieces to be passed down as a virtue. By 8 o'clock, almost everyone had arrived. It's worth mentioning that in just one day, the poem Shuidiao had already spread throughout Luo City's literary circles. Professor Feng's contribution was undoubtedly significant. This year's attendees were even more impressive than in previous years. Even the venerable Qi Zhenxian, a leading figure in Luo City's literary world, had personally attended. Before the banquet officially began, many colleagues had already gathered around Qi Zhenxian, offering greetings and seeking his advice in an endless stream. Qi Zhenxian was amiable and welcomed everyone, but while chatting with other writers, he would frequently glance towards the entrance. He was also eagerly waiting. Finally, Wu Feng and Wu Rui walked in. Immediately, someone shouted, "They're here! He's here!" Instantly, everyone looked towards the entrance. Wu Feng and Wu Rui were both stunned. This was far too grand, like welcoming a leader. Wu Feng was unaware that his poem, Shuidiao, had already spread far and wide. If it weren't for the limited space, the entire literary community of Luo City would probably have gathered for tonight's gathering. Among the crowd, Qi Zhenxian led the way towards Wu Feng. A large group followed behind him, including Yuan Hua and Professor Feng. This must be Wu Feng, right? Qi Zhenxian approached, looked at Wu Feng, and chuckled. Wu Feng smiled faintly. Yes, I am Wu Feng. And you are. Before Qi Zhenxian could speak, Yuan Hua, who was standing to the side, jumped out first. Wu Feng, how rude of you. Old Master Qi is a literary giant in Luo City. You didn't even bow when you met him. Wu Feng looked at Yuan Hua with slight surprise, his lips twitching slightly. This guy, is he crazy? Who is he? Yuan Hua, this isn't ancient times, we don't do that anymore. Qi Zhenxian spoke calmly, then looked at Wu Feng and smiled. Wu Feng, since you're here, please take a seat. Our social gathering will begin soon. With Qi Zhenxian speaking, the others naturally dared not say anything more. Yuan Hua also secretly suppressed his hatred, deciding to play it by ear. The social gathering soon began. It's worth noting that this social gathering was unlike the several banquets Wu Feng had attended, where everyone helped themselves to drinks and then formed small groups to chat about topics of interest. At this gathering, everyone sat in a circle, with Qi Zhenxian and Professor Feng among the hosts, and the others taking their seats in a specific order. Wu Feng quickly found his seat with Wu Ruyi. Although it was near the outer edge, Wu Feng wasn't bothered. He didn't want to get involved with these people anyway, he'd just eat his own food. Xiao Ruyi, try this. This hairy crab is really good. It's indeed delicious. But compared to your cooking, brother, it's still a bit lacking. Hee, it's free, so why not take it? Here, have a piece of cake. Brother, I can't fit anything here. The others present all wore inscrutable expressions, holding their wine glasses, their speech and behavior extremely refined, listening to Qi Zhenxian speak or flattering each other. The scene on Wu Feng's side formed a stark contrast. This made Yuan Hua, who was also sitting on the outer edge, frown secretly again, his contempt for Wu Feng intensifying. The past year has been quite good for the literary scene in Los Angeles. Many talented individuals have emerged, especially from Los Angeles University, which has truly impressed everyone. Qi Zhenxian had already said quite a bit. Now, he steered the conversation to the main topic. Chapter 73. An Old Man. Upon hearing Qi Zhengxuan's words, Professor Feng immediately stood up. This is mainly thanks to the rich literary atmosphere in Luokang. It's thanks to your guidance, Professor Qi, that so many younger generations have been able to delve into this field. This credit truly belongs to you, Professor Qi. Yuan Hua also seized the opportunity to stand up quickly. Professor Qi, I had Professor Feng forward some of our poetry club's works to you the day before yesterday. We hope Professor Qi will be so kind as to offer his guidance today. Haha, Yuan Hua, I was just about to say that. Where's Wu Feng? Qi Zhenxian smiled, then his gaze searched, and when he saw Wu Feng, he was slightly taken aback. Ahem. Someone spoke up to remind him. Wu Feng hadn't expected them to bring up the topic so quickly. He was so focused on eating and drinking with Wu Ruyi that he hadn't noticed at all. Wu Feng, what are you doing? Haven't you eaten? Professor Qi is asking you. Yuan Hua stood up righteously, rebuking Wu Feng. Wu Feng finally looked up, glancing at Qi Zhenxian with a puzzled expression. Qi Zhenxian was also speechless, suppressing his discomfort, and continued to smile. Wu Feng, Professor Feng presented you with a piece of Shuidiao Geta the day before yesterday, did you write it? Wu Feng chuckled lightly, I thought it was something important, turns out it's Shuidiao Getu. That's definitely not what I wrote. Instantly, the entire room erupted in commotion. Even Wu Ruyi was completely stunned. What's going on? She quickly looked at Wu Feng, eager to know why. Wu Feng, however, secretly winked at her. Now, Wu Ruyi understood. Looks like he's not planning to admit it. No wonder my brother didn't intend to get angry in the first place. It seems he really doesn't want to be in the limelight. Meanwhile, on the other side, compared to the shock of Qi Zhenxian, Professor Feng, and the others, Yuan Hua almost jumped for joy. This is too easy. Originally, he was thinking about how to expose Wu Feng. After all, in his eyes, you're just a stinky food delivery guy, how could you possibly write such good poetry? Now, look, you've admitted it willingly. Fine, since you've admitted your mistake, I'll let you off this time. Just as Yuan Hua was thinking smugly, Wu Feng spoke again. Actually, this poem was told to me by an old man with a white beard in a dream one night, and I memorized it. As Wu Feng's calm voice fell, the entire room fell silent. Dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Wu Feng. They simply couldn't believe that he would give such an explanation. Puffed. Yuan Hua almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't believe your nonsense. An old man with a white beard told you? Can you make this story any more outrageous than it sounds? Qi Zhenxian was completely bewildered by Wu Feng's words. He stood there stunned for a long while before finally chuckling. Wu Feng, you just, sigh. Since you don't want to share with everyone, I won't force you, but you don't need to use such an excuse, do you? He was truly speechless at Wu Feng. Meanwhile, Wu Ruyi, sitting next to Wu Feng, was clenching her fists tightly, her face flushed red. She almost burst out laughing. I can't laugh. I have to cooperate with my brother, I can't give myself away. Looking at Yuan Hua again, he had finally recovered a little. Wu Feng, are you kidding me? I always thought that someone of your status couldn't possibly write such poetry, it's probably just copied from somewhere. Now you're saying you dreamt it. You're really something. Wu Feng simply smiled faintly. This Yuan Hua had been hostile towards him from the beginning. Wu Feng had also heard from his younger sister that he was the president of the poetry club at Luokang University. Therefore, Wu Feng understood that the other party was probably jealous of him. Coincidentally, Wu Feng particularly enjoyed seeing his enemies both dislike him and unable to do anything about it. I wouldn't dare. I think the word awesome is better reserved for you, brother Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua's nose practically twitched with rage. He pointed at Wu Feng with a trembling hand. Stop trying to fool me. What? Seeing so many literary heavyweights here makes you nervous and afraid to admit it? Why didn't you think of this when you were copying poems? If you're so great, compose another one right here. If you can do that, I, Yuan Hua, will become your disciple and bow to you every time I see you. Do you dare? This. Wu Feng rubbed his nose and laughed. Let's forget it. I don't want to take a disciple like you. Damn it. You're really asking for it. Yuan Hua's anger was completely ignited. He couldn't help but glare at Wu Rui and said angrily, I really feel sorry for Wu Rui. Having a shameless brother like you, it won't be long before you corrupt her too. What did you say? Wu Feng was unhappy at the mention of Wu Rui. I'm telling you, with a brother like you, Wu Rui will be corrupted sooner or later. Humph. Heh. Wu Feng's face turned cold as he laughed. Seeing Wu Feng's expression, Wu Rui knew he was completely enraged and quickly tried to stop him. But Wu Feng slowly stood up, walked to the table in the center where the writing implements were placed, and picked up the brush. You all want to see me write another poem, right? Fine, I dreamt last night that the white-bearded old man taught me another one. With that, Wu Feng dipped his brush in thick ink and wrote the first line on the spread-out xian paper. Do not listen to the sound of rain pattering through the forest. Humph. What are you pretending for? I'll see what else he can write. Instantly, everyone gathered around. Qi Zhenxian, who was closest, naturally rushed over immediately. When Wu Feng wrote the first two lines, he was completely stunned. Do not listen to the sound of rain pattering through the trees, why not chant and stroll leisurely? These opening two lines alone depict a powerful inner world, one that has completely cast aside all worldly concerns, adhering solely to one's true nature. The disdain and sarcasm of so many people at the banquet, weren't they also like the sound of rain pattering through the trees? And Wu Feng's repeated forbearance, wasn't that also like why not chant and stroll leisurely? This is using poetry to deliver a resounding slap to so many people. Qi Zhengsuan's shock was completely undisguised, showing on his face. He quickly continued reading. Bamboo staff and straw sandals are lighter than a horse, who's afraid? A straw raincoat and misty rain, let life take its course. The chilly spring breeze awakens me from my drunken stupor, a slight chill, yet the slanting sunlight on the mountaintop welcomes me. Looking back at the desolate place I came from, returning, there is neither wind nor rain, neither sunshine nor gloom. Thus, the poem is finished. Wu Feng casually tossed aside his brush, faced the crowd, smiled faintly, and turned to leave with Wu Rui. Hey, you're leaving already? What kind of rubbish is this? Your handwriting is so ugly, what are you pretending for? Yuan Hua, seeing this, quickly came over and tried to pull Wu Feng away. Just then, Qi Zhenxian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly erupted in anger. Yuan Hua, get over here. Ha! Yuan Hua was startled, not understanding why Qi Zhenxian was angry with him, but then he saw Qi Zhenxian looking towards the door, his lips trembling slightly. This young man must be treated with utmost care. The future of Luokang's literary circles, whether they can reach the pinnacle of the literary world, depends on him. These words sent shockwaves through the entire audience. Chapter 74, Invitations from Both Sides. As they left the restaurant, Wu Rui grabbed Wu Feng's arm and kept asking him questions. Brother, what's the name of that poem you wrote? Wu Feng smiled slightly. Not long ago, unable to bear it any longer, he unleashed his extraordinary talent and directly wrote another of Sushi's timeless poems, the Calming the Storm. At this moment, he could guess with his toes that those guys at the banquet must be mortified. Wu Feng chuckled inwardly. He'd only ever seen this kind of plagiarism in novels, but trying it today proved incredibly effective. Awesome! Meanwhile, at the banquet, Yuan Hua pitifully held Wu Feng's poem Ding Feng Bo, only to be angrily rebuked by Qi Zhenxian. I really don't know what old Feng was thinking. He even recommended you to join our Luokang Literary Society. Now it seems he's just blind. Qi Zhenxian roared angrily, and everyone present dared not utter a sound. Wu Feng's performance was simply too astonishing. A poem, Ding Feng Bo, perfectly matched the previous scene. They, his group, had become the culprits for failing to recognize a great talent, driving away a peerless literary master. After his outburst, Qi Zhenxian gradually calmed down. He immediately ordered, someone, quickly frame Master Wu's poem and send it to my study. A person immediately took the xian paper from Yuan Hua's hands, while Yuan Hua remained completely bewildered. Professor Qi. Why? This poem is clearly mediocre, and the handwriting is terrible. Shut up. Qi Zhenxian wanted nothing more than to kick Yuanhua out. What do you know? From today onwards, Yuanhua, you are not allowed to use the Poetry Society's name to publish any articles in any publication. Our Luokang Literary Circle cannot afford to lose face like this. When you finally understand the meaning of that poem, go to Mr. Wu's house in person and ask for his forgiveness. Only after you have received his forgiveness can you talk to me about this matter. Humph. With that, Qi Zhenxian turned and left, his face cold. Wu Feng took Wu Rui back to school and checked the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. He rode his electric scooter, made a few more delivery orders, and finally returned home. However, not long after he arrived home, a black sedan pulled up in front of his building. Getting out of the car were none other than Qi Zhenxian and Professor Feng. Is this the place? Professor Feng nodded. According to the addresses the school has compiled, Wu Rui's house is here, and Wu Feng's is naturally here too. Very good, let's go upstairs. I'll explain everything later, so be careful with your attitude, Qi Zhenxian said solemnly. Just then, another car pulled up. Oh my, Professor Qi, what are you doing here? A slightly balding middle-aged man got out of the car. He immediately called out when he saw Qi Zhenxian preparing to go upstairs. Qi Zhenxian froze, turning his head, unable to turn back for a long time. You, Fang Tong? What brings you here? He. The man called Fang Tong chuckled and pointed upstairs. Elder Qi, I'm here to see Master Wu Feng. What? Qi Zhenxian was stunned for a moment, then his face hardened. What do you want with Master Wu? Of course, I want to invite Master Wu to join our calligraphy association. Humph. Qi Zhenxian was so angry he was practically blowing his beard. This Fang Tong had been invited to the banquet that evening, since they were both from literary circles. He had witnessed everything that happened at the banquet, but Qi Zhenxian hadn't expected him to come looking for him. Fang Tong, you're really not being fair. Wasn't it enough that you laughed at our literary society at the banquet? Now you actually want to steal him away? Fang Tong quickly straightened up and said, Elder Qi, look at what you're saying. We saw what Master Wu was like at the banquet. Your literary society doesn't know a gem, but our calligraphy association didn't do anything to wrong Master Wu. At this point, Fang Tong chuckled, his implication clear. Your literary society just offended Wu Feng, and now you want to invite him? There's no way you can get away with that so easily. Qi Zhenxian almost jumped up and cursed, but he also knew that what happened at the banquet was indeed somewhat unethical, so he coldly snorted, enough nonsense. Since that's the case, then let Master Wu choose for himself. With that, Qi Zhenxian quickly strode upstairs, not at all like an 80-year-old man. Fang Tong, seeing this, naturally followed closely behind. Wu Feng had just boiled water and was about to soak his feet when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Upon opening the door, Wu Feng froze. Oh ho, you guys are pretty quick, you're here already. Qi Zhenxian chuckled, Master Wu, I hope this late visit isn't too much of a bother. Yes, it is, Wu Feng replied cheerfully. Wu Feng immediately smiled again and stepped aside. Just kidding, come in. Qi Zhenxian quickly entered with a smile, Fang Tong following closely behind. Speak, what brings you here? Wu Feng didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. Is that so, Master Wu? Hey, stop calling me master, it sounds like a charlatan. Just call me Wu Feng. Qi Zhenxian smiled. Then I'll call you Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, we've come to invite you to join our Luokang Literary Society. Oh, Wu Feng frowned slightly. At this moment, Fang Tong quickly spoke up, Mr. Wu, witnessing your talent at the banquet truly left me in awe. I'm here on behalf of the Luokang Calligraphy Association to invite you to join. What? Wu Feng was stunned. He looked at Fang Tong, then at Qi Zhenxian, noticing their expressions, and suddenly understood. These two, they've come to steal him away. His performance at the banquet, that rendition of Ding Feng Bo, had naturally attracted Qi Zhengxuan's attention, which wasn't surprising. But what about Fang Tong? My calligraphy is just legible, it's not good enough to warrant the attention of the Calligraphy Association. Fang Tong seemed to understand Wu Feng's thoughts and smiled faintly. Mr. Wu, our Calligraphy Association is, after all, a literary circle. With your literary talent, if you could join us and make breakthroughs in calligraphy, you would definitely become the brightest star in the literary world of Luokang. No, you would definitely be the most dazzling star among all Chinese writers. Moreover, our Calligraphy Association is very harmonious, there would absolutely be no one to provoke you. Chapter 75, Book Saint. Fang Tong, what are you saying? Qi Zhenxian, standing nearby, couldn't sit still any longer. Fang Tong's words were practically inciting Wu Feng's hatred towards the literary society. He couldn't stand idly by. Qi Zhengxuan's eyes darted around, a sly smile spreading across his face, and he quickly looked at Wu Feng. Mr. Wu, please forgive what our literary society did before. As he spoke, Qi Zhenxian actually stood up and bowed deeply. Wu Feng quickly helped Qi Zhenxian up, smiling helplessly. Mr. Wu, don't worry, I've already taught that Yuan Hua a severe lesson. Until he realizes his mistake, he's not allowed to publish any articles under my literary society's name again. Wu Feng simply smiled at this. All of this was Yuan Hua's own fault. Furthermore, Mr. Wu, I must say that the talent you displayed at the banquet has completely shaken the entire literary world of Luo City. Your name will soon be widely known. At that time, I'm afraid people will flock to visit you, eager to hear your story. Speaking of this, Qi Zhenxian secretly glanced at Wu Feng. Wu Feng was truly helpless at this moment. What Qi Zhenxian said was exactly what he was worried about. He had never intended to become famous this way, much less make a name for himself in literary circles. He just wanted to quietly deliver takeout, write screenplays, direct a few movies for Li Miao, and quickly fulfill his bet with Tianyu Media. After all, that was 100 billion yuan of real money. And now this mess had happened, and before anything even had a chance to happen, Qi Zhenxian and Fang Tong from the Calligraphy Association had come knocking on his door. If we let things fester for a while, even moving might not be an option. Hee, Mr. Qi, what do you suggest? Wu Feng looked at Qi Zhengxuan's sly smile and chuckled inwardly. Qi Zhengxuan's expression shifted, adopting a righteous air of complete concern for Wu Feng. Mr. Wu, how about this? You can register your name in my literary society, become an honorary member, and if anyone comes to the society asking about you, I'll handle them all. How about that? Wu Feng's expression wavered. It has to be said, Qi Zhenxian was far more reliable than this bald-headed Fang Tong. Knowing he couldn't persuade him, he simply used a strategic retreat. Moreover, what Qi Zhenxian said wasn't entirely unreasonable. After a moment's thought, Wu Feng nodded. Since Elder Qi has said so, it would be too unreasonable for me to refuse. All right, I agree. Qi Zhenxian was overjoyed, almost jumping for joy, and gave Fang Tong a provocative look. See? I've got you. Fang Tong, on the other hand, was completely panicked. Mr. Wu, why don't you join my calligraphy association too? I, Fang Tong, have elderly parents and young children to support. I was sent to invite you, and if I fail to do so, I'll definitely be looked down upon by my peers when I return. Stop. Wu Feng was speechless. This Fang Tong even mentioned having elderly parents and young children. It truly made Wu Feng both angry and amused. Elder Fang, as you can see, my calligraphy is a complete mess. I won't join the calligraphy association and embarrass myself. I need to rest now, please leave. Wu Feng was trying to kick him out. Instantly, Qi Zhenxian looked smug, while Fang Tong's face turned ashen. He sighed helplessly and had no choice but to leave. Outside the door, Qi Zhenxian got into his car triumphantly. Fang Tong, this is Mr. Wu's own choice, so just accept it. Fang Tong was so angry he wanted to pluck 2 strands of Qi Zhengxuan's beard. After a pause, Fang Tong had an idea. He grinned and looked at Qi Zhenxian. Old Qi, don't be so absolute. If I can't handle it, I'll have Ningxiu. I refuse to believe Mr. Wu would refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. What? Upon hearing the name Ningxiu, Qi Zhengxuan's expression changed completely. Fang Tong, you're despicable. You actually used a honey trap. Fang Tong laughed loudly. Old Qi, what honey trap? I just thought that Mr. Wu is young and promising, and Ning Shui is also a very talented woman. Perhaps 2 young people together would have more in common? Ha. After saying that, Fang Tong got into his car smugly and drove away, leaving Qi Zhenxian and Professor Fang staring at each other, bewildered. The next day, Wu Feng got up on time and went to deliver groceries to Feng Yixuan. On the way, Wu Feng hummed a little tune, feeling exceptionally cheerful. Now he was like a small vegetable farmer, with his own plot of land. Although he had the extra work of picking and selling vegetables every day, these vegetables, which cost a few dozen yuan, could be sold for 100 times more at restaurants. This business was incredibly profitable. Just around the corner was Feng Yixuan's place, but Wu Feng suddenly stopped. Host, you have a new multiverse delivery order. Please check. Does it have to be this frequent? My heart can't take it. Wu Feng smiled helplessly and opened the system message. The Sage of Calligraphy, Wang Zizi, has encountered a small problem. Please deliver the delivery as soon as possible and help the Sage of Calligraphy resolve his troubles. Wu Feng's mouth instantly formed an O shape. Last time it was for the immortal poet, and this time it's for the Sage of Calligraphy. Speaking of which, lately I seem to be particularly close to literary figures. Wu Feng thought to himself, then found his direction and plunged into a small alley. Whoosh! The scene shifted, and Wu Feng had arrived in another world. This is... Wu Feng steadied himself and looked around at his surroundings, somewhat surprised. At this moment, Wu Feng was standing in a courtyard. A rockery, flower beds, a pavilion, and many flowers and plants. This left Wu Feng quite impressed, the courtyard of the calligraphy sage was truly amazing. Just as he was marveling, a small, slender figure walked over from the archway. As he walked, he could be heard muttering to himself, "How is this possible? I've been writing for 3 years, but the water in the pond hasn't decreased at all. When will I ever finish? Hey, little one, where are your parents?" Wu Feng suddenly spoke, startling the boy. The young boy looked up, puzzled, at Wu Feng. "How did you end up in my courtyard? Who are you?" Wu Feng chuckled, putting on an innocent, warm smile. "Little one, I'm delivering takeout to your parents." "Takeout?" The little guy blinked, seemingly understanding, then asked, "Which elder in my family are you giving a gift to?" Which elder in your family is Wang Zizi?" "Ah," the little guy suddenly exclaimed, then looked at Wu Feng warily. What do you want with me? I don't know you. You're not a child trafficker, are you?" "What?" Wu Feng was stunned. The little boy, barely reaching his waist, was actually Wang Zizi? Had he traveled back to Wang Zizi's childhood? Then, Wu Feng noticed what Wang Zizi was holding, a calligraphy brush with a slightly disheveled tip. Brother Zizi, it's like this." Wu Feng's eyes darted around. Wang Zizi was still a child, he had to coax him. "I've long heard that Brother Zizi's calligraphy is excellent, so I've come to give you a gift." Chapter 76. Wang Zizi, the bystander. "Giving me a gift?" Wang Zizi's eyes widened, then he said somewhat embarrassedly, Is my calligraphy really famous already? But my father always says I'm not good enough yet, and he insists I write until the pond in the backyard is dry before I can go out. I'm so bored." Wu Feng rubbed his nose, he knew this story too. It said that Wang Zizi was playful, so his father forced him to write until the pond was full before he could play. And it was because of this that Wang Zizi later became the sage of calligraphy. After thinking for a moment, Wu Feng asked, "Which pond?" "It's not that pond over there, is it?" Wu Feng pointed to the pond not far away. "Yes." Wang Zizi sighed. Wu Feng was immediately shocked. The pond in front of him was over 30 square meters in diameter. How much water must be in it? Wang Zizi's father was really ruthless. "How long have you been writing?" Wang Zizi sighed. 4 years. I started when I was 4, and now I'm 8. Wu Feng nodded, already having an idea. "Brother Zizi, could you write a few characters for me to see?" Wang Zizi looked at Wu Feng suspiciously, then reluctantly nodded, "All right." Then, his small figure went to the pond, picked up his brush, dipped it in water, and began writing directly on a bluestone slab. Wu Feng's eyes lit up at Wang Zizi's first stroke. The 8-year-old Wang Zizi before him, though still young, already possessed the style of a master. Tisk tisk. It seems that educating children must start from early childhood. This calligraphy master has achieved this in 4 years. It seems that although he was unwilling, he didn't slack off. Not bad, not bad. Wu Feng praised. But my father thinks it won't work, he insists I write down all the water in the pond. Wu Feng chuckled. His mission here was to solve Wang Zizi's problem, and now it seemed this was it. While Wang Zizi's father's order was for him to write down the entire pond's worth of water, it was merely a verbal command. After all, it would probably take 7 or 8 years to finish writing down that much water. Rain was inevitable, and the pond wasn't stagnant, it was simply impossible to complete. It seemed his father was just trying to force Wang Zizi to focus on calligraphy. Now, Wang Zizi's calligraphy was already quite elegant, even without this laborious method, it wouldn't affect his future. Thinking of this, Wu Feng chuckled, "Brother Zizi, why don't you sign for the takeout first? I'll think of a way to help you." "Really?" Wang Zizi was overjoyed. "How do I sign for it?" Wu Feng cheerfully took out the takeout box, watched Wang Zizi sign it, and then excitedly opened it. Wu Feng burst out laughing. Inside the box was a slice of juicy watermelon. "Hee, Brother Zizi, you can relax and enjoy your watermelon. I'll take care of the rest." Wang Zizi blinked his small eyes, held the watermelon, and stood aside. He was also very curious about what Wu Feng planned to do. At this moment, Wu Feng was already standing by the pond. Even with the tools to drain the water from such a large pond, it would take at least half a day, and it was impossible to drink it all. Fortunately, Wu Feng had a trump card. Ao Bing's water control technique. Wu Feng took a deep breath, and the water control technique was activated instantly. The next instant, an invisible vortex of air rushed straight towards the surface of the pond. Immediately, the once calm surface of the pond rippled. Wang Zizi, who was watching the spectacle from the side, was so shocked he almost dropped his melon. A god! A divine being! A huge tornado rose from the pond. Under Wu Feng's control, it ascended directly into the sky, then transformed into a shower of rain, falling onto the grass outside. Having done all this, Wu Feng took a deep breath, glanced at the now dry pond, and smiled smugly. "Brother Zizi, I've got it all done for you." Wang Zizi was so astonished he couldn't close his mouth, staring blankly at Wu Feng as if he were looking at an immortal. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Master! There's a dragon in the backyard. It's true, I saw it, a dragon flew up. Wu Feng chuckled, and at that moment, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. The portal to the main world will open in 10 seconds. Wu Feng waved to Wang Zizi. Brother Zizi, don't forget to give me a 5-star review. Bye bye. With that, Wu Feng rode his electric scooter straight towards the portal. Whoosh! He vanished on the spot. The watermelon in Wang Zizi's hand fell to the ground with a thud. An old man with a long beard, leading a group of servants, rushed over. Zizi, are you all right? Wang Zizi turned his head in astonishment. Father, hi. Without a word, the old man pulled Wang Zizi into his arms. Just then, a servant's voice rang out. Master, the pond has dried up. What? The old man rushed over to take a look, then stared at Wang Zizi in shock. A moment later, the old man's face lit up with joy. Zizi, I never expected your calligraphy practice to produce such an extraordinary phenomenon. It seems you've mastered calligraphy. From today onwards, you no longer need to practice here so diligently. Completely stunned by this immense joy, Wang Zizi stared blankly at the spot where the teleportation portal had appeared, murmuring, Today, I truly saw an immortal. It's unbelievable. Meanwhile, Wu Feng had already returned to the main world. Congratulations, host, on completing the multiverse delivery mission. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a golden gift pack X1. Open? Wu Fengel's mouth was agape. Another golden gift. I already have the talented 8-doubt skill. What aspect of literature can I improve? I wonder what good stuff this gift pack will contain. Open. Congratulations, host, on opening the golden gift pack and obtaining the true essence of Wang Zizi's calligraphy. The true essence of Wang Zizi's calligraphy. After loading, you can automatically learn Wang Zizi's calligraphy. Its momentum and spirit are completely on par with the real Wang Zizi. Wow! Wu Fengel's mouth twisted in disbelief. Did this system know his calligraphy wasn't very good? It's like a pillow delivered just when you're sleepy. So thoughtful. Just then, another system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-star review from Wang Zizi, earning 5 lottery points. Would you like to draw a prize now? Of course. Wu Feng collected his thoughts and brought up the system wheel. The pointer spun for a moment, then stopped. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5 attribute points. You can allocate them as needed. Attribute points again? Wu Feng was taken aback. This was only the second time he'd received attribute points since completing the mission in the Hello Mr. Billionaire world, and this was after he'd allocated the previous 5 points to luck. It seems these attribute points are a very rare reward, but where should I allocate them now? Wu Feng then brought up his attribute panel. Strength 10, Agility 25, Stamina 30, Spirit 20, Charm 10, Luck 55. Right now, his lowest stats are Strength and Charm. As for Strength, with his nanosuit and spider powers, he wasn't in a hurry to increase it. But Charisma. A smile crept across Wu Feng's lips as he added 5 attribute points directly to Charisma, instantly raising it to 15. Tisk tisk, I don't feel any change? Oh well, never mind for now. Wu Feng put away the system, hopped on his electric scooter, and continued delivering vegetables to Feng Yixuan. Chapter 77 Freshman Party. Los Angeles University. The campus was brimming with youthful energy, and all the students were discussing the same topic, the freshman welcome party. As is customary, Los Angeles University holds such a party a week after each new student arrives. Firstly, it helps new students integrate into the school more quickly, and secondly, it provides a platform for everyone to showcase themselves. And tonight was the day of the party. Xiao Qian, hurry up. We need to rehearse again, we're going to perform tonight. Wu Rui was pulling Fang Xiaoqian along as they ran across campus. As freshmen, their striking looks had earned them an invitation to participate in a dance performance. Ouch, Xiaoyui, slow down. My legs are about to break, Fang Xiaoqian muttered softly. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a corner of the campus, and she quickly grabbed Wu Rui. Xiao Rui, look, that's Senior Chu Ningxiu. Ha! Wu Rui stopped and turned to look. Not far from them, a girl over 1.7 meters tall, with an exceptionally beautiful figure and appearance, was walking on campus. Beside Chu Ningxiu was a handsome male classmate, clearly acting as a bodyguard, blocking the male students trying to rush forward. Xiao Qian, who is Chu Ningxiu? Fang Xiaoqian looked at Wu Rui as if she were a monster. Xiao Rui, you don't even know Chu Ningxiu? She's the #1 beauty at Luokang University. I really don't know. Fang Xiaoqian immediately gave in to Wu Rui's gaze and began to explain. Chu Ningxiu, the daughter of the Chu family, the wealthiest family in Yuzhou, is currently a senior majoring in Chinese literature at Luokang University. Let me put it this way, Xu Ningxiu has been at our school since freshman year. From freshman to senior year, the title of number one beauty has been firmly on her head for 4 years without wavering. Wow, that's amazing. Wu Rui was also slightly surprised, looking at Xu Ningxiu's figure and secretly comparing herself to her, thinking to herself that she was indeed a great beauty. But Feng Xiaoqian said matter-of-factly, of course she's amazing. She's a true talent. She's proficient in everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting. But I'm curious, she usually doesn't come back to school. Why did she suddenly appear today? The two girls thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, then suddenly realized they had to go to rehearsal, so they hurriedly left. Over here, Xu Ningxiu's face remained as cold as ice. It wasn't that she thought she was special, but mainly that her family environment from childhood gave her an almost narcissistic confidence. She started learning painting at 3, chess at 5, calligraphy at 7, and also enrolled in piano lessons that same year. It's fair to say her childhood was far more rigorous than that of the average student. This has shaped her into who she is today. At the age of a senior in college, she has won awards at the city level or above in all 4 subjects: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Almost everyone at Luokang University knows her. She's practically the face of Luokang University. Under the watchful eyes of her classmates, Xu Ningxiu and the man escorting her arrived directly at the dean's office. Dean Li, the elderly man, who was reading behind his desk wearing thick glasses, looked up and smiled. Ningxiu's here. Xu Ningxiu smiled sweetly and nodded. Dean Li, Chairman Feng told you everything, right? Dean Li chuckled, somewhat helplessly saying, that old rascal Fang Tong. He can't handle things himself, so he leaves them to you. I'm truly exasperated with him. Xu Ningxiu continued with a smile, I heard from Chairman Feng that not only him, but even Elder Qi paid a visit this time. Dean, is that Wu Feng really that impressive? Dean Li laughed heartily, how impressive? I haven't seen it with my own eyes. But since Elder Qi and Old Man Feng both approve of him, he must be quite capable. At this moment, the man who had been following Xu Ningxiu spoke up with a faint smile. Just a frivolous, flashy fellow. He actually dares to ask our Ningxiu to personally intervene. Before he could finish speaking, Xu Ningxiu coldly interrupted him. Sun Hui, watch your words. What do you mean by we? Sun Hui's face froze for a moment, then he chuckled lightly. Yes, I'll be more careful next time. Dean Li, standing to the side, watched the two young people and smiled faintly as well. Ningxiu, Sun Hui has been pursuing you since freshman year, and he's eliminated at least 80 or 100 rivals. Can't you at least give him a little more respect? Xu Ningxiu looked at Dean Li somewhat angrily. Dean. All right. I don't care about your youthful affairs. Dean Li quickly waved his hand, then changed the subject. As for Wu Feng, whom you're looking for, I've already sent someone to inquire. His sister, Wu Rui, will be attending the welcome party tonight, and he should be there too. If you don't want to go to his house, you can try there. Xu Ningxiu then gave a sweet smile. Thank you, Dean. Night fell quickly. Just after 8 o'clock, Wu Feng appeared on the campus of Luokang University. The campus was bustling with activity. Wu Feng didn't even need to ask, he could find the venue of the party simply by following the crowd. Entering the hall, Wu Feng felt the youthful energy of the students around him and couldn't help but sigh. Although he wasn't much older than them, he felt old. Wu Feng took out his phone and dialed Wu Rui's number. Xiao Rui, I'm already in the hall. Where are you? Ah, brother, you're already here. I'll have Xiao Qian come pick you up. After hanging up, Wu Feng looked around the venue for a while when suddenly someone lightly tapped him on the back. Ha ha, brother Feng. Hearing this exaggerated laughter, Wu Feng turned around and immediately saw Feng Xiaoqian, who was wearing light makeup. Where's Xiaoyui? Is she still getting her makeup done? Feng Xiaoqian nodded happily. Yes. Our first performance tonight is piano dance, she's not finished yet, so she asked me to pick you up. Xiao Qian then led Wu Feng backstage. Not all students were allowed in, but Feng Xiaoqian's outgoing personality meant she was already familiar with the other students, so bringing Wu Feng in was no problem at all. Xiaoyui, I brought brother Feng. Wu Rui, who was sitting in front of the makeup mirror drawing her eyebrows, looked up, looking a little shy. Brother. Wu Feng chuckled. Xiao Rui, I've never seen you wear makeup before. This must be tough. Wu Rui blushed slightly, this question had indeed stumped her. Feng Xiaoqian laughed heartily, took the eyebrow pencil, and began carefully applying makeup to Wu Rui. Wu Feng watched with a smile, completely oblivious to the fact that a gaze was already fixed on him. Chapter 78 The Mysterious Pianist. Ningxiu, it seems I overestimated him. I thought he'd at least look presentable, but he's just a delivery guy, ha ha ha. Backstage, Sun Hui looked at Wu Feng in another corner with a mocking expression and chuckled softly. Xu Ningxiu's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Wu Feng, dressed in a deliveryman's uniform, with disbelief. After her senior year, she mostly interned at her family's company and rarely came to school. This time, she came at the request of Fang Tong, the president of the Calligraphy Association. Originally, she thought that since Wu Feng could shock the entire Luo City literary world with 2 poems, he must be a big shot. But what she saw made her quite doubtful. This delivery guy, really, is the guy that Fang Tong and Qi Zhenxian both extended olive branches to. Over here, Wu Rui, with Fang Xiaoqin's help, finally finished her makeup. She lifted her skirt and twirled gently in front of Wu Feng. Brother, how is it? Wu Feng's eyes crinkled with laughter. Beautiful. Fang Xiaoqian, looking exasperated by their antics, urged, all right, Xiaorui, it's almost our turn to go on stage. Just then, a figure rushed frantically towards the stage. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned towards them. Xiaoli, what's wrong? Several female classmates, also dressed and waiting to go on stage, rushed over. Xiaoli, panting, her face slightly pale. Zhang Rui, who's in charge of playing the piano, suddenly got gastroenteritis and has been taken to the hospital. Instantly, chaos erupted backstage. Even Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian stared in disbelief. Their dance group was the first performance to go on stage. Piano dance was originally intended to be performed by a pianist and a group of young girls dancing together. They had been rehearsing diligently for several days for today, but at the last minute, this situation occurred. What do we do? Even if we rearrange the program order, it's too late. The others are already urging us to hurry. Everyone panicked. How could this happen? Wu Rui was also anxiously pacing back and forth. Don't panic, everyone. At this moment, Wu Feng suddenly spoke up. He patted Wu Rui and Fang Xiaoqian on the shoulders, then looked at the group of young women. You all hurry up and get on stage. I'll take care of the piano playing for you. You, who are you? Yeah, how are you going to take care of it? Wu Rui looked over anxiously. Brother, what are you going to do? Wu Feng stroked his chin, a mysterious smile on his face. You guys go ahead, I'll take care of it. Fang Xiaoqian blinked, her eyes gleaming, and immediately began calling to her companions. Everyone, trust Brother Feng. This isn't just anyone, it's Xiao Rui's brother. Let's hurry up and get on stage. It's Xiao Rui's brother? Then let's hurry up and get on stage. Let's go. After watching the group of girls rush onto the stage, Wu Feng glanced around, his gaze only briefly sweeping over Chu Ningxiu before he quickly followed. Hey, you're in charge of lighting, right? Make sure the stage lights don't shine on the piano. Wu Feng approached the lighting coordinator at the front of the stage. What do you mean? And what are you doing here? Wu Feng smiled faintly. Isn't your pianist sick? I'm filling in temporarily. You can't let all the students below see this, can you? The lighting coordinator, of course, understood this and could only nod. Well, then you better not cause any trouble. Wu Feng nodded, a confident smile on his face, and then walked towards the piano. The stage lights suddenly went out. Immediately afterwards, large beams of light shone on Wu Rui's team. The pianist's area, located in a corner, remained completely dark. Almost no one in the audience noticed anything amiss. Immediately, as the soothing piano music began, Wu Rui, Fang Xiaoqian, and the others on stage all paused for a moment, then naturally began to dance gracefully. Ballade pour Adeline. This was a piano piece perfectly suited for dance. The melody was gentle and soothing, creating a comfortable feeling of being immersed in the music. Backstage, many people who knew the pianist was temporarily ill but still heard the beautiful music were secretly surprised. Where had they found another pianist? Among them, the most shocked was Chu Ningxiu. She had been secretly observing Wu Feng from a corner. When Wu Feng suggested that Wu Rui's team continue on stage, a strange feeling arose in Chu Ningxiu's heart. This feeling only intensified when she quietly followed Wu Feng to the front of the stage and saw that it was indeed Wu Feng himself sitting down at the piano. When the very first notes of Ballade pour Adeline, a piece she knew all too well, began to play, the wall around the water truly cracked. The wall that Chu Ningxiu had erected against Wu Feng had crumbled. She was completely stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be a good lyricist? She had read those 2 lyrics, they were indeed very impressive. But how could he also play the piano? Moreover, Chu Ningxiu herself had studied piano and already obtained a grade 10 certificate. This piano piece was on par with hers. No, it could be said that he had completely surpassed her. Because at this moment, Wu Feng was playing in complete darkness, without any light. Chu Ningxiu knew very well that even if she had memorized the score, she couldn't play so smoothly under these conditions. Chu Ningxiu was completely stunned. Her mouth was slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief, as she stared blankly at the figure in the darkness. Meanwhile, Sun Hui, who had come with Chu Ningxiu, nearly ground his teeth to powder upon seeing her expression. He had been pursuing Chu Ningxiu for 4 years. In those 4 years, he had never seen Chu Ningxiu show such an expression. Now, she was showing this expression to someone she had just met and didn't even know. It was simply outrageous. Damn it! You like to show off, huh? Just you wait. I'll make you pay. A piano piece, only a few minutes long, was nearing its end. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Wu Rui and her companions smiled happily, then gathered together and bowed to thank the audience. Wu Feng didn't go forward. Instead, he immediately went backstage after the piece ended. He didn't want Xiao Rui to know that he could actually play the piano. Just as Wu Feng stepped backstage, he suddenly encountered Chu Ningxiu and Sun Hui, who had been observing him from behind. Wu Feng was slightly surprised, then smiled faintly, nodded as a greeting, and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Hearing Chu Ningxiu's voice behind him, Wu Feng stopped. What is it, classmate? Chu Ningxiu's expression had returned to normal, but at this moment, she no longer considered Wu Feng a simple deliveryman. You're not a student at Luokang University, are you? Chu Ningxiu asked with a faint smile. Chapter 79 I disagree. Wu Feng tilted his head back and heard footsteps coming from the stage. Wu Rui and the others were already leaving. He turned to Chu Ningxiu. Is something wrong? Chu Ningxiu smiled slightly. Nothing much, it just reminded me of my piano lessons. I'd like to make friends with you, let's get to know each other. My name is Chu Ningxiu. By this time, some members of Wu Rui's team had already walked around the corner. Wu Feng, eager to leave, nodded absent-mindedly. Okay, my name is Wu Feng. Chu Ningxiu didn't find his completely indifferent expression strange, but Sun Hui, standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. Are you kidding me? Our Ningxiu is talking to you, and this is your attitude. Wu Feng was stunned. Oh? Then tell me, what attitude should I have? Chu Ningxiu was also stunned. Sun Hui, what are you doing? Sun Hui, looking indignant on Chu Ningxiu's behalf, exclaimed, Ningxiu, don't worry about it. Today I'm going to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Damn it, he thinks he's the best just because he wrote some good lyrics. As he spoke, Sun Hui couldn't resist rushing forward. Wu Feng slightly shifted his body, blocking the view, not wanting Xiao Rui to notice the commotion. Moreover, from Sun Hui's words, Wu Feng sensed that this person had probably come for something else. Just then, brother? Wu Rui came running over, her face beaming. Brother, who did you find to play the piano for us? She played so well. Without her, our performance would have been a disaster. Wu Feng was speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Fang Xiaoqian, who followed behind, widened her eyes in astonishment. Oh, Chu Ningxiu. Fang Xiaoqian's shout immediately drew the attention of the rest of the dance team. Wow, it really is Senior Ningxiu. Oh my god, she's so beautiful, even I, a girl, blush. Even Wu Rui was surprised. She only just noticed that standing in front of Wu Feng was none other than the #1 beauty of Luo City University. Brother, this is... Wu Feng was sweating bullets. If he said he had someone else play the piano, Sun Hui would probably expose him immediately. But if he didn't say anyone else, how could he explain to Wu Rui that he could play the piano? Just then, Chu Ningxiu, standing to the side, actually extended her hand. Hello, Wu Rui. Wu Rui, somewhat flattered, extended her hand. Fang Xiaoqian looked this way and that, her little brain instantly working, as if she had discovered something incredible. Brother Feng, don't tell me that the person you just asked to play the piano for us was senior sister Ningxiu. Wu Feng was stunned, then quickly gave Chu Ningxiu a wink. Chu Ningxiu was slightly taken aback, then smiled faintly. Yes, Brother Feng and I are old friends. This time, I was able to help out. Wow, it really was senior sister Ningxiu playing. I knew it. She plays so well, way better than Zhang Rui. Wu Feng's heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, finally settled. He looked at Chu Ningxiu and smiled inwardly. Interesting. Sun Hui, standing to the side, was trembling with anger. Ningxiu, why did you? Shut up. Chu Ningxiu glared at him, and Sun Hui immediately fell silent. But at the same time, he glared at Wu Feng with even more resentment, looking like he wanted to devour him whole. Brother Feng, you're really not being fair. When did you meet this senior? You didn't even tell me. And Xiao Rui. Fang Xiaoqian, completely oblivious to the situation, nudged Wu Feng, her smile meaningful. Wu Feng was speechless, but could only smile helplessly. Chu Ningxiu smiled faintly. You guys go ahead with your work, I need to talk to Wu Feng about something. Oh, okay. Chu Ningxiu gave Wu Feng a look, and he nodded, following her out. On the way, Chu Ningxiu mentally planned how to approach Wu Feng and invite him to join the calligraphy association. Sun Hui, on the other hand, wanted nothing more than to tear Wu Feng to pieces, constantly rolling his eyes at him. As for Wu Feng, he figured he might as well make the best of it, but he was genuinely curious to see what kind of person she was. Soon, the three arrived at an empty classroom. Upon entering, Wu Feng glanced at the classroom's layout. Clearly, this was a place for students who enjoyed calligraphy to practice. The walls were hung with student works, and the classroom was fully equipped with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Wu, Shu. The two spoke simultaneously. They exchanged a smile, and Wu Feng gestured, "You go first." Chu Ningxiu smiled faintly. "Mr. Wu, actually, the main reason I'm here is to invite you to join the Luo City Calligraphy Association." Wu Feng looked at her with slight surprise. "Miss Chu, you're in the Calligraphy Association?" Chu Ningxiu nodded, "Just a nominal vice president." Wu Feng was secretly taken aback. He really hadn't realized that such a beautiful young woman was actually the vice president of the Calligraphy Association. "Old Fang sent you, didn't he?" Chu Ningxiu didn't hide anything, saying, "Last night, Old Fang called me, insisting that I find you, Mr. Wu, no matter what." Wu Feng nodded and smiled. That made sense now. "What surprises me is that I originally thought Mr. Wu only liked writing lyrics, but meeting you today, I didn't expect you could also play the piano." Chu Ningxiu added. Wu Feng waved his hand. "I only know a little." Chu Ningxiu looked at Wu Feng with interest. "Mr. Wu, you're too modest." "So, what do you mean?" Wu Feng stroked his chin. It wasn't easy to refuse such an invitation from a beautiful woman. More importantly, Chu Ningxiu had previously admitted to playing the piano on his behalf, which was a huge help. In any case, this favor had to be repaid. Joining the Calligraphy Association isn't really impossible, it's just that I'm quite busy with work and I'm afraid I'll rarely have time to participate in association activities. Hearing Wu Feng's answer, Chu Ningxiu's face lit up with joy. However, at that moment, Sun Hui, who had been wearing a gloomy face, exploded again. "You're still holding back, huh? You're giving me attitude. What are you so busy with? It's just delivering takeout. What are you pretending for?" Chu Ningxiu's expression suddenly changed. "Sun Hui, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Sun Hui was completely enraged. Since meeting Wu Feng, he had already been reprimanded twice by Chu Ningxiu. This was completely unprecedented. In a fit of anger, Sun Hui said, "Ningxiu, with his lousy handwriting, I really don't know what Chairman Fang saw in him that made him so important to invite him. Now he even dares to put on airs. I absolutely will not allow someone like that to join the Calligraphy Association. I disagree." Chapter 80, Truth or Falsehood? Sun Hui. Chu Ningxiu looked at him coldly. "President Fang's decision is none of your business. Ningxiu, I certainly don't have the right to veto it, but I do have the right to decide whether I should remain in the Calligraphy Association." "You?" Chu Ningxiu was stunned. Sun Hui, from the first moment he saw Chu Ningxiu in freshman year, had been relentlessly pursuing her. He had crushed countless competitors in the process. Although Chu Ningxiu looked down on Sun Hui, she had to admit he truly possessed the ability. Sun Hui's family was also a large family in Yuzhou. While not as powerful as the Chu family, they were still a formidable force on their own. Moreover, Sun Hui was indeed exceptionally talented. He only started practicing calligraphy in his freshman year, and in just over 3 years, he had already achieved a very high level of skill. He had represented the Calligraphy Association in several calligraphy competitions and won numerous awards. All this was to attract Chu Ningxiu's attention. Because of this, although he didn't hold any official position in the Luo City Calligraphy Association, he still enjoyed considerable prestige. Now, Sun Hui was actually using this to blackmail him. Chu Ningxiu could imagine that if Sun Hui really decided to resign from his membership in the Calligraphy Association, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, perhaps even affecting half of the Luo City Calligraphy Association. This was not a decision she, a woman, could make lightly. Seeing Chu Ningxiu's stunned expression, Sun Hui's face revealed a slight smugness. "Ningxiu, you understand my feelings. I joined the Calligraphy Association entirely for you. Now you're treating me like this for some stinky delivery guy. I'm heartbroken. Heartbroken my foot. You're just a simp. You make it sound so refined and elegant, anyone who didn't know better would think you were some kind of devoted lover." Wu Feng, unable to bear it any longer, muttered, "What did you say?" Sun Hui's face instantly turned ashen. Wu Feng smiled faintly, "Nothing. I'm a bit blunt, and my honesty might be a little harsh, but just listen." "Bullshit." Sun Hui's cheek muscles twitched violently. He, the young master of the prestigious Sun family, had never been spoken to like that before. "What are you so arrogant about? You just wrote 2 poems. This is the Calligraphy Association. What right do you have to speak with your scrawled, haphazard handwriting? I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of here." 10. Sun Hui. "Let me call Chairman Fang first." Seeing Sun Hui actually start counting down, Chu Ningxiu also lost her composure and took out her phone to call Fang Tong. She truly didn't know how to handle the situation. At this moment, Wu Feng smiled calmly. "What's so difficult about calligraphy? You really think I can't write decent characters?" Sun Hui stopped counting down and couldn't help but sneer. "Damn, pretty arrogant. Let me tell you, I look down on you. You think calligraphy is like delivering takeout on a bike? Any elementary school student could write better than you. Is that so? Wu Feng chuckled, said nothing more, and walked straight to the side. There was a writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Wu Feng casually picked up a brush and dipped it in ink. Sun Hui, seeing this, sneered even more. What? Trying to show off your skills? Wu Feng, you're just a delivery guy, you need to face that fact. I'm telling you right now, if you can write beautiful calligraphy right now, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa. Humph. Wu Feng's hand holding the brush paused slightly. He turned his head and smiled. You said it, I didn't force you. With that, Wu Feng turned around. The true essence of Wang Zizi's calligraphy, loading. Buzz. A strange fluctuation instantly surged into Wu Feng's mind. His aura suddenly changed dramatically. Wu Feng seemed like a completely different person. The brush in his hand seemed to come alive in an instant. His brush strokes were divinely inspired. The 9th year of Yang He, the year of Gui Zhou, the beginning of late spring. The first 12 characters were written in one breath. The pauses between characters were almost non-existent. Instantly, Xu Ningxiu was astonished. Sun Hui was dumbfounded. This calligraphy. This momentum. It would be impossible to achieve this without decades of arduous practice. Sun Hui stared blankly as Wu Feng continued to dip his brush in ink and write, feeling as if his entire being had been emptied. His soul almost flew away. This is impossible. Yesterday it was a terrible piece of calligraphy, how could it become like this today? It's unscientific, this is unscientific. Xu Ningxiu, at this moment, stared wide-eyed at Wu Feng, unblinking. Wu Feng hadn't activated his extraordinary talent when writing this preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Therefore, Xu Ningxiu and Sun Hui, both present, clearly understood what Wu Feng was writing, but it was precisely because they understood that they felt terrified. It's so similar. Neither of them had seen the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion before. They had copied it countless times during their calligraphy practice, but they had never seen anything like Wu Feng's almost identical copy. It's no exaggeration to say that, on the same quality paper, Wu Feng's version would be virtually indistinguishable from Feng Chensu's copy, which best embodies the spirit of the original preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. Indistinguishable from the real thing. While Xu Ningxiu and Sun Hui were completely stunned, Wu Feng completed the work in one go. Those who read this later will also be moved by this writing. 324 characters in total. Snap! Wu Feng slammed his brush down, his expression relaxed and calm, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Sun Hui with amusement. Xu Ningxiu, holding her breath, leaned closer and examined it carefully again. Ethereal as clouds, graceful as a dragon in flight. Mr. Wu, could you give me this calligraphy? Xu Ningxiu was so excited she stammered. Wu Feng chuckled and casually waved his hand. Take it if you like it, it's not worth much. Then Wu Feng looked at Sun Hui. What did you say before? If I could write beautiful calligraphy, what would you do? Hee, I wonder if my calligraphy is pleasing to the eye. Hearing Wu Feng's lightly smiling question, Sun Hui was struck dumb, his whole body trembling, completely speechless. More than pleasing to the eye. This calligraphy, without exaggeration, is something that probably very few people in the world could write. This isn't just a matter of whether it's pleasing to the eye. To someone who understands calligraphy, this piece is probably worth a fortune per character. You, Wu Feng, you fucking tricked me. Sun Hui stared intently at Wu Feng, his face grim. Wu Feng shrugged, looking helpless. I don't even know you. Why would I trick you? Besides, you came to me willingly. Normally, I wouldn't bother arguing with someone like you. You. Sun Hui suddenly clutched his chest, swaying slightly. Fine. This isn't over. You wait. With that, he turned and left, his face ashen. Chapter 81. You don't blame me, do you? Watching Sun Hui leave, Wu Feng smiled faintly and chatted casually with Xu Ningxiu for a few more minutes. During this time, Xu Ningxiu's gaze towards Wu Feng completely changed. From initial doubt, even disdain, to now, her eyes sparkling, Wu Feng was chatting nervously, afraid this girl might suddenly pounce on him. Mr. Wu, you truly amaze me. Not only are you skilled in lyrics and piano, but even calligraphy. Are you really just a delivery driver? Wu Feng chuckled awkwardly. These are just things I do casually in my spare time. My main job is delivering food. Wow. You're really amazing. Wu Feng smiled helplessly. Don't bother with the formalities, just call me Wu Feng. Okay. Wu Feng, so joining the Calligraphy Association is settled then? Wu Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's do it this way. But I'll let you know beforehand, I don't have much time. Xu Ningxiu quickly waved her hand and said, It's alright. Even if you're just a figurehead, it's perfectly fine. Alright then. I'll be going now, I have to deliver some takeout. Okay, bye-bye. After Wu Feng left, Xu Ningxiu examined the preface to the Orchid Pavilion again. Even someone as aloof and discerning as him showed a hint of admiration. Wu Feng has a calm personality, yet his calligraphy is so beautiful. Chu Ningxiu bit her lip and secretly made a decision. Tomorrow night is the Luo City charity auction, I can totally. Thinking of this, she quickly took out her phone and dialed Fang Tong's number. Meanwhile, Wu Feng found Xiao Rui and Fang Xiaoqian, chatted for a while, then said goodbye and continued his takeout business. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Wu Feng got up early, bought groceries at the market, and then selected some from the map of mountains and rivers to take to the restaurant. Just as he stepped out the door, the phone rang. Haha, Xian. So early, what's up? It's nothing, where are you now? Wu Feng chuckled as he rode his bike, just about to go to the restaurant. What's up? Come to my company when you're done, there's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. After hanging up, Wu Feng thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out what Tang Xian wanted to talk to him about, so he simply stopped thinking about it. An hour later, when Wu Feng appeared in Tang Xian's office, Tang Xian was on the phone. Seeing Wu Feng arrive, she gestured for him to make himself at home. Wu Feng didn't stand on ceremony, casually picking up a fashion magazine from the table and flipping through it. The magazine, published by Huankei Fashion, mostly featured high-end cosmetics and advertising copy. Wu Feng glanced at it for a while until Tang Xian finished her phone call. How was it? Wu Feng hesitated. How was what? Tang Xian rolled her eyes at him, pointing to the magazine in her hand. Oh, this? I don't really know much about it, Wu Feng said honestly with a smile. Tang Xian chuckled softly. The company has a big project coming up soon, so I might be quite busy for the next few days. But I've already made arrangements with the restaurant, there shouldn't be any problems. Wu Feng chuckled, speechless. Xian, what kind of relationship do we have? You had to tell me this in person? Couldn't you have just said it over the phone? Tang Xian giggled, her charm captivating. If the other employees saw this, they'd probably think they'd seen a ghost. After all, Tang Xian was always the aloof CEO at the company, rarely showing a smile. I called you here, of course, not to talk about this, but something else. Tang Xian paused, then continued, Wu Feng, there's a charity auction tonight. Come with me. Ha! Wu Feng was stunned. A charity auction? What's that for? It's where some prominent figures in Luokang get together, auction off items for a small amount of money, and then donate the proceeds to impoverished mountain areas. Ah, Wu Feng chuckled, stroking his chin. So, I'm a prominent figure too. Tang Xian couldn't help but laugh. After all, so many wealthy young men and big bosses recognized you when the restaurant opened last time. You're a boss now, after all. Come with me. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow and joked, hee, should I go as Feng Yixuan's boss, or as your boyfriend, Tang Xian? A blush flashed across Tang Xian's face, but it disappeared in an instant. She calmly sat back down behind her desk. You can choose whatever role you want. If you really don't want to go, I won't force you. No way. Wu Feng chuckled. I'm going. There's bound to be lots of good food and drinks at these gatherings. Why not go? Tang Xian laughed again. She looked at Wu Feng, thought for a moment, and hesitated, saying, then tonight, dress a little more neatly. Don't always wear your uniform. I don't mind, but most people will treat you differently depending on your status, which isn't good for you. Wu Feng felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Okay, I'll call you later. Great. Leaving Huankei Fashion, Wu Feng hopped on his electric scooter. Thinking about Tang Xian's appearance a moment earlier, he smiled inwardly, then turned the scooter around and headed straight for the city's shopping mall. No matter what, I'm a successful man now. Xian was right. In this world, if you're riding an electric scooter, even if you give up a Zonghua cigarette to a passerby, people will probably think you're showing off. But if you drive a BMW, even if you give up a Zongnanhai cigarette to a passerby, no one will dare look down on you. Soon, they arrived at the mall. Wu Feng parked his car and went straight inside. He didn't plan to buy any expensive clothes costing tens of thousands of yuan, as long as they fit and look presentable, that was fine. Soon, he arrived at a men's clothing brand store on the third floor. Just as Wu Feng was casually browsing clothes, a slightly surprised voice sounded from behind. Wu Feng! Wu Feng was stunned, turned around, and then completely froze. The voice belonged to a young woman about Wu Feng's age. She was pretty, but her obviously high-end clothing accentuated her overall, Qiji, a combination of elegance, poise, and refinement, earning her an overall score of 80. What stunned Wu Feng was that this woman was someone he had grown up with in the orphanage. Zhao Ying. It really is you, Wu Feng. Long time no see. You're still delivering food? Wu Feng chuckled softly, adjusting his delivery uniform. Yes, still delivering. Zhao Ying, you've become even more beautiful, hee. Not at all. Zhao Ying smiled slightly, hesitated for a moment before saying, back then, you insisted on leaving the orphanage, and I didn't go with you. You don't blame me, do you? Chapter 82, a powerful lineup. How could I blame you? Wu Feng gave a wry smile and said softly. Back then, Zhao Ying entered the orphanage at the same time as Wu Feng. They grew up together, and Wu Feng always saved extra food and drink for Zhao Ying. And Zhao Ying always liked to follow Wu Feng around, playing games with him. That's what childhood sweethearts are all about. At 18, Wu Feng insisted on leaving the orphanage to make his own way in the world. Zhao Ying, who everyone thought was most likely to stay with Wu Feng, chose to stay. On the contrary, Wu Rui, who was a few years younger than Wu Feng, was incredibly bold and ran away, never leaving his side. Actually, Wu Feng had always wanted to ask Zhao Ying why she made that choice. But he was stubborn by nature and mature beyond his years, so Wu Feng chose to remain silent. Several years have passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl Wu Rui has grown up and gone to university, and their bond is even stronger than that of siblings. During this time, Wu Feng called the orphanage to inquire and learned that Zhao Ying had been taken away shortly after he left. As for where she went, Wu Feng didn't pursue the matter further. But who would have thought that they would meet again today, under these circumstances? What about Xiao Rui? Is she still with you? Hearing Zhao Ying's question, Wu Feng pulled himself together and smiled. Xiao Rui is in university now, doing very well. Zhao Ying smiled, that's good. Just then, another male voice rang out. Xiao Ying, is this your friend? Wu Feng turned his head and saw a man in an expensive custom-made suit, a priceless watch on his wrist, walking towards them with a broad smile. Zhao Ying's expression tightened slightly, and she quickly went over and took the man's arm. Chen Zhong, let me introduce you. This is my good friend from the orphanage, Wu Feng. Chen Zhong glanced at Wu Feng, a slight, disdainful smile playing on his lips. Xiao Ying, why didn't you tell me you had a good friend who delivers takeout? We could order some takeout to try something different when we get tired of eating at the hotel. Zhao Ying immediately looked at Wu Feng, explaining, Wu Feng, don't mind him, Chen Zhong just likes to joke. Wu Feng smiled faintly, it's alright, I didn't take it to heart. Humph. Chen Zhong snorted coldly, then turned to Zhao Ying, finished shopping? Let's go, the car's downstairs. Oh, okay. Zhao Ying responded, then waved to Wu Feng. The two went downstairs and got into a convertible BMW. Chen Zhong, driving, had a slightly gloomy expression. Zhao Ying, in the passenger seat, noticed this, a smile playing on her lips, and gently placed a hand on Chen Zhong's leg. Darling, I only realized how wise my decision was after meeting Wu Feng today. Chen Zhong scoffed, what do you mean? Zhao Ying looked ahead, if I had chosen to leave the orphanage with him, I'd probably still be worrying about basic necessities every day. But with you, it's completely different. Chen Zhong then turned to look at Zhao Ying, giving her a cold laugh, good to know. From now on, I don't want to see this kind of trashy friend anymore. I don't like them. Fine, we won't meet. Besides, it was just a coincidence today. Zhao Ying smiled coquettishly, then sat up straight, glancing towards the mall, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Wu Feng, we're from two different worlds now. Meanwhile, Wu Feng watched Zhao Ying and Chen Zhong go downstairs, then stood there for a long time, until a sales assistant softly reminded him, Sir, is there anything you like? Wu Feng snapped out of his reverie, shaking his head to clear his mind, which one is the most expensive here? The sales assistant looked visibly surprised, then quickly replied, oh, it's a handmade suit, priced at 750,000. Wrap it up for me. Ah, the sales assistant's mouth dropped open. Wu Feng chuckled, casually pulled out a black card and handed it over, swipe card. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. Also, I can give you a free premium VIP membership card for our store, would you like that? A few minutes later, Wu Feng came out carrying a suit worth over 700,000 yuan, casually hung it on the handlebars of his electric scooter, started it, and sped off. Soon, evening arrived. Downstairs at Huankei Fashion, Tang Xian took out her phone and dialed Wu Feng's number. Hey, I'm waiting for you at the company, come over. Okay, I'll be there soon. A few minutes later, a rather comical scene appeared in Tang Xian's sight. A man dressed in an expensive custom-made suit, looking every bit the aristocrat, was actually riding a dilapidated electric scooter, wobbling along. Tang Xian was somewhat amused and exasperated. But when Wu Feng got off the scooter and stood in front of her, Tang Xian was completely stunned. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Wu Feng was a little embarrassed. He should have tried it on before buying the suit, the trousers were actually a bit tight. This suit, worth over 700,000 yuan, was surprisingly tight. No! Tang Xian reached out and adjusted Wu Feng's collar. It looks great. Wu Feng, you should wear clothes like this more often. Come on, it's not as comfortable as my old yellow robe. Wu Feng smiled helplessly. Then the two got into the car and drove towards their villa, where old Master Tang Yuan was waiting. The Grand Golden Splendor Hotel. It was almost 8 p.m. Luxury cars were constantly pulling up in front of the hotel. The men who got out were either dashing or exuded confidence. The women were either radiant or elegantly graceful. They were all wealthy and powerful. They walked arm in arm into the hotel and into the banquet hall. The hall was already bustling with activity. Those qualified to attend tonight's charity auction are all prominent figures in Luocheng. Even some bigwigs from other cities are present. And among them are quite a few acquaintances of Wu Feng. Wang Sun, whom Wu Feng saved, Qi Jin, the eldest son of the Qi family, Sun Hui, who still owes Wu Feng a title of grandpa, Fang Tong and Chu Ningxue from the Calligraphy Association, Qi Zhenxian from the Literary Society, Hu Tianya from Tianya Media, and even Li Miao, now a nationally renowned superstar. A formidable lineup. The many important figures present all knew each other, and even those who might have disagreed normally were now gathered together, raising their glasses in lively conversation and laughter. A moment later, a man and a woman entered through the door. None other than Chen Zhong and Zhao Ying. Tonight, Zhao Ying wore an expensive gown with diamonds embellishing the neckline and cuffs, her hair styled in an updo, making her even more radiant. While not the most beautiful woman at the banquet, Zhao Ying undeniably attracted the attention of many men. Just then, Chen Zhong entered the hall, and Qi Jin and Sun Hui, who had been engaged in lively conversation, exchanged a glance and walked over with smiles. Chapter 83. I really underestimated you. Ha ha ha. Brother Chen, you've finally arrived. Qi Jin greeted him with a hearty laugh. Brother Qi, it's been so long. I've missed you terribly. Qi Jin laughed for a while, then looked at Sun Hui beside him. Brother Chen, I don't need to introduce young Master Sun, do I? The Sun and Chen families of Yuzhou are considered the second most powerful families after the Chu family. It's no secret that the two families have some business dealings, almost everyone in this circle knows. Both families have some business in Luocheng, so naturally they know Qi Jin. Now that the younger generation of the two families has met, Qi Jin, acting as mediator, naturally intends to reconcile them and hope for mutual benefit. Chen Zhong and Sun Hui aren't fools either. Even if they dislike each other, they don't necessarily want to start a fight tonight. Therefore, Chen Zhong met Sun Hui's gaze and smiled slightly. Of course, I'm an old acquaintance of young Master Sun. Sun Hui also said, Brother Chen, when did you manage to snag such a beautiful sister-in-law? Zhao Ying stepped forward slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Young Master Qi, young Master Sun, hello, I'm Zhao Ying. Her demeanor was poised and confident, without the slightest hint of awkwardness or discomfort. Sun Hui paused slightly, then seemed to remember something. Brother Chen, could this be the girl Auntie adopted from the orphanage years ago? Chen Zhong nodded with a slight smile. It wasn't surprising that Sun Hui knew that Chen Zhong's mother had adopted a girl from an orphanage in Luocheng. Rumor had it that the Chen family adopted the girl simply to complete the Chinese character for good, meaning good/happy, with Chen Zhong, their only son. But in reality, Zhao Ying was quite intelligent and matured quickly after arriving at the Chen family. The elders of the Chen family had already decided that she and Chen Zhong should become a couple, supporting each other. To Sun Hui's surprise, Zhao Ying, whom he remembered as a skinny girl, had blossomed into such a graceful and beautiful young woman. Haha, Auntie has such good taste. I regret not encouraging my husband to get me one back then. Several people burst into laughter. Just then, a slight commotion arose at the entrance. The Tang family has arrived. Amidst the whispers in the crowd, Tang Xian on the right and Wu Feng on the left, the two of them supporting Tang Yuan, entered. If Sun Hui and Chen Zhong were like dragons crossing the river, visiting Luo City, then the Tang family were the true local tyrants of Luo City. As soon as the three appeared, many people rushed forward to greet them. Seeing this, Qi Jin's expression changed, and he let out an angry snort. Unlike Qi Jin, the expressions of Sun Hui, Chen Zhong, and Zhao Ying also changed abruptly. But what shocked the three of them even more was, they knew Tang Yuan, the patriarch of the Tang family, and Tang Xian, his most outstanding daughter. But the guy following him was actually Wu Feng? It's him? How could this be? Young Master Qi, who is that person following old Master Tang? Sun Hui asked urgently. Chen Zhong and Zhao Ying also looked at Qi Jin with shocked expressions, awaiting the answer. Humph, just a stupid delivery guy. Damn it, I don't know what tricks he used, but he actually bewitched Xianxian, and now everyone says he's suing Suan's boyfriend, the future son-in-law of the Tang family. What? Sun Hui, Chen Zhong, and Zhao Ying were all stunned. Sun Hui couldn't believe it. He had just met Wu Feng yesterday and was thoroughly humiliated by him. At the time, he only thought Wu Feng was a cunning and manipulative person who liked to play dumb. But today, his identity had completely changed. He was now the future son-in-law of the Tang family. As for Chen Zhong and Zhao Ying, they exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. The three of them had only met at the mall during the day. In such a short time, Wu Feng's identity had undergone such a drastic change. Zhao Ying's heart was filled with mixed emotions. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her. Humph, this is the friend from the orphanage you're talking about. Chen Zhong looked at Zhao Ying and sneered. Zhao Ying took a deep breath and looked at Chen Zhong firmly. What? You're unhappy now that you know his current identity? Bullshit. Chen Zhong snorted angrily, he's just a gigolo. What's there to be unhappy about? You, on the other hand, must be feeling pretty bad, right? Heh. Zhao Ying chuckled coldly, Chen Zhong, you said he's just a gigolo yourself. Do you think my standards are so low that I'd even look at him? Chen Zhong then slightly calmed down, I hope not. Their conversation naturally reached Qi Jin and Sun Hui's ears. They exchanged a glance, a sinister smile appearing on their lips. Meanwhile, on Wu Feng's side, he and Tang Xian had driven to his house to pick up Tang Yuan, so they were a little late. Upon entering, they naturally engaged in a round of warm greetings. Wu Feng introduced Wang Sun and Hu Tinyu to Tang Xian. As for Li Miao, Tang Xian already knew him well enough to know him, having witnessed Wu Feng create his masterpiece together. However, when Qi Zhenxian, Fang Tong, and Chu Ningxiu came over to greet them, Tang Xian was somewhat bewildered. Ha ha ha, Mr. Wu. I didn't expect you to come. Fang Tong laughed heartily. Humph, what can't Mr. Wu do? I think Fang Tong, your thinking is quite dangerous. Qi Zhenxian glared at him, annoyed. He was still angry. Originally, Wu Feng had only agreed to be an honorary member of his literary society, but Fang Tong, that shameless old man, had even used his charm. Fang Tong was helpless and could only force a smile. Chu Ningxiu, meanwhile, stared intently at Wu Feng and Tang Xian. Mr. Wu, I didn't expect you to already have a girlfriend. Wu Feng was slightly speechless. This Chu Ningxiu, her temperament was undeniably elegant, but seeing his somewhat resentful tone, what was she trying to do? Fortunately, Chu Ningxiu didn't continue. After generously introducing herself to Tang Xian, she winked at Wu Feng. Mr. Wu, there's a surprise at tonight's auction. What surprise? Just wait and see. After Chu Ningxiu and the others left, Wu Feng was still wondering what Chu Ningxiu meant when he suddenly sensed a chill. Wu Feng, you've got quite a network of connections. Wu Feng shrank back, giving an awkward smile. Xianxian, we all met at Ziyui's school, nothing else. Really? You know two big shots from the Luo City Literary Society and Calligraphy Association, and you're even acquainted with the daughter of the Chu family, the wealthiest family in Yuzhou? I really underestimated you. Tang Xian gritted her teeth, forcing out these words. What do you mean? Wu Feng was stunned. What Chu family's daughter? You mean Chu Ningxiu? Nonsense. Who else could it be? Wu Feng stared blankly in Chu Ningxiu's direction. Heaven knows, he truly had no idea Chu Ningxiu had this identity. They only met yesterday. How much power does Chapter 84 possess? After everyone was seated, the auction quickly began. The first item auctioned was a jade rui, a type of scepter, handcrafted by a master craftsman, symbolizing good fortune and smooth sailing. As the numerous VIPs present bid, the final price was settling at 8 million. Wow, such a small trinket, and it sold for 8 million. While he didn't know how the others reacted, Wu Feng was genuinely shocked. Tang Xian sat next to Wu Feng. She didn't bother to argue with him about how he knew Chu Ningxiu. Wu Feng had plenty of secrets, and she was used to it. Hearing Wu Feng's exclamation, Tang Xian chuckled softly, it's an auction, not a sale. Isn't it the same thing? 8 million for a jade piece the size of a finger? They're really burning money. Tang Xian smiled helplessly, how can it be the same? Wu Feng, you have to understand, this banquet is a charity auction. Every penny raised will be donated to impoverished mountain areas. After a pause, Tang Xian continued to explain, you have to understand, those who can attend this kind of banquet must be worth at least hundreds of millions. At this level, money is just a number. Being able to exchange a string of numbers for a good reputation and do something real is quite good. Wu Feng clicked his tongue, still unable to accept it. To this, Tang Xian could only roll her eyes, you stingy bastard. Wu Feng immediately became unhappy. Xianxian, I'm not stingy at all. How about we buy something? I'd be happy to contribute to the mountain area. Tang Xian smiled helplessly, of course. Grandpa and I always buy 1 or 2 items at these kinds of auctions. Since you're here, you can bid on our behalf. As they were talking, the second item was being displayed on stage. This time, it was a wood carving. A single piece of plant root, perfectly polished and carved, had been transformed into the likeness of Sudhana. Even the expression on the face was incredibly lifelike, it was truly a masterpiece. Sudhana root carving, starting bid 500,000. Before Tang Xian could speak, Wu Feng stood up cheerfully, I bid 1 million. Instantly, many eyes turned to him. Chu Ningxiu, Li Miao, Wang Sun, and the others smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Chen Zhong sneered coldly in the crowd. Young Master Chen, how about we place an order? Sun Hui and Qi Jin exchanged a glance and spoke softly. Of course, I really like this piece of art. With that, Chen Zhong gestured directly to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying slowly stood up and held up 2 fingers. 2 million. Wu Feng, who had just sat down, paused upon hearing the shout. Tang Xian frowned, glancing at Zhao Ying with some displeasure. Wu Feng, let's continue bidding. Wu Feng gave a wry smile. Maybe we should just forget about it. Is that thing really worth 2 million? Tang Xian turned her head in surprise. You know that woman too? Wu Feng nodded slightly, then shook his head. Just an acquaintance from the orphanage. Then why are you being so polite with her? Didn't you see Qi Jin sitting next to her? This isn't about money. With that, Tang Xian raised her hand with an air of authority. 5 million. Wow. Hiss. A gasp and murmur of astonishment erupted in the audience. 3 million was added in one go. Even the host on stage was a little flustered. President Tang. President Tang has already bid 5 million. This is truly astonishing. It seems President Tang is determined to win. Is there any higher bid? If not, I'm about to start the countdown. Over here, Chen Zhong smiled slightly as he saw Tang Xian step forward and stood up. It seems President Tang really loves your boyfriend, but unfortunately, I also really like this artwork. As he spoke, Chen Zhong gave Zhao Ying a meaningful look. 8 million. Hiss. A second gasp of astonishment rang out in the audience. In just 2 short rounds, the price had already approached that of the first exhibit. Meanwhile, everyone present sensed Chen Zhong's subtle hostility towards Tang Xian's side. What's going on? Why are those two families fighting? Hard to say. Maybe there's some untold secret. Tang Xian couldn't sit still any longer. Chen Zhong's words were far too ambiguous. It was clearly an auction, the highest bidder wins, but he had to add that phrase beforehand, making it seem like Wu Feng was being kept by her. She stood up abruptly. Xian, sit down. Tang Yuan, who had been sitting silently to the side, suddenly spoke. If he were willing to speak up, the situation could be resolved immediately. But the key issue was that Tang Yuan wasn't in a position to step forward. Otherwise, he would be branded as an elder bullying a younger person. As shrewd as Tang Yuan was, he naturally saw through the scheme. After gesturing for Tang Xian to sit down, he smiled faintly at Wu Feng. Little Wu, what do you think? Wu Feng smiled wryly. Since he likes it, then let him have it. Wu Feng, you. Tang Xian's pretty face turned pale with anger. She really didn't understand why Wu Feng was suddenly being so agreeable. Tang Yuan smiled slightly. Xian, you said tonight that you wanted little Wu to represent us, so don't say anything. I trust little Wu. But Grandpa, alright, don't say any more. Tang Xian angrily sat back down. Wu Feng stood to the side, clearly helpless, but unable to say anything. Meanwhile, Chen Zhong finally won the second exhibit for 8 million. He glanced smugly at Wu Feng and sneered, Xiao Ying, tonight, if he dares to bid, you'd better crush him. I don't believe a gigolo can have much guts. Humph. A glint flashed in Zhao Ying's eyes, and she smiled gently. Okay, I understand. Meanwhile, Tang Xian angrily ignored Wu Feng. Wu Feng smiled bitterly to himself. In truth, from the moment he saw Zhao Ying at the mall that day, he had felt no feelings for her whatsoever. Wu Feng simply felt that even if they couldn't be lovers, even if they couldn't be friends, they didn't necessarily have to be enemies. The auction continued. What happened next made the atmosphere in the entire auction room completely bizarre. The whole process can be summarized as follows. Wu Feng bids. Zhao Ying bids the highest. Wu Feng withdraws. After several rounds, Tang Xian, sitting next to Wu Feng, finally couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and walked outside. Tang Yuan sighed slightly and gently patted Wu Feng's shoulder. Go ahead, talk to Xian properly. She's not the unreasonable type, I know her. Wu Feng smiled helplessly, stood up, and chased after her. Chapter 85, The Final Exhibit. The scene unfolding at the Tang family's house naturally caught the attention of everyone present. Instantly, whispers and murmurs arose among the crowd. Holy crap! Could it be that Tang Xian's boyfriend, Wu Feng, is having an affair with Zhao Ying from the Chen family? Hard to say, this kind of situation doesn't even exist in novels, it's too exciting. Oh no, let's see how Wu Feng explains this to Tang Xian now. On Chen Zhong's side, everyone wore smug and arrogant expressions. Qi Jin and Sun Hui had already praised him more than once. Ha ha, brother Chen, you're truly awesome. That Wu Feng's face must be swollen by now. That's so satisfying. Wasn't that kid pretty arrogant? He's completely wilted after seeing Brother Chen. Exactly, it's so satisfying. Brother Chen, I'm completely convinced today. Chen Zhong smiled slightly at Zhao Ying. Looks like that Wu Feng is quite interested in you. Zhao Ying's face turned slightly cold, and she smiled disdainfully. Living off a woman like this, people like that don't deserve to exist in my dictionary. Chen Zhong, I take back what I said earlier. I don't know that Wu Feng at all, and he's not some good friend from the orphanage. Chen Zhong raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Good, that's the Xiao Ying I admire. Go ahead and buy whatever you want today, I've got my card with me. Meanwhile, Wu Feng followed closely behind Tang Xian, arriving at the outer corridor. Shivering slightly in the night wind, Tang Xian heard footsteps approaching behind her, but stubbornly kept her eyes fixed on the distance, refusing to look at Wu Feng. Suddenly, a warm suit jacket was draped over her shoulders. "What are you doing? I don't need you to take care of me," Tang Xian huffed. Wu Feng smiled helplessly. "How can I? I'm your boyfriend." Tang Xian abruptly turned her head, staring coldly at Wu Feng. "Stop talking nonsense. You know our relationship isn't real. Go find your old acquaintances. Don't worry about me." Wu Feng gently shook his head, moving closer. "Xianxian, would you like to hear about my time at the orphanage?" Although it was a question, Wu Feng didn't wait for Tang Xian to nod before launching into his story. In the orphanage, everyone was an orphan, and compared to their peers, they matured much earlier. But even so, they were still children. They had their own groups, and those who played together naturally became closer. My personality is naturally somewhat withdrawn. I like to be a loner, so I didn't have many true friends in the orphanage. When I was very young, while other children were hoping their parents would turn around and come back to take them home, I understood. We were all abandoned. We were unwanted. At this point, Wu Feng's lips curled into a bitter smile. Tang Xian was also slightly moved, and her body moved almost imperceptibly closer to Wu Feng. Therefore, from a very young age, I had a dream to create my own life with my own hands. I didn't want to stay in the orphanage every day, indulging in those boundless dreams. Then, I came out. Back then, my closest friends were Zhao Ying and Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui was too young, the dean wouldn't allow her to leave, but she was incredibly bold and ran away. But Zhao Ying, who was also old enough and had originally planned to leave with me, stayed behind. After that, we lost contact. Until today, when I went shopping for clothes, I ran into her again. Wu Feng's words trailed off, ending there. Tang Xian was completely stunned. From Wu Feng's words, Tang Xian could clearly tell that Wu Feng harbored special feelings for Zhao Ying. Those feelings were less like lovers and more like familial affection. In that situation, the person closest to her had betrayed her at the last minute. Just thinking about it made Tang Xian feel suffocated. Wu Feng, that's how it is. The reason I didn't want to bid against her wasn't for any other reason, it's just that. I understand. Tang Xian nodded quickly, her eyes even slightly red. Wu Feng, I misunderstood you. But you can't always be like this. Look how close she is to Qi Jin and his group, who knows what they'll say about you behind your back. Are you really willing to accept this? I don't care. It's all donations to the mountain area anyway, I can just donate myself later. You. Tang Xian looked at Wu Feng helplessly, then made a decision. This is Luokang. No matter what, you're my boyfriend now. Since you can't act on your own, I'll stand up for you. What are you going to do? Tang Xian pulled Wu Feng, about to walk inside. Also, didn't you say before that we were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend? How come suddenly I'm your boyfriend? Wu Feng hadn't finished speaking. Tang Xian suddenly turned around and quickly pecked Wu Feng on the cheek. Wu Feng was stunned. Was he forcibly kissed? Tang Xian's face flushed instantly, and she glared at Wu Feng, annoyed, satisfied now. Come with me, no matter what, we have to win one today. The auction continued in the hall. Some people noticed Wu Feng and Tang Xian returning, and seeing them holding hands, they all looked over with interest. Tang Yuan glanced at Wu Feng up close, then at his granddaughter, and grinned like a sly fox who had just stolen a chicken. Just then, the last exhibit of the night was revealed. Two women in cheongsams walked out from behind the host, holding up a long strip covered with a red cloth. The last exhibit of the night. Provided by Chairman Feng of our city's Calligraphy Association, a copy of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. With that, the red cloth was removed. Below the stage, Wu Feng's eyes widened instantly. Isn't this the painting I gave to Chu Ningxiu? He quickly looked at Chu Ningxiu, who was also looking in his direction, giving him a sly wink. Wu Feng was speechless. No wonder Chu Ningxiu said there would be a surprise before the event started. This was it. Meanwhile, the other person, Sun Hui, was also completely stunned. He stared at Fang Tong and Chu Ningxiu in disbelief, his face turning ashen. Qi Jin and Chen Zhong, sitting beside him, also looked at Sun Hui with surprise. What's wrong, young master son? Sun Hui suppressed his anger, forcing a smile, and shook his head. Nothing, I'm just a little surprised by this copy of the Lanting preface. Qi Jin chuckled. I know young master son is quite knowledgeable about calligraphy. Since you find this copy of the Lanting preface surprising, it must be a fine piece of calligraphy. I just wonder what the starting bid is. Before he could finish speaking, the host on stage announced. A copy of the Lanting preface, starting bid, 20 million. Chapter 86 was written by me. Wow, the starting bid is 20 million. I wonder which master wrote this calligraphy. Who knows? The host isn't even introducing it. While everyone was buzzing with discussion, Qi Zhenxian couldn't sit still any longer. He stroked his beard and looked at Fang Tong, speechlessly disdainfully saying, "You're really something. Mr. Wu has already agreed to join your calligraphy association, and you're still using the association's name to auction off his work." Fang Tong smiled rather smugly, glancing at Chu Ningxiu beside him, who also wore a beaming smile. It was Chu Ningxiu's idea to auction off Wu Feng's calligraphy. That night at Luokang University, after acquiring the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, Chu Ningxiu came up with this idea on the spur of the moment. Although Wu Feng verbally agreed to join the Calligraphy Association, he had also previously agreed to join the Literary Society. So, in reality, the two sides were at best evenly matched. The feud between Fang Tong of the Calligraphy Association and Qi Zhenxian of the Literature Society, two big names in Luokang's literary circles, has been going on for quite some time. Their rivalry has even become a source of amusement in Luokang's literary circles, with their relationship often described as mutual respect and a love-hate relationship. As Fang Tong's apprentice and the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, Chu Ningxiu naturally wanted to help the old man, hence her idea. And naturally, she received Fang Tong's full support. Because if Wu Feng's authentic work were auctioned off in the name of the Calligraphy Association, it would be enough to prove to the outside world that Wu Feng was indeed a member of the Calligraphy Association. In this way, Fang Tong would have won a round. The little story behind this preface to the Orchid Pavilion is destined to spread throughout Luokang's literary circles in the future, but today, only a handful of people in the entire audience know its secrets. On the other side, after the host announced the starting price for the Lanting Su, preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion, a subtle tension settled over the room. After all, for most lay people, calligraphy is all about reputation. That is, the fame of the author. Higher reputation naturally commands higher prices and attracts more bids, since most people buy it simply to frame and display. But this Lanting Su, with its ethereal and graceful strokes, while undeniably a rare work of calligraphy, had no author known. For a moment, no one was willing to bid. Just then, Qi Zhenxian, who had been glaring at Fang Tong, suddenly cracked a sly smile. He abruptly stood up. "I bid 30 million. The entire room fell silent. Everyone turned to look. My God, it's old Qi from the Literary Society. He actually bid? And he added 10 million right away. It seems this calligraphy really is exceptional. Indeed, with old Qi's reputation, only works by famous artists are worth bidding on." Qi Zhenxian, after bidding, sat back down, looking smugly at Fang Tong. Fang Tong sensed something was wrong after Qi Zhenxian stood up. After hearing Qi Zhenxian announce the price, he was completely horrified. "Old Qi, what do you mean? You already have Master Wu's original Dingfengbo. Do you also want to keep this Lanting Su for yourself?" Qi Zhenxian stroked his beard smugly. Fang Tong, given Master Wu's temperament, we probably won't be able to get any other original works from him. In other words, this Lanting Su and that Ding Feng Bo are his final works. I should thank you for putting them up for auction. Otherwise, if they were in your calligraphy association, I really wouldn't know where to begin. You're infuriating. Fang Tong immediately pounded his chest and stamped his feet in anger, looking utterly miserable after his failed attempt. Even Chu Ningxiu was completely speechless. She hadn't considered this at all. It seems the old fox is indeed cunning. On stage, the host was also unable to contain his excitement. My God, old Master Qi has made a bid. To be honest, this copy of the Lanting preface, in terms of both calligraphy and spirit, is on par with any outstanding historical copy. Although we don't know who the author of this work is, old Master Qi's bid speaks for itself. Is anyone willing to offer a higher price? His words had barely finished when Tang Xian, sitting next to Wu Feng, suddenly stood up. Wu Feng was stunned. He didn't even have time to stop her. He never expected Tang Xian to make a move. "I'll bid 40 million. After announcing the price, Tang Xian sat back down and smiled faintly. "Wu Feng, tonight we must acquire at least one item. If Zhao Ying over there dares to raise the price again, I'll fight her to the death." Wu Feng was speechless, his face darkening. What a silly girlfriend. That's tens of millions. And she only did it to vent her anger. The most serious problem was that the item she was going to buy belonged to her boyfriend. Just as Wu Feng was about to try and dissuade her, a voice rang out from the other side of the hall. "I bid 50 million. It was Zhao Ying. Her face was icy cold as she looked over. Chen Zhong, standing beside her, also sneered. He had made up his mind from the start that tonight he would make sure Wu Feng's side completely lost face. Qi Jin was also taken aback. 50 million for a piece of calligraphy was no small sum. Sun Hui clenched his fist tightly, then released it, secretly laughing to himself. Chen Zhong, although we don't have direct hatred, our families have been rivals for so long. Since you want to be the sucker tonight, I don't need to explain anymore. Once you find out this calligraphy was written by that brat Wu Feng, you'll probably want to kill him, right? He. In the hall, 3 consecutive bids drove the price of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion to 50 million. Everyone present was stunned. This last exhibit was incredible. Meanwhile, Qi Zhenxian, who had made the first bid, was now pale-faced, looking speechlessly at Zhao Ying, who had lowered the price. "I'm so angry. All the money I painstakingly saved has been overtaken by you guys in one fell swoop. What am I going to do?" Fang Tong, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. "This whole thing has been so dramatic and unpredictable, it's thrilling." "Ahem. Old Qi, if you ask me, you shouldn't bid. These people are businessmen, not on the same level as you, a mere writer. Don't risk losing everything." "Fang Tong, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I was originally planning to bring out my hidden stash of 50-year-old mutai from the wine cabinet and invite you to share, but now I'm telling you, no way. Old Qi, you're so stingy." Chu Ningxiu, caught between the two clowns, was speechless, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Over here, Tang Xian saw Zhao Ying actually bid 50 million, and her pretty face turned cold. She stood up abruptly. "I bid, Wu Feng covered her mouth and pressed her down. "Wu Feng, what are you doing? This is the last item I have to bid." "SHH. Don't shout, that calligraphy, I wrote it." Chapter 87. A fierce battle throughout the field. "What?" Tang Xian froze instantly. Her eyes widened as she stared blankly at Wu Feng, completely unable to believe it. "Wu Feng, what did you say? Are you kidding me?" Their hushed conversation naturally didn't escape Tang Yuan, who was standing closest. He too turned his head in shock. "Little Wu, you mean that preface to the Orchid Pavilion was written by you?" Wu Feng smiled helplessly and nodded in acknowledgement. He then roughly explained the creation process of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, and how he met Qi Zhenxian, Fang Tong, and Chu Ningxiu. After that, Tang Yuan and Tang Xian were utterly speechless. What the hell? A delivery guy. Can cook, can grow vegetables, can trade stocks, can invest, can play music, can write poetry, and even calligraphy. You're really just a food delivery guy. The two men were completely defeated by Wu Feng. They were utterly petrified, completely oblivious to whether anyone else would continue bidding. In the venue, after Zhao Ying's bid reached 50 million, the atmosphere was completely ignited. The host on stage kept talking. The tycoons in the audience were also discussing amongst themselves. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Wang Sun sat with several old acquaintances, and he was getting restless. Wu Feng had saved his life. The last time they met, Wang Sun wanted to give Wu Feng company shares, but Wu Feng refused. In Wang Sun's eyes, Wu Feng wasn't just an ordinary friend, they had a life-or-death bond. Throughout the auction, Zhao Ying's side had been consistently betting against Wu Feng's side, which had made Wang Sun quite unhappy. Now, with the last item up for auction, they were still betting against each other. Wang Sun gritted his teeth and abruptly stood up. He coldly stared at Zhao Ying. "Humph, I bid 60 million. Wow." The entire room erupted in uproar. Most people didn't know why Wang Sun had suddenly made his move. Wu Feng, however, knew very well. "Wang Sun, are you stupid?" Wu Feng cursed inwardly, then quickly took out his phone, found Wang Sun's number, and began composing a text message. Meanwhile, Chen Zhong and Zhao Ying, seeing yet another big boss from Luo City make a bid, were somewhat displeased, but since it wasn't Wu Feng's side bidding, they didn't continue. But at this moment, Qi Jin coldly spoke up. "Humph. This Wang Sun, according to my investigation, has some connection with Wu Feng. He's definitely acting on Wu Feng's behalf." "Oh." Chen Zhong's eyes lit up, and he immediately sneered, "So that's how it is? Xiao Ying, then don't be polite." "Yes." Zhao Ying stood up again, 70 million. This scene made Sun Hui ecstatic. He immediately decided to remain silent and watch Qi Jin and Chen Zhong perform. That way, even if Chen Zhong blamed him in the end, it wouldn't be his fault. Sun Hui understood the principle of better to sacrifice a friend than oneself very well. Making friends is important for expanding a business. But why not do it without having to suppress the competition yourself? Wang Sun, seeing the other party bid again, felt a pang of anxiety and was about to speak again. His phone rang. He looked down and froze. The phone displayed only a few words. "Stop. I'm the author of this calligraphy." Wang Sun immediately glanced at Wu Feng, secretly shocked. Sure enough, Brother Wu was no ordinary person. How could an outsider possibly see through such a meticulous plan? Luckily, he hadn't messed things up. On the field, Chen Zhong's bid was the highest for the time being, 70 million. Chen Zhong was now brimming with pride. 70 million wasn't a small sum for him, but being able to suppress Wu Feng and his influence made it all worthwhile. "A gigolo, what are you pretending for? Just stay put. Dare to step forward, and I'll kill you." However, at that very moment, Li Miao, who was sitting in another corner, unexpectedly stood up. As she stood up, Hu Tianyu, sitting beside her, sighed slightly. Sigh, it seems you'll have to stand up for Wu Feng too. Fine. I admire Wu Feng a lot. Just name your price. If it's not enough, I'll help you. Li Miao looked gratefully at her former employer and spoke up. I'll bid 80 million. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Countless gasps of astonishment echoed across the field. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. A piece of calligraphy, whose author is still unknown, fetched 80 million at auction. This is something even top-tier calligraphers can't achieve. Only works by ancient celebrities or world-class masters can break this price barrier. Damn it! Chen Zhong nearly collapsed when he heard another bid. What the hell? Another one! Qi Jin was also slightly stunned. Ever since being humiliated by Wu Feng, he had been secretly investigating Wu Feng. With his abilities, investigating Wu Feng wouldn't be difficult. Naturally, he vaguely knew that Wu Feng's shadow was behind Li Miao's current popularity. Therefore, while being even more wary of Wu Feng, Qi Jin was also even more eager to take him down. Today, having finally gained a powerful ally like Chen Zhong, he naturally wasn't willing to let it go. Brother Chen. To be honest, this Li Miao rose to fame with Wu Feng's support. What? This time, both Chen Zhong and Zhao Ying were stunned. He's a gigolo, and he dares to keep a celebrity as a mistress. Exactly, young Master Qi, this joke isn't funny at all. No, you're not from Luokeng, you don't know. Qi Jin quickly explained. I have some grudges with Wu Feng, I investigated him, that's how I know all this. If you don't believe me, let me make the bid. It seems Wu Feng held back from bidding so many times before, hoping to save face with this last exhibit. That's why his allies kept stepping forward to bid. Humph. Hearing this, Chen Zhong was starting to believe Qi Jin's words. He chuckled coldly, no need. I can afford this much. Xiao Ying, continue. Zhao Ying bit her lip. It was the first time she'd spent so much money at once, and she was a little nervous. We bid 90 million. No need, 100 million. Damn it, I don't believe a gigolo like him can have any real ability. Chen Zhong roared angrily. Oh, okay. We'll bid 100 million. Zhao Ying responded, then immediately shouted again. Boom! The entire venue erupted in cheers. 100 million. What a concept. Even though everyone present was a big boss, a tycoon, 100 million was definitely not a small sum. My god, is Zhao Ying and the people behind her going to fight to the death today? Chapter 88. Call an ambulance quickly. The hall was buzzing with discussion, everyone was stunned by the price. Li Miao's face paled slightly. She quickly looked down at Hu Tianyu, who gave a helpless, bitter smile. Li Miao, I know how you feel, but to be honest, I can only offer you a maximum of 120 million. Any more, I really can't. Li Miao gritted her teeth. I still have tens of millions on hand. I can spend it all. As she spoke, Li Miao was about to bid again. Just then, her phone rang. Li Miao glanced at it, then looked at Wu Feng in astonishment before answering with a puzzled expression. Stop the transaction. I wrote the words. What? Li Miao was completely stunned. She remained speechless for a long time until the host on stage asked her a question, before she came to her senses. Oh, sorry. Since the boss over there values this calligraphy so much, I won't force him. With that, Li Miao sat back down. What's wrong? Why aren't you bidding? Hu Tianyu asked quickly. Li Miao's expression was priceless. She whispered the contents of the phone call to Hu Tianyu. Instantly, Hu Tianyu's face became even more interesting. After the initial excitement, a chill ran down his spine. Wu Feng was trying to destroy the other party. Luckily, he had agreed to sell Tianyu Media to Wu Feng. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. This method is terrifying. On Chen Zhong's side, seeing that he had defeated another opponent, a smug smile appeared on his lips. Humph. It's not that I, Chen, insist on bidding, but I want to see if you stinking idiot, have any guts. On stage, the host had begun the countdown, and Wu Feng's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. He was genuinely afraid that someone he knew might disapprove of Zhao Ying's behavior and stand up to bid. It was too exciting. 3, 2, 1. Good. The preface to the Orchid Pavilion sold for 100 million. As the gavel fell, the last exhibit went into Chen Zhong's pocket. Chen Zhong also stood up, his face full of arrogance, scanning the room. He had truly stolen the show at tonight's auction. He had spent over 100 million in total, but he felt a great sense of satisfaction. At this moment, he coldly looked at Wu Feng, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Thank you for tonight. This was just a polite remark, anyone could see the deep disdain behind his words. Just then, the host on stage received a notification from backstage. Upon hearing the notification, the host was somewhat stunned. Immediately, he shouted excitedly, "My God! I just got the news that the artist of tonight's final exhibit is right here in the audience." Ah! Suddenly, everyone in the audience looked at each other, completely stunned except for Wang Sun, Li Miao, and a few others who already knew. Then, everyone's gaze turned to Fang Tong. Even more attention was focused on Chu Ningxiu. After all, based on normal reasoning, only these two from the Calligraphy Association could have achieved such a high level of skill. Zhao Ying was slightly surprised, and also curious about the author of this preface to the Orchid Pavilion gathering. Chen Zhong, who do you think this author is? Chen Zhong chuckled coldly, whoever it is. We spent 100 million to buy his work, giving him such a big favor. Getting to know him later is no problem. At this moment, the host spoke again on stage. Now, let's welcome the author of this preface to the Orchid Pavilion gathering to come up and say a few words to everyone. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause rang out in the arena. Everyone was waiting for this mysterious person to appear. From the crowd, a figure stood up, a faint smile on his face, and walked towards the stage. Everyone was stunned. It was him? It was actually him? Chen Zhong, Zhao Ying, and Qi Jin, who were also clapping, were all dumbfounded. What's he doing up there? Wasn't it supposed to be the author going up? Qi Jin already had a bad feeling, but he still said incredulously. Chen Zhong's eyes widened, completely unable to believe it was true. Zhao Ying even swayed, almost losing her balance. Wu Feng had already walked onto the stage and taken the microphone. The applause from below the stage stopped. Wu Feng glanced at Chen Zhong and the others, seeing their stunned expressions, and couldn't help but smile. First of all, I want to thank Senior Qi from the Literary Society, Senior Fang from the Calligraphy Association, and also, classmate Chu Ningxiu. Without you all, my work would never have been presented to everyone. Below the stage, Fang Tong blushed, but thankfully he managed to hold his tongue. Qi Zhenxian stood up. Mr. Wu, you are the most outstanding young man I have ever met. In terms of talent, you are undoubtedly the best in the entire literary world. Wu Feng blushed slightly, a rare occurrence, and smiled. Secondly, I must thank this boss who has so strongly supported my work. If I remember correctly, it's Chen Zhong, right? Could you also say a few words and share your feelings? Below the stage. The moment Qi Zhenxian stood up to praise Wu Feng, Qi Jin, Chen Zhong, and Zhao Ying immediately understood that the calligraphy was indeed written by Wu Feng. All their hopes, faced with reality, were laughably pale. All their triumphs, in his eyes, were nothing more than the antics of a clown. At this moment, Wu Feng actually wanted Chen Zhong to come up on stage and share his feelings. In an instant, Chen Zhong felt a tightness in his chest. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spurted out on the spot. Oh no! Call an ambulance. The scene was slightly chaotic. Qi Jin and Sun Hui hurriedly helped Chen Zhong towards the door. Zhao Ying walked last, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she glanced at Wu Feng on the stage. At that moment, her eyes were filled with regret, remorse, and resentment. Wu Feng's eyes, however, were clear, like an ancient well. The banquet ended at 9:15. Wu Feng, Tang Xian, and the others waited until 9:40 before finally leaving the hotel. Just dealing with the people who came to congratulate and build relationships took almost half an hour. Only after finally getting into the car and heading towards Tang Xian's villa did Wu Feng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tonight's banquet was truly thrilling. Tang Xian sat next to Wu Feng, looking at him with an unusually girlish expression. Wu Feng, tell me honestly, how many secrets do you still have? Wu Feng smiled helplessly. What secrets? I just enjoy cultivating some hobbies. Who knew I'd catch the eye of Chairman Fang and Elder Qi? Tang Xian pouted. Give me a break. Didn't you see how Chen Zhong was driven to the point of vomiting blood in the end? Wu Feng, I really admire you now. You're a heartless killer, killing without a knife. Ahem. Tang Yuan, sitting in the front row, coughed twice and turned his head. Xian, what do you mean by killing without a knife? We saw everything tonight. It was all Chen Zhong's own doing, a classic case of shooting himself in the foot. It has absolutely nothing to do with Xiao Wu. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Yes, Grandpa, you're right. Tang Yuan then looked at Wu Feng and said softly, Xiao Wu, what I'm about to say is only a possibility, but you must remember it. Beware of the Chen family's revenge. Chapter 89 script is complete. After leaving the Tang family villa, Wu Feng recalled Tang Yuan's well-intentioned reminder, a faint smile playing on his lips. The events at the auction gala, full of twists and turns, ultimately drove Chen Zhong to the point of vomiting blood. None of this was something Chen Zhong, or even Wu Feng, had anticipated. Heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins are inescapable. If Chen Zhong were to retaliate, Wu Feng personally wouldn't mind taking further action. Meanwhile, in the emergency room of the first hospital, Doctor, how is my buddy? As soon as the doctor came out, Qi Jin hurriedly asked. Behind him, Zhao Ying, also pale-faced, waited anxiously. Young Master Qi, don't worry. The patient's condition is just a sudden rush of blood due to anger. I've given him sedatives, he'll be fine after a good night's sleep. However, what? The doctor hesitated, then said, even after he recovers, he shouldn't experience any significant emotional fluctuations. I don't know exactly what the patient went through, but it's best not to mention it again, otherwise he might vomit blood again. The doctor gave a few more instructions and then left. In the corridor, Qi Jin's face was slightly pale. He looked at Sun Hui, then at Zhao Ying, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. What happened at the banquet was truly shocking. If he had spent that much money only to find that what he bought belonged to Wu Feng, he probably would have vomited blood too. More importantly, so many people witnessed this, it would be difficult to guarantee that word wouldn't get out. Zhao Ying, about tonight's events. Qi Jin had barely begun to speak when Zhao Ying coldly interrupted him. Young Master Qi, even if I don't say anything, Aunt Chen will find out about tonight's events. Qi Jin gave a wry smile. The Aunt Chen Zhao Ying referred to was naturally Chen Zhong's mother, the current head of the Chen family, Chen Yun. Although Qi Jin had only met Chen Yun once a long time ago at a banquet, the impression was profound. At that banquet, Chen Yun, as a woman, stood among a group of business tycoons, chatting and laughing with ease. Qi Jin knew that even that required decades of experience. Moreover, under Chen Yun's leadership, the Chen family had flourished over the years, becoming a behemoth in Yuzhou, second only to the Chu family. However, Chen Yun had trampled over countless bankrupt and suicide victims. Even unreliable rumors sent chills down Qi Jin's spine. Now, if this notoriously nepotistic Chen family tycoon knew that her son had been driven to the point of vomiting blood by a food deliveryman in Luokang, who knew what she might do? As a participant in this incident, even he could be implicated and dragged into the mess. Just as he was looking distressed, Sun Hui spoke up leisurely beside him. Zhao Ying and Chen will naturally know about Chen Zhong's situation, but the problem now is, how can we prevent Chen Zhong from vomiting blood again after he wakes up? Upon hearing this, Qi Jin seemed to have found a way out and quickly agreed. Yes, the doctor just said we can't bring this up again, but given Chen Zhong's personality, he'll definitely seek revenge when he wakes up, and then it's inevitable. What about you too? Zhao Ying, however, seemed to have already planned it out. Before Qi Jin could finish speaking, she interrupted him again. Zhao Ying coldly looked at Qi Jin and Sun Hui and said, at the banquet, it was you two who took the initiative to greet my man. His last bid, if it weren't for your encouragement, young Master Qi, he probably wouldn't have acted so impulsively. Besides, young Master Sun, you're also a senior member of the Calligraphy Association. The president, Tong Chu Ningxiu, put Wu Feng's preface to the Orchid Pavilion up for auction. Surely you didn't know that. Sun Hui's face immediately darkened, and he gave a cold laugh. So, you're blaming me and young Master Qi? What right do I have to blame you too? Zhao Ying continued coldly. I'm just stating the facts. The fact is, Chen Zhong is still in the hospital. Whether you two do something to make amends during this time, or wait for Aunt Chen to come in person before deciding what to do, is up to you. After saying that, Zhao Ying said no more, pushed open the hospital room door, and went inside. Click. The door locked from the inside. Outside, Qi Jin and Sun Hui exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. This Zhao Ying, truly worthy of being chosen by the Chen family tycoon, has developed quite a domineering air over the years. Brother Sun, what do we do? Qi Jin asked helplessly. Sun Hui gritted his teeth and said resentfully, investigate. Luo City is your territory, young Master Qi. You're in charge of thoroughly investigating Wu Feng's background, and then we'll see what to do next. Alright, we can't just wait for the Chen family member to come and interrogate us. We have to do something first. Qi Jin could only nod heavily. Luo City East District. It was late at night, but the light in Wu Feng's living room was still on. Wu Feng was sitting in front of his computer, having been working continuously for 4 hours. The billion-dollar bet with Hu Tianyu was nearing its end, with a third of the time already gone. Wu Feng only had 20 days left, enough to complete the filming and release of his movie. Time was incredibly tight. Finally, Wu Feng typed the last character. Finished. Wu Feng let out a long sigh, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he looked at the newly completed script on his computer screen. Initially, Wu Feng had intended to simply copy the script of a historical box office champion. But during the writing process, a question occurred to him. Why are global box office champions always Western films? The vast East, with its long history and countless myths. Couldn't there be a cinematic epic with Eastern elements? Thus, after this period of hard work, and with the added boost of his exceptional talent skill, Wu Feng successfully completed the script for his film, titled Immortal Hero. Of course, this is just the script for the first installment. Wu Feng plans to produce several more, creating a super IP and letting Eastern fantasy culture completely conquer the world. Now, the script is finished, and Li Miao will undoubtedly be chosen as the female lead. All that's left is to assemble the filming team. Wu Feng stretched and glanced at the time. There were less than 2 hours until dawn. Phew, I think I'll rest for a bit. Just as Wu Feng lay down, before he even had a chance to pull the covers up, a notification suddenly rang out. You have a new multiverse delivery order. Please check it. Wu Feng sat bolt upright in bed. Chapter 90 The Master of Film. What's going on? An order at this hour. Wu Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly checked the system notification. Movie Master Cameron has encountered a problem and needs the host's help. Please deliver this takeout as soon as possible. Wu Feng was instantly dumbfounded. Cameron? My goodness. This guy is no ordinary person. Wu Feng loves watching movies. Back in the orphanage, the director would organize the children to watch movies twice a week. Of course, the films chosen by the director were mostly educational. But Wu Feng wasn't interested in those. His favorites were action movies and science fiction. Whether Eastern or Western, as long as it was that type, Wu Feng could watch it with great interest. This was one of the reasons why, after acquiring the talented master skill and the god-level entertainment skill, Wu Feng immediately thought of leading Li Miao to make a movie. Deep in his heart, he harbored a dream of making his own film. Now, this dream is about to come true. What excites Wu Feng even more is that he'll actually get to meet the master director, James Cameron, in person. I wonder what trouble Cameron is facing. Oh well, I'd better hurry over. Wu Feng is currently at home. Without needing to find a secluded spot, a portal appears in his bedroom, and he steps inside. The scene shifts. Wu Feng is stunned. His first impression is that this world is also night. The next sensation is heat. Wu Feng is now standing in the courtyard of a luxurious residence. There's a swimming pool in the courtyard, but now, the pool reflects a large patch of fiery red light. A fire. And a huge fire. In an instant, Wu Feng remembers an article he once read. The article was about James Cameron. Because it had been a long time, Wu Feng couldn't remember everything clearly, but he clearly remembered that the article mentioned the 2007 California wildfires. Back then, raging fires were about to engulf Cameron's mansion. While other celebrities and tycoons fled for their lives, this audacious old man calmly donned a firefighter's suit and personally coated his house with thick layers of fire-retardant foam. Keep in mind, Cameron was already over 50 years old at that time. You could say that old men are indeed old men. Their actions were truly extraordinary. Thinking of this, Wu Feng immediately looked towards the mansion, and sure enough, he saw a figure. Holy crap! It really is him. Wu Feng was shocked. Without a word, he activated his spider powers, leaping lightly to Cameron's side. Cameron, engrossed in his work, noticed the figure beside him and looked up in confusion. Young man, you. Wu Feng smiled. How can you manage alone? I'll help you. With that, Wu Feng took the compressor from the side without another word and began spraying water onto the roof. This scene completely stunned Cameron. He stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then burst into laughter. Young man, judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be from California. Wu Feng didn't even look up. I'm Chinese. Oh. Cameron nodded. China is a magical place. I've always wanted to go. But speaking of which, how did you end up here? I'm delivering your takeout. Wu Feng replied casually. What? Cameron looked incredulous. Young man, I didn't order takeout. Besides, in this situation, you're not running for your life. You're actually working? Wu Feng looked up, grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. 100% customer satisfaction is my principle. Multiverse takeout, on-time delivery. Oh my god, you've truly amazed me. Cameron was genuinely astounded. As a master director, Cameron's fame isn't just because he's directed many blockbusters. More importantly, it's his consistent attitude towards work. Stubborn, ruthless, and strict. Once we start taking this risk, once filming begins, the only way to stop is by killing me. This is Cameron's creed, and he's always done it this way. That's how he earned the title of Tyrant on set. In Hollywood, there was even a wildly popular t-shirt that read, "You can't scare me, because I've worked with Cameron." That shows just how outrageous the title was. And now, Cameron had actually met a young man just as dedicated to his work as he was. His gaze softened instantly. Young man, I admire you. Come on, let's get to work. Soon, the two of them had covered every part of the house with fire-retardant foam. After finishing, Wu Feng and Cameron sat on the roof, watching the group that was now very close by. In the distance, people were still fleeing in panic. But this group of rooftops appeared remarkably harmonious. Hey kid, you said you were going to deliver takeout to me, what is it? Wu Feng snapped out of his daze and quickly retrieved it from his system inventory. Here you go, please sign for it. Cameron took the takeout, signed for it, and opened the box. Instantly, Cameron was stunned again. Oh my god, kid, you know me way too well. Wu Feng leaned over for a look, and his lips twitched. It's just a few bottles of ice-cold Harbin beer. But Cameron cheerfully twisted open a bottle and took a big gulp. Phew, that feels good. Cameron let out a satisfied breath and handed Wu Feng a bottle. Come on, kid, let's have a drink. to celebrate our chance encounter today. Wu Feng didn't refuse, twisted open his own bottle, and clinked it against Cameron's. Cameron looked at the raging flames and chuckled. Today was supposed to be like the end of the world, but meeting you really made me happy. Wu Feng grinned too. Me too. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, host, on completing the multiverse delivery mission. The portal back to the main world will open in 10 seconds. Wu Feng stood up and downed the bottle of wine in one gulp. Grandpa, don't forget to give me a 5-star review. See you again sometime. Cameron was stunned. Where are you going? I wanted to get drunk with you. Ha! Where did he go? At this moment, Wu Feng, to Cameron's astonishment, had already stepped into the portal. Cameron was shocked once again. My God! I never thought that after making so many sci-fi movies, I would actually see a portal like this in person today. It's unbelievable. Meanwhile, Wu Feng returned to his bedroom. He waited excitedly. Finally, the system notification arrived. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving a golden gift pack X2. Chapter 91 Upgrade Scroll. Yay! Wu Feng jumped up excitedly. 2 golden gift packs. What treasures could be inside? System, open them quickly. Wu Feng eagerly opened the gift pack. Opening the golden gift pack, congratulations to the host for obtaining the new skill Film Master. Film Master. After loading, the host will gain master-level film production talent, with advanced awareness and limitless vision at your fingertips. Holy crap! Wu Feng gasped. This reward is too timely. He originally planned to go to Tianya Media during the day to organize the filming team. Now it seems he can handle the most difficult part, directing. Second one, open. Opening the golden gift pack, congratulations to the host for obtaining the new skill, Digital Domain. What the heck? Wu Feng was stunned. He quickly looked closer. Digital Domain. Loading this skill grants the host special effects production capabilities surpassing those of the current main world by 100 years. Hiss. Holy crap. This is insane? This was the second time Wu Feng had gasped in astonishment. Mainly because this digital domain skill was simply too convenient. Wu Feng's upcoming film, Sigh, is a large-scale cultivation-themed movie with an Eastern background, which, as you can imagine, requires a ton of special effects. If the film master skill completely solved the problem of finding a director, then this digital domain skill solves another super problem: special effects. The current film industry is rife with cheap special effects. This not only severely damages audience appeal but also leaves production teams with a lot of unspoken frustration. In the Thor movie, the special effects for Thor's battle against Hulk cost a whopping $200,000 per second, and that's US dollars. This was all assuming the production team could afford the budget and hire a top-tier special effects team. Wu Feng had originally planned that since he was going to make a super production like the Fantasy Heroes series, the special effects team had to be at least of this caliber. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his dream. This was originally a problem that would require a massive investment and might not even be completed within the 20-day deadline of the bet. But now, everything was solved. The most outrageous thing was that this digital domain skill surpassed the world's top special effects teams by 100 years, an unparalleled level of awesomeness. Wu Feng could already imagine that when this Fantasy Heroes movie was released, coupled with the boost from his many amazing skills, it would definitely become a global sensation, an unparalleled phenomenon. Hoo, calm down, calm down. Even Qin Shi Huang has met this person. Wu Feng, you must remain composed. Wu Feng told himself silently, his mind finally calming down a little. But soon, he couldn't remain calm again. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-star review from Film Master James Cameron. You have earned 5 lottery points. Would you like to draw a prize now? Wu Feng was still lost in thought about the previous 2 rewards and nodded subconsciously. Draw a prize. Spinning sound. The wheel stopped. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an upgrade scroll X1. Wu Feng was stunned. His eyes widened, frozen in shock as he stared at the upgrade scroll lying in the warehouse. Upgrade scroll? What the hell is this? Upgrade scroll, everything can be upgraded. After seeing the system notification, Wu Feng was completely bewildered. What? Everything can be upgraded. Is this some kind of online game? However, after only a few seconds of stunned silence, Wu Feng understood. The many skills and treasures he had acquired could be upgraded, couldn't they? Things like Imperial Aura and Gilded Tiger Tally. He had been wondering how to upgrade these treasures and skills, and now this had solved that problem. Thinking this, Wu Feng began to ponder. Should I upgrade the treasures first? Or the skills? As he pondered, Wu Feng saw the landscape map in the warehouse. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Wu Feng examined the upgrade scroll more closely. Everything can be upgraded. Could it be? The next moment. Slightly nervous, Wu Feng used the upgrade scroll and selected the mountain and river map. Boom! It was as if something exploded within the system, that is, within Wu Feng's mind. In that instant, Wu Feng saw an incredibly intense light shoot straight out from his mind. Buzz! After a strange fluctuation, the light dissipated. Wu Feng looked closely, the upgrade scroll had vanished. The map of mountains and rivers lay quietly in the warehouse. But its name was no longer the counterfeit map of mountains and rivers. It had become the upgraded map of mountains and rivers. Upgraded map of mountains and rivers, an upgrade from the counterfeit version, gaining materialization capabilities, capable of containing all things. Please explore the specific functions yourself, host. The system's prompt was still brief and direct, but Wu Feng keenly grasped its essence. He thought for a moment, and with a thought, the map of mountains and rivers in the system warehouse immediately flew out, transforming into a door and standing upright in Wu Feng's bedroom. This scene was like Doraemon pulling out an anywhere door from his room. Wu Feng was completely stunned. He swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement, and reached for the doorknob. Then, Wu Feng went inside. Everything around him had changed. The scene behind the door is nowhere else. This is the interior of the landscape painting. The abundant spiritual energy, the various vegetables and plants piled up like small hills, the countless spirit birds flying in the sky, the celestial rabbits that can walk on two legs. It was precisely the one Wu Feng had previously placed inside the mountain and river map. And now, Wu Feng completely understood the difference in the upgraded mountain and river map. The previous knockoff version only allowed Wu Feng to bring certain items inside. But now, by materializing it into the shape of a door, anyone or anything that walked through that door could enter the mountain and river map. As for whether they could get out, that was entirely up to Wu Feng. After all, this was his treasure, and everything would proceed according to his will. Wow, so powerful. I remember in the investiture of the gods, Yang Jian used the mountain and river map to transform into a mountain peak, luring the 7 sages of Meishan inside, thus completely eliminating them in one fell swoop. Now, even if my mountain and river map can't capture those god-level figures, if ordinary people enter it and want to leave, they'll really have to ask my permission. Wu Feng muttered to himself, his face filled with shock. Then, he noticed something else. That is, the spiritual energy contained within this upgraded mountain and river map seemed to be even more concentrated than before. Chapter 92, the upgraded version of the map of mountains and rivers. Wu Feng had been standing on the mountain and river map for a full 10 minutes, completely reluctant to leave. The feeling of being surrounded by spiritual energy was simply too comfortable. The entire mountain and river map can materialize into various objects, so could the interior do the same? This thought suddenly popped into his mind. With a thought, Wu Feng reached out and aimed at a large, empty area to his left. And then, a rumbling tremor came from the ground, and something that shocked Wu Feng once again happened. He really had only tried it casually. After all, the system had said that Wu Feng had to explore the specific functions of the mountain and river map himself. But right before his eyes, an ancient city had truly risen from the ground. Wu Feng's mouth dropped open as he stared at the somewhat crooked ancient city, his lips twitching. The ancient city before him was constructed exactly according to the image in Wu Feng's mind. In other words, as long as Wu Feng dared to dream, recreating a world within the mountain and river map wasn't impossible. Now, Wu Feng was completely wide awake. Delivering takeout to Cameron had yielded so many surprises. Sleep is out of the question, let's get hyped. Then, Wu Feng completely immersed himself in the joys of being a master architect. He constantly exited the mountain and river map, searching for images online. Then he built according to them. Finally, Wu Feng thought of an even more exciting way. He found a fantasy drama online and simply created the illusionary world depicted in it. Time flew by, and soon it was dawn. The city bustled with activity, but Wu Feng was still busy and oblivious to the passage of time. Meanwhile, TNU Media. Hu Tianyu arrived at the company early and convened a routine meeting with all departments. Since making the bet with Wu Feng, he hadn't really been handling much of the company's affairs. However, Wu Feng was an extremely busy man, always elusive, so he had no choice but to continue like this for now. In Hu Tianyu's heart, he didn't want Wu Feng to actually win the company, but at the same time, he felt Wu Feng was too mysterious. If the company really fell into Wu Feng's hands, it might not be a bad thing. In short, he was conflicted. After the routine meeting, as he walked out of the conference room, a secretary approached him. Mr. Hu, the director Su Dong you arranged to meet will arrive in Luokeng today. His flight is at 10:30. Hu Tianyu glanced at the time, his brow furrowing slightly. Go and arrange it, I'll pick him up at the airport later. Yes. After the secretary left, Hu Tianyu's frustration returned. The meeting with Su Dong was 2 weeks ago. At that time, he hadn't yet made the bet with Wu Feng. The reason for the meeting with Su Dong was to discuss a collaborative film project. The lead role for this film was originally set for Kim Hyun-gi, but Kim Hyun-gi is now dead, which is giving Hu Tianyu a real headache. After all, director Su Dong's reputation is undeniable. A meeting would mean waiting half a month, and not going would be a huge loss. But if he went, what would he say? Should he say that Kim Hyun-ji somehow fell from the sky, landed on the hotel rooftop, and died? He was completely speechless. What's more, Hu Tianyu had a nagging feeling that Jin Suankai's death was far too suspicious. Although the official ruling was still accidental death, Hu Tianyu knew it was definitely not that simple. For some reason, an image of Wu Feng in his delivery uniform, with his harmless smile, suddenly flashed into his mind. Hu Tianyu shuddered, shook his head, and tried to banish the thought. Anyway, I'll talk to Su Dong when I see him. If that doesn't work out, I'll arrange future cooperation and try to build a relationship first. Thinking this, Hu Tianyu left the company, got into his car, and headed towards the airport. Shortly after his car left, Wu Feng, wearing a yellow uniform, leisurely pulled up in front of the company on his electric scooter. At that moment, Wu Feng's face was beaming with smiles. He spent several hours completely transforming the Shanhe Shiji 2, a map of mountains and rivers, into a super luxurious filming base for a fantasy drama. Everything within it was of the highest quality. Illusion arrays, secret realms, mountains, everything imaginable. It's no exaggeration to say that the Shanhe Shiji 2 was now a veritable fairyland, perfectly suited for filming any fantasy drama. This was naturally the most exciting thing for Wu Feng. Director, special effects, filming locations, everything was ready. His next task was to gather the crew, confirm the actors, and apply for filming permits. Upon entering the company, Wu Feng went straight upstairs to call a meeting with the staff. Li Miao, who was already at the company and had just finished listening to Wu Tianyu's meeting, was the first to rush to the conference room upon hearing that Wu Feng was calling another meeting. Hee, Wu Feng, what a rare sight. Even someone as busy as you comes to the company for a meeting. Wu Feng grinned at Li Miao, ignoring her teasing and instead scrutinizing her closely. Li Miao felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She was already filled with curiosity and affection for Wu Feng. She couldn't stand such a scrutinizing look. Her face flushed instantly. Why are you looking at me like that? Wu Feng chuckled. I'm thinking about how to make you look your best when I do your makeup. Ha! Li Miao was taken aback. Makeup what? Wu Feng shrugged and tossed her the printed script for the first part of Fantasy Heroes. It's a movie, of course. I've said it before, helping you with your concert is just the first step. What? A movie? Li Miao was stunned. She quickly picked up the script and began to read it seriously. As more and more staff members arrived at the meeting room, Wu Feng, without saying much, handed out a script to each person. Everyone, take a look. This is the first film I plan to direct. Feel free to share any opinions. For a moment, the staff members exchanged glances, then began to read carefully. The only sound in the meeting room was the rustling of pages turning. After a long while, Li Miao was the first to finish. She looked at Wu Feng with slight nervousness. Mr. Wu, what is my role in this film? Wu Feng chuckled. Is that even a question? You're definitely the female lead. The main character. Whoa! The entire conference room fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look at Li Miao, and for a moment, expressions of envy and giggles filled the air. Everyone present believed the rumors circulating in the company that Wu Feng bought the company for Li Miao's sake. It seems they were right. Look at them, they've even got a specially commissioned script. It's truly enviable. Chapter 93. No story is complete without a coincidence. Don't all look at me. Tell me, is there anything wrong with the script? Wu Feng noticed the expressions on the faces of the staff present and smiled helplessly. Oh, no. Yes, Mr. Wu's script is excellent. Many people chimed in. Wu Feng chuckled. Li Miao, sitting next to him, was already quite restless with excitement. Asking for her opinion now would probably be pointless. Wu Feng then turned directly to a man present. Minister Liu, what do you say? This Minister Liu's full name was Liu Changquan. He had always been in charge of the company's artists' film and television work and had considerable market experience. At this moment, Liu Changquan smiled slightly upon hearing Wu Feng's words, holding the script in one hand, and slowly began to speak. Mr. Wu, first of all, let me tell you about your script. I must say, it's truly an excellent script. The characters are well developed, the plot flows smoothly, and there aren't any abrupt mistakes. Wu Feng crossed his arms, smiled, and nodded without replying. He knew the other party must have something else to say. If Mr. Wu simply wants to film a fantasy drama like this to open the door to the film and television industry for Sister Miao, allowing her to enter the field, then as long as the production is strictly controlled, it should be sufficient. Wu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, then he smiled. Is that all? That won't do. Wu Feng slowly stood up, his eyes filled with determination. This drama is just the first one in my plan, but even the first one has to achieve a decent result. Let's set a small goal first. Let's get this film gross 3 billion worldwide. Of course, that has to be in US dollars. We can't always let the West make our money. Fortune will turn, haha. Wu Feng finished speaking with a smile. The conference room fell silent for a moment. An instant later. What? Hiss. I didn't hear wrong, did I? The entire room erupted in commotion. Li Miao stared wide-eyed at Wu Feng, completely unable to believe what he had said. As for Lu Changquan, his expression changed drastically. First, he was incredulous, then a fleeting, disdainful smile crossed his face. Mr. Wu, are you joking? Wu Feng turned his head to look at him. Oh, Minister Lu thinks I'm joking? Lu Changquan took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Mr. Wu. To date, the number of movie stars who have grossed over 10 billion yuan in the domestic market can be counted on one hand. And that's not something a single movie can achieve. Usually, it takes a whole series of blockbusters to reach that level of box office success. And you're talking about 3 billion US dollars, nearly 20 billion RMB in box office revenue. Do you think you're joking? Wu Feng smiled, looking at him. Minister Lu, I'm not joking. My goal for the next 20 days is to complete the filming of this movie. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the conference room again. Everyone was shocked. What a joke. 20 days. One movie. And it has to gross over 3 billion US dollars worldwide. Even novels wouldn't dare to have such a plot. For a moment, the air in the entire conference room seemed to freeze. Los Angeles Airport. Hu Tianyu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw Su Dong. He hurriedly went to greet him. Oh, Director Su. We've been waiting for you. Su Dong, wearing sunglasses and slightly overweight, smiled and shook hands with Hu Tianyu before saying, Mr. Hu, this isn't the place to talk, let's go somewhere else. Alright. Why don't you come to my company first? I'll have someone arrange a hotel for you right away. I'll make sure to treat you well at noon. The two, surrounded by bodyguards, were about to get into the car. Uncle Su. A voice came from the side. Su Dong paused slightly, looking over in confusion. Hu Tianyu also frowned and looked over, and was immediately stunned. Because the one who called him Uncle Su was none other than, it was Sun Hui. Hu Tianyu clearly remembered Chen Zhong, the man who had been arguing with Wu Feng at the auction last night and ultimately vomited blood in anger. Wasn't he sitting next to Sun Hui? And they seemed quite familiar with each other. What's he doing here? And why is he calling out Uncle Su? Hu Tianyu was filled with puzzlement. Su Dong paused for a moment, then hesitated before asking, Who are you? Sun Hui had already approached, a smile on his face. Uncle Su, you really have a bad memory. My dad sponsored quite a bit of your Legend of Cultivation last year. Oh, right, my dad is Sun Zhentian. Su Dong immediately remembered. So you're Mr. Sun's son. What a coincidence, what are you doing here? Sun Hui glanced at Hu Tianyu almost imperceptibly before smiling. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, Uncle Su. Su Dong nodded, looking at Hu Tianyu. Mr. Hu, why don't we come together? Although Hu Tianyu was quite puzzled and somewhat annoyed, since Su Dong knew Sun Hui, he couldn't refuse. Sure, whatever you say, Director Su. Sun Hui chuckled, a smug glint in his eyes, and without any hesitation, got into the same car as Hu Tianyu and Su Dong. The car started and headed towards Tianyu Media. In the car, Hu Tianyu was speechless for a moment, only able to listen to Sun Hui and Su Dong's conversation. Gradually, he understood. What a coincidence. Right before his eyes. This Sun Hui was just about to discuss making a movie with Su Dong. He found out Su Dong's schedule after inquiring and actually came to pick him up from the airport. And Su Dong, having previously worked with Sun Hui's father, was quite satisfied with Sun Hui's proposal. Although he hadn't explicitly agreed, judging from their tone, it was basically a done deal. For a moment, Hu Tianyu felt incredibly bitter. He was the one who approached Su Dong to discuss the collaboration, but before anything was even settled, this kid Sun Hui had already secured a deal. Just as Hu Tianyu was feeling frustrated, Sun Hui, as if just snapping out of a daze, looked over with an inscrutable, mysterious smile on his face. Mr. Hu, what brings you to see Uncle Su? It's not to discuss a collaboration, is it? Just as Hu Tianyu was about to casually brush it off, Su Dong spoke up first. Yes, Mr. Hu and I made an appointment half a month ago, but I had things to do and couldn't get away, so it was delayed until today. Helplessly, Hu Tianyu could only smile. Half a month is nothing. Being able to work with Director Su, even if I had to wait another month, it would be worth it. Sun Hui, standing nearby, suddenly chuckled. But Mr. Hu, I heard you made a bet and even gave away your company. What are you planning to use to cooperate with my Uncle Su? Hu Tianyu and Su Dong's expressions instantly changed. Chapter 94. We'll help you. Is that so? Su Dong asked first. A hint of unease flashed across Hu Tianyu's face, while inwardly cursing Sun Hui's ancestors to the 18th generation. During last night's auction, Sun Hui was on the opposing side to Wu Feng. Although Hu Tianyu didn't know the specifics of their feud, this was certain. The reason Hu Tianyu supported Li Miao's bidding wasn't because he was on Wu Feng's side, nor was it because he disliked Sun Hui's group and wanted to save face. Ultimately, it was for his own benefit. After all, with Jin Suankai's mysterious death, Li Miao was the only one who could still hold his own under his name. His bet with Wu Feng was for his company to generate over 1 billion in profits within a month. Although Wu Feng had already demonstrated astonishing talent, with Li Miao's concert alone generating over 50 million in profits, but that was still a considerable distance from 1 billion, and there were only 20 days left. When Wu Feng loses, the company will still belong to Hu Tianyu. Li Miao will naturally belong to the company too, so helping his own artist is only natural. But faced with the current situation, Hu Tianyu started to have doubts. Could it be that Sun Hui holds a grudge against me because of the party incident, and that's why he's targeting me? After a moment's thought, Hu Tianyu smiled and said, "Young Master Sun, where did you hear that? What do you mean I've already lost the company? There are still 20 days left in the bet, I'm guaranteed to win." "Ha, really?" Sun Hui looked skeptical. "But I heard that Wu Feng made a bet with you, and even spent 10 billion to take over your company? Isn't that true?" "Humph." Hu Tianyu snorted coldly. "Wu Feng did make a bet with me, but he said he'd make the company profitable by 1 billion within a month. Otherwise, the 10 billion is mine, and the company is still mine. I know you and Wu Feng don't get along, young Master Sun, but I don't want to get involved in your affairs, and please stop speculating about my business." Hu Tianyu was truly losing face, so he had no choice but to mention the bet and, incidentally, state his position. At this moment, Sun Hui, far from showing any displeasure, instantly revealed a triumphant smile. His appearance at the airport today wasn't truly a coincidence. Just yesterday, after Zhao Ying coldly spoke those words to him and Qi Jin, he and Qi Jin began their plan. Qi Jin had actually been investigating Wu Feng's background beforehand. Therefore, the two didn't waste much time learning about some of the forces behind Wu Feng. For example, Feng Yixuan restaurant and his relationship with the Tang family. Most importantly, Qi Jin had actually found out about Wu Feng and Hu Tianyu's company. Then, through further investigation and by incidentally touching Hu Tianyu, they learned that Hu Tianyu had arranged to meet Su Dong today. Coincidentally, Sun Hui's father, Sun Zhentian, did indeed have a business relationship with Su Dong. Therefore, the two, who were already eager to make a good impression before Chen Zhong's mother lost her temper, quickly agreed and devised the plan they have now. With Sun Hui leading the charge, in conjunction with Su Dong, they planned to find a way to bring Hu Tianyu into their camp, directly cutting off Wu Feng's influence at Tianyu Media. Hearing Hu Tianyu's eagerness to prove himself, Sun Hui knew Hu Tianyu had taken the bait. He smiled slightly, seemingly nonchalant, and said, "But Mr. Hu, do you really think that kid Wu Feng can't handle over 900 million in the remaining 20 days? This question stunned Hu Tianyu. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Hu Tianyu had to admit that what Sun Hui said was exactly what he had been worried about. He had been hesitant about Wu Feng's attitude all along, and now he could only suppress his inner fear and feign composure, saying, "Young Master Sun, you don't know the value of money until you're in charge. Do you think over 900 million just fell from the sky?" "Ha ha." Sun Hui laughed. "President Hu, don't fool yourself. That Wu Feng can sell a single piece of calligraphy for so much money. Plus, he has the Tang family support behind him. If you still think his bet with you is a joke, then I really have nothing to say." "You, what do you mean?" Hu Tianyu panicked. Sun Hui, looking completely confident in Hu Tianyu's abilities, laughed. "You really think a food delivery guy like him is some kind of hidden big shot? Where did he get the 10 billion from buying your company? Wasn't it the Tang family's support? The Tang family has always wanted to expand. Especially now, with the support of the powerful Tang Xian, they're no longer limited to just the advertising industry. If my deduction is correct, once they successfully acquire your company, the Tang family will enter the entertainment industry. This is a very big game for the Tang family." "What?" Hu Tianyu was genuinely panicked now. He had indeed had this question before. Logically speaking, how could Wu Feng, a food delivery guy, possess so much cash? He had inquired about Wu Feng's family background. It was completely clear. Now, after Sun Hui's explanation, everything seemed to make sense. And Wu Feng, who had previously seemed almost like a god in Hu Tianyu's eyes, suddenly didn't seem so exaggerated anymore. Instead, Hu Tianyu felt a surge of anger, as if he had been tricked. "Humph! Wu Feng, I should have known." He slammed his fist against his thigh, his face full of regret. At this moment, Su Dong, who had been listening to the two's conversation with some confusion, also spoke up. "Sun Hui, Mr. Hu, who exactly is this Wu Feng you're talking about? It seems like there's a lot of trouble on your side." Sun Hui chuckled and said, "Uncle Su, that Wu Feng is just a clown. Frankly, this whole thing is just another family trying to swallow up Mr. Hu's business. Let me put it this way, Uncle Su, no matter what, we're only discussing the movie with you. Nothing else will involve you." Su Dong nodded slightly. "That's more like it. I'm just a movie maker, I don't care about anything else. Sun Hui then smiled at Hu Tianyu. Mr. Hu, how about it now? If you're planning to be swallowed up by Wu Feng and the Tang family, then pretend I didn't say anything. Of course I'm not happy about that, Hu Tianyu said indignantly. But what can we do now? A genuine smile spread across Sun Hui's lips. Actually, it's quite simple. You still have considerable influence at Tianyu Media, right? Young Master Qi and I have already discussed it and will allocate funds to help you and Uncle Su cooperate. And all you need to do, Mr. Hu, is gather everyone in the company to complete this cooperation. Then, Wu Feng won't find anyone to command at Tianyu Media. How can he possibly generate profits for the company then? Let me take a look at Chapter 95, Tianyu Media. The atmosphere in the conference room was already tense. Lu Changquan couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. President Wu, forgive my bluntness, but your idea is utterly delusional. The others present seemed to share this sentiment, looking at Wu Feng with considerable helplessness. In their eyes, Wu Feng was a newly arrived tycoon, overflowing with money. Working for such a boss would naturally bring many benefits. But the premise was, he wouldn't be led astray, would he? Even someone unfamiliar with the industry could probably tell that Wu Feng's proposed plan was empty talk, let alone these people, who were all seasoned veterans in the industry. At this moment, everyone in the conference room, except for Li Miao who was looking down, seemingly lost in thought, was somewhat disappointed in Wu Feng. Wu Feng, however, maintained his smile. Minister Lu, I understand your thinking, but things are done by human effort. How do you know it's impossible if you don't try it yourself? Humph. Mr. Wu, you're really too young. Lu Changquan couldn't hold back any longer and bluntly stated his conclusion. Don't even mention you. Even if Mr. Hu, who led us all to build Tianyu Media, were here in person, he wouldn't dare to make such boastful claims. If you continue this topic, I won't keep you company. With that, Lu Changquan packed up the folder in front of him and prepared to leave. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. Walking in was Hu Tianyu. He had actually been there for a while. Behind him were Sun Hui and Su Dong. Upon returning to the company and hearing that Wu Feng was having a meeting upstairs, Hu Tianyu had hesitated about whether to come up. But after listening at the door for a while, he abandoned his hesitation and rushed in. He. Wu Feng, you're here too. Perfect, let me introduce you to two people. Hu Tianyu, with a forced smile, stepped aside to let in the two people behind him. Instantly, Wu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Sun Hui. He naturally recognized him. But how did Hu Tianyu end up with him? And the other one, he looked so familiar. Su Dong. Wu Feng called out the name with slight surprise. Su Dong, wearing sunglasses, smiled slightly. That's me. Wow. The numerous staff members in the conference room erupted in excitement again. It was actually Su Dong. You have to know, he's one of the most famous directors in the country. The films he directed have grossed over 10 billion yuan at the box office. It's safe to say that Su Dong is currently a very sought-after director. Working with him is not only the goal of production companies, but also the goal of many stars. Hu Tianyu chuckled. It seems you know director Su, Wu Feng. Then, I don't need to introduce young Master Sun, do I? Wu Feng frowned, unsure of Hu Tianyu's meaning. But Hu Tianyu waved his hand, and the conference room fell silent. Gentlemen, I just went to the airport and personally picked up director Su Dong. I even ran into young Master Sun. After a brief discussion, we've reached a major decision. At this point, Hu Tianyu glanced at Wu Feng almost imperceptibly, his eyes filled with mockery. For the next period of time, our entire company will work together with director Su Dong to complete the production of a major film. Everyone, give a round of applause. The staff in the conference room, after a brief moment of stunned silence, burst into enthusiastic applause. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause. After all, working with a director like Su Dong was a rare opportunity. Everyone felt their faces glow with pride. Hu Tianyu smiled with satisfaction at this sight. Then, he turned to Li Miao, who was equally stunned. Li Miao, you'll be playing the female lead in this film. Ha! Li Miao jumped up from her seat in shock. If Hu Tianyu had told her this before Wu Feng announced the film project, Li Miao would definitely have been tempted. After all, such an opportunity was truly rare. But saying it now seemed incredibly awkward. Li Miao was fully aware of the bet between Wu Feng and Hu Tianyu. Therefore, besides being panicked, she truly didn't know what to do. She looked at Wu Feng, then spoke firmly. President Hu, let's ask President Wu about this first. Why? Hu Tianyu was clearly displeased. Li Miao, I personally nurtured you. I know that when Jin Suankai was around, you had some conflicts with the company because of him, but now everything is over. From today onwards, the company will fully support you, and I guarantee you that no matter what new artists we develop in the future, you will always be the top female artist. How about it? Hu Tianyu's words completely made his stance clear. He was going to have a real showdown with Wu Feng. President Hu, it seems you don't have that kind of authority with Tianya media these days, do you? Wu Feng spoke up from the side. Now he understood Hu Tianyu's meaning. Humph. Hu Tianya chuckled coldly. Wu Feng, what you're saying is quite funny. My company, I don't have the right? Do you? Don't forget. My bet with you only has 20 days left. Until you win, this company is still legally under my control. Humph. Wu Feng's face instantly turned cold. He narrowed his eyes, calmly looking at Hu Tianyu. At this moment, Sun Hui, standing behind Hu Tianyu, also spoke up with a cold smile. Wu Feng, you seemed to be discussing filmmaking here earlier? Wu Feng smiled faintly, none of your business. You. Sun Hui's face paled slightly with anger. Hu Tianyu, however, smiled coldly and looked directly at Lu Changquan. Minister Lu, what's going on? Lu Changquan perked up immediately, striding over and handing over the scripts Wu Feng had previously distributed to everyone. Mr. Hu, this is a script written by Wu Feng. He actually said he'd finish filming it in 20 days and that it would gross $3 billion worldwide. It's a joke. Hu Tianyu picked up the script with a disdainful look and casually flipped through it a couple of times. What garbage! I could buy this for 100 or 200 yuan online. They dare to make a movie out of this? It's laughable. Su Dong, who hadn't said much until now, smiled and stepped forward. Let me take a look. He took the script from Hu Tianyu, but instead of just casually reading it, he began to examine it seriously. A dozen minutes later, Su Dong had finished reviewing the script. He closed the book and looked at Wu Feng with a slight smile. Chapter 96, pointing out the landscape. Young man, did you write this script yourself? Su Dong smiled and asked Wu Feng. Wu Feng narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. The content is not bad, but... Su Dong stared directly at Wu Feng, his face radiating undisguised arrogance. This kind of content isn't enough to support your dreams. I just heard that you actually want to break the $3 billion box office mark with a film like this. I must say, young man, you're quite ambitious. Wu Feng chuckled coldly. Su Dong was acting like he was lecturing a junior. Who was he trying to impress? Young man, you're still not convinced. Su Dong saw Wu Feng's expression immediately and was amused by his amusement. When I first started making movies, I was just like you, with sky-high ambitions. But as it turns out, without any decent work, you'll always be a third-rate director. Or even a terrible one. Su Dong, with an expression of concern for Wu Feng, continued, pointing fingers. I've read your script, and it's also an Eastern fantasy series, not bad, not catering to the current public's taste for Western fantasy. But you have to understand. I, Su Dong, made my name directing fantasy series. I know exactly what kind of content will attract audiences. Don't be unconvinced, I'll be blunt. Even if your script were actually made, it would only gross a few $100,000 at most, not even making a ripple. As soon as Su Dong finished speaking, Lu Changquan, who had been constantly refuting Wu Feng, suddenly smiled smugly. See, even a big director says so, and you're still unconvinced? It's simply unreasonable. Hu Tianyu and Sun Hui, naturally, also wore expressions of disdain, looking at Wu Feng with cold, annoyed smiles. The numerous staff members present also wore helpless expressions, sighing and shaking their heads frequently. President Wu, he's still too young. Yes, even Director Su said so. It must be true. The whispers in the conference room naturally reached Li Miao's ears. She bit her lip, her fists clenching slightly, really wanting to say a few words in Wu Feng's defense. But faced with this situation, she had absolutely no say. Saying the wrong thing might even invite more ridicule. Just then, Wu Feng smiled and stood up. His gaze swept over the faces of Hu Tianyu, Sun Hui, Su Dong, Lu Changquan, and the others. I must say, your judgment is terrible. This reminds me of an idiom short-sighted. What? Hearing Wu Feng's words, Hu Tianyu and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they all burst into laughter. Wu Feng, what the hell are you pretending for? If we're short-sighted, then what are you? You're probably an idiot. Exactly. Even a professional like Director Su pointed it out, and instead of humbly accepting it, you dare to mock him? I think you're really sick. And quite seriously sick. Kid, I advise you to know your limits. Stop pretending, or you'll get struck by lightning. Ha ha ha. Faced with the ridicule of the crowd, Wu Feng still maintained a calm and composed smile. Really? Then you'll all just have to wait and see. Don't cry then. Ha ha ha. I think you're the one who should be crying. You idiot. Sun Hui made no attempt to hide his contempt, coldly laughing. Su Dong also gave a speechless sneer. Kid, if you insist on doing this, I won't say anything. But I'll put this down, if this movie breaks 1 million at the box office, I'll retire from acting altogether. Humph. Hu Tianyu laughed even more wildly, then turned to the numerous staff members in the conference room and directly ordered everyone, don't just stand there. Go back and prepare. I need everyone involved in this filming. There can't be a single mistake. Yes. With Hu Tianyu's order, all the staff members present left. Instantly, the conference room was empty. Wu Feng. Let me make this clear first, all employees of Tianyu Media are involved in working with director Su Dong. Nobody listens to your demands for demolition. If you're so stubborn and insist on filming, then figure it out yourself. Humph. Hu Tianyu looked at Wu Feng and sneered. Wu Feng smiled faintly, stood up, and walked out. Li Miao quickly followed him out. Seeing this, a ruthless glint flashed across Hu Tianyu's face. Sun Hui sneered, President Hu. This Li Miao seems to be a traitor, but don't worry, with director Su Dong's reputation, plus my and young Master Chi's investment, finding a few stars will be a piece of cake, right? Hu Tianyu nodded, humph. She's an ungrateful bitch. Damn it, she'll regret this. Alright, calm down. Let's discuss the specifics of the cooperation. Over here. Wu Feng and Li Miao left the company together. Wu Feng, Wu Feng stopped and looked at Li Miao seriously. What's wrong? Don't want to come with me? No. Li Miao quickly waved her hand, it's just that. I actually wanted to speak up for you. Ha ha, that's it. Wu Feng laughed heartily, I know you have your difficulties, no need to elaborate. Let's think about how to proceed with the filming. Li Miao blinked her beautiful eyes, are we really going to film? Wu Feng chuckled, of course, you think I'm joking? Li Miao bit her lip, thought seriously for a moment, and said, although Hu Tianyu has transferred all the company's resources, my team will definitely listen to me. But, I'm afraid that's not enough, right? We still need to find locations, costumes, actors. Wu Feng's eyes lit up, and he chuckled, Li Miao, let's split up from here. You contact your team, prepare the equipment needed for filming, and call me directly if there are any funding issues. I'll handle the other problems. Okay, I understand. Li Miao nodded heavily, then walked to the side, picked up her phone, and made a call. Wu Feng, on the other hand, hopped on his electric scooter and headed straight for Luokang University. On the way, Wu Feng took out his phone and dialed Tang Xian's number. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Wu Feng, without any hesitation, went straight to explaining his plan to invest in a movie. On the other end of the line, Tang Xian was completely stunned. What did you say? You want to invest in a movie? Mr. Wu, what can I say to you? Making a movie isn't child's play, you could lose everything. What? You need some costumes and makeup artists? No problem, I can help you with that. But did you hear what I said? You're really planning to make one. I'm truly impressed by you, you're really something else. Chapter 97 Filming Location. By the time Wu Feng arrived at Luokang University, his phone call with Tang Xian had ended. Wu Feng smiled, his heart warmed. Many things were unclear over the phone, but after a bit of nagging, Tang Xian readily agreed to help with everything she could. What touched Wu Feng most was that, seeing she couldn't persuade him otherwise, Tang Xian reluctantly offered to invest in his project, saying she wouldn't mind joining in the fun. Wu Feng had to persuade her quite a bit before finally declining the offer. With the costumes and props sorted out, the only remaining issue was the actors. The first film in the fantasy series mainly focuses on the characters' first encounter with the world of cultivation, so the cast would definitely need to be mostly young, and the more innocent their acting, the better. What Wu Feng wanted was the natural, spontaneous expression of the actor's curiosity when faced with various things. On the contrary, overly polished acting would seem artificial. Therefore, casting doesn't necessarily require all professional actors or extras. A good script, a good director, and good actors will definitely result in a well-received film. Since the plot of this first film doesn't demand that much from the actors, it's easy to handle. Wu Feng stood anxiously at the entrance of Luo City University, phone in hand, waiting for a while. Soon after, Xu Ningxiu, who had rushed over after receiving Wu Feng's call, appeared. Hi, Master Wu. Upon meeting, Xu Ningxiu greeted him playfully. She stood with her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Wu Feng smiled helplessly at this. Since their first 2 encounters, Wu Feng had noticed that Xu Ningxiu always had a cold expression when facing outsiders. But when facing him, she always displayed a very feminine demeanor. This surprised Wu Feng with Xu Ningxiu's versatility and made him appreciate the wonder of women even more. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Time was of the essence, so Wu Feng didn't beat around the bush. Xu Ningxiu giggled, how do you know I'll definitely help you? Wu Feng rubbed his nose, I can write you another piece of calligraphy, but on the condition that you don't auction it off again. Ha! Xu Ningxiu was genuinely surprised. These days, a single piece of Wu Feng's calligraphy could easily be worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The Calligraphy Association, and even the entire Luo City Calligraphy Circle, had long since made Wu Feng a legendary figure. And now, Wu Feng was so casually offering to give her another piece. Alright, you've got me. Tell me, What is it? Wu Feng pondered for a moment, then simply said, I'm planning to make a movie and need some extras with little acting experience, though some might become leads in the future. I know you know a lot of people at school, could you help me find some? Ha! This was the second time Chu Ningxiu had been startled. She had only met Wu Feng for less than 2 minutes, and she was truly shocked. Making a movie? Yes, that's right. You invested in it? Yes. Chu Ningxiu fell silent. After a long pause, she finally nodded. Okay, I can contact all the departments at the school right now, you can choose for yourself. Also, Wu Feng, you really amaze me. I've never seen such an outstanding peer. Ha ha. Seeing the problem solved, Wu Feng laughed happily. Don't exaggerate. If you keep praising me, I'll get arrogant. Shall we set off now? Yes, let's go. Wu Feng followed Chu Ningxiu into Luokang University. Time flew by. With Wu Feng's director master skills activated, he selected all the necessary actors in less than 3 hours. Wu Feng was very satisfied. Moreover, during this process, Wu Feng also received calls from Tang Xian and Li Miao. Tang Xian perfectly handled the costumes and makeup. Li Miao also completed the filming without any major incidents. Everything else was ready for the filming the next day. The next day, early in the morning, special vehicles were waiting at the gate of Luo City University to pick up the selected actors. It must be said that with Chu Ningxiu's involvement and the dean's strong support, everything was able to proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, outside Huankei Fashion Company, many vehicles were also on their way, transporting costumes, props, and makeup artists sourced from other companies in the city. Li Miao led his team to meet Wu Feng early in the morning, then headed towards Lingchuan, a mountain range near Luo City. 9:15, the three convoys met at the foot of Lingchuan Mountain. Wu Feng got out of the car, looking at the massive team of several hundred people, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder some big-budget films require thousands of people working for years. This film, The Immortal, even with him handling many of the work, still needed hundreds of people to cooperate. After a brief exchange of words of encouragement, Wu Feng led the way into the mountains. Walking on either side of Wu Feng were Chu Ningxiu and Li Miao. Li Miao, needless to say, was going to be present as the female lead. Chu Ningxiu, on the other hand, had shamelessly pleaded her way into a supporting role. Actually, during the casting process, her younger sister Wu Rui, a fellow student at Luokang University, and her best friend Feng Xiaoqian had repeatedly asked to join the cast. However, Wu Feng didn't want his investment in the film to be too publicized, and he also didn't approve of Wu Rui becoming an actress, so he firmly refused. This inevitably drew grumbling from Feng Xiaoqian, and even Wu Rui, waving her little fists, demanded a detailed explanation from Wu Feng. Wu Feng then used his old trick, saying he was just a gopher, and that Tang Xian was heavily investing in the filming, which barely managed to persuade the two girls. As they walked, Li Miao asked, Wu Feng, I've been to Lingchuan many times, and I haven't heard of any filming base here. Chu Ningxiu frowned as well. Yeah, we're not going to be stuck in the mountains for days, are we? Wu Feng smiled mysteriously. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Besides, don't worry, one day is enough for us here. Wu Feng's mystery and confidence naturally amazed the two beautiful women, but Wu Feng had already created too many miracles, so they didn't say anything more. After walking for about half an hour, the group finally saw a huge film studio area before them. It stretched as far as the eye could see, even obscuring half of the mountain range. My God, when did such a huge filming base appear here? I really didn't know. Li Miao was stunned. Wu Feng chuckled and pointed to the film studios in front of them. Now, I will lead everyone into the filming area. I hope everyone will pay attention to one thing, don't wander off. Don't let curiosity get the better of you, or you won't be able to find your way out. Chapter 98. What are his skills? Haha, is it really that exaggerated? Is this studio bigger than the Lingchuan Mountains? A joking voice rang out from the crowd. Wu Feng simply smiled, gave a few more instructions, and led everyone into the studio. After the first person passed through the entrance to the studio area and entered, Wu Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the function of the mountain and river map is exactly as I expected. The film studio area before him was naturally a manifestation of the mountain and river map. This was Wu Feng's decision after discovering the upgraded map of mountains and rivers possessed a series of new functions. After all, finding a suitable filming location in a short time is difficult, but the map of mountains and rivers perfectly meets this requirement. More importantly, Wu Feng doesn't need to worry about these people discovering the secret of the map of mountains and rivers, because once the filming is complete and everyone has left, Wu Feng will retrieve the map of mountains and rivers. At that time, even if someone revisits the location, they will find that the filming studio where they worked for a period of time has long been dismantled, leaving no trace. After everyone entered, Wu Feng was the last to step inside. He even used his mind to set up some simple barriers at the entrance. This way, there's no need to worry about strangers accidentally entering. At this moment, the hundreds of people who had walked in were all standing there dumbfounded. Although Wu Feng was somewhat prepared, seeing the same expression on everyone's face, he still smiled helplessly. The scene before him would likely elicit the same reaction from anyone visiting for the first time. After all, in real life, probably no one had ever been to such a place filled with ethereal beauty, with distant mountains shrouded in mist and cranes soaring overhead. In short, it was all too realistic. My God! Look, there are cranes over there. Wow. Look at that cloud. What's that? Is it a fairy? In an instant, the scene was completely out of Wu Feng's control. Everyone was chattering away, discussing it incessantly. If it weren't for the agreement that everyone had left their phones in the car before entering, it would probably have been a scene of flashing cameras. Li Miao was also utterly shocked. Wu Feng, I've been to several filming locations in China, but none of them are on this scale. I want to know, is this really a temporary filming location? Faced with Li Miao's question, and Chu Ningxiu's equally shocked expression, Wu Feng helplessly rubbed his nose. This filming location is very secretive. It's not open to the public, so you've never seen it before. I only managed to borrow it because a friend of mine works here. After rambling on for a bit, Wu Feng didn't give them time to think and immediately began giving instructions. I only managed to borrow it for 1 day, so everyone needs to get to work quickly. Don't just stand there, get busy. Following Wu Feng's instructions, everyone began their preparations according to the previously assigned tasks. Wu Feng, meanwhile, slung a walkie-talkie over his shoulder and wandered around, looking around. He wasn't worried at all about not finishing filming in a day, because Wu Feng had confirmed that the flow of time within the mountain and river map was completely different from the outside world. Simply put, before the mountain and river map was upgraded, 1 day outside was equivalent to roughly 500 years here. But now, after the upgrade, 1 day outside is equivalent to 1,000 years here. And what satisfied Wu Feng most was that in this place with abundant spiritual energy, normal people didn't feel hunger at all. In fact, under Wu Feng's mental control, these people didn't even notice the passage of time. That is to say, even if this team spent a year filming here, after filming was completed, Wu Feng could manipulate the flow of time, making everyone unknowingly stay here for 1,000 years. Afterwards, only 1 day would have passed. However, the consequence of doing so was that Wu Feng himself would enter a state of extreme fatigue due to overuse of the mountain and river map. In the few hours after discovering the new functions of the map of mountains and rivers, Wu Feng was already nearly breathless from exhaustion just from using his mind to construct this filming location, let alone manipulating the flow of time. Therefore, the risk Wu Feng took in choosing this filming location was unprecedented. But Wu Feng still decided to do it. He wanted to create a super powerful Eastern fantasy film series. He wanted to make Hollywood tremble. For this dream, any sacrifice was worthwhile. No glory is a given. There is only giving it your all. Take a gamble. Preparations proceeded smoothly. Wu Feng also provided professional guidance to the various filming crews on equipment setup. This completely reassured many staff members, as the confidence and professionalism Wu Feng displayed in just a few words were truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the makeup team's side, Wu Feng also raised numerous detailed suggestions for improvement. At this moment, Wu Feng was like an emperor on set. Every order he issued was reasonable and convincing. Finally, all preparations were complete. Wu Feng, holding a small megaphone, stood in front of the equipment. Scene 1, Shot 1 of Immortal Hero. Action. At the same time, outside the world, at Tianyu Media, someone came and reported Wu Feng and his team's whereabouts to Wu Tianyu, Sun Hui, and Su Dong. Of course, this report only stated that Wu Feng led his team into the Lingchuan Mountains. What happened next was completely unknown to those tracking them. After listening to the report, Wu Tianyu frowned slightly. Entered the Lingchuan Mountains and then completely disappeared? How is that possible? Sun Hui also blinked, somewhat bewildered. Could there be some secret filming location there? Su Dong, standing to the side, waved his hand dismissively and smiled. How could that be? What filming location haven't I been to within China? I've even built countless makeshift sound stages. You too can rest assured. Lingchuan, though scenic, is definitely not a good place to film a movie. That Wu Feng is just being ridiculous. Hearing Su Dong's words, Wu Tianyu and Sun Hui felt relieved. Ha ha, that's right, he's a complete idiot. He actually wants to compete with us. I'd like to see what kind of skills this lowly delivery guy can have. Chapter 99, Exhausted. The intense and arduous filming was finally nearing its end. After the last scene was successfully completed, Wu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. The entire filming process had only taken a little over 3 months. This was all thanks to the absolutely perfect set design. And for everyone except Wu Feng, those 3 months felt like only a day. As everyone hugged each other in excitement, Wu Feng knew that the most dangerous moment was about to arrive. He was going to manipulate the flow of time. Who? Wu Feng took a deep breath, signaled everyone to prepare to leave, and then walked to the side, his mind racing. One day outside was equivalent to 1,000 years inside the film. After doing all this, Wu Feng's face was ashen, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. This scene was quickly noticed by Li Miao and the others. Wu Feng, what's wrong? Chu Ningxiu also rushed over, her face contorted with anxiety. Wu Feng, are you alright? What happened? The other staff members around him also looked over anxiously. Wu Feng mustered all his strength and managed a weak smile. I'm fine, just feeling a little tired. A moment of silence fell over the room. Everyone knew how much effort Wu Feng had expended during the filming. It's no exaggeration to say that there were probably at least 1,000 problems, big and small, throughout the entire process. And all of this, in the face of this relatively inexperienced team, could have almost brought their filming to a standstill at any moment. It was Wu Feng. Every time, he stepped forward and provided the best solution in the shortest amount of time. Just for this ability alone, everyone present was filled with admiration for Wu Feng. Seeing Wu Feng's pale face from exhaustion, many people even secretly wiped away tears. Alright, everyone's worked hard. Now that filming is over, let's hurry up and leave so Wu Feng can get some rest. Li Miao stepped forward and said, yes, let's go. Okay. Sister Miao, would you mind taking Brother Wu home? Finally, everyone left the studio. Outside, it was just getting dark. Everyone got into their vehicles and slowly drove away. Even Chu Ningxiu was persuaded to go home by Wu Feng. Soon, only Li Miao, Wu Feng, and a few members of Li Miao's team remained. Wu Feng, how about I take you home? Wu Feng stubbornly kept his spirits up. At first, he had actually prepared himself mentally, but he never expected that the result of forcibly using the mountain and river map to manipulate the flow of time would be so terrifying that it caught him completely off guard. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to speak. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion seemed to be threatening to consume him completely. No need, Wu Feng didn't finish his sentence before everything went black, and he fainted. Wu Feng. Li Miao grabbed Wu Feng, but Wu Feng pushed him down. Several staff members nearby rushed over frantically. When Wu Feng opened his eyes again, the exhaustion was gone. In its place was hunger. So hungry. So hungry. The moment Wu Feng uttered a sound, Li Miao, who was lying beside the bed, woke up with a start. You're awake. Wu Feng turned his head, glanced at the haggard-looking Li Miao, and then looked around at his surroundings. This is my house. Li Miao's face was full of worry. You've been unconscious for a whole day. How are you feeling now? Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Li Miao was slightly excited and asked several questions in one breath. Wu Feng smiled helplessly and nodded. Then wait here, I'll go make you some food, it'll be quick. With that, Li Miao quickly went out. Only then did Wu Feng have time to carefully observe his surroundings. The blankets had a faint, pleasant fragrance, and the room was mostly decorated in pink. Wu Feng chuckled inwardly. It seemed he shouldn't casually manipulate the map of mountains and rivers, as it had rendered him unconscious for a whole day. He checked his system inventory again and, finding the map of mountains and rivers lying obediently in the warehouse, breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems it will return on its own after losing my mental support. I wonder if anything else happened today. While lost in thought, Wu Feng suddenly realized that under the covers, he felt empty. He quickly lifted the covers to look. Then he was completely stunned. His delivery uniform, and the clothes underneath, had all been changed. He was now wearing a brand new set of men's pajamas. Holy crap! Could it be that Li Miao? Wu Feng was truly at a loss for words. 20 years of chastity. Just then, Li Miao returned. She carried a lavish meal, porridge, side dishes, and even several steamed buns. Li Miao's face was slightly flushed. You've just recovered, you can't eat anything too breezy. I prepared this, do you like it? Wu Feng smiled awkwardly, I'm not picky. As he spoke, Wu Feng tried to sit up. However, he had only sat halfway when he felt his body go limp, he had no strength left. This was quite embarrassing. Fortunately, Li Miao seemed to have anticipated this. She immediately put down the tray, grabbed 2 pillows, and supported Wu Feng, placing them behind his back. Doing this, the distance between them naturally increased, inevitably leading to some physical contact. For a moment, the atmosphere was incredibly intimate. Wu Feng didn't know how to begin. Li Miao blushed deeply. Your clothes were changed by the staff when you arrived at my house. Wu Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, unsure whether it was relief or something else. You don't have the strength, I'll feed you. Li Miao said, taking the tray and sitting down to feed him in small bites. The whole process was more painful than execution for Wu Feng, a typical virgin. Li Miao was clearly not having an easy time either, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Finally, after Wu Feng drank a bowl of porridge, he regained his strength and picked up a steamed bun to eat. Li Miao, thank you. Li Miao smiled. It's all what I should do. You've worked so hard for this movie, I should be thanking you. Haha, let's not stand on ceremony. By the way, have you eaten? Here, have a steamed bun with me. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wu Feng was taken aback, aghast. Li Miao's face flushed red again, and she hurriedly ran out to open the door. Then, Wu Feng heard a familiar voice asking Li Miao, "How is he? Is he awake?" Chapter 100 Digital Domain. What the heck? Upon hearing that voice, Wu Feng was completely stunned. Wasn't that Tang Xian's voice? Why was she here? Before he could think any further, Tang Xian rushed in. Upon seeing Wu Feng, Tang Xian's face instantly turned cold. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you tell me it was just filming a movie? How did you end up unconscious for a whole day? Wu Feng was completely bewildered. This was difficult to explain. However, before he could explain, Li Miao suddenly changed her expression again, her eyes even slightly red. She rushed over. She hugged Wu Feng tightly. Wu Feng, you're not allowed to do this again, do you hear me? Do you know how I spent this day? Wu Feng was completely at a loss, holding a steamed bun in his hand, feeling like nowhere was appropriate. Mind your manners. Tang Xian then snapped out of her daze and quickly released Wu Feng. Standing at the doorway, Li Miao, who hadn't entered, quickly turned her head away, her expression absent-minded as if she hadn't seen anything. Tang Xian stood up and walked to Li Miao's side. Li Miao, thank you for taking care of me today. Now that Wu Feng is awake, I'll take him back. Li Miao nodded gently, okay. Then she left. Tang Xian turned to Wu Feng, my Mr. Wu, shall we go? Wu Feng rubbed his nose and smiled helplessly. You knew I was here all along? Of course. Everyone the company sent came back that night, and I knew about your situation. I called you, and Li Miao answered. I came over that very night. So you just watched your boyfriend lie in someone else's house all day? Tang Xian glanced at Wu Feng irritably. Do you think I wanted to? I called a doctor, who said you were extremely exhausted and needed quiet rest, not suitable for being moved around. Otherwise, I would have carried you home already. Wu Feng chuckled helplessly again, moving. That's a good word, quite apt. You still have the nerve to joke. Get up, let's go. Wu Feng looked at Tang Xian leisurely. I'm exhausted, why don't you help me change? Tang Xian blushed instantly, only then remembering that Wu Feng was still wearing his pajamas. His original clothes were lying at the foot of the bed. Change yourself. After saying that, Tang Xian opened the door as if fleeing and went out as well. Wu Feng, seeing this, chuckled and began changing his clothes. 10 minutes later, Wu Feng and Tang Xian had come out of Li Miao's house and were in Tang Xian's car. Are we going to my villa, or somewhere else? Wu Feng sat in the passenger seat, in a very good mood. Let's go back to my place. There are still some post-production things to do. Tang Xian glanced at Wu Feng. Are you sure you're alright? Wu Feng patted his chest. Why don't you try? You! Tang Xian's face flushed again. Wu Feng laughed. I meant, let me punch you a couple of times. What are you thinking? Wu Feng, I suddenly find you've become quite glib lately. You weren't like this before. Wu Feng chuckled. You weren't my girlfriend before. Of course I wouldn't dare be so glib. But it's different now, since you're my girlfriend. If I'm not glib with you, who else am I supposed to be? Tang Xian, having thoroughly humiliated herself, blushed again. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, but she retorted irritably. Glib. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Besides, I haven't dared tell Grandpa about your situation, so I'll take you home. Soon, the car stopped in the East District. Tang Xian looked at the chaotic residential area before her, slightly surprised, and glanced at Wu Feng. You live here? Yes, Wu Feng replied naturally. I've lived here since I left the orphanage, for quite a few years now. Tang Xian pursed her lips, saying nothing more. Then, Tang Xian followed Wu Feng back to his home. The room was simply and elegantly furnished. Aside from the recently installed computer in the living room, which seemed a bit out of place, and the room's somewhat small size, there was nothing else particularly noteworthy. Wu Feng made tea for Tang Xian, telling her she could sit for a while, then he turned on the computer and copied the previously filmed videos onto it. Tang Xian, holding her teacup, absent-mindedly flipped through a book. The two were quiet in the living room, the only sounds being Wu Feng's typing and Tang Xian's occasional turning of the pages. Finally, Tang Xian took a deep breath and made an important decision. Wu Feng, there's something I want to talk to you about. Wu Feng stopped what he was doing and turned around. Go ahead. I'd like you to move into the villa. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Living in the same room as you? Tang Xian blushed. What are you thinking? My villa has so many rooms. Wu Feng shrugged, non-committal, and continued working. Tang Xian was stunned. What did this mean? He wasn't willing? Wu Feng, what do you mean? Are you going or not? It's not like I'm living in the same room as you, why would I go? Wu Feng replied with a smile. Tang Xian's face instantly darkened, and she couldn't help but facepalm. What kind of person is this? Wu Feng, the villa has a better environment and security. You offended Chen Zhong at the last banquet, so you should be wary, right? Wu Feng grinned. With my current skills, if Chen Zhong and his gang of scum dared to come, they'd be wiped out instantly. I'm more worried they wouldn't dare. But then again, Tang Xian was just concerned about him, so Wu Feng turned back and smiled slightly. I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, I work from dawn till dusk every day, and living with the old man would only disturb his rest. I'm really fine, don't worry. Seeing she couldn't persuade him, Tang Xian gave up. Alright then. Anyway, be careful and don't overwork yourself, since you've just recovered. I have to go back to the company, I have some things to take care of. Remember to call. Okay, take care. Drive carefully. After seeing Tang Xian off, Wu Feng sat down at his computer again. Recalling Tang Xian's various expressions, Wu Feng chuckled to himself for a while before settling back into focus on his computer. It's worth mentioning that with his extraordinary skill in digital domain, Wu Feng could single-handedly complete the film's post-production special effects. Originally, this was a massive task requiring teamwork. A few hundred shots might have required a team of hundreds, working continuously for half a month, costing millions. However, all of this was effortlessly handled by Wu Feng. Those shots, frame by frame, quickly and vividly appeared on the screen. Moreover, every frame was aesthetically pleasing, completely leaving the world's top special effects teams far behind. If those teams discovered what Wu Feng had done, they would likely offer an unimaginable astronomical price, perhaps even resorting to any means to poach this peerless talent.